in China Luochuan City, inside a luxurious mansion on the southern outskirts on the second floor. Hiss. My head hurts. Su Qing felt an excruciating pain in his brain. His fingers trembled, and the wine glass he held in his hand fell to the floor, the crimson liquid spilling across the white velvet carpet beneath him, soaking a large patch. Su Qing lifted his gaze and looked around the room. Above him hung a lavish crystal chandelier, and below a huge velvet carpet. Frowning, he murmured to himself, "No, this isn't my room." His eyes swept down to his feet, landing on the polished leather shoes. His brow furrowed even deeper. No, I've never worn leather shoes. He was supposedly a vibrant freshman in college, so why would he be wearing such shiny leather shoes? They looked so old-fashioned. He remembered that the current time should be the 15th day of the first lunar month, the New Year holiday nearly over. A bunch of relatives had come to his house, nagging him endlessly. There were even a few kids rummaging through his room, breaking his limited edition figurines. It was driving him crazy. What annoyed him even more was that everyone thought he was too old, so not a single relative gave him a red envelope. How did? Su Qing looked at the room around him, then at his own impeccably pressed suit and shiny leather shoes. Every single thing was wrong. Who had dressed him up like this, like a mature adult? Suddenly a mechanical voice rang in his mind. The considerate villain system has found a suitable host. Su Qing's body stiffened. Considerate villain system. As an avid reader with 2.5 years of reading experience, he was no stranger to systems and transmigration. Not only that, but Su Qing had long grown tired of his mundane life. He yearned for a system, often fantasizing about possessing a powerful one and living a dazzling, brilliant life. System binding complete. Dispensing novel content. Through the transmitted information, Su Qing learned that he had transmigrated into a cliched urban dog blood novel titled, The Invincible Adopted Son, a Hero Saves the Beauty from the Start. The character he inhabited was a wealthy villain son, with loving parents, immense wealth and power. He was currently a sophomore in the Performing Arts Department at Luochuan University, also pursuing a double major in business administration. He was highly intelligent, handsome, and talented. The book had over 800 chapters. Unlike many villainous second-generation novels, the eponymous character Su Qing had transmigrated into lived a very long life. He didn't die until the very end. Because, from the 3rd chapter onward, he was sent to prison for life, spending his years working a sewing machine. In the final chapters, the male and female leads even visited him in prison hand in hand. Su Qing recalled the content in his mind. Chapter 1, An Engagement Banquet, obsessive rich second generation kidnaps the beautiful female lead. Chapter 2, the male lead appears, hero saves the beauty. Chapter 3, evil cannot overcome good, obsessive rich second generation falls into the legal net. Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. His character actually occupied the most crucial golden 3 chapters of the novel. No wonder they chose someone as talented and handsome as him to transmigrate. He couldn't help but raise his middle finger in the air. Damn, author, you're ruthless. Kidnapping hero saving beauty. Tisk, even such an ancient cliché you dare to write. Su Qing never expected that after finally getting a chance to transmigrate, he would end up in such a tragic role. But this time he was here. New year, new beginnings. Of course he would rewrite the fate of this obsessive villain. As a rich second-generation villain, he should have been a character who could have anything he wanted. But he ruined his life over a woman. Ridiculous. To be fair, after sorting through this character, Su Qing didn't think he was a complete bastard. He was just obsessive. He loved the female lead with all his heart. He loved her to the point of utter humility. He wanted to keep her by his side. But unfortunately, the male lead was the author's golden child. In the very first chapter, the male and female leads were engaged, and they were childhood sweethearts. Su Qing, on the other hand, had been in a secret love with the female lead before the kidnapping. She didn't even know him. Before the engagement banquet of the male and female leads, he ordered his men to kidnap the female lead. He imprisoned her in a suburban mansion, taking care of her meticulously, hoping to move her heart and spend the rest of his life with her. But the female lead was not only unmoved, but terrified. In the book, the male lead found the kidnapping location within 12 hours and came to rescue her. The male lead's combat prowess was off the charts. To exaggerate, he could fight 100, to be accurate, he could handle 8 at once. And Su Qing's character not only got beaten up by the male lead, losing 4 teeth and breaking several ribs, but eventually ended up with the fate of working a sewing machine. Even while stepping on sewing machine, he couldn't stop calling the female lead's name. He was truly a hopeless romantic. As Su Qing recalled the content of the book, he unconsciously walked to the mirror. His body stiffened. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy shit." The book's description of his appearance was very brief. 1 word was handsome, 2 words very handsome. But now the concrete body stood before him. The figure in the mirror could only be described as soul-stirring. He placed his fingertips on his cheek, carefully examining himself. His slightly upturned eyelashes framed a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, clear and bright. Under his straight nose were delicate, translucent lips, naturally tinted with a faint red. He was 189 centimeters tall, with straight legs, in his suit trousers, a slim waist, and broad shoulders. Su Qing couldn't help but shake his head. With such looks, isn't this a being meant to captivate the world? He examined himself thoroughly, finding every part perfect. Truly a human seductress. He leaned closer to the mirror, using his fingers to pull down his lower eyelid. There were dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't rested well, looking a bit weak. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound drew Su Qing, who was admiring his own stunning beauty, over. He opened the door and saw a large round face wearing a baseball cap appearing before him. Su Qing's first reaction was, "Who is this?" After 3 seconds of realization, he recognized that this was Su Dazhuang, the son of the family's butler, considered his subordinate. "Young master." Su Qing recalled the attitude he should hold towards subordinates from the book and said calmly, "What's the matter?" Lin Sierra has already been brought back for you." Before Su Dazhuang could finish, Su Qing's vision went dark, and the next moment a sci-fi blue panel abruptly appeared before him. "Well, this system hasn't finished sorting itself out yet. Stop chatting here for now." Su Qing glanced at Su Dazhuang and said, "We'll talk later." Then with a bang, the door was slammed shut by Su Qing. Su Dazhuang only felt a gust of wind sweep past his face, standing there bewildered and at a loss. Su Qing stood still and began to look at his character panel. Host Su Qing, age 19. Looks 101. Note full score is 100. Combat power 20. Note passing line is 60. Villain luck value 500 points. Villain points 0 points. Item skills none. This panel is clearly Su Qing's various attributes. His looks are really high, already exceeding the maximum. The system's voice timely appeared. Gave you an extra point, afraid you wouldn't be proud enough. Su Qing laughed. Nice. This system is truly different from those that give one less point for fear of the host's pride. But this combat power made Su Qing click his tongue in surprise. Even as a rich second generation, usually chauffeured in luxury cars, and living a life of being waited on hand and foot, how could he be so weak? Wouldn't a top-tier second generation have at least a beautiful personal fitness trainer and nutritionist? No wonder he looked weak. Host you. The system just uttered 3 words when Su Qing, as if suddenly remembering something, abruptly turned towards the mirror, pulled his shirt out of his suit pants, and looked at the mirror with a nervous and terrified gaze. "Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!" Su Qing shouted 3 times, unleashing a triple exclamation. An old scar on his waist lay on his delicate skin, particularly conspicuous. He had lost a kidney. When Su Qing was young, he had been kidnapped, and one of his kidneys was taken. Moreover, the surgery was performed by an unlicensed black doctor, leaving a hideous wound on his body. This was the root cause of his weakness. Su Qing frowned. "So tragic. I finally get to transmigrate, and my body isn't even complete. Are you messing with me?" Faced with this pitiful setting, Su Qing was speechless. He looked up and said to the system in his mind, "Can I go back? It's the new year, just send me back. My elder cousin's second aunt's third uncle's wife's teeth have all fallen out, waiting for me to shell sunflower seeds for her." Su Qing blinked, hoping the system would see a hint of helplessness on his devastatingly handsome face. Actually, he didn't even need to think about it. How could it be? This world doesn't have such good things. The system dragged him here. How could it send him back intact? But the next second he was shocked by what the system said. Yes. The system uttered 2 words firmly. Such good things really exist in this world, making Su Qing momentarily unable to believe. He was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully, "Will I die? Can I return to my original world? Will I be erased?" Host, you will not be erased. There is also a 5 million consolation prize issued in the form of a lottery ticket. If you return to the original world, you can go to any lottery shop to buy it, and it will win instantly, fair and honest. Also, you can choose to go back at any time. The system even added seemingly shyly, "This system can meet all the host's needs, otherwise how could it be called the considerate great villain system?" Su Qing curled his lips into a smile. Wonderful. Truly considerate. He thought, why would I go back? The consolation prize of this villain system is so high, staying would get me even more. Now please choose, host, whether to return to the original world. Su Qing wagged his finger. No, I choose to accept. Losing just 1 kidney. Such a small flaw. How can it stop my determination to become a villain, even if I were made a eunuch? Oh, that won't do. Su Qing pursed his lips and quickly stopped himself from saying the rest. Su Qing then said to the system, "Spare the nonsense and quickly tell me what I need to do in this world. Also how to use the villain system, and most importantly, what can I gain here?" To answer the esteemed host, the villain system is simple to use. Every time you successfully alter the plot, suppress the protagonist, or seize the protagonist's opportunities and love interest, you will increase your villain fate value and villain points. When the villain fate overshadows the protagonist, you can plunder the latter's abilities. The higher the fate value, the luckier you become. Villain points can be used to spin the lucky draw wheel or directly purchase items. All rewards upon completing the entire storyline can be brought back to the real world or to a new world. At that time, the host can decide their destination. Su Qing nodded and couldn't help but praise. A simple and clear setup. I like it. Is it based on the nature of my fate value that I will be detested by the protagonist and I cannot evade his suppression and must counterattack Hedon. After all, based on the other villain novels Su Qing had read, that was always the case. One must fight as villains, and protagonists are inherently irreconcilable. No host. Your villain fate has no relation to the protagonist's fate. You can choose to avoid conflicts with the protagonist, cower until the very end, and live as a turtle until the story concludes. Even through the epilogue. You can remain in this world as a handsome, wealthy, and privileged heir. Su Qing sneered a provocation. Aren't you bored? Since I Su Qing am here, I will turn this book upside down, and let this love-struck villain stage a glorious comeback. Compared to a comfortable life, Su Qing naturally preferred the abilities he could gain from the system. After all, his worst outcome was returning to his original world with 5 million. What did he have to fear? Hearing Su Qing's words, the system was deeply impressed, silently thinking that this host was truly born to be a villain. 2 words defiant. Distributing the newbie gift pack. Do you wish to claim it? Claim. Skill Inside Eye Basic is being granted. It allows you to view the information of the male and female protagonists. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and said, Basic. Are there other levels? Of course. There is also Insight Eye Intermediate and Insight Eye Advanced. The intermediate level allows you to view the information of all characters, while the advanced level not only provides information, but also reveals personality traits, life experiences, and more. I understand. After finishing its words, the system slipped away. Su Qing stood still, beginning to piece together the plot of this novel world, contemplating his next move. He glanced at his phone, and his previously lazy expression suddenly twisted with ferocity. Holy crap! Corresponding to the timeline in the book. The 15th day of the first lunar month, a day of family reunion and celebration. Wasn't this the opening chapter, the day the female lead was kidnapped? Right? The Lin Sierra that Su Dazhuang had mentioned at the door was the female lead he had kidnapped at the start. The plot was already in motion. Time was ticking away, leaving only 11 hours until the male protagonist arrived to rescue the damsel in distress. According to the original plot, Su Qing was supposed to go downstairs and force himself on the female lead, then grovel and beg to no avail, only to be beaten up by the arriving male lead Li Tian and thrown into prison, living a miserable life. Su Qing couldn't let this happen again. What should he do? Send her away. Lin Sierra was currently unconscious. If he dumped her on the street, no one would likely find out, but that would go against Su Qing's original intention. He wanted to confront the protagonist, he'd suppress him, and gain abilities. How could he just send the female lead away? No. Wouldn't that break the storyline? And then watch the male and female leads live happily ever after engaged. Forget it. Head go and face it. After all, fortune favors the bold. Su Qing opened the door and was immediately met by Su Dazhuang's bewildered face. Take me to Lin Sierra. Following Su Dazhuang, he arrived at a bedroom on the first floor. A graceful young woman was tied to a soft, large bed. Her smooth, long legs were sprawled across the mattress, her body forming a large X shape. The bed had 4 silver posts at its corners, and her hands and feet were bound to them. Her face. He couldn't see it. A white cloth was draped over her face, completely covering Lin Sierra's features. A man stood by the bed, as thin as an underdeveloped monkey. From the book, Su Qing knew these two, one fat and one thin, were brothers. The fat one was Su Dazhuang, and the thin one was Su Erzwang. The man leering at his own handiwork by the bed was undoubtedly Su Erzwang. Why is there a white cloth on her face? Su Qing said, utterly speechless. At this, Su Erzwang felt immensely proud of his cleverness. He pointed at the white cloth with glee. Young master, there was no red cloth in the house. See, doesn't this look like a red bridal veil? Perfect for the young master and this little lady to enter the bridal chamber today. Su Qing had never been this speechless in his life. Where did this idiot come from? He strode over, pulled the white cloth off the woman's face, and said coldly to Su Erzwang, don't do such morbid things in the future. Anyone would think this person has been dead for 3 days. Su Erzwang stepped back 2 paces. Understood, young master. Su Qing looked at the face now revealed. It was delicate, with finely arched brows and long jet-black lashes like crow feathers, her eyes tightly shut. Her nose was straight and elegantly sculpted on her face, her skin as smooth as congealed cream, and her features were as finely chiseled as a work of art. Su Qing nodded. No wonder she could inspire such deep affection. She was truly beautiful. However, glancing at the glass reflecting the darkness of the night, he caught a glimpse of his own face in the reflection. He lightly brushed the hair from his forehead and sighed inwardly. Sorry, but no matter how beautiful you are, you can't compare to me. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, what is the young master doing? Wasn't he a simp? Why is he so vain? Su Qing activated Insight Eye on Lin Sierra. A pale blue screen appeared before him. Name Lin Sierra. Age 21. Height 175 centimeters. Combat power 60. Affection level 0 stranger. Note: affection level 0 stranger. Affection level 30 friend. Affection level 60 admiration. Affection level 80 entrusting a lifetime. Affection level 100 bound by life and death, unwavering and eternal love. Negative affection levels follow the same pattern. Su Qing glanced at the screen and had only one word in mind. Speechless. Utterly speechless. He could accept an affection level of 0. But even a female lead had higher combat power than him. Well, according to the book, Lin Xier was the daughter of one of the 5 great families in Luochuan, the Lin family. Her father was a legendary military king with illustrious achievements. Thus influenced by her father, she had trained in martial arts since childhood. If she hadn't been drugged this time, even Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang combined couldn't have defeated her, let alone the frail and sickly Su Qing. Su Qing was not discouraged, a faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he concocted a mischievous, no, a brilliant plan. The male lead Li Tian possessed astonishing combat prowess, and the female lead Lin Xier loved him deeply. Thus Su Qing could not resort to force, for he could not even defeat the female lead. He had to outwit them. Su Qing slowly untied the knots binding Lin Xier's arms, unable to resist, muttering, "Damn it, why are these knots so tight?" Su Erzwang whispered, "Tight knots are more secure. I feared she might wake up and resist, and since you cannot overpower her, young master, I thought." He believed his decision to tie tight knots was wise, for it ensured his young master's safety. Su Qing fell silent, thinking, does everyone know I cannot defeat her? Have I no dignity left? Su Qing shot him a glare. Then why are you standing there? Can't you see I'm struggling? Fetch a pair of scissors and untie her. Before Su Erzwang could move, a voice drifted from the doorway to Su Qing's ears. Young master, those ropes are hard to undo. Use scissors. Su Erzwang thought to himself, why is it that among lackeys the eldest brother always knows how to ingratiate himself? Su Qing nodded at Su Dazhuang, took the scissors, and swiftly cut away all the ropes binding Lin Xier. Then he scooped Lin Xier into his arms, holding her horizontally. The moment he lifted her, Su Qing's body stiffened. He clenched his molars, silently lamenting, so heavy. He yearned to toss her back onto the bed, but with his 2 subordinates watching, such an act would be too shameful. He forced himself to hold her close. He even mustered all his strength to bounce her slightly, preserving his masculine pride. Su Dazhuang glanced at Su Erzwang, and they exchanged a look that questioned, is the young master unable to carry her? Before turning to Su Qing with sycophantic smiles. Young master, we shall take our leave now. The 2 spoke as they edged toward the door. Su Qing called out without turning. Wait. They halted. Young master. Aren't you going to consummate the marriage? Su Qing, holding the woman in his arms, strode toward the door. Who ties up a kidnapping victim on the bedroom bed? Go fetch 2 new ropes and meet me in the storage room. This mansion was not the Su family's property, but an anonymous estate Su Qing had acquired through certain means. Recently purchased, the house had not been thoroughly cleaned. The storage room was cluttered with discarded items, thick with dust and draped in cobwebs. With gentlemanly grace, Su Qing wiped a single tile near the wall until it gleamed. Then with equal chivalry, he placed Lin Xier on the adjacent dirty tile. That clean one was reserved for himself. Cleaning was too troublesome, and his frail constitution did not permit bending over. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang entered. Young master, we've brought the ropes. Su Qing nodded. He glanced at Lin Xier. How long will the effects last? Su Dazhuang replied. Approximately 3 more hours before she wakes. Good. Now I have a few instructions. As he spoke, Su Qing took the ropes and began binding Lin Xier anew. Tie me up, bind my hands and feet. Then within 2 hours install iron bars on every window in this house. Nail them tight. Not even a fly should get in. Drive 10 wooden stakes into the front door. In moments, Su Qing finished tying Lin Xier. He turned to the 2 men. Before that, remove everything in this house that bears my trace. Leave nothing behind. Wipe all fingerprints and footprints clean. Following Su Qing's instructions meant sealing the house entirely. Impossible to escape from within. Su Erzwang asked, puzzled. Young master, when shall we return to unseal it? Su Qing replied calmly, don't come back. Don't ask what I'm doing. Just follow orders. Su Qing thought, in less than 11 hours Li Tian will arrive. He will find a way in. Su Qing placed his hands behind his back. Tie them. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, unaware of his exact intentions, obeyed. They tied the knots loosely, even more gently than when binding Lin Xier, careful not to harm their young master. After returning to the Su family, spread a message in the family's name. Today the young master of the Su family was kidnapped while setting off fireworks in the back garden. He has been missing for 3 hours. The kidnappers demand 500 million and will call again in 24 hours to arrange the exchange. If the police are alerted, they will kill the hostage. But Su Dazhuang hesitated. Who will make that call? Won't this alarm Mr. and Mrs. Su? Su Qing had deliberately chosen a late hour to make the incident appear as a genuine kidnapping. By the time Li Tian arrived in 11 hours, there would be no need for a call. Su Qing said slowly, don't ask too many questions. Let them know. Just spread the news. Buy an untraceable SIM card and call the Lin family. Tell them Lin Xier is in your hands. Demand 300 million. Inform them you'll call back in 24 hours with the exchange location. But Su Qing frowned. No more nonsense. Leave some food in the kitchen, then you can go. Handle the tasks I've assigned. The 2 bowed without further words. Understood, young master. Su Qing leaned against the wall. The storage room had no windows. The bright fluorescent light cast a glow on his face. He squinted, casting a meaningful glance at the woman beside him. Her face was expressionless, like a motionless doll. Her fair skin under the light revealed no pores, smooth as a peeled egg. He whispered, "Sister, we're now fellow kidnap victims. Does that count as sharing hardship?" Before this, Su Qing had been uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. But the next moment a voice in his mind confirmed he was correct. Ding, the host has altered the story's trajectory. Villain karma increased by 500. Ding, the host has altered the story's trajectory. Villain points increased by 500. He mentally summoned his character panel for a glance. Host Su Qing. Age 19. Charm 101. Note maximum score is 100. Combat power 20. Note passing score is 60. Villain karma 0 points. Villain points 500 points. Items none. Skill Inside Eye Basic. Evening. Lin family villa. In the reception hall, Lin family patriarch Lin Outyin, clad in a black suit, sat with a commanding presence at the center of a European-style sofa. Where is Sierra? I haven't seen her for hours. The family banquet is about to begin. How can she be so irresponsible? Summon her back at once. Lin Outyin took a sip of tea and addressed the butler. The butler replied, "Miss has likely gone to feed the stray cats at the warehouse. She goes there daily." Lin Sierra was indeed a kind soul. Ever since she discovered a group of stray cats at the warehouse, she visited them every day. Initially, she wanted to bring them home, but the feral cats were wary of humans and refused to follow her. So she settled for feeding them regularly. Lin Outyin slammed the sofa, bellowing, "Nonsense. Does she not realize what day it is? And she still has the mind to feed cats." The Li family would also attend today. The Lin and Li families had long been close bound by generations of friendship. Moreover, Lin Sierra and Li Tian were deeply in love, childhood sweethearts. Both families wished to strengthen their bond through the younger generation. Though Li Tian was an adopted son, the Li family was wealthy and powerful, yet had only one blood heir, Li Sheng. But Li Sheng was congenitally frail, born with illness. He could barely leave his bed without assistance. Years of seeking medical treatment, from ancient remedies to modern medicine, had only drained him further. He might pass away at any moment. Thus Li Tian was destined to inherit the family fortune. Coupled with his diligence and excellence in all aspects, Lin Outyin had given his consent. Tonight the Lantern Festival dinner was ostensibly a family banquet, but in truth it was a betrothal feast for Lin Sierra and Li Tian. With the future in-laws already seated, Lin Sierra had vanished. Lin Outyin was fuming when a phone call came. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen. Lin Outyin, in a foul mood, snapped into the phone. "Hello, who is this?" A processed electronic voice came through. "You don't need to know who I am. Your daughter is in my hands. If you want her back in one piece, prepare 300 million in cash. They'll call you again in 24 hours with the drop-off location. Don't think about calling the police, or well, kill her." Click. Lin Aoshan's fingers trembled, but before he could utter another word the line went dead. As a former king of soldiers, he had returned to the city and embarked on various business ventures. With his endless network of connections, the Lin family's enterprises spanned the world, and Lin Outyin was a renowned figure. He had established the largest security group in all of Luochuan, reaping immense profits. The security personnel were mostly veterans, special forces, and mercenaries, elevating the Lin family to a position of considerable power and prestige. The Lin family security group was famous. Celebrities, business tycoons, all chose their services without a single mishap. Yet, unbelievably, with such a formidable security empire, he had failed to protect his own daughter from being kidnapped. It was a direct insult to him. Lin Outyin clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath. The butler, overhearing the conversation and seeing his master unwell, quickly handed him medicine. "Master, take 2 of these quick-acting heart pills." Lin Outyin placed the pills under his tongue, resting for a while until he felt somewhat better. Though he had been valiant and vigorous in his youth, age had caught up with him, and his heart could no longer withstand such shocks. "Perhaps we should call the police, master." Lin Outyin waved his hand. "No, the kidnappers said they'd kill her if we do. I can't gamble with my daughter's life." Lin Outyin thought to himself. An unmarried girl kidnapped from the Lin residence. How could he save face, and what of the family's reputation? The largest security group in all of Luochuan, even all of Huaxia, couldn't even protect its own daughter. If word got out, the Lin family's prestige and business would plummet. It was his fault. Usually he stationed over a dozen guards outside the house. But today was the engagement banquet, and he didn't want to put on such a grand display for the in-laws, so he dismissed the guards. He never imagined it would give the villains an opening. "Summon Long E and Long Air," Lin Outyin ordered. The butler replied, "Yes, master." Long E and Long Air, trusted confidants for years, were to lead the rescue. As the butler left, a man entered and stood before Lin Outyin. This man had sharp brows and bright eyes, chiseled features, a high nose, and a tall, robust build. He was Li Tian, the adopted son of the Li family. With a look of distress, he stammered, "Uncle Sierra." He hadn't intended to eavesdrop. He had been searching for Lin Sierra in the villa when he inadvertently overheard their conversation. Driven by worry for Lin Xier, he couldn't contain himself and rushed in to ask. After all, he was now her fiancé, though not yet officially confirmed. It was an unspoken understanding between the two families. Lin Outyin had no energy left to scold his rashness. Seeing he couldn't hide it, he said, "Yes, Xier has been kidnapped. I've called Long E and Long Air back. They're reliable. You don't worry too much. As for the engagement, we'll discuss it after Xier returns." "Uncle, the engagement isn't as important as Xier's safety. He'll tell my parents that Xier is ill today, and he'll stay to care for her. We'll postpone the engagement. Rest assured, Xier and I grew up together, and even if something unfortunate happens, I won't abandon her." Li Tian made this promise not only out of his feelings for Lin Xier. They had indeed grown up together, and their relationship was respectful. But if Lin Xier survived but was defiled or her reputation tarnished, he couldn't deny it would leave a mark in his heart. As an adopted son with a legitimate older brother who had been frail for years and rumored to be near death, the Li family knew his parents had sought medical help everywhere, recently finding a reclusive divine doctor. The Lin family was his best stepping stone. He now hoped Lin Xier would survive, but with some minor incident. If he married her under those circumstances, the Lin family would owe him. Then everything would be his. Once the old man passed, he would solidify his position and enjoy a life of luxury. One Lin Xier could never satisfy his ambition. "All right, go inform your parents," Lin Outyin said. Soon Li Tian returned after delivering the news. "Uncle, my parents have left. Could you?" Li Tian said respectfully, "Let me rescue Xier. I know Long E and Long Air are strong, but I can't just sit idly. I checked the surveillance. They used an old van. I've called in some favors to trace its route and owner." Lin Outyin gave him a deep look, pondering. Kidnapping always tarnishes a woman's reputation, so letting her fiancé Li Tian handle the rescue seemed appropriate. Li Tian was capable, meticulous, and had been genuinely devoted to Sierra for years. A suitable choice to bring her back. "Fine, you're in charge. Bring Sierra back safely." Lin Outyin handed him his phone. "That unknown call at the top is from the kidnappers. See if you can trace it." Li Tian nodded. "Yes, uncle. I will bring Sierra back." The ropes weren't tied too tightly, allowing Su Qing some movement through the gaps, but it was still uncomfortable being so bound. Su Qing glanced at Lin Xier, sighing. This girl would take a while to wake up. How boring. Might as well nap. He yawned heavily and closed his eyes. His newly arrived body hadn't fully adapted to this world, and he actually fell asleep under the glaring fluorescent light. An hour later, Lin Xier slowly regained consciousness. Her lashes fluttered, she was exhausted, and with half-open eyes, she tried to stretch her body. She suddenly felt her hands restrained, held by some force. Her half-closed eyes shot open in alarm. Looking around at the dilapidated surroundings, the scattered clutter all so unfamiliar, and spotting a giant spider in the corner, she screamed. Up! 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 Su Qing, who had been sleeping, was jolted awake by the screams. He had a terrible temper when woken up, and being disturbed from a good sleep put him in a foul mood. With furrowed brows and eyes still closed, he snapped, "Quiet! Can't you see someone sleeping?" Lin Xier hadn't noticed Su Qing before, but upon hearing his voice, she screamed even louder. Eyes wide, she glared at him. Who are you?" Su Qing, half awake, squinted at her. He should have gagged her. So noisy. Such a beauty, but so jumpy. The light stung his eyes, and he instinctively tried to rub them, only to find his hands bound. Then it hit him. Oh right. He wasn't a kidnapper now, he was a victim too. Su Qing had two plans. One was to play the calm, true man, protect this panicked woman, and find a way out before Li Tian came claiming the heroic rescue for himself. But, on second thought, that plan wasn't good. He was fine in every way except physically weak, barely able to trust a chicken. A fake hero rescue would be too obvious. Even the heroine had more combat power than him. So, Su Qing decided. Help. Several piercing screams erupted loud enough to tear through the roof. But these screams didn't come from Lin Xier. They came from Su Qing himself. Staring straight at Lin Xier, his lashes trembling, he stammered. "Help. Where am I? Sister, don't kill me. You want money or me? They'll give you anything. Look at my smooth skin, my family's rich. I'm not bad looking either. I'm still a virgin. If you want to do anything I want, resist. Do whatever you want, just don't kill me." At this moment, aside from his inside eye, Su Qing had no system-given skills. But the original host was a top student in the acting department. His acting talent was innate. So Su Qing's tearful, impassioned macho outbursts stunned Lin Xier. She almost believed that Su Qing had been kidnapped alongside her. Having steadied her nerves, Lin Xier carefully examined the man before her. He had a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, the corners tinged with the reddish hue of recent slumber, an aquiline nose, and lips so pale they were almost white. His jawline, carved like a blade, was sharper than the trajectory of her own life. She had never seen a man with such a face. He was alluring, yet utterly masculine. A bit like a male fox spirit. Another whisper of "Big Sister" snapped her back to reality. "Please, let me go, Big Sister." His voice was husky, carrying a raspiness as if he hadn't drunk water in ages. It was utterly bewitching. Seeing this man bound, just like herself, Linciere let down her guard a little. She shook her foot, the rope around it a glaring reminder. Big sister here was also brought here tied up, she said. Linciere thought it odd that this boy who seemed about her age kept calling her big sister. She was usually reserved, slow to warm up, especially to the opposite sex. But his voice was pleasant, low, and husky with a hint of sensuality. Even calling her big sister repeatedly, it didn't sound childish, just purely masculine. Yet there was a touch of helplessness in his deep dark eyes, which made Linciere accept the address without thinking. She glanced at Su Qing, following his gaze to the ropes crisscrossing her chest, and couldn't help but blush. This kidnapper. What a pervert, she thought. Avoiding Su Qing's eyes, she said awkwardly, "Don't look." Su Qing quickly averted his head, a sly, wicked smile curling his lips. So Linciere does have a thin skin. According to the character description in the book, she was supposed to be proud, willful, icy, cold, and decisive. She only showed her shy and adorable side to the male lead Li Tian, and wouldn't even spare an extra word for a stranger. It seemed the novel's character portrayal wasn't entirely accurate. This shyness must be a girl's nature. Or maybe it's because just too handsome. I've stunned her into silence. Plus, Su Qing knew another weakness of Linciere, a soft heart and a love for animals. She liked rescuing strays. In one chapter of the book, she even founded a large shelter. She was a classic example of a cold exterior hiding a warm heart. So to win over this female lead, Su Qing had to gradually touch the softest part of her heart. Turning his head away from Linciere, he said indignantly, "Big sister, the kidnapper is so wicked for tying you up like that. I definitely won't look." His low, raspy voice was magnetic, but his choice of words made Linciere's face flush, so red it felt like it would bleed. All she let out were a few muffled nasal sounds, as if she were straining. Then came her words, "It's okay, you can look." Su Qing was stunned. "Huh? Look at what? Huh? Is this an invitation? What's her game?" Just as he straightened his face before he could turn to look at Linciere, a graceful figure stood directly before him, and the first thing that hit his eyes was those legs. So white, so long, so straight. But the next second his thoughts shifted. How the hell did she get free? Linciere tossed the rope aside, and before Su Qing could ask in surprise, she gave him the answer. It wasn't tied very tightly. Right? This girl's combat power was a full 60 points. Plus, Su Qing hadn't had the heart to tie her too tightly, seeing her delicate skin. He just never expected she could free herself so easily. Thinking of the bad impression the kidnapper had left on Linciere, Su Qing tried to defend himself, the actual kidnapper. Looking at Linciere's slender fair hands flexing her joints, he said sincerely, "The kidnapper must have had a moment of pity. Seeing how beautiful your hands are, they couldn't bear to tie them too tight. These hands look like they were made for playing the piano." Linciere followed her own fingers, her gaze trailing up to Su Qing's face. She was amused, a shallow dimple appearing by her lips. "Aren't you scared? How can you still be so glib? So smooth with words?" "Scared, yes, but..." Su Qing lowered his eyes for a moment, then looked up with a smile that was both sincere and pure. "I can't lie. Big sister, your hands are really beautiful. Calling me glib. They'll show you one day. Not bad." Linciere circled behind Su Qing, crouching to untie his knots. Her gaze fell on his slender, well-defined fingers. "Your hands aren't bad either. Thank you for the compliment, big sister." When Su Qing stood up, Linciere looked up to meet his eyes and furrowed her brow. He had been curled up on the floor earlier, making it hard to gauge his height. Now standing before her, Linciere realized this big boy was nearly a head taller than her. "TSK. You are so tall yet so timid." Su Qing thought to himself, "If I were timid, you wouldn't be in this room." But he didn't want to show any masculinity in front of Linciere. After all, he currently had none, with a combat power of 20 and missing a kidney. If he were to confront the male lead Hedon, he probably couldn't even best one of his fingers. So he had to be afraid and let this outwardly cold but inwardly warm female lead protect him. Kidney. Su Qing stood still, slowly lifting the hem of his shirt. "What are you doing?" Linciere stepped back, one hand quickly covering her eyes, the other already clenched in a defensive fist. Su Qing explained carefully, "Big sister, I don't have any bad intentions. I want to show you my wow." Perhaps it was the slight tremor in Su Qing's voice, or that the big boy before her looked utterly harmless, but she let her guard down. She slowly lowered her hand, following the direction of Su Qing's. His waist and abdomen were firm and taut, his abs perfectly defined, his skin a beautiful cool white. Yet, upon this sculpted body lay a wound as hideous as if torn by a wild beast, truly terrifying. Linciere stammered, "You. This. Big sister, I was kidnapped as a child. Someone took one of my kidneys." Su Qing lowered his eyes, a shimmer of light, like unshed tears glistening within them, as if he might cry any second. He continued, "So, big sister, can you understand why I'm so scared of being kidnapped? I remember when I was little, I was locked in a pitch-black room, pinned in a corner by some uncles and aunties. They didn't feed me for 5 days, and then the light in the room suddenly turned on. An uncle in a white coat. He didn't even give me anesthesia. He just..." The scene of Su Qing's childhood kidnapping wasn't in the book. He was making it all up on the spot with his fast-thinking brain. As Su Qing fabricated the story, he wondered about a flaw: a tiny kid having a kidney removed without anesthesia. Could they even survive? But the words were already out. He couldn't change them now. What Su Qing didn't expect was that before he even finished speaking, he felt a weight on the back of his neck. A pair of arms wrapped tightly around him. Fragrant and soft. A warm breath whispered near his ear, a voice laced with sympathy. Don't worry, big sister, will definitely get you out of here. No one will hurt you again. Tisk, what's so good about a hero saving a damsel in distress? Isn't being saved by a beauty wonderful? Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the female lead is deeply moved by the host's experience. Affection points 20. Ding, the host has successfully altered the basic plot direction. Villain points 200. Ding, the host has successfully altered the basic plot direction. Villain luck 200. A wicked grin spread across Su Qing's lips as he rested his head comfortably on Lin Sierra's fragrant shoulder. Thank you, big sister. They'll try my best to protect you too. Su Qing wondered, had they been chatting so amiably that she forgot she was in danger herself? Was it right for two strangers kidnapped to an unknown place to be hugging? Were they going to kiss next? Su Qing decided to take the initiative. Nestled in the soft, fragrant curve of Lin Sierra's neck, he asked, Big sister, do you know who brought us here? Where are we now? He felt strands of her hair brushing against his neck as if Lin Sierra was shaking her head. He heard her say, I don't know. I remember. I was feeding some cats, and then I woke up here. I was setting off fireworks at home, and I woke up here too, Su Qing echoed. Seems similar. I think this kidnapping is just for money, otherwise we wouldn't be standing here unharmed. Lin Sierra voiced her analysis, then as if a thought struck her, she looked up at Su Qing with a smile. Earlier when you first saw me, didn't you say you had delicate skin, and your family was quite wealthy? He nodded, feigning shyness. My father is Su Jinghua. You've probably seen him on TV, big sister. Our family has a bit of money. Su Qing's answer was reserved, yet straightforward. He didn't try to hide his identity at all. After all, he wasn't the kidnapper now, so why bother concealing it? Lin Sierra was taken aback. The name Su Jinghua was all too familiar. Su Jinghua of the Su family. Although they had been wealthy since her grandfather's generation, they were not considered a traditional aristocratic clan. The Su family controlled half of China's entertainment industry, brokerage and entertainment companies, talent show cultivation, and the currently booming new media sector. They held stakes in dozens of entertainment media firms, hundreds of large MCN agencies across the nation, 5 film studios, and over a dozen massive film bases. The Su and Lin families had business ties with a long-term contract with her family's security group. She had once heard her father speak of the Su family's affairs. Su Jinghua was immensely wealthy, exceptionally handsome, and a Grand Slam Best Actor. His wife was equally talented and beautiful, winning multiple Best Actress and Best Television Actress awards, a standard of stunning beauty. They had only one son, rumored to have inherited the best traits of both, truly one in a million. His name was Su Qing, a student in the performance department of Luochuan University. Same school, same department, same major as her, but a year junior. That he, like her, the only daughter of the Lin family, had been kidnapped together allowed her to guess that this young man was of no low status. Yet what she hadn't expected was that Su Qing, this young master born with a silver spoon, had not a shred of arrogance. His tone even carried a hint of innocence and obedience. He had so casually revealed his family background, showing no guard against her, nor any air of superiority. She had seen plenty of wealthy scions from Luochuan, all looking down their noses at others. But this young man was utterly different. Are you Su Qing? Lin Sierra asked. Su Qing raised his eyebrows, looking at her with surprise. Sister, you know me. Your family and mine have business dealings. Lin Sierra, a junior in the performance department at Luochuan University, so am your senior. Su Qing took Lin Sierra's extended hand and shook it. Hello, senior. I never thought that after 2 years at the same school, and with our families working together, our first meeting would be here. Lin Outyan had previously intended for Lin Sierra to get to know Su Qing, who was at the same school, saying the Su family could help with her acting career. His words even hinted at a desire for a marriage alliance between the two families. But Lin Sierra already had Li Tian in her heart, and she felt her father was only after the Su family's wealth and status. She disliked the idea, so she actively kept her distance from Su Qing, never meeting him in all those years at school. Her father also had good relations with the Li family, so he didn't press the matter. Meeting him today made her somewhat regretful. Su Qing was indeed exceptionally handsome, though a bit soft in temperament. But he was kind, gentle, and without guile. There was no need to keep him at arm's length. Befriending him to strengthen ties between the families would be nice. Lin Sierra said, it's not strange. Our class schedules are different. Let's not dwell on that. They'll go check outside, there should be guards. Stay in this room, and wait for me to return. Can you handle it alone? I'd rather come with you, sister. Su Qing blurted out, shuffling slowly to follow her steps. It's fine. No less than 3 or 5 people can get close to me. Lin Sierra scanned the storage room, picked out a golf club, and weighed it in her hand. Su Qing, hearing Lin Sierra's words, paused mid-step, and actually didn't want to go out with her. Didn't he know what was in this mansion? Probably not even a fly. He found it troublesome, truly didn't want to move. His body was genuinely weak, not pretend. but he had no choice to a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the heartwarming villain system kindly reminds the host that sharing hardships helps increase favorability. Su Qing sighed, inwardly resigned to dragging his frail body through the ordeal. Su Qing pulled out a golf club from the same spot and followed Lin Sierra toward the door. He also made sure to maintain his persona of a sunny, gentle, warm man, tugging at the fabric of Lin Sierra's clothes from behind to signal his presence. Lin Sierra looked back, and before she could speak, she saw the resolute look in Su Qing's eyes. He said, "Sister, I can't let you face danger alone." Her pupils contracted slightly, and in that moment of thought a voice sounded in Su Qing's mind. Ding, female lead Lin Sierra's favorability increased by 10 points. Oh, so easy. Lin Sierra said no. Before she could finish, Su Qing's fingers tightened on the fabric, cutting her off. "Sister, let us share the hardships. I am a man. How can I let you face danger alone?" Ding, female lead Lin Sierra's favorability increased by 10 points. Seeing his determination, Lin Sierra was deeply moved. She no longer refused the young man's goodwill. Instead, she reached out her free hand, firmly clasped Su Qing's, and gave a tight squeeze as if to lend him strength. She met Su Qing's gaze steadily. "Stay behind me, and don't run off on your own. If I get into a fight, don't jump in. I've trained in martial arts since childhood. Handling multiple opponents is no problem. Just stick close to me." Su Qing pursed his lips into an obedient smile. "Got it, sister." Lin Sierra twisted the storage room doorknob, trying both directions, but it wouldn't open. Su Qing pouted. What were those two loyal but clumsy subordinates of his thinking locking the storage room door too? Oh well, Li Tian would be here in less than 10 hours anyway. Staying put was fine, otherwise he'd have to keep acting for this young lady, which was a drain on his brain. Being alone with her in this small storage room wasn't bad. As Su Qing mused, he heard two loud bangs. Lin Sierra was swinging the golf club at the doorknob. Her pale, slender arm was taut, seemingly bursting with endless power. The sight made Su Qing click his tongue. Oh my goodness, thank heavens he had played the innocent White Lotus, otherwise those swings would have landed on him. Just thinking about it hurt. As Su Qing stood still, lost in thought, the person before him suddenly turned, raised her hand, and gave him a not too forceful push. Su Qing staggered back a few steps. "He'll knock this lock off in a couple more hits. Don't want you getting hurt, so step back," Lin Sierra said, then raised the golf club again and slammed it down hard on the lock. The storage room door wasn't thick. After several strikes from Lin Sierra, the lock finally gave way, leaving a large hole in the door panel. Su Qing watched the whole scene dumbfounded. She was incredibly strong. Su Qing followed her steps out the door. It was late at night, but the mansion was brightly lit. The two of them moved cautiously, searching both floors from bottom to top, yet not a single person was in sight. Lin Sierra initially relaxed a little, but as time passed her unease grew. It was truly baffling. Not even a guard. What were the kidnappers after? Lin Sierra's gaze fell on the windows nailed shut with iron bars, and she frowned. Are they trying to trap us here to die? When she reached the security door leading outside, her suspicion deepened. The door was locked from the outside. There was a small window beside the door, not fully sealed, with two gaps. She peered through the gaps using the outside light to look toward the main gate. The gate was even more heavily fortified with dozens of wooden beams crisscrossed and nailed into it. Not only that, but several large stones were haphazardly piled in front of the entrance. It was clear that escaping from inside the mansion was impossible. They were meant to be trapped here. Su Qing glanced at the stones and secretly applauded. He hadn't even told his two bumbling subordinates to set up those stones. They were quite clever. He couldn't be bothered to explore the mansion's internal structure with Lin Sierra. There was no way out anyway. Even with all her strength, she was a physical force, not magic. Those iron bars on the windows would need a power saw to cut through for a while. Her golf club wasn't that powerful. All he had to do now was wait for Li Tian to come and rescue them. Su Qing plopped down on the living room sofa, pulled out his phone, and idly played a match 3 game. He looked at the level displayed on the screen and clicked his tongue. This villain must have been pretty bored in his spare time, having reached over 500 levels. Su Qing's fingers slid rapidly across the screen over little squirrels, monkeys, and rabbits, matching them by color and watching them vanish from the interface. High difficulty levels were different. The timer bar at the top moved so fast that it unknowingly made Su Qing tense up. A sharp voice broke through, making his heart leap. "Why are you?" He looked up following the sound and saw Lin Sierra pointing at him with a shocked expression. He frowned. Seriously, just because he wasn't helping her search for an exit and was playing on his phone, was that so surprising? She was staring at him as if she'd seen a ghost. Su Qing explained, "Sister, we've searched every corner of this room, but there's no exit. Better conserve our strength and wait for our family to rescue us. Since the kidnappers haven't harmed us, they're probably just after money." Lin Sierra didn't respond to his words as she furrowed her brow, looking down at him from above. "No. Why do you have a phone? Why didn't you use it to call for help?" Her tone was starkly different from the gentle one before, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Crack. Su Qing hadn't really noticed this issue, instinctively pulling out his phone to pass the time. Tisk tisk, caught red-handed. Su Qing quickly composed himself, saying unhurriedly, "My phone's been in my pocket all along, but was there when I woke up." He shook the phone at Lin Sierra, pointing at the network icon. The signal in this room must be jammed. I tried calling the police, but the call couldn't go through. It hung up automatically as soon as I dialed. He hadn't actually tried, but he figured Lin Sierra wouldn't go through his call log to verify if he'd dialed the police. She wasn't his girlfriend after all. She wouldn't be so presumptuous as to check his phone, would she? Even if she were his girlfriend, that wouldn't be acceptable. A man's phone is full of secrets. How could he let someone casually browse through it? How mortifying would that be? Even on his deathbed, he'd have to wipe his phone clean. Damn. It struck him that his phone from before the transmutation still had some interesting content. Would anyone see it? Had he died over there, become a vegetable, or was he still alive and well? Never mind. Su Qing, adhering to the carefree philosophy of as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed, refocused his gaze on Lin Sierra. Lin Sierra relaxed upon hearing Su Qing's explanation. Oh, I see, she said, then smiled. You don't seem as scared now. You're even playing games. Su Qing tilted his head back, grinning. I was pretty scared at first, but since I saw you, sister, I feel much better. I don't know why. Besides, since we can't get out, if I stay tense and the bad guys come back, I'll have no energy left to fight them. Might as well take it easy for a bit. Lin Sierra pondered Su Qing's words and found them quite reasonable. The entire mansion was sealed tight with no gaps anywhere. There were no tools to cut through the iron bars, and they couldn't just punch a hole in the roof with brute force. So it was better to relax and conserve energy for a confrontation or rescue. As she thought this, she sat down beside Su Qing. Glancing at his screen, she saw a familiar game interface and the ID in the top left corner, exclaiming in surprise, "You're number 1 under heaven." Su Qing was taken aback. Number 1 under heaven. What did that ridiculous name have to do with him, this handsome guy? He looked at Lin Sierra, then at his phone screen. Having been solely focused on the game levels, he hadn't paid attention to the ID. Only when Lin Sierra said number 1 under heaven did he recall. No wonder a high IQ double-degree heir like him was playing such a childish game. This Match 3 game had a national online ranking. The original number 1 wasn't Su Qing, it was Lin Sierra. Beneath her cool exterior, she was utterly obsessed with this animal-themed Match 3 game. In the book, Su Qing had secretly admired Lin Sierra for years, so had learned all her preferences and started playing the game himself. With his exceptional gaming talent, had snatched the top national ranking from Lin Sierra and cleared over 50 more levels than her in a short time. According to the book, Su Qing had even uttered a ridiculously cringe-worthy confession, "Since I can't be with you in reality, at least I'll have you beneath me in the game." Just thinking about it made Su Qing feel social death. Could this hack author really lower the villain's IQ so much? Was this childish behavior fit for the golden opening chapters? How could anyone even read this? Not only that, but in the original plot, the first thing Su Qing did after kidnapping Lin Sierra wasn't to have his way with her or confess his long-standing love. It was to challenge her to a 2-player Match 3 game after she woke up and beat her. In the book, Lin Sierra had rolled her eyes and spat Hatui, "You idiot." Su Qing shook his head inwardly. He would never do something so stupid and chauvinistic, not even once. He had to change everyone's fixed impression of the villain. Su Qing said casually, "It's fun, just something to kill time. My cousin gave me that name. It's a bit silly. Sorry if it made you laugh, sister." Did he have a cousin? He was an only child, so of course not, he was just making it up. Lin Sierra probably wasn't going to check his family tree. But ever meticulous, after a moment's thought he added, "My cousin's already 18. I don't know how she came up with a name like that. I won't let her touch my phone again." He did recall a cousin from the book mentioned in a few passages. She was close to him, clingy since childhood, and had visited him in prison in later chapters, weeping profusely and vowing to avenge him and free him. She was something of a villainess herself. Su Qing thought it was a good idea to pin the name on his cousin. Lin Sierra and she probably had no connection. Even if they did, they wouldn't be discussing a Match 3 game ID together. Seeing Lin Sierra smile, she said softly, "No, it's not silly. It's quite cute." As she spoke, a voice echoed in Su Qing's mind. Ding. Host has successfully altered the basic plot direction. Villain points 200. Ding. Host has successfully altered the basic plot direction. Villain luck 200. Su Qing smiled. It is cute. The added luck and points were indeed cute. Lin Sierra chuckled. "I play this game often too. I used to be number 1 on the rankings. I can't believe you're the one who beat me." Su Qing lowered his head. "Sorry, sister." Lin Sierra was taken aback. He was apologizing for something like this. He was far too innocent. She instinctively raised her hand to ruffle Su Qing's hair, as if comforting a child forgetting they had only met less than 10 hours ago and had just exchanged names. When Lin Sierra's hand stroked his hair for the 3rd time, Su Qing instinctively flinched, tilting his head away from her palm, lacking the ease had shown when accepting her hug earlier. If the earlier atmosphere had been tinged with sympathy, this touch felt too intimate. That wasn't good. Of course he didn't mind intimacy. He wasn't some prude. But there was no increase in affection points. That was bad. Clearly Lin Sierra now saw him as a friend or a cute little kid. How could that be? The persona had crafted was simply a sunny, innocent young man, not a 3-year-old. No, that wouldn't do. Touching him came at a price, at least 10 affection points. The stakes were rising. Su Qing rubbed his chin thinking he needed to change his image. According to the book, Lin Sierra had always loved Li Tian, but before their engagement had kept her at arm's length, often spouting platitudes. For instance, I'm an adopted son, my status doesn't match yours. I can't hold you back, Sierra. You deserve better. TSK. Just that kind of sanctimonious nonsense. Li Tian had rejected Lin Sierra multiple times, which only made her fall deeper for him. So Su Qing decided to play hard to get with her too. A woman like Lin Sierra, cold at heart with a fighting spirit, probably enjoyed a challenge. Otherwise, since Li Tian had grown up with her and knew her so well, and she loved him, why didn't he just accept her? There must be a reason. Following the male lead's example was sure to work. Su Qing turned to Lin Sierra, locking eyes with her. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Your gesture is too intimate. It might make me misunderstand. No girl has ever touched me like this. Sister, you wouldn't be thinking of doing something to me, would you? As Su Qing spoke, he noticed Lin Sierra's ears turning visibly red. She stammered out a panicked no. Su Qing curved his lips into a smile, his eyes narrowing into a charming arc as he spoke with a calm tinged with relief. Good, I have no intention of having a girlfriend. Lin Sierra's initial head pat had truly been innocent. Her embarrassment stemmed solely from Su Qing's blunt words and her own somewhat forward behavior. But hearing Su Qing say, good, I have no intention of having a girlfriend, Lin Sierra paused, replaying his every word. What did he mean by that? Did he look down on her? What did he mean by that relieved tone? Was he giving her a heads up not to get any ideas? How could he be so narcissistic? Although Lin Sierra had a favorable impression of this young man, she only saw him as a potential friend. She didn't like him. Her boyfriend was wonderful. If she hadn't been kidnapped today, they would have already gotten engaged. Su Qing watched her face cycle through shades of pale and green, nearly laughing out loud. This proud young lady. Was she cracking? Understandable. She had no shortage of suitors. The acting department's campus belle at Luochuan University. Being friend-zoned like this couldn't sit well with her. Lin Sierra said coolly, my cousin is about your age. I usually pat his head. I mistook you for him just now. Don't misunderstand. I have a boyfriend. If I hadn't been kidnapped, would be engaged by now. Cousin. What a convenient cousin. Su Qing almost burst from suppressed glee listening to her. As a transmigrator who knew the entire story by heart, he could even recite Lin Sierra's family tree. She was the youngest in her generation. Where would she get a cousin? What an actress. Su Qing nearly believed her. He flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth looking somewhat innocent, a stark contrast to his dark suit, creating a strong sense of dissonance in his appearance. You're so lucky, sister, to be engaged to your boyfriend. I misunderstood. I haven't interacted much with girls, so I didn't realize you see me as a younger brother. He paused for a few seconds, adding with a hint of disappointment, I don't have a sister at home. It felt nice being cared for like that. Lin Sierra couldn't help but wonder. Su Qing came from a good family, was handsome, and had a pleasant personality. He must have had plenty of girls chasing him in college. Never interacted with girls. No intention of dating. Why? Were his standards too high? So high that even someone like her wasn't good enough. Lin Sierra propped her head on her hand, elbow resting on the sofa back, looking casual, like she was gossiping with a younger brother during the new year. I know quite a few girls. What type do you like? When we get out, I'll introduce you. The gentle girl next door type. The clingy type. The elegant and aloof type. Or the sultry and passionate type. A deal like that. Su Qing scratched his head thinking as he spoke. As for type. Tall, fair-skinned, pretty, not dramatic, caring, a little kind. Catching the surprise in Lin Sierra's eyes, he almost wanted to tell her no need to be shocked in describing you. But he stopped mid-sentence, his lashes lowering, a hint of melancholy on his face. Just kidding, sister. Don't bother introducing me. I have no plans to fall in love or get married. I don't intend to like anyone, and I don't want to ruin someone's life. Lin Sierra paused, then chuckled softly. How is that ruining? I think you're a good person, and your conditions are. She stopped mid-sentence, sensing something off. This young master was clearly giving her the brush-off, standard rejection talk. Why was she following his lead and complimenting him? It stung a little. Though they'd known each other briefly, she had already considered Su Qing a friend. She had no male friends, and in this peculiar situation, Su Qing had unexpectedly broken that rule. And then, he just had to embarrass her like that. A young master was still a young master with that inherent aloofness ingrained in his bones. Lin Sierra crossed her arms, casting a mocking glance at Su Qing, her tone light and teasing. True, the young master of the Su family comes from an entertainment empire. You've seen plenty of stars, big and small. Too many choices. It's only natural to be picky. With that, she uncrossed her legs and got up to leave. Su Qing watched her retreating figure. Was she angry? Sarcastic? He called out casually, where are you going, sister? As expected, she snapped back, to find tools. To get out. We can't just sit here waiting to die. She was definitely angry. Lin Sierra then rummaged through the mansion for tools, ignoring Su Qing entirely. Su Qing wasn't ready to appease her yet. After all, with cat and mouse games, the longer the tease, the harsher the actions, the better the eventual reconciliation. He had already devised a good plan. Lin Sierra was frantically searching for tools to escape while he sat back lazily doing nothing. Wouldn't that make her even angrier? A mischievous grin curled on Su Qing's lips as he headed straight for the second-floor bedroom. He lounged leisurely, falling backward onto the soft bed, sinking into its embrace. Soon he drifted off to sleep. At the Lin family estate, in the reception hall, Li Tian was at his wits' end. It had been 7 or 8 hours since the investigation into the license plate-covered van began. He was still at the Lin residence waiting for news, having stayed up all night. The night vision function of the surveillance cameras at the Lin family's entrance had been maliciously sabotaged. The only clue was the van's model from its exterior. There were at least 80,000 if not 100,000 old-style vans of that model in Luochuan City. Identifying it by model alone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now the only option was to check traffic surveillance at every intersection to trace suspicious vehicles and pinpoint the van's whereabouts. Li Tian had an extensive network and wide connections. The people he had tasked with checking traffic conditions were highly influential, and Lin Outyin had also lent him some manpower. The matter should have been straightforward. The difficulty lay in the fact that the Lin family's main residence wasn't within Luochuan City proper, but on the coast west of the city. The only road to the city had a three-way fork. The middle path led to Luochuan's main urban area, the left to Dragon City, and the right, complicated with both sea and land routes, small roads leading to Luochuan, and the sea route to Luoxi City. Jurisdictional issues plagued these areas as each road's surveillance fell under different authorities. So all they could do now was wait. Half an hour later, Li Tian's phone resting on the sofa finally rang. He snatched it up quickly. Hello, have you found Sierra's location? Good. Send me the coordinates. Send me the coordinates of every stop they made. They might have more than one hideout. Thanks, buddy. Dinner's on me next time. As night had already fallen, Li Tian decided not to disturb Lin Outyin with this news and went straight to the living room on the first floor. He called out into the room. I've found the location. Let's set off. His voice was resolute, his expression commanding. Though it was deep in the night, the large redwood sofa in the living room was filled with about a dozen people, sitting closely yet without feeling cramped. They were all dressed in black suits, sitting upright with no trace of fatigue on their faces. Yet they seemed to automatically ignore Li Tian's words. No one responded. Li Tian paused for a moment, steadied his mind, took a few steps forward, and gave a slight nod to the two men seated in the center. Brother Long Air, I've located the stopover point of the van that took Sierra. We can leave now. Mercenaries for better concealment and operations typically aren't very tall, as it would make them easy targets and reduce agility. Long E and Long Air were typical examples of this. Both stood under 1.6 meters with extremely cold faces and firm, resolute eyes, around 28 or 29 years old. In terms of build and appearance, they were the kind of people you wouldn't pick out of a crowd. But after years of serving the Lin family under Lin Outyin, they were exceptionally skilled, ruthless, sharp-witted, and second only to Lin Outyin in the Lin family security group. They also shared one trait: they looked down on Li Tian. The two had been rescued by Lin Outyin during a certain operation and were fiercely loyal to the Lin family, both being shrewd individuals. They had long observed Li Tian's decade-long obsequious attitude toward the Lin family. But unfortunately their young mistress was fond of this man, and Lin Outyin also held him in high regard. So as subordinates of the Lin family, they couldn't say much. Long E and Long Air cast a faint glance at Li Tian, stood up, and turned to the men sitting upright on the sofa, saying, "Move out." The dozen or so men quickly rose to their feet. Yes. A smile hung on Li Tian's lips, but his mood was foul. Uncle Lin had clearly given him the authority to command these men. Yet they still only took orders from Long E and Long Air, completely disregarding his words. He clenched his fists secretly. Once he married Lin Sierra and inherited the Lin family's estate, he would surely get rid of these people immediately. 4 or 5 black SUVs were parked at the Lin family's gate. The group boarded the vehicles in a grand procession and began their point-by-point search. The location data Li Tian had obtained included over a dozen points. Judging by the tracking situation, the kidnappers had excellent counter-surveillance skills, with 5 hideouts just along the intricate alleys of the forked roads. It was as if they were toying with them, leading them in circles. By the time they finished searching the forked roads near the Lin residence, over 2 hours had passed. Li Tian was anxious. So were Long E and Long Air in the back seat. Long E shot a glance at Li Tian. "Xiao Tian, don't waste any more time. Every minute longer puts the young mistress in greater danger." Li Tian looked at the tracking data in his hand and quickly said, "Brother Long, the van's next stopovers are all heading toward the south of the city. It's a straight route, very fast. They'll give you 2 more hours. If we still can't find the young mistress, it'll activate the Lin family Skynet surveillance." Li Tian replied, "All right." But in his heart he felt this was not a good thing. Once the Lin family Skynet surveillance was activated, it could pinpoint even the exact coordinates of a fly in Luochuan. That would mean Li Tian's mission would end in failure, and he wouldn't get the credit. Fortunately, the Skynet system was so powerful that it was once feared by higher authorities in Luochuan. To activate it, the entire process and all event details had to be publicly disclosed with full transparency. Li Tian was certain that Lin Aoyan hadn't activated the sky net immediately because he didn't want Lin Sierra's disappearance to become public knowledge. So even if Long E and Long Air wanted to activate it, they might not get past Lin Aoyan. The sky was beginning to lighten. After checking over a dozen invalid location points, Li Tian's group finally narrowed the last position down to the southern district. Brother Long E, Brother Long Air, there are only 2 stopover points left. Long E nodded. Good. Move out. Su Qing, who was wandering in a dream, suddenly felt a pain in his arm, as if something was tugging at him. He pushed back against the force and mumbled groggily, "Stop it, Amy. I'm sleeping." But his words carried no weight. Under that force, Su Qing was pulled up with half-closed eyes. He hovered half-sitting on the bed, his mind fuzzy and his mood terrible. But awake now, he had some awareness. The source of the force was undoubtedly Lin Sierra. "Sister," Su Qing said as he rubbed his eyes and glanced in Lin Sierra's direction. His eyes, which were barely open, suddenly shot wide. He propped himself up on his elbows and quickly scooted backward on the bed, blurting out, "Holy shit, what are you doing?" Earlier, to sleep more comfortably, Su Qing had turned off the main light in the bedroom, leaving only the soft yellow ambient lights embedded in the walls. In the dim settings, Su Qing couldn't even make out Lin Sierra's face, but he clearly saw 2 sharp, gleaming weapons. They were tightly gripped in Lin Sierra's hands. Su Qing swallowed hard, his throat dry. He was backed against the bed with nowhere to retreat. He couldn't help but regret it. They say you shouldn't provoke a woman, especially one with explosive combat skills. Su Qing thought that by giving her a polite rejection, she might just get angry and ignore him. But this, she was actually going to kill him. Su Qing waved his hands in front of him, his face showing panic. "Sister, you're my dearest sister. Let's talk this out. No violence." "You?" Lin Sierra was almost amused. She walked toward the wall and flipped the main light switch. With a crisp click, the room was flooded with brightness. Lin Sierra shook her weapons at Su Qing and said casually, "I just found a pair of scissors and a kitchen knife. Which one do you want?" Su Qing paused for a moment and pointed at himself. "Sister, are you asking me to choose a weapon for a duel with you?" Lin Sierra had studied martial arts since childhood. In Su Qing's impression, people who learn martial arts from a young age seemed to like settling things with strength. Could she be trying to beat him in that area? Seeing Lin Sierra frowning at him with a puzzled expression, Su Qing quickly waved his hand at her. "Sister, I can't beat you. You win. I surrender." With that, Su Qing symbolically picked up a pillow and shook it at Lin Sierra. Lin Sierra couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Her expression relaxed with the laughter. "What are you thinking? Do I look that violent? I mean, I found the tools. Come with me to remove the railing. I just saw that a second-floor room's window has only 4 iron bars. We should be able to get out from there." Su Qing smiled helplessly and stood up. "I'm fine with anything. Just give me one." Lin Sierra didn't hesitate and handed Su Qing the kitchen knife, which looked sharper and more suitable. The two of them walked one after the other to the room Lin Sierra had mentioned, a guest room in the luxurious mansion. The decor was simple with brownish red tones throughout 4 large white walls, and only a bed, a fabric sofa, and a small wooden wardrobe in sight. As they approached the window, Lin Sierra stopped him and pointed toward the door. "Stand by the entrance for a moment." Su Qing replied with a simple okay. This damned sense of security. Su Qing knew what Lin Sierra was about to do. The iron bars sealing the window were on the outside, and the entire pane of glass was set deep into the frame, impossible to open. After speaking, Lin Sierra raised the golf club and smashed it against the window pane. In an instant, a deafening crash echoed as shards of glass scattered across the floor, with some fragments falling outside through the window. Su Qing stood frozen at the door, witnessing it all. He never dreamed that one day he would transmigrate and become a villain, let alone have the chance to saw iron bars alongside the female lead. He glanced down at the cleaver in his hand and licked his lips. The last time he felt this speechless was the last time. As Su Qing drifted off, a clear voice rang out nearby. "Hey Su Qing, don't just stand there. I've broken the window. Come over and work. You saw the 2 bars on the left, and he'll take the 2 on the right." Su Qing walked toward the target, nodding with a resigned okay. The 2 of them began working according to Lin Sierra's plan. Su Qing wielded the cleaver, finding it fairly handy and able to apply force. But as he scraped the cleaver against the iron railing, the screeching sound sent shivers down his spine. The iron bars were firmly embedded in the wall, incredibly sturdy. After more than 10 minutes of effort, he had only managed to create a tiny nick a few millimeters deep. He glanced at his companion. Visibly compared to Su Qing's futility, Lin Sierra was faring much better. She had already found the trick, using her scissors to twist one iron bar loose from its lower end. Then, targeting the top of the bar, she applied force with her hands and pulled the entire rod out. Su Qing's eyes widened as he stared at her trophy. Damn! She unscrewed it. Using the scissors as leverage, she had left a savage mark on the iron bar through sheer strength. Not by relying on the sharp blade of the scissors. He couldn't help but give Lin Sierra a thumbs up. "You're incredible." Lin Sierra smiled at him, casually tossed the iron bar to the ground, and shook her arm. "Not bad, but it wasn't easy. It was quite tight, and I'm a bit tired." Let's take a break. He wasn't sure if she meant a break for both of them, a halftime rest, or just for herself. But given Su Qing's nature, if he could slack off he would. The moment Lin Sierra finished speaking, he plopped down onto a nearby single sofa. It was a brown fabric sofa likely filled with some granular material, soft and plush, enveloping him in comfort. He spread his arms over the armrests, having coveted this sofa ever since he started sawing the bars. The act of resting, without having done much work, left Su Qing feeling somewhat ashamed. Since his body had already committed this disgraceful behavior, he figured he'd better sweeten his words. He glanced at Lin Sierra with a sheepish smile. Sister'll put in more effort later and definitely get that bar off. Let me rest a bit first. Balance work and rest, you know. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Sierra was stretching her muscles. She looked at the masterpiece Su Qing had left on the window and frowned. She thought to herself that if the iron bar were a living thing, its wound would have healed by now. Lin Sierra turned and smiled at him. All right, young master, you just rest. I found the trick and I'll handle it myself. All right, young master, you just rest. Su Qing pouted. That smile of Lin Sierra's wasn't a real smile. It was clearly mockery, sarcasm. She was still holding a grudge. Lin Sierra didn't notice his pout and eye roll because after saying that, she strode straight toward the window to start working again. TSK. This woman's recovery ability was too strong. Had she rested for even a minute? As a self-proclaimed tough guy, how could Su Qing rest while a woman worked? Well, actually he could. But mainly, although he wanted to make her angry, he couldn't stand being mocked. Could his pride take it? He couldn't. He stood up and grabbed Lin Sierra with all his might. Lin Sierra was startled, turning to look at him, and then at the hand gently gripping her arm. She scanned Su Qing from head to toe, puzzled, and asked, "What are you doing?" "He'll do it." Lin Sierra let out a confused "huh?" Su Qing didn't answer. Instead, he physically pulled her over to the sofa, pressing her shoulders to settle her into it. His resolute gaze locked onto Lin Sierra, their eyes meeting as if he could pierce through her. Lin Sierra heard a firm, deep, low, and seductive voice tinged with a hint of allure slowly say to her, "What can I do?" "He'll work. You sit here and rest." "How can I let a woman save me?" It was a question, yet his resolute voice was sharper than any statement. Lin Sierra stared at his captivating peach blossom eyes and drifted into a daze. She had always been independent and proud, disliking anyone changing her decisions with a cold and aloof temperament. But Su Qing's actions made her feel protected. And this big boy, ever since she met him, had always seemed so gentle, giving off an impression of weakness and helplessness, as if he needed protection. He had always been obedient, following her around, calling her sister. So when Lin Sierra saw Su Qing dressed in a sharp suit, rolling up his sleeves and walking to the window, picking up the scissors to twist the iron bar with force, the stark contrast between before and after was powerful. He suddenly seemed much taller in her eyes, and Lin Sierra genuinely felt she could rely on him in this unfamiliar environment. Being protected didn't feel so bad after all. What she didn't know was that the man she was silently praising was feeling utterly miserable. As Su Qing twisted the iron bar, the corners of his mouth practically drooped outside the window. While straining, he thought, why did I have to play the hero? With this delicate skin and weak body, wouldn't it have been better to sit back and enjoy comfort? The cool breeze from outside slapped against his face, and the more Su Qing thought about it, the more he regretted it. At that moment, he desperately hoped Lin Sierra would say from behind, "Stop, let me do it." If she said that, even as a polite gesture, Su Qing would definitely accept. The next second, Su Qing's expression relaxed and his mood brightened. Not because Lin Sierra told him to rest, but because the long-lost beautiful voice echoed in his mind. Ding, female lead Lin Sierra's favorability increased by 10 points. Ding, host successfully altered the basic plot direction, villain points 300. Ding, host successfully altered the basic plot direction, villain luck 300. Ding, host successfully altered the basic plot direction, villain luck 300. With a joyful heart, Su Qing energetically twisted the iron railing for quite a while. The scissors were far more useful than the kitchen knife. Once he found the right leverage, it took him only 10 minutes to wrench one of the iron bars off. Su Qing. Hearing his name called, Su Qing paused, wondering, is she telling me to rest because I look tired? Great. He turned around and gave Lin Sierra a bright smile. Sister. Lin Sierra met his gaze, and for a moment she was completely stunned. His pupils were ink black, and under the morning sunlight a dazzling light shone from his eyes. When looked at seriously by such eyes, it felt as if one's body could not move. Her dry throat moved, and she wondered why she was feeling this way towards Su Qing. He looked so earnest, his gaze so clear and pure, his body proportions nearly perfect, and his face was so stunningly beautiful that he seemed like a work of art. Even the thin layer of sweat on his forehead made her heart flutter. Su Qing frowned, thinking, why is she staring at me? Go on and say what you were about to say. But after 2 seconds, he quickly reacted, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now their affinity had reached 50 points. 60 points meant infatuation, so this 50 meant they were more than friends, but not yet lovers, right? No wonder she was looking at him like that. Sister. Lin Sierra snapped back to reality. Are you tired? If you're tired, take a break, and he'll do it. He was only 10 points away from being loved by the heroine, so he had to put on a show at this critical moment. No need, sister. Your hands are too beautiful for this kind of work. He'll handle it. Without waiting for Lin Sierra's reply, he turned back to work. A man must lead by example and not give a woman a chance to refuse. Hearing this, Lin Sierra felt warmth in her heart. She pulled 2 tissues from the bedside and walked over to Su Qing, gently dabbing at his forehead and temples. As she wiped, she said softly, "You've worked hard." Su Qing. Her drawn-out tone seemed to carry a hint of lingering affection. He grabbed her hand that was wiping his sweat and squeezed it slightly. "I'm fine, sister. I can do it myself." The intense warmth from Su Qing's palm made Lin Sierra's heart race wildly. Her throat tightened, and she felt as if a deer was violently crashing against her heart. The two of them seemed frozen in place. Suddenly Lin Sierra's gaze flickered, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Stepping back, she stammered, "Sorry, I just saw you sweating and wanted to wipe it off. I didn't mean anything else." She's still holding a grudge. Su Qing suddenly felt that his earlier tactic of playing hard to get it failed miserably. He was so close to success, but his own previous words had ruined it all. Su Qing frowned. Oh, that. Actually, when I said I wouldn't date anyone, it's because. Before he could finish, Lin Sierra interrupted him, feigning a casual expression, but her tone was filled with disappointment and a hint of jealousy. "I know you have a girlfriend." Su Qing was stunned. In his past life, he was a single man, and in the book he only loved Lin Sierra. Where would he get a girlfriend? Lin Sierra smiled generously. "Don't hide it anymore. When I went to wake you up earlier, I heard you calling her name. Don't worry, I'm not a gossip. I won't tell anyone." "Me?" Su Qing pointed at himself. "I called a woman's name. When you called out Amy, I heard you." Lin Sierra felt uneasy. The person he told don't mess around to while half asleep must be a very close lover, likely someone he slept with. Su Qing gave an embarrassed smile. "Sister, that's my dog. Female, named Amy. To be precise, it was the dog he had before his transmigration, very lively, and often licked him while he slept." Lin Sierra. Amy, dog, female. Lin Sierra's carefully maintained composure shattered instantly. The faint smile on her lips tightened into a straight line. She felt both embarrassed and humiliated. She already had a boyfriend, and she was already feeling guilty for developing unusual feelings for Su Qing and being jealous over him. And now, after all that fuss, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. She was jealous of a dog. Su Qing couldn't see her inner turmoil, but he clearly saw her jealousy and embarrassment. It seemed his earlier tactic of playing hard to get hadn't failed, yet he could still use his original plan. Su Qing glanced out the window. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and it wouldn't be long before the male lead Li Tian arrived. Su Qing suddenly staggered toward the bed, as if losing his balance, and half collapsed onto the edge. His deliberately quickened breathing and the beads of sweat on his forehead made Su Qing look utterly miserable. Lin Sierra rushed to his side, panicked. "What's wrong? Do you have a fever?" Su Qing lifted his head weakly and looked at her. His eyes were clouded with pain, and he gave a helpless faint smile. "I'm fine, sister." Lin Sierra crouched beside him, her voice alarmed. "How is this fine? We have to get out of here and go to the hospital immediately." Seeing Su Qing like this, Lin Sierra was frantic, a fire burning in her heart. She had to open that exit right away and get Su Qing to the hospital. Su Qing grabbed her arm, stopping her, and looked at her calmly. "Don't rush, sister. It's an old problem. As you know, I'm not a healthy person. Missing a kidney makes me weaker than most. I usually need injections of human albumin, so it's really nothing. Don't worry, you'll be fine after resting for a bit." Su Qing lowered his lashes, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "So now you understand, sister. I can't afford to like anyone, nor can I let anyone entrust their life to me. I don't even know how long I have to live. Wouldn't that just ruin someone's entire life?" Lin Sierra frowned deeply, her throat constricted, and she couldn't utter a single word for a long time, unsure how to comfort this big boy before her. He had suffered an unfortunate childhood, been kidnapped, and left physically incomplete. Despite being dealt such a cruel fate that should have robbed him of a brilliant life, he neither blamed the injustice nor worried excessively. Instead, he remained so kind. Lin Sierra's heart surged within her, not only with sympathy, but also with a deeper sense of admiration and a burgeoning affection that grew like lush spring plants. She instinctively gave him a big hug. "Don't say that about yourself. I won't allow you to speak of yourself that way." Su Qing rested his head on her shoulder, a sly grin spreading across his face as he heard the long-awaited chime. Ding heroine's affinity increased by 20 points, now surpassing infatuation. Ding host successfully altered the basic plotline. Villain points increased by 1,000. Ding host successfully altered the basic plotline. Villain's fortune increased by 1,000. Su Qing rested his hand upon Lin Sierra's shoulder, bracing himself to rise. His voice trembled and floated weakly, utterly devoid of strength as he stammered. "Thank you, elder sister, for comforting me. I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." Yet his long, elegant fingers wavered limply, and his entire body seemed beyond his control. Suddenly he staggered backward, toppling unsteadily, and dragged Lin Sierra down with him onto the bed. Caught off guard, she found herself pressed flush against him, their lips meeting in an unexpected breathless kiss. She froze eyes wide with shock, utterly disoriented as she gazed at Su Qing, overwhelmed by the fervent warmth and supple softness of his lips. Yet what met her gaze was not open eyes, but two tightly closed ones, their lashes trembling faintly, brows knotted in weary anguish. Lin Sierra stood frozen for several seconds before hastily sitting up, dazed and disbelieving this had been her first kiss. Her rational mind insisted she should have pushed him away instantly and reprimanded him sternly, regardless of whether his action had been deliberate or accidental. Yet her heart refused to lash out at this young man. In fact, she even felt just then a quiet fluttering hope that Su Qing had been conscious, fully aware, choosing to kiss her, drawing her close, gazing at her with sincerity, and deepening that fleeting tender kiss. Only a muffled, groggy murmur jolted Lin Sierra back to reality. Su Qing's voice was barely audible. Leaning closer, she bent her ear toward him, only to feel warm, husky breath curling softly into her ear, carrying low, resonant words. What is this so soft? Then came a few drowsy, smacking sounds, utterly unconscious, with their bodies already poised in such intimate proximity, and now those words slipping from his lips. Lin Sierra's face burned crimson, nearly feverish. Mortified beyond measure, she jerked backward instinctively, stammering, "No, I don't know." Su Qing lay propped on the bed, half-lidded, eyes flicking lazily toward her. TCH. That flustered, bashful little expression, shy, shimmering, evasive, how unexpectedly charming. Far more endearing than the cold, aloof persona described in the book. He lifted his eyelids halfway, cleared his throat, and said, "Elder sister, I feel terribly weak. Could you please prepare something for me to eat? I saw some noodles in the kitchen earlier. Would you make me a bowl?" Lin Sierra nodded. "Of course. I'll rest you here and bring it to you shortly." "Thank you, elder sister." She stepped out the door, her footsteps fading into the distance. Su Qing sat upright on the edge of the bed, gazed out the window, and a sly, knowing smile curved his lips. He pulled out his phone, checking the screen. The mail lead would arrive at the scene in 20 minutes. Meanwhile, inside a black SUV cruising along South City Avenue, Li Tian frowned deeply, eyes fixed on the GPS, a bright red beacon pulsing steadily on the map. The van's final known location lay somewhere in the southern suburban outskirts. "This is the last stop." Long Air shot him an impatient glance. "Yes, the last one." He delivered Li Tian's ultimatum with quiet finality. Guided by Li Tian's coordinates, the team drove down a narrow, desolate road, barren on both sides, isolated and remote, far from any village or town. And yet, precisely here amid the wasteland stood a small villa quietly perched upon an otherwise empty lot. Li Tian possessed exceptional vision, both eyes rated 5.3. The villa appeared in his sight, simple European-style architecture, unrefined and neglected, its facade overgrown with creeping vines, walls cracked and crumbling with age. And every visible window bore iron bars bolted firmly across its frame. While barred windows for security were unremarkable, the entrance posed a chilling anomaly. Massive stones blocked the doorway, wedged tightly against thick wooden beams that sealed it shut. Humph! A wry inward laugh stirred in Li Tian's chest. Had the kidnapper truly lost all sense to mark the abduction site, so blatantly sealing every exterior access point? Just as he prepared to order his men to breach the door, a sharper thought struck him. Why would a kidnapper stage such an obvious self-incriminating trap? Li Tian spoke gravely. "Brother Long Air. This may be a ruse." Calm and methodical, Li Tian rarely acted in haste, and Long Air respected precisely that composure. Long E nodded. "You're right, it's highly suspicious. We don't know how many are inside, or what weapons they wield. The villa might have a rear exit. Let's avoid alerting them prematurely." Li Tian studied the building's exterior, intently searching for weakness. His brow furrowed, then suddenly sharpened as his gaze locked onto a second-floor window. Pointing toward it, he said to Long Air, "That window's outer grille has been forcibly damaged, and the glass shattered from within. It must be Sierra. She attempted escape." Li Tian knew Lin Sierra's formidable physical prowess and combat training well. If that partially breached window truly bore her mark, it meant she could dismantle the remaining iron rods entirely. This place could not hold her. Moreover, it implied she remained unbound, neither restrained nor tied. Yet a swift glance revealed the room empty, only darkness lingering within. Thus two possibilities emerged in Li Tian's mind. First, Lin Sierra could have escaped, but chose not to. This, however, was implausible. Second, a grim suspicion flashed through Li Tian's thoughts. She had been discovered mid-escape, captured while trying to flee that very room. A woman who could fend off 3 or 5 assailants barehanded. What strength, what numbers must her captors possess? Or perhaps they carried firearms. Her radiant youth, pristine virtue, and exquisite beauty. What horrors might they inflict upon her? Though Li Tian had long viewed Lin Sierra as a stepping stone to advancement, genuine affection for her did exist. He remembered the girl who'd always trailed beside him, calling him Brother Li Tian, vowing fiercely, "I'll marry no one but you." Now she might be suffering unspeakable torment just beyond that villa wall, and a dull ache throbbed deep in his chest. A feral roar surged through his veins, urging him to storm in and rescue her immediately. But then, his elder brother Li Sheng, the legitimate heir of the Li family. If the reclusive physician the Li family had secured truly cured him, Lin Outyin, the power-hungry, status-obsessed patriarch, might well rescind his promise to wed Lin Xier to Li Tian regardless of her unwavering devotion or lifelong vow. Just then a phone rang nearby. Li Tian glanced at the device clenched tightly in his hand. Not his own, but Long Yi's. Long Yi checked the caller ID and answered swiftly. Hello, Patriarch. We've located the van's final signal. The young mistress is almost certainly inside. We're preparing to move in and extract her. Yes, Patriarch. I'll dispatch personnel immediately to locate the eldest son of the Su family. Understood, Patriarch. Upon hearing the address of family head and the respectful tone, Li Tian knew the caller was Lin Outyin. Yet unaware of the conversation's content, he looked at Long Yi, who had just hung up with curiosity in his eyes, but refrained from asking. Long Yi met Li Tian's puzzled expression, not ignoring him. Having pinpointed the location so swiftly, Long Yi had grown somewhat fond of Li Tian. The family head just said that Su Qing, the only son of the Su family, went missing last night while setting off fireworks at home. A ransom call came yesterday similar to Miss situation. The kidnappers threatened to kill if the police were involved, so Su Jinghua sought the family head's help. Li Tian nodded. I see, Brother Long Yi. He wasn't surprised that Su Jinghua had turned to Lin Outyin for assistance. The Su family commanded vast business empires with numerous celebrities and large-scale events under their wing. As the old saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, so for protection the Su and Lin families had long-term cooperation, with the Lin family providing security personnel for years. In earlier years, Su Jinghua had intended to assign several bodyguards to accompany Su Qing. However, Su Qing was rumored to be aloof, solitary, and averse to socializing, so Su Jinghua abandoned the idea. As Long Yi spoke, he opened the chat with Lin Outyin, saved the sent photo, forwarded it to another contact, and typed a line of text. Li Tian stared at the young man in the photo, sensing a vague familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The man's peach blossom eyes were exceptionally striking, yet his chiseled features were far from effeminate. Appearing around his own age, Li Tian knew this was Su Qing, the sole heir of the Su family, which controlled most of the entertainment industry in China. Such looks, such lineage. Li Tian felt a hint of enmity toward this man he only vaguely recognized, but had never met. He was kidnapped too, and in a situation similar to Sierra's. Ahem. Long Yi cleared his throat and patted Li Tian's shoulder. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Li Tian snapped back to reality, opened the car door, and stepped out. Long Yi lifted the trunk, revealing an array of weapons. Knives, baseball bats, various firearms, all neatly arranged. Li Tian, pick one that suits you. As he spoke, Long Yi tucked a pistol into his waistband. Long Air meanwhile pulled out an AK and slung it over his shoulder. His short stature made the sight comical, but his icy glare and fierce demeanor sent chills down anyone's spine. While Li Tian selected his weapon, Long Yi waved his hand toward 3 black SUVs parked behind. Within seconds, men swiftly disembarked, fully equipped. 9 of them formed a neat line with disciplined speed. Brother Long Yi, Brother Long Air. Long Yi addressed the man with a square face at the center of the line. Did she grab the grappling hooks and pliers? Yes, Did she replied. As Did she turned, Long Yi added, did you bring the folding ladder? Did she turned back. Yes, Brother Long. Bring it too. After a pause, he added, rope, the thickest hemp rope. Each of you take a bundle. Long Yi and Long Air's positions as Lin Aotian's trusted confidants were earned not just through skill, but through unwavering loyalty and shared honor with the Lin family. Those damned kidnappers dared to target the Lin family. Long Yi would repay them tenfold. He would tie them up, torture them, and then hand them over to the authorities. The group of men in black made too conspicuous a scene. Worried about potential spies in the villa's shadows, Li Tian discussed it with Long Yi and Long Air. After coordinating with his men, Long Yi led Li Tian and Did she forward first. The rest were to follow 5 minutes later. Their tools were military-grade, and with their strength, Long Yi twisted open several iron bars in a few moves, climbed the ladder, and flipped into the house. He landed softly, crouching low to scan the surroundings. The room was empty. Without a sound, he half-rose, mouthed a signal at the window, and gestured for the other 3 to enter. The trio, well-trained from daily drills, filed in one after another. Of course, as Li Tian tiptoed, nervously surveying the surroundings, he had yet to realize that his assumption, Lin Xier would never willingly stay in that house, was unfolding precisely on the first floor of this very villa. Su Qing waited until Lin Xier had gone downstairs for a while before heading down himself. He had to play the part convincingly. Though his frail constitution was real, it wasn't severe enough to cause fainting. It was all an act. Su Qing stood on the stairs, fixing his gaze on Lin Xier's retreating figure. He knew Lin Xier could cook. The book had mentioned it, and she was quite good at it. But she hadn't learned during the story's crucial opening chapters. She only picked up cooking after marrying Li Tian in the narrative. Su Qing smirked. What a harmonious couple, a dutiful wife making soup. He watched Lin Sierra's movements, her delicate hands clumsily yet earnestly handling the ingredients. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Su Qing wasn't hungry. He had crossed over after a full Lantern Festival reunion dinner. How could he be hungry? He had deliberately instructed his men to leave ingredients in the kitchen, all to make Lin Sierra cook for him. This wasn't just about preventing her from offering her first culinary experience to Li Tian. In the book's pivotal opening chapters there was a scene where he, the great romantic fool, feared his cold and proud beloved would go hungry without decent food. He personally prepared a lavish feast, blowing on the steaming dishes to cool them, before feeding her, his hands trembling as he did so. Su Qing had truly embodied the saying, afraid to hold her too tight for fear of breaking her. Yet the food he had labored over for hours was spat back in his face mouthful by mouthful. As a transmigrator, Su Qing fully possessed the original character's soul and memories without merging with the villain's mindset. Thus, he couldn't fully empathize, but he was more than willing to help the book's antagonist reclaim that lost dignity and spurned affection in a different way. It pleased him because it was interesting. He relished all things amusing, including winning over the difficult heroine before him. Moreover, altering the plotline came with rewards. The anticipated voice chimed in his ears. Ding host successfully altered the basic storyline. Villain points 300. Ding host successfully altered the basic storyline. Villain luck 300. Su Qing's footsteps slowly descended the stairs, the sound reaching Lin Sierra's ears. She turned her head, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Didn't I tell you to rest in the room? Why are you down here? Su Qing walked toward Lin Sierra, speaking weakly. I felt a bit better, so I came down. Su Qing glanced at the unevenly chopped cabbage leaves on the cutting board and the boiling noodles in the pot, asking knowingly, what are you making, sister? Well, I've never actually cooked before. Lin Sierra gave an embarrassed smile, pointing at the cabbage on the board. I wanted to add some garnishes to the noodles. Su Qing took 2 more steps closer to Lin Sierra, narrowing the already short distance between them to less than a meter. He said as he walked, thank you, sister. I know how to cook, I'm quite good at it. How about I help you? Lin Sierra slightly turned her face away, about to say no need. But before Su Qing could finish his sentence, and before Lin Sierra could utter her refusal, she felt a heavy weight pressed down on her shoulders, and a pair of slender, beautiful hands tightly wrapped around her waist. The hands were somewhat forceful, making Lin Sierra feel as if Su Qing was trying to embed her into his body. This sudden movement left her stunned. Su Qing was holding her, embracing her tightly from behind, as intimate as lovers. Like that unexpected kiss earlier. Lin Sierra didn't know how she should react, nor what Su Qing meant by this. She tilted her head to look at Su Qing's handsome face, so close to her shoulder, his brows furrowed with a hint of strange pain, and she instantly understood. Just as she was about to help Su Qing rest aside, his eyelids slowly lifted, and a warm current gently flowed near her ear. With pain and helplessness, he leaned on Lin Sierra's shoulder, looking at her reddened ear tips, as he spoke slowly. Sister, I really wanted to help you, but alas, this body of mine is so uncooperative. I'm sore. Sister. Lin Sierra didn't let Su Qing continue belittling himself. They say a woman's heart is made of water, and she began to feel even more pity for this man. Lin Sierra turned around, wrapped one arm around his waist, lifted Su Qing's arm, and draped it over her shoulder. She said earnestly, don't say such discouraging words. Go rest for a while first, then have something to eat. They'll take you out, find you the best doctors, and find a match. She supported Su Qing and slowly walked toward the sofa. Though she was not weak, Su Qing was a man of about 1.89 meters and 140 to 150 gene, bearing all his weight on Lin Sierra, making the journey not easy. She settled Su Qing on the sofa. Su Qing slightly opened one eye, peering at Lin Sierra. He looked utterly pitiful as he began to finish the sentimental words he hadn't completed. He stammered, I'm sore. Sis. Turim. Too useless holding you back. Otherwise you would have gotten out already. Su Qing's words were not wrong. Although Lin Sierra was kind-hearted, she was not a saint by nature. She knew deep down that if the person kidnapped with her today and lying here were not Su Qing, she would have hesitated without a second thought at the half-open exit that promised escape. She might have called the police to rescue others after getting out. But without knowing what dangers the future might hold, she would never place herself and a stranger in such a perilous position. Not to mention cooking for someone or offering comfort. Before today, Lin Sierra couldn't even imagine herself doing such things. Of course, part of the reason she stayed was Su Qing's identity. The Su family had a deep friendship with hers. But a larger part was the undeniable fact she tried to suppress this man time and again stirred her heart. She tightly gripped Su Qing's hand, her brows furrowed deeply, and said with utmost seriousness and determination, Su Qing, don't say that. Suffering misfortune isn't your fault. Once we get out, I'll find you the best hospital and a suitable match. Lin Sierra thought for a moment. Given the Su family's connections and resources, if there were a suitable match, wouldn't it have been found by now? She lowered her head in thought, then lifted it again to meet Su Qing's face. I want to tell you something, but you must promise not to tell anyone, including your parents. Su Qing nodded weakly. Go ahead, sister. My lips are sealed. He thought to himself, you've tasted them, you should know. Lin Sierra nodded and said, my family actually has some connections overseas. They'll ask my father to contact them, and we'll definitely find a suitable kidney match for you. It won't take long, you'll get better. Trust me. The word definitely was emphasized by Lin Sierra, clear and forceful, as if she were trying to instill confidence and strength in Su Qing. Her words filled Su Qing with pleasant surprise. The Lin family's success wasn't just due to their domestic industries in China, their overseas industrial chain was also vast. But according to what he knew from the book, this was a secret. Within the Lin family, only Lin Outyin, his wife Lu Yin, Lin Sierra, and Lin Aotian's trusted aides Long Yi and Long Er knew. Of course, Li Tian, who had grown up with Lin Sierra for over a decade, also knew a little. Su Qing never expected Lin Sierra to tell him someone she had just met less than half a day ago about this. The Lin family's overseas business was practically gray industry. Was she really not afraid he would spill it? A 70-point favorability rating was no joke. Su Qing squeezed Lin Sierra's hand back with force. He asked knowingly, sister, why do you trust me so much? Why are you so good to me? His brows were furrowed, his expression full of confusion. His acting was practically award-worthy. Lin Sierra paused, pulled her hand away, stood up, and turned her back to Su Qing as she walked toward the kitchen. Su Qing heard her voice drift through the air. No particular reason. I find you trustworthy. If I trust, I just trust. Su Qing curled up on the sofa, his head resting uncomfortably against the armrest. Just as he was about to shift positions, he saw Lin Sierra, who had been walking away, turn back. She was holding a bottle of mineral water. He watched as Lin Sierra opened the cap and handed it to him. I just found this in the fridge, but it's new and should be fine. You haven't had water all day. Drink some first, the noodles will be ready soon. Committed to playing his role thoroughly, Su Qing propped himself up on the sofa and struggled to sit up. His weak body nearly collapsed again, but Lin Sierra gave him a hand, and he managed to sit up. He leaned against the sofa back, took a few sips of water, squinted, and smiled at Lin Sierra. Thank you, sister. You've worked hard. Lin Sierra said softly, it's no trouble. You sit tight, he'll go check on the noodles. As she emerged from the kitchen, she carried a bowl of steaming noodles adorned with a few scattered greens, as if meticulously garnished. Its presentation was rather commendable. Su Qing couldn't help but marvel. Lin Sierra was truly a woman of many talents, striking in appearance, graceful in figure, adept in both literary and martial pursuits, and blessed with an illustrious family background. In the past, Li Tian had certainly been fortunate to have her. But now that he was here, this first chance to savor Lin Sierra's cooking had nothing to do with Li Tian anymore. Lin Sierra placed the noodles on the coffee table before Su Qing. Try it. It's my first time cooking. Might not taste very good. Su Qing took the chopsticks, squinting as he smiled at Lin Sierra. Everything sister makes is delicious. With that, he lowered his head, picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it gently, and brought it to his lips. The moment that bite entered his mouth, Su Qing felt as though his taste buds had been blasted apart by fireworks on the 15th day of the first lunar month. The flavor was laden with at least 5 spoonfuls of salt, accompanied by a heavy, pungent oiliness, while the few greens carried a metallic, rusty taste. Su Qing glanced toward the kitchen counter. Damn! The knife Lin Sierra had just used in the kitchen was the very one he had wielded while sawing at the iron railing on the second floor. Su Qing furrowed his brows, nearly retching. Would eating this stuff poison him? Lin Sierra, observing his expression, frowned, and asked cautiously, is it really that bad? In the next instant, Su Qing's face relaxed, and he looked up at her with a smile. It's delicious, sister, just too hot. He'll wait until it cools down a bit. Freshly cooked noodles are bound to be hot. You can blow on them before. Before Lin Sierra could finish, Su Qing immediately set down the chopsticks without a moment's hesitation. His movements were so swift that Su Qing felt he had no talent for deception. He simply wasn't cut out for hypocrisy. It was too awful. He feared he might vomit all over Lin Sierra's face at any moment. Su Qing deeply sensed something was amiss. Could it be that because he had altered the storyline, Lin Sierra's culinary talent had also changed? He recalled that in the original plot, after Lin Sierra married Li Tian, she prepared breakfast for him the next morning. It was her first time cooking. The original text described it thus: Li Tian picked up a delicate caramel-colored pastry and slowly brought it to his lips, lifting his head to smile at Lin Sierra. Sierra, you're amazing. To cook so well on your first try. Marrying you is a blessing I've earned over 3 lifetimes. With that, he quickly devoured the entire plate of osmanthus cakes. Su Qing felt that Lin Sierra's extraordinary culinary talent was indeed as described. There was no mistake. The book's descriptions were meticulous, including the vibrant colors of the dishes and the exquisite plating, and Li Tian had eaten with great relish. Su Qing wasn't fixated on the taste of this meal, rather. He feared that his alteration of the plot had changed Lin Sierra's culinary talent. His physical stamina was abysmal, and he was delicate and pampered. He had been relying on the original plot hints to turn the tide. If altering the storyline changed the abilities of the characters, he would be at a severe disadvantage. He mentally summoned the system and asked, is it because I changed the plot that Lin Sierra's personal abilities have also changed? Response to host: the original text described caramel-colored osmanthus cakes. As everyone knows, osmanthus cakes are white. And A man's mouth is a deceptive ghost. Host, didn't you just praise the female lead a moment ago? Su Qing was left speechless. In this otherwise straightforward urban power fantasy, the hack author had planted foreshadowing. If he had known it would be this awful, he would have left this blessing for Li Tian. Snapping back to reality, Su Qing found the scene before him somewhat uplifting. Who? Lin Sierra was crouched by his leg, facing the bowl of noodles. She picked up the chopsticks and carefully blew on each strand, trying to cool the steaming broth. Though it was barely edible, the gesture warmed Su Qing's heart. Who? Lin Sierra blew on the soup a few more times, then turned to Su Qing. It's not hot now, you can eat. Su Qing was about to sit up, but after glancing at the wall clock on the first floor, he slumped weakly back against the sofa cushions. It was time. The male lead would arrive at the battlefield in 2 minutes. Showing him a scene of eating noodles wouldn't be damaging enough. Sister, I feel weak. No strength to eat. Lin Sierra frowned, looking at him with deep concern. If you're weak, you need to eat something, or you'll only get weaker. Su Qing looked at Lin Sierra with pleading eyes, embarrassed. Sister, I can't get up. I want to lie down. Could you feed me? Lin Sierra cut him off decisively. Then I'll feed you. She picked up the bowl, lifted a strand of noodles with the chopsticks, brought it close to Su Qing's lips, and said softly, I've already blown on it. It's cool. Eat. Su Qing was stunned. Huh. This Lin Sierra was quite perceptive. She had stolen his line. Su Qing pursed his lips. Then I'll trouble you, sister. Lin Sierra moved the chopsticks closer to his mouth. Don't be polite, just eat. Su Qing leaned back on the sofa, taking one mouthful after another of the noodles. Lin Sierra fed him, his expression resigned as he stared toward the entrance. Li Tian, can you hurry up? If you don't come soon, you'll be poisoned to death by your fiancé. At that moment, Li Tian, whom Su Qing was inwardly calling out to, had just finished a thorough room search of the second floor of the villa with his men. Li Tian pointed toward the stairs leading to the first floor. In a low voice, he said to Long Yi and Long Er, no one on the second floor. They must be downstairs. The 9 men under his command were all well-trained security personnel, moving with agility and stealth. Long Yi gestured with his hand, and they formed an orderly line, their footsteps nearly silent. Long Yi pointed to a few men on the left side of the column. You 3 wait 3 minutes before coming down. Well, scout ahead first. Then he addressed those on the right. Grab your weapons and follow us down. As they descended the stairs, Long Er, carrying an AK, his firepower being the heaviest, took the lead. Long Yi, seasoned in combat, stood second. Behind them, Li Tian took the third position. The group tiptoed down the staircase. To the right of the stairs stood a massive, opaque screen. From the stairs, they could only see the left side of the first floor, which was empty. It housed the kitchen and dining area. Li Tian glanced toward the kitchen and noticed signs of use. There were a few scattered greens on the cutting board, and some noodles remained in the pot on the stove. He knew that the only possible hiding place left in the villa was behind that screen. Li Tian's heart leaped into his throat. Sierra, she must be somewhere behind that screen. But why was there no sound? Had he arrived too late, and they had already moved? The first to step off the stairs and clear the obstructing screen were Long Er, followed by Long Yi. They cautiously peered around the screen to observe the situation on the other side. But after Long Yi and Long Er took a look, Li Tian noticed a flicker of confusion and bewilderment on their faces, a stark contrast to their usual cold, fierce demeanor. Li Tian was about to lean in to see what scene could elicit such expressions from 2 seasoned mercenaries. But as he stepped down one stair, Long Yi blocked him. Cough, there aren't many people. Wait up here, we'll handle it. Misses, they're safe and sound. Li Tian was shrewd and meticulous. Long Yi and Long Er usually treated him with impatience, their words laced with coldness, even when speaking politely. Yet Long Yi's tone now carried a hint of appeasement, unlike his usual demeanor. Moreover, since she was safe, why urge him to leave first? There must be something behind the screen that Long Yi didn't want him to see. The longer he waited, the more anxious he grew. When Lin Sierra wasn't so close, when danger hadn't yet arrived, Li Tian's steady mind could still weigh the pros and cons. But in the face of crisis, one's heart becomes clearer and purer. At this moment, status, wealth, and marriage alliances were all cast aside in Li Tian's mind. His heart and eyes now held only the girl he had grown up with for over a decade, the one who called him sweetly brother and vowed to hold his hand and grow old with him. Li Tian now had but one thought, one belief. No matter what Sierra had endured, the one to comfort her, care for her, cherish her from now on, and take her home, that person would surely be him. Because Li Tian knew that in her most helpless moments, Lin Sierra must have silently cried out for him. The calm and restrained Li Tian excelled at forbearance. He had never contradicted Long Yi, but at this very moment his heart churned, as if a wild beast was relentlessly battering at his chest. He suddenly knocked aside Long Yi's hand that blocked his way, his eyes fierce and bloodshot. From his throat came a voice he had barely restrained from roaring. He stared fixedly at Long Yi. Brother Long, don't stop me. I must take Sierra home myself. Li Tian sidestepped, descended the stairs, and peered through the gap between the screen and the first floor. Countless possible scenarios flashed through his mind. But as he looked, he was struck dumb as if by a thunderbolt. The fiancée he believed was suffering inhuman treatment. The fiancée he thought had struggled to save herself, but was restrained. The scenario he deemed utterly impossible was unfolding before his very eyes. After his inner turmoil, the girl he wholeheartedly wanted to rescue was crouching there leisurely. He stared blankly at her back. Her slender waist and graceful figure were clad in the same pure white gown she wore at their engagement banquet. She was crouching beside the leg of a man in suit trousers whose legs were crossed with one dangling lazily in the air. The posture was so ambiguous. It seemed like. Li Tian stared in shock, his body frozen, as if paralyzed. Fortunately, Lin Sierra moved the next moment. Her slender fair arms reached out to hold a porcelain bowl, while her other hand, as smooth as a peeled egg, held chopsticks, picking up noodles and bringing them toward the man before her. The gesture clearly showed she was feeding someone. Li Tian's heart was a mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to rage at Lin Sierra tenderly caring for another man, or to be relieved that the two weren't engaged in anything improper. Relieved that Lin Sierra hadn't suffered inhuman treatment. But her posture, her gentle and meticulous movements, seemed voluntary. No, impossible. No, absolutely impossible. His fiancée must be coerced. The man before her was controlling her, perhaps with countless eyes watching from unseen places. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who was eating noodles, heard a voice in his mind. Ding. Host successfully strikes down male, lead Li Tian. Villainous luck, 200. Ding. Host successfully strikes down male, lead Li Tian. Villain points, 200. He glanced toward the door, puzzled. Li Tian hadn't arrived yet. How had he struck him down? Behind the screen, Li Tian felt a beast breaking free from its cage within him. He snatched the gun from Long Air's hand, raised it, and strode toward the pair, shouting, "Let her go." At the stairs, Long E and Long Air exchanged bewildered glances. Long E said, "Is there a robber on the first floor? Why is he going out with a gun?" Long Air replied, "No one else is there, just the young lady and young Master Su. He's probably furious seeing them so lovey-dovey." Long E nodded. Li Tian must be blinded by anger. Seeing him like that, he truly cares for the young lady. Honestly, after this, I've changed my view of him a bit. Long Air pursed his lips. He'll vote for young Master Su. I've never seen the young lady wait on anyone like that. Maybe they fell for each other at first sight. The clan head probably prefers Su's legitimate son as a son-in-law. Long E punched him. Always disagreeing with me. Something's off. They were kidnapped together, yet there's no guard. Long Air pushed him from behind. Brother, deal with the immediate problem. If Li Tian kills young Master Su, the clan head can't explain it to the Su family. Let her go. The loud shout shattered the quiet atmosphere on the villa's first floor. Su Qing and Lin Sierra were both startled. Li Tian's voice wasn't as gentle as usual, and she didn't immediately recognize it as his. She turned with a wary gaze, her brow slightly furrowed. Su Qing looked at the tall, handsome man with starry eyes and knew he must be the male lead Li Tian. But he was astonished. According to the original text, Li Tian should have entered through the main door, gone to the bedroom scene. Su Qing and Lin Sierra disheveled on the bed and shouted, "Let her go." Why hadn't the lines changed, but the entrance location was altered? Ding. Host changes plot, male leads entrance position. Villainous luck, 200. Ding. Host changes plot, male leads entrance position. Villain points, 200. Su Qing instantly understood. The unlocked door in the original text had been sealed by him, so Li Tian had to find another way in. A glint of cunning flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Finally, he could confront the male lead hidden. He used his mind to activate basic inside eye and opened Li Tian's character panel. Character Li Tian. Age 21. Looks 99. Note full score is 100. Combat power 150. Note passing line is 60. Male lead's current luck value 18500. Note initial luck value of male lead is 2000, who decreases due to luck gained by the villain. Female lead's affection 90. Cheat ability Fist of Vajra. Su Qing clicked his tongue in astonishment. The towering combat prowess, the diminished fortune value he had altered by changing the plot, still amounting to tens of thousands. And the blazing affinity between Li Tian and the female lead Lin Sierra ready to ignite like thunder and fire. He then glanced at his own villainous fortune and villain points. Well, what was the point of fighting? Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Sierra. At this moment, this woman was his only leverage to contend with Li Tian. He noticed that her previously wary expression gradually softened as her eyes met Li Tian's, a mix of surprise and delight spreading across her face. Lin Sierra moved to rise with such haste, as if she would sprint to Li Tian's side in the next instant. How could this be allowed? After a few seconds of deliberation, Su Qing swiftly stood up, draped his arm over Lin Sierra's shoulders, and without explanation pulled her into his embrace. He pressed her head firmly against his chest, as if shielding her from external threats. His eyes, usually charming and flirtatious, now fixed on Li Tian, who was brandishing a gun. When devoid of warmth, those eyes exuded a bone-chilling coldness. His voice was calm, carrying an undeniable tone. "If you want to do something, come at me. Don't touch her." Lin Sierra struggled to lift her head, trying to break free from Su Qing's protective grip. "He's not a kidnapper." But before she could finish, Su Qing pressed her head back against his chest, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear. Don't be afraid, sister. Even if I die, I'll keep you safe. At this sight, Li Tian watched the two locked in an embrace, as if bound by life and death. His gaze met Su Qing's provocative expression, and rage blazed within him. The fury in his heart nearly consumed all reason. His sole thought was to kill the man before him. He raised his gun, aiming to fire. But, though Li Tian possessed extraordinary combat skills, and the golden finger of the diamond fist, his abilities were all physical. He knew how to shoot, but lacked precision, having never practiced on a living target. It wasn't that he feared killing. Rather, the man before him, while feigning protection of Lin Xier, held her entire body in front of him, using her as a complete shield. He was using his Xier as a human shield, utterly despicable. Li Tian couldn't guarantee that his bullet would strike that head without harming Lin Xier. As he hesitated, gun aimed at Su Qing's head, Long Yi and Long Er approached with their men. Long Yi grabbed Li Tian's hand, wresting the gun away, and warned that young Master Su, not a kidnapper. If you harm him, you'll bring disaster to both the Li and Lin families. Didn't you see young Master Su's photo? How could you? Li Tian, consumed by rage, had forgotten all about young Master Su. Only after Long Yi's reminder did he realize that the pretentious man before him was also a kidnapping victim. He was the man of excellent family and looks whom he had felt hostility toward just from a photo. And now he was holding his fiancée. Li Tian steadied his chaotic mind and explained to Long Yi, he looks different from his photo. I didn't recognize him. Over at Su Qing's side, Long Er approached with several men. He nodded slightly. Miss young Master Su. Su Qing scanned the dozen or so newcomers in the room, then fixed his gaze on Long Er, his voice tinged with caution and surprise. Are you from the Lin family? Long Er replied, yes, young Master Su. Your father also had the family head search for your location. It seems you and Miss were confined together. Hearing this, Su Qing finally released Lin Xier from his embrace. Su Qing let out a sigh of relief, offering a gentle smile. I see. I thought you were our kidnappers. He added with some confusion. Strangely enough, from start to finish, only Sister Xier and I were in this villa. Initially, we were tied up in a small storage room. When we got out, we found no kidnappers, and the house was sealed tight. The kidnappers must have a grudge against both our families, intending to trap us here to die. As he spoke, Su Qing suddenly looked with surprise at Li Tian, who was approaching. And you are? Li Tian didn't respond to Su Qing. Instead, he pulled Lin Xier over, took the shawl prepared for her from De Qi, and draped it over her shoulders. Are you alright, Xier? Lin Xier looked up at Li Tian, pointing to Su Qing, who was being ignored. I'm fine. That's Su Qing, the eldest son of the Su family. Then she turned to Su Qing and gestured toward Li Tian. This is Li Tian, my fiancé. Su Qing harbored no feelings for Lin Xier. Naturally, he felt no discomfort at her return to her fiancé's side. He smiled and explained to Lin Xier, her sister, not the eldest son. Only son. I'm the only child in my family. I have no siblings. After speaking to Lin Xier, Su Qing extended his hand to Li Tian with complete composure. So you're Sister Xier's fiancé. My apologies. I've been kidnapped before as a child, so. His gaze flickered between Lin Xier and Li Tian as he gave an awkward smile and continued. Let's not dwell on the past. Our families are all acquainted, and meeting under these circumstances is fate. Let's be friends, Li Tian. Brother. As soon as he finished, the anticipated sound rang out. Ding. Host successfully disgusted the male lead, Li Tian. Villainous fortune increased by 500. Ding. Host successfully disgusted the male lead, Li Tian. Villain points increased by 500. Su Qing. Couldn't we use a different term? Call it suppression. Li Tian frowned, a wave of revulsion washing over him at Su Qing's words. He was irritated. Who the hell was we with you? My fiancée fed you, you held her, and you almost slept with her in front of me, and now you want me to shake your hand. Emphasizing that he's the only son, deliberately. But the man before him with bright eyes and white teeth wore a completely sincere smile, his words seeming genuine without a hint of pretense. His outstretched hand hung in the air, not withdrawn despite being ignored. Ignoring Su Qing's goodwill now would make him seem petty. Li Tian forced a faint perfunctory smile and reached out to shake Su Qing's hand. A pleasure, little brother. The strength in his grip was considerable, twisting Su Qing's smiling face into an expression of pain. Su Qing furrowed his brow as Li Tian's hand tightened gradually. He couldn't pull away, knowing that Li Tian was engaging in a manly contest of strength. If he couldn't endure it, Li Tian would surely mock him in front of Lin Xier. But Su Qing wasn't afraid of ridicule. Being delicate and pampered was his persona. Instantly, Su Qing's face twisted into a mask of agony. He knitted his brows tightly and said to Li Tian, brother Li Tian, it hurts. Your grip is too strong. Ding. Host successfully disgusted the male lead, Li Tian. Villainous fortune increased by 200. Ding. Host successfully disgusted the male lead, Li Tian. Villain points increased by 200. Li Tian. Was this brat flirting with me? Li Tian was stunned. He knew he possessed innate divine strength. But he hadn't even used 30% of his power, merely trying to save face for the man before him. He never expected that this man would have no regard for his own dignity. At that moment Lin Sierra watched the two men standing before her, one with a pained and ferocious expression, the other listless and weary. She was at a loss for what to do. One was her fiancé who, upon learning she had been kidnapped, had rushed to her rescue with genuine concern, recklessly charging to her side with a gun in hand. The desperate roar he had let out still echoed in her ears. The other was a man who had suffered misfortune, physically impaired and in frail health, yet who had stepped forward to protect her in a critical moment despite having been kidnapped himself. Although his heroic intervention had been a misunderstanding, the look on Su Qing's face at that moment held not a hint of hesitation as he held her tightly in his arms. The warmth of his body seemed to still linger within her. Moreover, she couldn't deceive herself. When she was in Su Qing's arms, she had had ample strength to push away his hand covering her head, yet she hadn't done so. For over a decade her heart had belonged only to Li Tian. She knew that Li Tian had targeted Su Qing because he had witnessed the somewhat ambiguous scene between her and Su Qing. She should have sided with Li Tian and ignored the matter. But she didn't know what had come over her. Now looking at this young man before her, a wavering feeling stirred within her heart. Especially when his pained eyes met hers, she simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Su Qing's gaze seemed to be pleading with her for help. Lin Sierra reached out and grabbed Li Tian's arm, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Su Qing is unwell, Li Tian. Let go of him now, he can't withstand your strength. Li Tian instantly released his grip, looking at Lin Sierra with a trace of bewilderment. He was certain that Lin Sierra had only just met Su Qing. He hadn't expected her to speak up for a man she barely knew. In the past, Lin Sierra had had many suitors and Li Tian had dealt with them harshly. She had never said a word about it. In fact, she had seemed pleased that he cared for her. Li Tian nodded with a smile tinged with irony and disbelief. Is that so? Unwell? Xia, how do you even know about his condition? Lin Sierra furrowed her brows and whispered, Su Qing was kidnapped as a child and had his kidney removed. She tugged at Li Tian's sleeve. He'll tell you the rest when we get home. With that, Lin Sierra looked at Su Qing and said, let us take you home. Su Qing nodded and gave Lin Sierra a bright smile. Thank you, sister. Li Tian's face showed impatience, and he was about to object. But before he could speak long, he stepped forward and addressed Su Qing. Young Master Su, the Su family has sent someone to pick you up. Su Qing pursed his lips. So the male lead indeed has his lackeys. Su Qing studied the short, wiry man before him, recalling the description of Long Yi from the novel. Long Yi was Lin Aoshan's trusted confidant, brave in battle and utterly loyal. In a certain passage of the original story, after Li Tian married Lin Sierra, he smoothly took over the Lin family's enterprises. Long Yi and Long Er accompanied Li Tian to finalize a contract when they were ambushed by rivals in a narrow alley. There were over 20 assailants. Long Er shielded Li Tian with his body, having several vertebrae severed by the enemy's blades. Long Yi, however, seized the enemy's weapons, a pair of large cleavers, one in each hand, and carved a bloody path through the siege of over 20 men. In the end, not one of the attackers escaped unscathed, and Li Tian remained completely unharmed. Truly the male lead had his underlings to protect him, never needing to display his own overwhelming combat prowess. According to the novel, Long Yi and Long Er had always held a poor opinion of Li Tian. The day they changed their minds about him was today. In the original plot, Li Tian had stood by Lin Sierra after she was violated, showing no resentment, and had furiously beaten Su Qing for her sake. Seeing Li Tian's genuine feelings for Lin Sierra, they accepted him as their master. From then on, they followed Li Tian as devotedly as they did Lin Aoyan. Su Qing knew that although he had altered that part of the story, Li Tian had still flown into a rage for Lin Sierra, and his sincerity had been witnessed by Long Yi and Long Er. The two were indeed beginning to change their view of Li Tian. Well, it made sense. After all, Li Tian's fortune was greater than Su Qing's. It was no surprise he could win over two subordinates. Su Qing sighed inwardly. His own useless lackeys, Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. If only he could trade them for Long Yi and Long Er. Su Qing said no more. With a light smile, he addressed Lin Sierra and Li Tian. He'll be going now. Keep in touch. His tone showed no lingering attachment to Lin Sierra. The villa's gate had already been opened by the Lin family's servants. Su Qing strode out through the door he had once sealed shut. 7 or 8 vehicles were parked outside, several black SUVs with a Rolls-Royce at the rear. As Su Qing pondered which car belonged to the Su family in the original story, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit and white gloves stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. The man stood by the hood of the car and addressed Su Qing respectfully, young master. Su Qing recognized him at once. The novel had described this driver vividly, a distinctive red semicircular birthmark on his chin. His name was Zhang Ziyuan. The book said he lived up to his name, aspiring to great heights. Eager to make a name for himself, he had joined the Su family as Su Qing's personal driver right after graduating from university. He had served the Su family for over a decade, and Su Qing held him in high regard. Su Qing chuckled. Such lofty ambitions. Uncle Zhang. Young master, please get in. The head of the family and madam. Zhang Ziyuan's trailing voice filled Su Qing with a sense of foreboding. Su Qing asked in surprise, what happened to them? Could they have fainted from shock? As Su Qing pondered the original plot, Zhang Ziyuan spoke up. Zhang Ziyuan inclined his head slightly. The head of the family and Madame attended the Lantern Festival Gala in Dragon City last night. They received the news early this morning and are on their way back. Su Qing. Truly a dutiful family. Su Qing's parents were award-winning actors and actresses invited to the Lantern Festival Gala on the 15th day of the first lunar month. This matched the original story. But instead of the scene where they would have found Su Qing beaten and bloodied at the villa, Su Qing had changed that. It seemed that when he saw his parents soon, he would gain a substantial villain boost. Su Qing nodded. MMIC. Zhang Ziyuan opened the car door and stood respectfully to the side. Su Qing stepped one foot into the car, leaning inside. It was his first time riding in a Rolls-Royce with a personal driver. Feeling a bit exhilarated, he completely failed to notice someone calling out to him from behind. Su Qing. Su Qing turned his head still halfway into the car, toward the voice. Sister Sierra, what is it? He met Lin Siener's eyes and saw a hint of reluctance in them. She stammered, Remember to let me know you're safe when you get home. Su Qing smiled. In broad daylight, she was asking him to report his safety. He glanced at Li Tian beside Lin Sierra, whose expression looked as if he wanted to devour him alive. But something was off. Li Tian was furious, yes, but Su Qing hadn't received a single villain boost. It seemed the intensity wasn't enough after all. Su Qing walked slowly toward Lin Sierra, and Li Tian, his gaze fixed on Lin Sierra, as if Li Tian were invisible. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Sister, if you don't leave me your contact info, how will I let you know I'm safe? Li Tian watched Lin Siener's outstretched hand, his expression darkening. He snatched the phone from Su Qing. You can give it to me instead. Holding Su Qing's phone, he actually entered his own number. Lin Sierra stood frozen in place. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Lin Sierra held greater affection for Li Tian, who was also her legitimate fiancé. It was normal for her to tacitly accept his actions. After a moment's thought, Su Qing tugged at Lin Sierra's sleeve and leaned closer, almost whispering into her ear. His voice was barely audible. Sister, is the matter about finding me a kidney donor still valid? He glanced at Li Tian as if hinting to Lin Sierra. I know you're not comfortable with close contact with men. So when you find the donor, just tell brother Li Tian. I can contact him directly then, right? Lin Sierra was taken aback. She had indeed promised to find Su Qing a kidney donor. How could she let Li Tian know? He wasn't even aware of her family's overseas operations. Su Qing, reading her expression, stepped back with a resigned air. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Sister, don't trouble yourself. Forget it. They'll just treat it as a joke. She was a woman of her word, never intending to deceive Su Qing, but she didn't want Li Tian to misunderstand. Yet through Su Qing's expression, Lin Sierra seemed to glimpse his bitterness. She had offered him comfort and hope in his time of distress, but now in safety, she was about to shatter that hope for this young man before her. How could that be? Li Tian had just finished entering the number and handed the phone back to Su Qing, his gaze impatient as he stared at Su Qing's strikingly handsome face. He had overheard Su Qing and Lin Sierra's conversation. Don't trouble yourself, treat it as a joke. He knew these two shared some secret, and he wanted to tell Su Qing to get lost. Though slightly irritated, he couldn't believe that in less than a day this weakling of a man could shake his place in Lin Sierra's heart. But the next second, Li Tian's eyes widened slightly with disbelief as he looked down. Two hands reached toward him. One was strong with prominent knuckles. The other was delicate and slender. Before he could discern their intent, the elegant hand took his phone and quickly entered a series of numbers. Li Tian stared at Lin Sierra in disbelief. Sierra, she faltered. Li Tian frowned. Is there something between you two that you need to discuss without me? No. Su Qing and I have something. She was not good at lying, especially to Li Tian. Su Qing calmly put the phone back in his pocket, watching Lin Sierra stumble over her words. Disappointed, he quickly interjected. Brother Li Tian, don't misunderstand. Isn't Sister Sierra studying acting? My family is about to start a new production, and I wanted to invite her to audition. Li Tian's gaze shifted between them, then he spoke magnanimously. Sierra, why hide this from me? It's good news. You could have just said so. Lin Sierra followed Su Qing's lead and explained to Li Tian, I was worried about my lack of experience and skill, so I hesitated. But I think taking on a role is better than just learning theory at school. I see, Li Tian said. Li Tian turned to Su Qing with a forced smile. You'll be in it too, right? You can guide Sierra. Please take good care of her. Su Qing, hearing the barely suppressed anger in Li Tian's voice that seemed ready to grind his teeth, waved his hand dismissively. Brother Li Tian, I'm only a sophomore with a double major. My schedule is packed, so I don't have time for filming. Besides, my acting skills aren't polished enough. My parents wouldn't let me embarrass them. He gave an awkward smile and continued, actually, Sister Sierra has never acted before. I can only introduce her to a supporting role, maybe the fourth or fifth lead, at best the third. I thought she might be disappointed with such a small part, so I considered it a joke. I didn't expect she was worried about her own skills. Su Qing spun this fabricated tale with convincing detail. Li Tian looked at him skeptically. Though he hadn't known Su Qing before, he knew the latter excelled academically and was pursuing 2 majors, leaving little free time. Since Su Qing wouldn't be on set, he couldn't meet Lin Sierra in person. A few phone calls posed no real threat. Moreover, if Su Qing, as the young master of his family, wanted to win Lin Sierra's favor, he could simply fund an entire production for her. Offering only a supporting role seemed too petty. Li Tian said generously, "So that's how it is. Thank you, brother. We've met by fate. We're of the same generation and alumni. We should stay in touch." "Indeed," Su Qing replied, pointing toward his car. "He'll head off then. Stay in touch." As he turned away, he frowned. Shouldn't Li Tian be scheming deep and possessive? Why did he look so calm, as if he truly believed it? Sigh. I should have acted more poorly. But it's my natural talent and sincerity that make me such a good actor. Su Qing silently commended his own character. But the next moment the voice he awaited echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully aroused the male lead Li Tian's suspicion. Villainous luck, 200. Ding. Host has successfully aroused the male lead Li Tian's suspicion. Villain points, 200. It was a bit meager. But Su Qing wasn't discouraged. He stepped into the car, lounged back lazily, and curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Once the seed of doubt is planted, trust will crumble. As the car slowly drove off, Su Qing pulled out his phone, glanced at the contacts, and made a call. The call was quickly answered. Su Qing said calmly, "Hello, Sister Li, it's Su Qing. Help me prepare a new production." There was silence on the other end. "Choose a male lead with a similar build to mine. Reserve the 3rd female lead for me. Arrange the rest as you see fit." More silence. Su Qing thought for a moment. "They'll send you the general script direction later. Find that screenwriter who wrote the sweet romance for the company's rising star." Silence again. "Don't worry, Sister Li, I'm not in a rush to film. Don't use the company's accounts. They'll transfer the funds." Su Qing hung up the phone with a refreshed spirit, curling his fingers to tap a rhythmic, crisp sound on the screen. The woman he had just contacted was named Jean Li, a seductive and versatile top-tier agent. She commanded a wealth of connections and resources, including award-winning directors, hit-producing masterminds, and countless artists of all ranks. There were also wealthy coal barons with immense investment power who never interfered with the creative team. Yet Jean Li, despite her prominence in the entertainment circle, was merely a minor figure in the Su family's entertainment empire. Deploying her to carry out this plan was fitting. At a red light, Zhang Ziyuan stopped the car. He turned cautiously and asked, "Young master, the family doctor has been arranged. What do you think?" "No need, I'm not injured." Su Qing waved a hand dismissively. Zhang Ziyuan ventured, "Should we keep a psychologist on standby?" Su Qing was speechless. The mention of a psychologist reminded him that the original Su Qing's aloof, cold, and stubborn nature wasn't just a personality flaw. The root cause was the psychological trauma from a kidnapping in his youth. Su Qing rolled his eyes skyward. "I've transmigrated once, and not only is my body broken, but my mind is too. No need. Drive Uncle Zhang, the light's green." Su Qing replied flatly, then leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes. Zhang Ziyuan quickly responded, "Understood, young master," and turned to drive toward the Su residence. Zhang Ziyuan drove so smoothly that Su Qing, undisturbed by any jolts, fell asleep in the car. "Young master, we're home." Su Qing rubbed his eyes. Seeing Su Qing awake, Zhang Ziyuan hurriedly got out of the driver's seat and went around to open the rear door for him. Groggy from just waking up, Su Qing stumbled as he stepped out of the car. "Damn," he muttered under his breath. Spotting Zhang Ziyuan's arm nearby, he instinctively reached out to steady himself. But before his hand was fully extended, he felt an invisible force gently, yet firmly supporting his waist and arm. Su Qing froze for 2 seconds. Beside his ear, a cascade of voices, lush and delicate, crisp, and sweet, magnetic and soft, rose slowly. "Young master, be careful. Are you all right? Young master. Young master, does it hurt?" As everyone knows, one person cannot produce multiple tones at the same moment. Clearly what Su Qing heard was not from one person, but a chorus. He glanced down and saw at least 6 or 7 tender white jade hands encircling his waist and arms. Looking left and right, his visual senses were struck by an unprecedented shock. 7 or 8 tall, exquisitely featured, graceful young maidens surrounded him, their attire perfectly uniform. The black and white maid uniforms seemed custom-made, with necklines cut low and bordered by white lace frills, revealing a dazzling expanse of white that fluttered charmingly in the breeze. Their long legs, sheathed in black stockings, appeared incredibly alluring. Steadied by those jade hands, Su Qing felt a surge of elation. He couldn't help but marvel that this was the source of joy for the disabled and twisted, villainous, rich heir he had become. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he lazily responded to their concern. "I'm fine." Su Qing recalled that the book had little description of the Su family's servants, only briefly mentioning that Su Qing was cold and sparing with words toward his subordinates. In the next moment, he truly understood the impact his faint smile had on them. The 7 or 8 beautiful girls before him, meeting his gaze, had eyes that sparkled like a galaxy. The sheer delight in their looks made Su Qing feel as if they had all won a multi-million-dollar lottery. Their previously restrained voices now rose in a chorus, as if greatly encouraged. Young master, are you really alright? Young master, are you injured? Young master Ying was so worried. Young master Luo was even more worried. I cried all night, and my eyes are swollen. Look at me. Su Qing felt buoyant. He desperately wanted to change the original male lead's persona quickly. One should treat subordinates with warmth like a spring breeze. But as his lips parted to comfort the beautiful girls before him, before he could speak, a deep, stern voice interrupted the kind-hearted Su Qing. The young master prefers quiet. He's just escaped danger. Don't pester him, go wait in the house. At these words, the delicate hands clinging to him instantly released. Su Qing paused and looked toward the source of the voice that had interrupted his pleasant moment. An elderly man, his white hair neatly combed back, possessed sharp, spirited eyes despite his advanced age. His face was lined with wrinkles that showed his years, but not frailty. Meticulous and capable, he wore a white silk tunic and stood tall and straight. Without a doubt, this was the family steward, Su Qing. He was not originally a Su by birth. Su Qing's great-grandfather had taken him in by chance, intending to adopt him as a son. But Su Qing, feeling deeply indebted, chose to stay as the family steward for life. He was utterly loyal to the Su family, and they treated him like family in return. Su Qing's two bumbling sidekicks were Su Xingyan's grandsons. Su Qing pursed his lips. How had Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang inherited none of the old man's wisdom and steadiness? He spoke softly, "Steward Su." The old man nodded slightly. "Young master, the master and mistress are still on their way. Would you like breakfast first, or rest in your room?" Originally, Su Qingyan would have added a suggestion for a family doctor, but he had received a message from Zhang Ziyuan saying that the young master still resisted seeing a doctor, so he had sent the family physician back to stand by. Su Qing frowned. At the South City Villa, after altering the plot, Li Tian had arrived too late, and he had eaten quite a bit of Lin Sierra's homemade noodles. His stomach still hadn't settled. "Not for now, Steward Su. I have no appetite and my head's a bit dizzy." "He'll take a stroll around the courtyard." Su Qing waved a hand. "All of you go rest. No need to follow me." Su Qing's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. As he finished speaking, the crowd before him dispersed, leaving him alone at the main entrance. What met Su Qing's eyes was the wide-open door. The foyer had a ceiling height of about 3 meters, and looking up he could see several more floors above. Su Qing furrowed his brow, feeling that the building before him was no ordinary villa, but he stepped back a few paces to take in its full view. The overall design was irregular, exaggeratedly resembling an unstable electrocardiogram. It also looked like a piece of art placed upon the earth, European in style, exceedingly magnificent. The building stood roughly 5 stories high, and given its footprint it could easily accommodate 100 people. The original novel had little description of Su Qing's home, only mentioning that the Su family's specific location was in the center of Luochuan, a place where land was precious. Moreover, it was a standalone compound, not a townhouse or detached villa within some residential community like ordinary families. The land had been won by Su Qing's great-grandfather at an auction, and then a renowned architect was commissioned to build the house, which was later renovated by Su Jinghua. Su Qing walked lazily through the front courtyard. He saw the high walls surrounding the area, and 1,000 meters away, the barely discernible security booth in front of which 2 security guards stood upright, motionless, like a pair of stone lions. Su Qing couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He knew his family was wealthy, but he hadn't expected such extravagant opulence. To be honest, Su Qing had little interest in strolling around the yard. Although Luochuan enjoyed spring-like weather year-round, the February sky was still a bit chilly. The wind blowing on his face made him shiver. Achoo! Achoo! Su Qing sniffled, feeling an intense itch in his nose. This sensation was off. It wasn't a cold, but more like rhinitis. He frowned and silently cursed. Could it be that this damned author had made him a villainous second-generation heir, not only physically disabled and mentally ill, but also afflicted with rhinitis? However, he thought back carefully, there was no mention of rhinitis in the original plot. Damn! Su Qing stood still, his gaze vacant and listless, utterly dejected. The rhinitis was something he as a transmigrator had brought with him. He had suffered from it originally. No wonder he had been unable to stop sneezing in the southern suburb villa. He had thought it was a cold from sitting on the cold tiles in that utility room. With an impatient expression, Su Qing summoned the system. "Hey, you didn't bring me anything good, so why did you bring me this rhinitis?" Host, though this system is considerate, it is not skilled in flattery or lying. Host, in your original world, there was nothing of value for you to bring along. I really, damn it. If this honest and earnest system could appear before Su Qing at that moment, he would have used his remaining physical strength to beat it to a pulp. But the next words that came were even more infuriating. "Host, your moth." Su Qing's eyes widened, his voice rising. "How dare you curse me?" "No, host. Your mother is back." Su Qing was speechless. "Seriously, who taught you all to speak in such breathless fragments?" Su Qing snapped back to reality. His gaze fell upon the gate where a white RV had appeared. The 2 stone lions at the entrance moved, opening the gate for the RV. Not far behind the RV, 5 or 6 cars followed at a distance. What a grand spectacle. But the next moment, Su Qing understood. Only the white RV entered through the open gate. The following cars were all stopped. People poured out of those cars like dumplings being boiled. Some held microphones, some carried cameras, and a few with poorer equipment only had phones. They clung tightly to the gate, looking extremely eager and agitated. Su Qing recalled a profession that had once seemed distant to him: paparazzi. Su Qing stood still, not bothering to greet the RV. Since the driver could pull up to the main house, why waste the effort walking over? Su Qing straightened his suit, pondered the original text description of his attitude toward his parents, and put on a rather brilliant smile. Suddenly Su Qing squeezed his eyes shut, a light as dazzling as the midday sun had flashed into his eyes. He glanced toward the source of the light, and saw perched atop the high wall on his left a chubby young man. Not too far, not too near, the chubby man's voice drifted intermittently into Su Qing's ears. "Young Master Su, what are your thoughts on being kidnapped? Were you subjected to inhumane treatment? I heard the kidnappers were utterly ruthless. Did they do anything to you? During those dozen or so hours, did you plead for mercy from the kidnappers?" Su Qing looked up at the chubby man on the wall with disdain, displeased. No wonder such reporters were annoying. Their questions didn't sound like something a human would ask. However, Su Qing's peach blossom eyes looked at the man with ample amusement. Su Qing parted his lips slightly and beckoned the man with his finger. "Come in, I'll give you an exclusive interview." The chubby man was clearly a few screws loose. Hearing Su Qing's words, he believed it and prepared to climb in. Su Qing stepped closer to the man, his upturned eyelashes instantly drooping, his expression turning cold. In a low but exceptionally forceful tone, he added the second half of his sentence. "And also give you a fine chance to die in the wilderness tonight." The chubby man on the wall, who had been sharp-tongued and aggressive, immediately shut his mouth upon meeting that gaze as cold and deep as an abyss. He stopped his climbing motion and tumbled off the wall with a stumble. The chubby man, now on the ground, winced in pain as he clutched his camera and stood up. He knew that the legendary Su Qing was aloof by nature, and Su Jingque had also declared that the media should not disturb Su Qing. He had harbored a sliver of hope, thinking that people of status cared more about their on-screen reputation, and even if Su Qing refused to answer, he could capture a frustrated expression on Su Qing's face. That would have been worth a good price. But what he hadn't expected was that the man before him had straight into the camera, lightly spoken of killing him to silence him. The contemptuous expression made him feel like nothing more than an ant to be trampled. Looking at the footage he had just captured on his camera at the man inside, a figure of enchanting handsome features, a bone-chilling cold spread through his entire body, as if he had plummeted vertically into a bottomless ice cave. The chubby man quickly reached out and deleted every single frame of the footage he had just recorded. Su Qing watched the figure that vanished atop the high wall, letting out a light chuckle. Such a coward. How boring. With a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, he strolled toward the main entrance of the estate. The person inside the white RV hastily flung open the door. A man and a woman stepped out. The man, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, had a chiseled face that exuded the unique charisma of a mature gentleman. He wore a meticulously tailored suit, his towering frame commanding attention, and from the moment he alighted, his gaze locked onto Su Qing. His brows were tightly knitted, the worry and anxiety in his eyes unmistakable. This man was Su Qing's father, Su Jingque. The woman, a vision of ethereal beauty with a face that could topple cities, wore a white floor-length gown adorned with blue and white porcelain motifs, elegant and dignified. Beneath her willow leaf brows were a pair of stunning peach blossom eyes, her well-preserved skin bearing not a single trace of time's passage. Her long curled lashes trembled slightly, and a sheen of moisture seemed to veil her gaze as she kept her eyes fixed on the young man before her from the moment she stepped out of the car. This woman was Su Qing's mother, and Qingyun. In the presence of the servants, and Qingyun was not as restrained and composed as Su Jingque. Wearing a pair of roughly 10-centimeter heels, she gathered the hem of her gown with both hands and rushed toward the young lad, throwing her arms around Su Qing. She had completely forgotten her status, her heart consumed by thoughts of her son who had endured misfortune after misfortune and only just escaped death. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the sound of Su Qing's throat clearing, and Qingyun released her tight embrace. Cradling his face in her hands, her red-rimmed eyes scanned him from head to toe. "Are you injured? Has the family doctor examined you?" Though she had already received a call from Su Qing assuring her of his safety on her way home, she still questioned him urgently. Su Qing flashed a sunny, hearty smile, meeting her tearful, loving gaze. He reached out and steadied her arm. "I'm fine, Mom. I'm not hurt. When I woke up, only Lin Xier and I were left in the villa. No kidnappers." In the car, Li Tian's heart was already deeply seated with suspicion. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Two people who had been kidnapped, strangers to each other, in a perilous environment. Instead of thinking to escape quickly, they introduced each other to jobs and acting. What on earth had they done in those dozen or so hours to forge such a close bond? Especially recalling the ambiguous gesture between Lin Xier and Su Qing, a bitter taste welled in his heart. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Sierra, many questions on his mind, but unable to voice them. After all, his fiancée had just endured danger, asking her if she had been intimate with another man would be utterly inappropriate. He steadied his thoughts and asked with concern, Sierra, you must have been terrified. It's over now. They'll never let anything like this happen to you again. Lin Sierra smiled. I wasn't scared. The kidnappers never showed up, and even if they had, they couldn't have beaten me. 4 or 5 of them couldn't get near me. Li Tian said indulgently, Sierra is the toughest. A soft ping sounded. The screen of Lin Sierra's phone lit up. She had no secrets from Li Tian, so she opened the message directly. Her fingers slid upward, the motion crisp and clean. But the moment she opened it, both Lin Sierra and Li Tian froze for a moment. It was from Su Qing. 2 lines of text appeared. Sim home. Thanks for taking care of me yesterday. The meal you cooked was really delicious. Thank you for agreeing to what I asked. Beneath the message was an emoji of a little white cat holding a heart with the word thanks in the center of the red heart. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Li Tian's lips. Yet his tone was surprisingly calm, laced with a hint of teasing. This kid, he said, we'd all be friends, yet he only messages you his sister. He offers you a role in a film, and he has to come specially to thank you for agreeing. Is he? But before he could finish his sarcastic remark, his phone rang. I'm home, brotherly. Thanks for the rescue, brotherly. Your little brother is not feeling well, so I can't come to thank you in person. As for the land your father and mine are bidding on, I'll have my father withdraw from the bidding as a token of my gratitude. Below it was the same little white cat holding a heart emoji. Li Tian's mind went blank for a moment. He couldn't tell if Su Qing was truly innocent and harmless, or if he had become so cunning and treacherous that he defied the logic of ordinary people. But what was Su Qing's motive? Rescuing Su Qing. Wasn't it Su Jinghua who had asked the Lin family to send help? His own involvement was mere coincidence. Why would Su Qing repay him with such a grand gesture? The Li family was primarily in real estate with operations across China. The land Su Qing referred to was a plot in Luoxi. Luoxi had a pleasant climate, an ideal place for tourism, vacations, and retirement, and the location of that land was prime. The Li family intended to acquire it, or rather the unfinished building left by the previous developer. The Li family planned to build a large resort and entertainment hotel there. Su Jinghua was also interested in that plot. Following the family tradition passed down through generations, Su Jinghua preferred buying undeveloped land to design himself rather than purchasing properties already developed by real estate companies. The Su family's intention was not to profit from the land, but to infuse it with an artistic flair, planning to build a vacation and wellness retreat for the whole family in Luoxi. Although the location was advantageous, the tangled ownership disputes over the land and the unfinished building deterred many developers who merely attended the auction as a formality. In the end, everyone knew that only the Li and Su families had the financial strength and capability to secure the land. Normally, the 5 major families in Luochuan had little overlap in their industries, each dominating their respective fields. Yet the Li and Su families had no particular connection. Both were determined to win with no opportunity for negotiation, so they had to compete for the land. Lin Sierra stared blankly at the message Su Qing had sent to Li Tian. Is it the land in Luoxi? Lin Sierra had heard Li Tian mention it before. At the time, he was busy networking for the Luoxi land, returning home late every night from social engagements, exhausted to the point where he rarely had time to see her. Li Tian nodded. Yes, now only the 2 families have the real strength to bid. He said his family would withdraw. Then Su Qing has done you a huge favor. Li Tian's lips curled in an ambiguous smile. Yeah, he really has done me a huge favor. Li Tian had been running around pulling strings and ingratiating himself with leaders from various departments, enduring repeated reproach from his foster father for his inefficiency in handling matters. And now with a single word from Su Qing, it was all resolved. What's more, he hadn't really helped Su Qing at all, yet Su Qing could simply wave his hand and hand over such a lucrative prize. Lin Sierra lowered her eyelashes, glancing at the message Su Qing had sent her, a bittersweet feeling stirring in her heart. In an instant her mind was filled with Su Qing's voice and smile, and the pitiful way he called her sister with pale lips. She understood why Su Qing was so grateful to Li Tian, even going so far as to ask his family to abandon the bid for that piece of land. It was all because of her. Firstly, because Su Qing wanted to thank her for the care and help she had given him in the villa, and for her promise to find a kidney donor for him. Afraid that thanking Lin Sierra directly would be inappropriate, he had instead expressed his gratitude to her fiancé, Li Tian, shifting the object of thanks to the man who would one day marry her. Secondly, Su Qing might have sensed the misunderstanding between Li Tian and him, so he thanked them both to strike a balance and avoid putting her in a difficult position. Su Qing had done nothing wrong, yet he bore no impatience despite the baseless suspicion from her fiancé. Instead, he tried every means to help clear up the misunderstanding. His thoughts were so delicate, his kindness so heart-wrenching. Lin Sierra looked at Li Tian's questioning expression, tugged at his sleeve, and said earnestly, "Don't overthink it. He just wanted to thank you." Li Tian raised his head and stared at Lin Sierra. "Sierra, why are you so willing to speak up for others now?" "I have no bond of gratitude with him. Do you think he means well by doing this? Why would he go out of his way to thank me? Hearing Li Tian's voice gradually rise, Lin Sierra shook her head. She explained carefully, Su Qing was kidnapped as a child, so his fear of being kidnapped is definitely much greater than mine. Brother Li Tian, you're a man and your thoughts aren't as delicate. When we appeared, we must have been like a beam of light shining on him, giving him hope to live. That's why he thanked us so deeply. Though these words were not spoken to her by Su Qing himself, she felt that Su Qing, who had faced danger time and again, must have harbored such thoughts in his heart. Li Tian restrained himself again and again, but when Lin Sierra once more spoke up for Su Qing, he couldn't help but sneer and blurt out these words. All the bad luck seems to fall on him. But, is he crippled in his hands or his legs that he can't even eat a single bite? Sierra, in all these years I've never had a meal you cooked. Oh right. His hands are useless, I suppose. A man in his 20s needs someone to feed him. Lin Sierra furrowed her brows, staring at the aggressive Li Tian. His voice grew more agitated. I already told you he had a kidney removed when he was a child. I'm not really defending him for no reason. He was kidnapped for hours before waking up, hadn't eaten all day, and he needs human albumin injections just to survive. He fainted right before my eyes. If I had even a shred of compassion, I wouldn't begrudge him a simple meal. Li Tian's eyes suddenly widened. He lost a kidney. I told you when we were at the villa. Li Tian suddenly recalled that Lin Sierra had indeed mentioned it, but at the time with so many people around, and long air talking behind them, he hadn't heard clearly and later forgot all about it. Hearing Lin Sierra say this, his mood immediately improved. Although Li Tian still felt Su Qing's goodwill was ambiguous and likely aimed at Lin Sierra, a weak and sickly fellow who had lost a kidney and might not live long, was hardly worth taking seriously. Lin Sierra would never fall for a man like that. He knew her. She had been devoted to him for over a decade and liked his type. Her defense of Su Qing was nothing but pity. Li Tian rubbed Lin Sierra's head and soothed. Brother was wrong. I was too harsh just now. Li Tian's eyes suddenly darkened with a hint of dejection. He's the only child of the Su family, outstanding in every way. I was a bit afraid that you, Sierra, might fall for him. You know what? All these years my heart has only been for you, only cared about you. At that moment at the Su residence, Su Qing was sitting at the dining table, savoring the exquisite dishes prepared by the family chef. Across from him sat Su Jinghua, and Xingyun showering him with care and concern, the family of three basking in harmony. And Xingyun stood up, ladled a bowl of chicken soup, and placed it before Su Qing. Qing'er, drink more soup to nourish yourself. After you finish eating, let the family doctor check you over. Su Qing took a few sips, frowned, and found it bland, as if no salt had been added. He looked up with a smile. No need, Mom. I'm really fine. If I feel unwell, I'll go see the doctor myself. And Xingyun nodded. Although Su Qing had always resisted seeing doctors and regular checkups, he was sensible enough to call the family doctor when he was unwell. Su Qing glanced at the phone on the table. It screened pitch black. He had just sent a message to Lin Sierra and Li Tian each, but after most of the day neither had replied. He smiled. No news was good news. He felt that something good was quietly happening somewhere in Luochuan, likely inside an SUV. Lin Sierra and Li Tian must have quarreled, right? Su Qing pursed his lips. Trust between people, so fragile. And Xingyun noticed the smile on Su Qing's lips and felt her son had changed, becoming much more cheerful. Qing'er, what's made you so happy? Su Qing froze. Damn, he had smiled too obviously. His aloof persona was crumbling. Su Qing thought for a moment and smiled even more brightly. I'm touched. Mom and Dad are so good to me. I wanted to give the Li family a thank you gift, and you gave away such a prime piece of land. Su Jinghua, who had been silent, waved his hand. Nothing is more important than you, Qing. Besides that piece of land you asked us to give up, we weren't planning to bid on it anyway. I consulted a master and he said the feng shui there was bad, which is why the previous developer went bankrupt. It worked out well since we have no ties with the Li family, we just gave it to them as a favor. Su Qing looked at his equally kind-hearted father and nodded. That plot of land in western Luochuan was indeed in a prime location. If development could proceed, whether a high-end residential area, entertainment venue, or comprehensive hotel, it would generate endless profits. But there was one condition: if it could be developed. From the original story, Su Qing knew that Su Jinghua had originally won the bid for that land. At that time, Su Qing had already been arrested and imprisoned. Although the Su family was wealthy and powerful, they ultimately lost against the combined forces of the Lin and Li families. Unable to free Su Qing, Su Jinghua had opposed the Lin and Li families at every turn. He was a firm believer in feng shui, but because that western Luochuan land was what the Li family wanted, he recklessly paid double the market price to secure it. But that land had its issues. Every time construction began, the weather turned foul. During one of Su Jinghuo's site inspections, a severe typhoon struck. He wore a hard hat on the construction site, but it was useless. A cement pillar fell from above and killed him. So Su Qing couldn't let history repeat itself. He would hand this land over to Li Tian, letting him take over that cursed plot that would never be built upon. Even if it didn't cost Li Tian his life, it would fester and rot in his hands. Su Qing nodded. Yes, Dad. The Su family loves doing good deeds. At the same time, the voice he adored echoed softly in his mind. Ding Ho successfully altered the plot direction. Villainous luck increased by 200. Ding Ho successfully altered the plot direction. Villain points increased by 200. As Su Qing's words faded, the phone on the table lit up. A tap on the screen revealed two bold characters, Li Tian. The message read, "Then thank you, brother, see you off and take care." Su Qing curled his lips into a smile. There was still one gift left to deliver. He looked up and said, "Dad, besides renewing the contract for 2 more years, can we also send a gift to the Lin family? After all, our families have a partnership and they saved my life. I feel like just a contract." Su Jingqun nodded and waved at Steward Su. "Fine, you decide. Instruct Steward Su to handle it." Steward Su stepped forward. "Young master." Su Qing let his parents leave first, took another sip of the bland chicken soup, smacked his lips, and set the bowl down. He intended to return to his room to rest. The meal had been held in the small dining room for convenience. He rose and walked from the small dining room up the adjacent steps to the main dining room. Circling through it, he reached the main living hall on the first floor. Ascending and descending countless small staircases along the way, he finally arrived at the central elevator lobby of the mansion. As the elevator doors slowly closed and opened, then closed and opened again, Su Qing remained on the first floor. His reason for all this wandering was simple. He knew he lived upstairs, but after racking his brain, he couldn't recall the location of his own room from the original text. The mansion was immense, with a bizarre layout and countless stairs twisting up and down like a labyrinth. He had to send everyone away to search for his room alone. A ding sounded. As the elevator door slid open once more, a cute girl in a black and white maid's uniform appeared in Su Qing's view. Her watery almond eyes were wide open, staring at him. The book hadn't mentioned her, but Su Qing remembered she had introduced herself at the doorstep. With a good memory, he tested her name, Luo Luo. "Young Master Su." Her voice came out soft and sweet, tinged with surprise. The girl never dreamed the young master would call her name, even if he got it wrong. He looked her up and down. He thought, why doesn't she come in and press the floor button for me? It's so awkward staring at each other through the elevator doors. "Aren't you coming up?" Su Qing said coolly. The girl pointed at herself. "Me?" Her reaction confirmed his guess. "Is there anyone else here?" The girl blinked at Su Qing cautiously. "Young master, I'm Dafeng. Not Luo, but if you like. I could be called Luo." Su Qing puckered his lips. Luo Luo or Dafeng. The hack author's terrible naming was truly low class. "Forget it, no need to change. Come on up," Su Qing said. Dafeng's eyes widened. The young master was usually cold and aloof and had ordered them never to ride the elevator with him. Was this a stroke of luck? Dafeng stepped into the elevator carrying a small wooden tray, her pale fingers trembling. She stole a glance at Su Qing, so tall she only reached his chest. She couldn't help stealing another look. His neck was fair, his Adam's apple exquisite. It was hard to imagine anyone could be so stunning. A charm that radiated from the very bones, a chiseled profile without a single flaw. In this confined space, she felt an overwhelming visual impact. Holding her breath, she completely failed to notice the elevator hadn't moved. Su Qing glanced at her, then at the elevator buttons. "Ahem, which floor are you going to? Do I need to press the button for you?" His voice carried a hint of cold sternness. Dafeng quickly said, "No need, young master, will do it." She promptly pressed the button for the 3rd floor, then quickly pressed the 5th. At the 3rd floor, she stepped out and bowed to the young man through the doors. "Take care, young master." Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the scene left Su Qing in awe. Compared to the opulence and vibrant colors of the lower floors, the 5th was a sea of dark gray, all furnishings and decorations in muted tones. The brightest color came from a high bar counter on the left side of the living room, its shelves lined with bottles of foreign liquor, whose contents shimmered in the sunlight. Facing him was a large living room, with 4 tightly shut doors behind the sofa. He frowned. This place was hardly suitable for someone with his sunny disposition. He began exploring his room. No, strictly speaking, his floor, reconnoitering the terrain. But upon entering the first room, the gloom in Su Qing's heart instantly dissipated. A nearly 1,200 square meter room with no windows. Against the walls stood rows of black glass cases housing 2 full walls of bare bricks. Not terribly expensive, the 2 walls worth around 10 million in total. But Su Qing loved them. They were a delight to the eye. Su Qing turned and saw the 3rd wall was even more extravagant, enclosed small compartments with dim spotlights, all filled with luxury watches. The ceiling was about 3 meters high. He glanced at the Patek Philippe displayed at the top. He rubbed his chin, wondering how one would get it down to wear it. He concluded no need to take it down, it was just a display piece to gather dust. After all, next to that Patek Philippe in sealed glass cases sat several Richard Milles. Walking through the room, his excitement gradually gave way to calm. Su Qing felt he was slowly being corroded by wealth, turning money into a mere external object. He explored a few more rooms, a walk-in closet. He didn't examine it closely, but it was filled with luxury brands and custom suits, so many they could be used as rags without a second thought. There was also a bedroom. It reminded Su Qing of a line from a CEO romance novel. In the morning, the male lead woke up from his 300 square meter bed. He glanced at the bed from the doorway. Pretty big, but thankfully not that exaggerated. He was reserved and disliked ostentatious things. They made him uncomfortable. The room on the far right was a study with a wall of books covering every genre and a spacious desk. Su Qing walked over and looked at the desk, convinced that the original Su Qing had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The items on the desk were arranged from left to right, perfectly neat and meticulous. He picked up a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, examining them to check the prescription. Su Qing let out a scoff. He put the glasses back casually. Plain lenses, no prescription, just for show. Su Qing sat down, twirling a fountain pen between his fingers. He was idle at the moment, pondering a question. That is, novel plots are not diaries. Many lazy authors gloss over details they deem unnecessary. Su Qing now had no clue where to begin, utterly uncertain of his next move. Especially since the first 3 chapters of the original story had already unfolded, and the subsequent chapters bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Oh no. He glanced at the original text. In chapter 188 there was a scene where his parents visited him in prison. In chapter 230 there was a scene where his sister came to see him. In chapter 666 there was a scene where he picked up soap in prison. Su Qing smacked his lips. These plots were somewhat related to him, but not significantly, and they would never transpire anyway. Truth be told, even without his own storyline, Su Qing could still follow the timeline and meddle in others' plots to provoke the male protagonist. He could sabotage the protagonist's opportunities. Yet, upon deeper reflection, that wasn't right. After altering the first 3 chapters, the remaining 800-plus chapters in his mind remained unchanged from the original novel. But a single move may disturb the whole situation. Because the first 3 chapters had been altered, many events would never occur again. The plot he had altered would certainly not unfold along this path any longer. Su Qing, with his meticulous logical mind, felt a chill run through his scalp as he pondered deeply. He called out, "System. Ding, the considerate villain system has detected the host's request." The host can use villain points in the mall to purchase a customized book titled The Invincible Adopted Son, A Hero's Rescue at the beginning. It is the latest chapter revised according to the host's changes to the protagonist's fortune. The host can purchase new books at any time to enhance prophetic knowledge of the plot. Su Qing nodded, understanding now. He quickly opened the mall in his mind. Although he had to buy it himself, it was worth it to improve his foresight. Staring at the interface, his eyes widened slightly. Item 1, a kidney compatible with the host. He continued scrolling. Item 2, major physical enhancement potion, increases 100 combat power points. Oh, not bad. Item 3, super endurance, fully controllable. Those in the know will understand. I'm fine as I am. Item 4, a copy of the original author's custom sequel novel. Su Qing. All of these were what he desired. After browsing through, he purchased 1 copy of the original author's custom sequel novel and exited. The sequel novel cost only 500 villain points, which he could afford. The remaining 3 items together cost nearly 100,000 villain points, none of which he could buy. Su Qing said helplessly, "Why does the mall recommend things I can't afford?" Host, the top recommendations are based on your needs. This is to encourage your spending. Oh no, it's to give you greater motivation. Host, you can try the lucky draw mode, 500 villain points per draw, fair and square, great value for money. Su Qing. He disliked leaving his fate to luck. It was too passive. He would absolutely not choose the draw mode. He would save up. Host spends 500 villain points, obtains a minor physical enhancement potion, increases 50 combat power points. Su Qing nodded. The major physical enhancement potion cost 30,000 villain points, but this minor one, though only adding 50 combat power points, cost just 500. 500 for 1/10 of the value. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as fair and square, a great bargain. Host spends 500 villain points, obtains a copy of the original author's custom sequel novel. Su Qing frowned. He already had one. Still, 500 for 500 was an even trade. He could keep it for later. Host spends 500 villain points, obtains a large-scale livestock farm in the southern suburbs. Su Qing. Getting worse and worse. I refuse to believe it's this unlucky. Host spends 500 villain points, obtains intermediate inside eye. Not bad, a good item. Host spends 500 villain points, obtains a second-hand minivan originally priced at 50,000 yuan, now 8,000 yuan. Su Qing. I just, bleep you bleep. Censored. His finger hesitated over the draw button for a few seconds. Draw. Don't draw. Draw. Don't draw. Draw. After an inner struggle, Su Qing couldn't resist, and finally pressed it. Host spends 500 villain points, obtains a pill of universal healing. Note, can cure all ailments in the world, excluding organ replacement. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. It was somewhat useful, yet not entirely. Saying it was useful, it couldn't complete his body. Well, maybe he'd use it to cure his rhinitis. He picked up the small pill, hesitated before putting it in his mouth, then placed it back into his system backpack. Using it for rhinitis would be overkill. He'd save it for a future illness like cancer. Su Qing stopped himself, abruptly halting this behavior of entrusting fate to luck. For no other reason. He was out of money. Inside the Lin family mansion, a round dining table for 20 was laden with exquisite dishes. Li Tian served Lin Sierra a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Sierra, eat more, you've been nearly 20 hours without food. Ahem. Ahem. At the cough from Lin Outyin at the head of the table, Li Tian quickly stopped mid-sentence. Because Li Tian's adoptive father Li Jingfeng was also present at this meal. The engagement banquet the previous day had ended abruptly due to Lin Sierra's disappearance, and Li Tian had excused it to Li Jingfeng by saying she was ill. Lin Outyin was reluctant to publicize the matter, otherwise he could have used the Lin family's extensive network to find her yesterday. Li Tian had nearly slipped up, violating his father-in-law's taboo. He quickly shifted the topic, speaking to Lin Sierra with affection. Sierra, since you're sick, you need to eat more to recover quickly. Lin Sierra paused briefly, caught on quickly, and placed the rib in her mouth. Thank you, brother Li Tian. Lin Outyin watched the scene and let out a forced laugh to cover it up. He raised his glass to Li Jingfeng beside him. Our two young ones have been close since childhood, and now they're even more inseparable. Li Jingfeng let out a couple of chuckles, but when his gaze fell upon Lin Sierra's rosy complexion, the smile on his lips took on a hint of subtle intrigue. The Li family's real estate business spanned the entire nation. Li Jingfeng was a man of meticulous thought. As a figure of prominence, he couldn't help but harbor a certain pride. It wasn't that he looked down upon the Lin family, or forming an alliance through marriage with them would bring nothing but immense benefits. His displeasure stemmed from the fact that it was his adopted son who would wed the Lin family's daughter. His adopted son was commendable in every way, showing him utmost respect, yet in the end, he was not of his own blood. As it stood, Li Tian already surpassed Li Sheng in every aspect. Marrying Lin Sierra would only further overshadow his own biological son. The thought of the renowned physicians visiting his home, holding a glimmer of hope for his son's recovery, made him reluctant to let Li Tian wed Lin Sierra. Yet after much deliberation, Li Jingfeng acquiesced to the betrothal. Li Tian treated both him and Li Sheng with great respect, and was deeply grateful to the Li family. His marriage to Lin Sierra would undoubtedly bolster the Li family's influence. Moreover, Li Tian and Lin Sierra had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Even if Li Jingfeng, upon seeing his own son fully recovered, wished to prevent the union, Lin Sierra would never agree to marry his eldest. If he were to obstruct, he would only be handing Lin Sierra over to another family. Originally, Li Tian and Lin Sierra were to announce their engagement at the Lin family banquet yesterday, for which Li Jingfeng had invited many prominent friends as witnesses. Yet Lin Sierra had claimed to be ill. He initially thought the Lin family wished to call off the engagement, but to his surprise they invited him for dinner today. These events left him deeply puzzled. Li Jingfeng took a small sip of wine from his glass and responded to Lin Outyin. Indeed, our two families' younger generation have shared a close bond since childhood. Setting down his glass, he turned to Lin Sierra. Sierra, if you're unwell, there's no need to keep us old folks company here. After you finish eating, go to your room and rest well. His face was full of smiles, displaying an air of concern for the younger generation. Lin Sierra smiled demurely. Uncle, I'm much better now. Yesterday the weather was too cold and I had a high fever, but it's fine now. Li Tian, well aware of his foster father's temperament, quickly interjected. With a look of deep concern, he took the blame upon himself. Dad, Sierra didn't want to disrupt the family banquet yesterday. It was I who saw she was in no state. She was completely dazed, so I insisted she go back to rest. I took care of her all night until her fever broke. Li Jingfeng was initially skeptical of Li Tian's explanation. But then he recalled that Li Tian indeed hadn't returned home all night. There was no reason for the Lin family to fabricate an excuse to call off the engagement only to keep Li Tian overnight and invite him back the next day. Before Li Jingfeng could respond, Lin Outyin took over the conversation. He said cheerfully to Li Jingfeng, yesterday Li Tian was busy attending to Sierra, and I witnessed it all. Although we didn't get to announce the engagement to our relatives and friends yesterday, seeing the deep affection between the two young ones fills my heart with comfort. Why don't we pick another auspicious day, invite everyone over, and finalize the matter for the children? In an instant, all of Li Jingfeng's doubts dissipated completely. The Lin family wasn't trying to renege on the marriage. Their tone clearly revealed an eagerness to see their daughter wed. Moreover, Lin Outyin, that old fox, clearly sensed his displeasure and deliberately brought up the fact that the engagement hadn't been announced to relatives and friends. Thinking back, yesterday's gathering was under the guise of a small family dinner, so no one was aware of the engagement plans. Lin Aoshan's words, tinged with a hint of appeasement, greatly pleased Li Jingfeng. However, just as he was about to agree, a voice rang out from the entrance of the dining room. Accompanied by steady footsteps, a bodyguard dressed in a black suit stood at the doorway. He held an object steadily in both hands, covered entirely by a red cloth. The bodyguard bowed his head and spoke respectfully to Lin Outyin. Patriarch, this is a gift sent by the Su family patriarch. Lin Outyin waved his hand at the bodyguard. Open it, and let's have a look. The bodyguard carefully removed the red cloth covering it. Instantly, a porcelain vase came into view, its base adorned with yellow ground and embossed patterns, decorated with various floral motifs featuring exquisite and intricate designs and radiating an air of elegance and opulence. Li Tian and Lin Sierra showed little reaction, unfamiliar with the piece. They merely thought it was brightly colored and likely expensive, and both were aware of why the Su family was sending gifts to Lin Outyin, so they felt no surprise. However, Lin Outyin and Li Jingfeng, seated at the head of the table, were both startled. The exquisite porcelain on the tray was the Qianlong Famille Rose hollow rotating vase, which Su Jingqua had purchased for 550 million yuan at a major auction. It was well known among the upper echelons of society. Though Lin Outyin knew the reason behind the gift, he was still astonished by the Su family's extravagant generosity. Li Jingfeng was even more stunned. A man of deep thought, he too was taken aback by the sight of the object. He knew that the Lin and Su families had a long-standing cooperative relationship and that the two patriarchs were on good terms. But no matter how good their relationship, it wouldn't warrant such a lavish gift. Furthermore, there were rumors circulating throughout Luochuan City that the Su family's eldest son Su Qingren had been kidnapped and was rescued this morning. Su Jingqua and Qingyun had rushed back from Longqing to see Su Qing. They had probably only just seen their son. How could Su Jingqua have the mind to send gifts to the Lin family at this time? Could it be that the Lin family had rescued Su Qing? Lin Outyin calmly waved his hand at the bodyguard. Take it away and put it in my study. Then he let out a hearty laugh and spoke to Li Jingfeng in a light-hearted, teasing tone. Brother Jingqua is truly generous. When I visited his home last week, I mentioned I liked this vase, and he actually parted with it for me. He paused, patted his chest, and clicked his tongue. Over 500 million. It pains my heart to spend that much. Lin Outyin was a true old fox. His demeanor and tone betrayed no hint of falsehood. Li Jingfeng harbored no suspicions, as it was common knowledge that Lin Outyin was an avid collector of antiques. Besides, having a subordinate deliver a gift to the Lin family was a simple matter and wouldn't interfere with comforting his son. Since his relationship with the Su family was not close, he refrained from mentioning their gossip. He echoed Lin Outyin, 1,000 gold can't buy what you love. Having it displayed at home brings joy to the eyes. Inwardly, he mused that the Lin family's wealth was truly vast, with immeasurable liquid assets. Lin Outyin nodded repeatedly, murmuring indeed. But his thoughts mirrored Li Jingfeng's. He mused that the Su family's wealth was truly vast, with immeasurable assets. The two old foxes, each harboring their own schemes, continued to toast and chat until they finally set a new date for the young couple's wedding. The date was set 1 month later. Li Tian and Li Jingfeng departed together. After seeing off the guests, Lin Outyin led Lin Sierra toward the study. He had words to share with her and was eager to examine the vase. Lin Outyin was a man of fierce temperament, yet he harbored a deep fondness for feigned elegance. The study was adorned in classical refinement, filled with countless paintings, calligraphy, books, and antiques. Lin Outyin traced the patterns on the vase, his eyes fixed intently as he let out a string of exclamations. Truly a fine piece. Your Uncle Su is most generous. As he examined the vase, he turned to Lin Sierra and asked, Sierra, do you know who kidnapped you? Lin Sierra shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. When I woke up, only Su Qing and I were there. No kidnappers. Lin Outyin turned to study her closely, speaking with deep concern. As long as you're safe, they'll get to the bottom of this. He pondered deeply. Whoever had managed to kidnap both Lin Sierra and Su Qing must be a formidable figure. Confining them in a house without further action suggested the motive wasn't money, but likely a grudge against the Su and Lin families. Before Lin Outyin could form any conclusions, a knock sounded at the study door. He glanced toward the entrance. Enter. The door opened to reveal the bodyguard who had earlier delivered the porcelain. Patriarch. The guard nodded, his gaze shifting between Lin Outyin and Lin Sierra for a few seconds. He spoke respectfully. The Su family also sent a message. It was inconvenient to say earlier with so many people around. What message? Lin Outyin shot him a glance. Speak directly. What can't be said in front of the young miss? His tone was casual, but the sharpness in his eyes served as a warning. Say what must be said and nothing more. The Su family conveys their gratitude for the Lin family's rescue. Besides the Qianlong Famille Rose open-work revolving vase, they've added a 2-year employment contract between the Su and Lin families, with a 20% increase in commission. Lin Aotian's expression brightened, but the joy faded the next moment. He frowned, unable to fathom why the Su family would gift both antiques and money. The offering was simply too generous. The bodyguard kept stealing sidelong glances at Lin Sierra, hesitating over the words on the tip of his tongue. He stammered, Patriarch, there's one more thing. Lin Outyin said impatiently, out with it. Young Master Su said to thank the young miss for her attentive care at the villa. A small token, please accept it, Uncle Lin. Lin Outyin suddenly understood. Although Su Jingqua and he were on good terms, both were wily old foxes who never engaged in a losing deal. No wonder. It was a gift from Su Qing. Lin Outyin waved his hand calmly at the bodyguard. Understood. You may leave. It was no surprise the guard felt awkward speaking in front of Lin Sierra. Even Lin Outyin, as her father, found it hard to ask her directly. Just how attentively had she cared for Su Qing to warrant such a lavish gift? Lin Outyin glanced at Lin Sierra and asked vaguely, It seems you and Su Qing got along well. Though Lin Sierra didn't know the vase's price, she knew the contract's value. The original 2-year deal was already worth over 100 million, with an extra 20% commission from the Su family. Moreover, from the astonishment on her father's face at the dining table over the revolving vase, that gift was clearly even more valuable. Su Qing's actions were practically throwing money at the Lin family. Not even mobilizing the entire Lin security group for a mission would be worth this much. And Su Qing's deliberate message thanking her for her attentive care. It shrouded their relationship in a haze of ambiguity. More than gratitude, it felt like. Like a betrothal gift. Lin Sierra bit her lip, and instantly images flooded her mind. Su Qing describing the girl he liked, and his lonely expression when he said he couldn't hold anyone back. Could it be? Lin Sierra's emotions swirled. Could it be that the person Su Qing said he didn't want a burden was her? She murmured, he's not in good health. I just cooked him a meal. He's probably just grateful. Lin Outyin furrowed his brow at this, then let out a bewildered laugh. He paused. One meal. A meal worth 700 million. Lin Sierra suddenly lifted her head and explained, I also promised him something. Yes, that must be it. Dad, can you help find a suitable kidney match for him? Our family has connections overseas. Lin Outyin frowned. Sierra, you've really grown up. You promised him first, then come to ask your father if he can find a match. Lin Sierra lowered her head, whispering, he won't talk. He promised me he wouldn't reveal anything about our family. Lin Outyin pointed at Lin Sierra, erupting in fury. You not only promised to find him a kidney donor, but you also told him about our overseas operations, didn't you? Lin Sierra's head sank lower. Just a little. Lin Outyin clenched his teeth, glaring at her viciously, then suddenly raised his hand. The hand hung in the air, unmoving for a long moment. The blow meant for Lin Sierra hesitated, then finally landed on the desk beside him. He furrowed his brows and barked at Lin Sierra. Is the Lin family's overseas business something to casually tell an outsider? Sia, how could you be so indiscreet? Telling a stranger. Don't you know every agency is watching us right now? If he so much as utters a single word to anyone else. Lin Outyin leaned on the desk, shaking his head weakly. And now they've sent these gifts. Lin Sierra bit her lip hard, looking at her furious father, and lowered her head slightly. Dad, Su Qing promised me he wouldn't tell anyone, not even his parents. Her voice was faint, but resolute. She didn't know why, but she trusted Su Qing. She couldn't bear to see him suffer, wanted to help him, and felt for him. Lin Outyin could no longer contain his rage. He raised his hand and struck her across the face. The once fair skin instantly bore a vicious red mark. He loomed over her, pointing accusingly. Have you known him for 10 years? 8. Or did he bare his heart for you to see? You make such a grave mistake, and still dare to talk back to me for his sake. Lin Aotian's fingers trembled. He had never struck Lin Sierra before, and seeing the tears glistening in his daughter's eyes, a flicker of reluctance stirred within him. He furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling that Lin Sierra had changed profoundly, especially when her unwavering voice reached him again. He watched as she lifted her head to meet his gaze, tears in her eyes, a hint of shame in her expression, yet her words remained steadfast. He won't. I trust him. Lin Outyin stared at her through gritted teeth. You and that Su boy just met yesterday at the kidnapping site, didn't you? Have you known each other for even 24 hours? And you defy your father over and over for him. Lin Aotian's rage blazed as he swung his palm toward Lin Sierra once more. Yet the blow never landed on her face. He abruptly halted his motion, his hand hovering less than 2 centimeters from her ear. The reason for his sudden stop was not that his anger had subsided. Rather, he found Lin Sierra's behavior today utterly abnormal. Though kind-hearted, she had always maintained propriety, obedient and docile at home. Moreover, aside from Li Tian, she looked down upon all other men. To exaggerate whether they were signs of wealthy families or common folk, she cared not for the fate of any other man. How then could she defy him for the sake of a Su Qing? Lin Outyin scrutinized Lin Sierra. A young woman in her early 20s acting out of character for a man could only mean one thing. The answer that dawned on him left him utterly stunned. He asked Sierra, you couldn't possibly have fallen for him, could you? At this question, Lin Sierra's already reddened eyes widened instantly. In that moment, the figures of Su Qing and Li Tian flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. As if her secret had been exposed, she blurted out a retort that shocked even herself, regardless of whom she was addressing. Would I ever fall for him? Her voice sounded as though she found her father's question utterly incredulous. As if to say, how could I possibly like him? But after speaking, she froze. Even she hadn't anticipated that the clear denial caught in her throat. I don't like him. That definitive negative answer. She couldn't bring herself to utter it. Her words seemed to refute, yet she felt more as if she were questioning herself. She had spoken up for Su Qing, even angering her father for his sake. She felt no reluctance toward the intimate gestures shared with Su Qing. In fact, she even yearned for the warmth of his body. She, staggering back 2 steps as if the earth had quaked, she lowered her head, clutching the white gown she wore, nearly collapsing against the door. All her anomalies, her starkly different attitude towards Su Qing compared to others, seemed to have found an explanation. Had she truly fallen for Su Qing? Somewhere deep in her heart, it seemed Su Qing had already claimed a place. A father knows his daughter best. Witnessing his daughter's series of peculiar actions, Lin Outyin had an epiphany. In a perilous and confined environment, two young people of equal age, status, and appearance could indeed easily weave a web of emotions. Lin Outyin glanced at the Qianlong famille rose hollow revolving vase nearby, and smiled with relief. Everyone knew this porcelain was Su Jingqiuo's prized possession. Parting with it must have taken much pleading from Su Qing to his father. Adding to that, the aloof and indifferent Su Qing, even when Lin Outyin was close with Su Jingqiu, had never shown such warmth toward him. Now the haughty Su Qing had taken the initiative to send word mentioning careful tending. Weighing the matter, Lin Outyin wondered how this sincerity could be solely for a kidney donor. And Su Qing, who harbored romantic feelings for Lin Sierra, would hardly divulge their family affairs carelessly. All of Lin Aoshan's previous anger and suspicion dissipated. He walked slowly toward Lin Sierra, reaching out to gently touch the red mark on her face. Father was too impatient just now. Does it hurt? His eyes were filled with tenderness. No, it doesn't. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Let my compassion run wild. Lin Outyin chuckled softly. Sierra, are you sure that toward him? It's compassion. Yais. He ignored her stammering feeble reply. He guided her gently, asking earnestly, Sierra, are you truly certain? Aye. Lin Sierra felt her defenses crumbling as if pierced again and again. Overwhelmed, she said, Father, I don't know. Your uncle Su's son, in character, appearance, family background, and learning, excels Li Tian in every way. I've told you this before, yet you refuse to get to know him. He sighed deeply and changed the subject. Sierra, if you've developed feelings for him, now it's not too late. Father respects your decision. Since the engagement with Li Tian hasn't been finalized, he'll speak with the Li family. At worst, he'll gift Li Jingfeng a plot of land as an apology. The least won't object. Li Tian was steady and capable. Aside from his slight sensitivity about being an adopted son, Lin Outyin could find no fault with him. Coupled with Lin Sierra's insistence on marrying none but Li Tian, he had previously agreed to the match. After the kidnapping incident, he feared that news of her being kidnapped with Su Qing might tarnish her reputation, leaving her unmarriageable. At the dinner table that day, he had almost fawned over the Li family, anxious not to delay the wedding. Yet seeing Lin Sierra's current behavior, Lin Outyin suddenly felt the kidnapping might not be such a bad thing. After a long pause, Lin Sierra looked up at him, as if she had finally wrestled with an answer. Father, I never intended to call off the engagement. Towards Su Qing, I only see him as a younger brother. Lin Outyin waved his hand, his tone very gentle. Sierra, Father respects your decision. You're not in a good state. Go rest for a while. As Lin Sierra reached the study door, she hesitated, turned back to Lin Outyin, and with a faint voice and eyes filled with shame asked, Father, about finding a kidney donor. Can you still help Su Qing? Seated in the rosewood chair, Lin Outyin looked up at her. He nodded. Since the gift has been sent, of course he'll help. Father, I'm sorry for troubling you. He waved his hand. It's nothing. Go to your room and rest. Lin Outyin tapped his fingers on the desk, a crisp sound echoing in the quiet space. He was pondering. Which was the better choice, Li Tian or Su Qing? Li Jingfeng had promised a betrothal gift of 5 prime plots of land and a building of considerable value. As long as Li Sheng remained childless, Li Tian would surely inherit the Li family's assets. Given Li Sheng's frail health, Li Tian's succession seemed almost certain. The Su family was even more generous. The vase on the table alone showed Su Qing's significant sway within the family. Su Qing was the sole heir to the Su family's entertainment empire. Despite his odd temperament and sickly constitution, lacking a kidney posed no issue for continuing the family line. As long as Lin Sierra bore him a child, even if Su Qing's health failed and he passed early, she would merely become a widow. A widow with a child. Then all of the Su family's wealth would fall into the Lin family's hands. Wouldn't that be even better? Lin Outyin sighed softly. Both choices were commendable, and he almost wished he could split Lin Sierra in two to secure an alliance with both the Su and Li families. He could tell that even though Lin Sierra wavered between the two men as a girl, she cherished old bonds. Having spent over a decade with Li Tian, she would most likely choose him in the end. Lin Outyin picked up the calendar beside him and glanced at the date. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips. He had no intention of making the decision for Lin Sierra, but he planned to give Su Qing, who lagged behind by more than 10 years in time spent with her, a fair chance. He dialed a number. Lin Outyin let out 2 hearty laughs and said cheerfully, Brother Jingfeng, have you made it home? A pause came from the other end of the line. Lin Outyin sighed and continued, Brother Jingfeng, I just took a look at the calendar. The 15th of next month isn't the most auspicious day. From the 4 corners of the ceiling, dazzling spotlights shone down onto a reflective marble bar. Beside the bar, on a lacquered leather sofa, sat a man with strikingly handsome features and a robust physique. A scar ran across his brow, starting from the left side of his forehead and extending to the upper edge of his eyelid. His eyes were as dark and lifeless as a stagnant pool. Even at that moment, with a seductive blonde woman perched on his lap, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, planting delicate kisses one after another along his throat. His face betrayed no hint of joy or sorrow. Unable to bear his impassive demeanor, the blonde woman playfully bit his earlobe with a mix of gentleness and mischief. She whispered a coquettish complaint in his ear. "Cold master, won't you even look at me?" Her voice was utterly enchanting. He gave her waist a light squeeze and said flatly, "Don't be fussy. Focus on watching young Master Li's boxing match." The blonde woman let out a soft huff. Young Master Li sparring with someone is no different from hitting a sandbag. What's so interesting about that? Cold master, why not pay more attention to me? He glanced at her and chuckled. Isn't it amusing to see how many ribs young Master Li can break on his opponent? A mischievous spark lit up his eyes as he pointed to the watch on his wrist. "I just wore this one casually today. Not too expensive, just $1 million or so. How about we make a bet, little enchantress? If you win, it's yours." The blonde woman's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the watch. "What kind of bet, Cold Master?" He thought for a moment and said, "Let's bet on how much young Master Li will have to pay in medical compensation today. If you're within 30,000, you win." The woman nuzzled her nose against his cheek. "Cold master, what if I lose?" Lung Yinfeng glanced at the row of burly thugs standing behind the sofa and let out a scoff. He gestured casually toward them and said nonchalantly, "If you lose, you can. Have some fun with them." The woman feigned weakness and playfully punched his arm. "Cold master, you're such a tease." He raised an eyebrow lazily. "Are we betting or not? This is a one-time offer, darling." The woman froze for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She was kept by Lung Yinfeng, who had lavished her with millions in cash and gifts over the past year. He was always generous with money. Besides, with his intense possessiveness and controlling nature, how could he possibly be serious? She immediately understood. This was just a little game of flirtation from Cold Master. "Cold Master, I'll guess 150,000. Lung Yinfeng fixed his gaze forward and said coolly, "All right, let's see if it's 150,000. Straight ahead of them was a boxing ring. On the platform, sweat dripped from Li Tian's forehead, his eyes tinged red, and a vicious twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. He lunged forward and landed a straight punch square on his opponent's nose. With a loud thud, the man on the ground collapsed and didn't get up. Lung Yinfeng stood up and said calmly to the doctor standing by the ring, "Take him down. Calculate the expenses and give young Master Li the bill." The doctor in the white coat nodded. "Yes, Cold Master." Lung Yinfeng owned this boxing gym, a sprawling venue unlike any ordinary one. Those who came to spar had to sign an agreement accepting responsibility for life and death. However, injuring an opponent meant paying several times the medical costs as compensation. His business generated revenue from two sources. First, from those who legitimately rented the space for coaching practice or sparring. Second, from a cut of the medical fees. Not too much, not too little, just 20%. Of course, Li Tian came here to blow off steam as a customer, and so far he hadn't received a single cent in compensation from anyone. Li Tian bit the strap of his boxing glove and pulled it off. He jumped down from the platform and said to Lung Yinfeng, "Sorry for causing you more trouble." Lung Yinfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. I'm making money here. It's all mutual consent." He glanced at the man who had just been carried away, frowned, and said to Li Tian, "Young Master Li, are you in a bad mood today? You really roughed him up." Li Tian shook his head, looking utterly exhausted. "It's nothing. I'm going to change clothes." With that, Li Tian headed to the locker room. He grabbed a towel from the cabinet and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His brows were tightly knit. The fight, almost one-sided, did nothing to ease the turmoil in his heart. He sat down heavily on the nearby sofa, covering his eyes with both hands. His heart pounded violently as tumultuous memories flooded his mind. After leaving the Lin family today, he sat in the car with Li Jingfeng for a while. Wanting to stay a bit longer with Lin Xier, he didn't go home immediately, but had the driver take Li Jingfeng back first. Li Tian returned to the Lin residence and went straight to Lin Xier's room, but she wasn't there. As he left her room and reached the spiral staircase on the second floor, he happened to encounter the bodyguard who had delivered something earlier coming down from upstairs. The bodyguard gave a slight nod. "Young Master Li." Li Tian nodded back. As the bodyguard passed by, Li Tian called out to him and asked, "Have you seen Xie?" The bodyguard turned and replied, "Miss is in the master's study." "All right, I see." Li Tian went up to the third floor and walked toward Lin Aotian's study. But before he could knock on the door, he heard Lin Aotian's furious roar from inside. Li Tian's hand froze in midair, and he stood there stunned for a long moment. Before he could even process his anger, he was already thrown into disarray by the words coming from behind the door. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but whether it was the thinness of the door or the piercing nature of the words, every single sentence from Lin Aotian and Lin Xier reached his ears, leaving him no way to escape. He didn't even know whether to be glad for overhearing someone else's secret or regret coming back to hear such heart-wrenching words. Especially Lin Xier's question to her father, "Will I ever like him?" Li Tian let out a bitter, helpless laugh. Lin Xier, a proud daughter of heaven, bold in love and hate, always decisive in her actions and words. When had she ever been so ambiguous? He could even picture her now passionately refuting her father, her face flushed with the shame of having her hidden feelings exposed. Li Tian didn't wait for Lin Sierra to come out. The moment Lin Outyin told her to rest, he fled in panic. Inside the VIP lounge of the boxing gym, Long Yanfeng walked in and saw Li Tian slouched on the sofa with a vacant expression furrowing his brow. He held Li Tian in high regard, for Li Tian was the only person who had ever paid him medical expenses. Long Yanfeng, a man of extensive connections, mysterious family background, and a young master lacking nothing, found his greatest pleasure in challenging formidable opponents. He had opened this underground boxing gym for his own amusement. Yet since its inception he had never encountered a worthy adversary, though it was possible some deliberately lost to curry favor. In the 3+ years since the gym opened, Li Tian was the only one who had defeated him, and even then he had held back, not using his full strength. He greatly admired Li Tian, but he had never seen Li Tian so disheartened as today, a stark contrast to his usual composed and mature demeanor. Long Yanfeng approached Li Tian and called out Li Tian. Li Tian looked up, glanced at him, and replied to him. Long Yanfeng walked over, sat down beside him, and patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Li Tian rubbed his head and said indifferently, nothing. Long Yanfeng offered him a cigarette. Spill it. Li Tian accepted the cigarette and took a deep drag, a veil of smoke swirling before his eyes as he slowly spoke. Brother, can you help me look into something and find someone? Phew. Long Yanfeng lazily exhaled a puff of smoke, turned his head, and said, no problem. Tell me about it. Find out who was behind yesterday's kidnapping in the southern suburbs, Li Tian said. Long Yanfeng nodded. Alright, is that the thing you asked me to check yesterday? Li Tian nodded. Yes, the last coordinates you gave me from the south. That's where the kidnapping happened. Fine, I'll see it through. Leave it to me. Long Yanfeng then asked, and who's the person you want to check on? Li Tian stubbed out the cigarette on the table beside him, the blazing red ember slowly fading into ash. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. That young master of the Su family, Su Qing. Alright, no problem. Li Tian stood up, a faint smile curling at his lips. Thanks, brother. Send me the bill when it's done. Long Yanfeng waved his hand. No need, it's nothing. Just treat me to a meal. Li Tian headed for the door. Fine, I owe you one. Am not in the best mood, so we'll head back first. Long Yanfeng also rose. Alright, I'll see you out. The two reached the entrance where a doctor approached with a medical bill. He gave a slight nod to Li Tian. Young Master Li, the total is 200,000. Here are the details. Li Tian glanced at it, but paid little attention to the contents. He pulled a card from his wallet. Here, it has 1 million on it. Keep it at the shop. Just deduct from it in the future. No need to send me the details. Thank you, young Master Li. Take care. Long Yanfeng strolled over and sat down on the marble counter behind him, his cigarette half-smoked. He crushed the butt into the crystal ashtray, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the blonde beauty on the opposite sofa and said coolly, darling, you lost. The woman who had been acting spoiled and entitled suddenly froze at the sight of his gloomy eyes, the fierce scar between his brows and the enigmatic smile on his lips. She quickly cooed, young Master Long, I was only off by 20 or 30,000. Don't be so hard on me. She leaned forward, trying to get closer to Long Yanfeng and grab his arm, but he shook her off. Long Yanfeng glared at the thugs behind the sofa and said coldly, what are you waiting for? Aren't you taking her away? The pretty blonde woman's soul nearly fled in terror as rough hands seized her from behind. She struggled against the grip, desperately pressing toward Long Yanfeng. But the moment she grabbed his hand, he slapped it away. The force behind her grew stronger, and her voice cracked as she screamed. Young Master Long, I've been with you for a year. Don't do this to me. Young Master Long, I beg you will give back everything you've given me. They'll follow you without asking for anything. Just tell them to let go. Young Master Long. The woman was half dragged, half pulled by the man behind her, tears streaming down her chin in cascades. Long Yanfeng pursed his lips, slowly removed his wristwatch, and flung it onto her. No need to return it. Take this too. He leaned down, patted her pretty face, her makeup nearly ruined by tears, and said slowly, darling, don't be sad. Even if you'd won the bet, I'd still have done the same. His hand, which had been gently patting her face, suddenly struck hard. You talk too much. It's damn annoying. Su Qing sat at his desk. He opened his panel and checked the latest updates. Host Su Qing, age 19. Appearance 101. Note maximum score is 100. Combat power 70. Note passing line is 60. Villain fortune value 3,600 points. Villain points 100 points. Items author's custom follow-up novel X2. Large livestock farm in the southern suburbs. 1 second-hand van worth 50,000. 1 pill for all ailments. Skill intermediate, inside eye. Su Qing closed the panel and opened the latest novel follow-up, sorting through the newest chapters. Words large and small swirled in his mind like a revolving lantern, making his head throb. After organizing the content, Su Qing curled his lip. He tossed the pen in his hand carelessly onto the desk. He was utterly speechless. He knew Li Tian's fortune was high, and he had expected to lose to him in this plot as well. But what he never anticipated was that in the new version of the story, he would actually die. Su Qing recalled from the book that in the upcoming chapters Lin Outyin would interrogate Lin Xier and postpone the wedding by a month, which worked in his favor. Li Tian overheard the conversation between the Lin father and daughter, his thoughts growing darker. He then sought out Leng Yanfeng to investigate the kidnapping case and himself. From Leng Yanfeng's investigation, Li Tian learned that Su Qing had once been extremely withdrawn and paranoid, even to a bizarre degree. Su Qing had come to terms with his physical disability, and despite Su Jingqiu's repeated attempts to find a match for him, Su Qing refused. Li Tian also bribed the Su family's doctor, discovering that Su Qing was adamantly opposed to seeing a physician. Fully understanding Su Qing's intentions and currying favor with the Lin family, Li Tian revealed all his findings to the overly sympathetic Lin Xier, exposing Su Qing's scheme to play the victim. Lin Xier believed Li Tian, growing to loathe Su Qing's deceit. Her goodwill toward him plummeted, and she blocked him. Meanwhile, Leng Yanfeng sent men to search the southern villa, finding a shard of a wine glass on the carpet edge of the second-floor bedroom. They lifted Su Qing's fingerprints from it. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, whom Su Qing had sent to dispose of the van, were also captured by Leng Yanfeng. A complete sadist, Leng Yanfeng beat them half to death despite knowing Su Qing was the mastermind behind the kidnapping. Finally, he sneered at the two who refused to betray Su Qing, saying, "Oh my, you two are just too loyal. He'll invite your master Su Qing over soon and tell him you two sold him out. Just how amusing. I wonder if once he knows your aged grandfather and your parents working for the Su family will die even sooner than you two." Su Qing only skimmed the later plot. After being imprisoned, his body gave out one day, and he was taken to a hospital outside the prison. There Li Tian's men killed him outright. Li Tian even flicked his fingers and said, "Worthless." Having digested the plot, Su Qing curled his lips. "Tisk, is it really that tragic? I think Leng Yanfeng is far more wicked than me. How does he get to live so well and so long? Just because he's the male lead's ally." He never dreamed that the original Su Qing had voluntarily given up on the match. That hack author had written a true freak. A knock at the door drew Su Qing's attention. "Enter." Steward Su stood at the doorway, speaking respectfully. "Young master, the Lin family patriarch sent word that he greatly admires the generous gift you sent. He invites you along with the master and madam to attend the engagement banquet of the Lin family's daughter and the Li family's son in 2 months. Su Qing crossed his legs, tapping one foot on the floor in a rhythmic beat within the quiet space. He nodded calmly at Steward Su. "I understand. Young master, you." Steward Su hesitated, swallowing a host of questions. When the young master first mentioned sending the Qianlong Famille Rose revolving vase to the Lin family, the master had explicitly refused. It was only after the young master declared his feelings for Lin Xier and his intention to win her over that the master agreed, thinking such a match was favorable. Moreover, the young master had shown no interest in women for nearly 20 years, and the master worried his son might be inclined toward men, readily approved the gift, and added an extra 20% commission to the contract with the Lin family. Having lived so long and served as steward of a great house like the Su family, Steward Su prided himself on his perceptiveness. Thus he was deeply puzzled. After receiving such a lavish gift and the young master's message, why would the cunning Lin patriarch send back an invitation to his own daughter's engagement banquet? Did the Lin family mean to accept the Su family's gift while humiliating both the family and the young master? A utter disgrace. And yet the young master remained so composed after receiving such news. Su Qing, seeing Steward Su frozen in place, immediately understood his thoughts. He smiled gently and said calmly, "Steward Su, go back and rest if you have nothing else. The truth is, I didn't send that gift to the Lin family for Lin Xier. I don't like her, nor do I intend to marry her. That was just something I told my father. I have other motives." Steward Su staggered, countless fragmented thoughts swirling in his mind. His young master didn't like Lin Xier, yet he sent the Lin family a gift and said such things. His intention must be to disrupt the engagement between the Lin and Li families. And now receiving the Lin family's message without any impatience. Thinking it through, the young master's true target wasn't Lin Xier. There was only one possibility: the other protagonist of the engagement banquet, the Li family's adopted son, Li Tian. Steward Su's aged eyes widened in shock. The realization dawned on him: no wonder Su Qing had sent Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang to investigate Li Tian, and had even hired private detectives to tail him, taking photos and videos, learning every detail about Li Tian. And he had reviewed that information over and over. Steward Su gazed at Su Qing uneasily, his aged hand gripping the door handle weakly, as if on the verge of being crushed by his own shocking conjecture. He spoke in a feeble voice, the question he wanted to ask filling him with dread. "Young master." Su Qing waved his hand. "Steward Su, you may go. I'd like to rest for a while." He paused, then smiled politely at the steward. "Steward Su, one more favor, please don't tell my parents that I don't like Lin Xier." Steward Su nodded slightly. "Understood, young master." He then left. The afternoon sun was scorching. A brilliant ray slipped through the gap in the silver-gray curtains, casting light on Su Qing's profile. His jawline, as if meticulously sculpted by a craftsman, twitched, slightly revealing a languid and sly smile. He knew full well the meaning behind Lin Aotian's message. It wasn't meant to humiliate the Su family or reject him. Rather, Lin Aotian, that old fox, was using provocation to push him to act faster. His fingers slid along the edge of the desk, gently caressing it. Lin Aotian, Lin Sierra, Li Tian, Lung Yanfeng. This game was becoming more and more interesting. After meticulously sorting through the plot, Su Qing's head throbbed. Calculating the days according to the timeline of the story, his battle wouldn't begin until the day after tomorrow. He simply got up and returned to his room to rest. Having worn a fitted suit for a day and a night, Su Qing hurriedly took a comfortable hot shower, then picked a loose silk pajama from the dressing room and slipped into it. Nestled in the soft silk quilt, he soon drifted into slumber. He slept for an unknown duration before being roused by a knocking sound. Knock, knock, knock. The clear and rhythmic rapping made Su Qing pause momentarily. Shaking off the drowsiness, he recalled where he was. He squinted, a husky voice emerging from his throat. Who is it? Su Qing heard a sweet voice drift in from outside the door. Young. I. Een. Su Qing frowned. What? What are you scheming? Who are you scheming against? Another vague voice came from outside. I. Am. Een. Su Qing grabbed the corner of the quilt and pulled it over his head. The lingering fatigue and the indistinct voice outside the door irritated him immensely. Come in and speak. The door creaked open from the outside. Su Qing revealed a pair of eyes from beneath the quilt, furrowing his brows as he looked toward the doorway. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness. Only outside the open door a row of soft yellow ambient lights cast their warm glow upon the girl standing at the threshold. He couldn't make out her features clearly. Su Qing could only glimpse the girl's fair skin, her bare feet delicately touching the tiles, as if afraid to make a sound, her straight, long legs trembling slightly with fear. Her smooth, straight hair lay draped over her chest, the pale contours of which rose and fell in rapid breaths. The dim lamplight fell upon the silk slip dress she wore, reflecting subtle sheens of light. Su Qing disliked making things difficult for women, especially since she appeared very nervous, implying she had come for a reason. He turned on his side, slightly lifting his eyelids, and said lazily, Speak. Young master, I am Een. Am I no? What is it? Een looked at the blurry silhouette within the quilt, and listened to the slightly hoarse voice that slowly reached her ears, a voice tinged with the aftermath of sleep. The moment she thought of the young master's exceptionally beautiful eyes watching her, her heart fluttered wildly, and her mind went blank. Nothing at all. Su Qing. Wait, you have nothing to say, and you knock on my door. Su Qing reached out, and turned on the bedside lamp, letting out a scoff. Come, let me see what you look like. You better pray I don't remember your face when I wake up tomorrow. He half rose, frowning. Upon seeing the pitifully charming girl before him, her eyes rimmed with red and teardrops the size of beans streaming down her cheeks, he waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop crying. I won't punish you. Just say what you need to say directly. Een, sobbing intermittently, haltingly explained her purpose. Young master, the patriarch ordered Steward Su to select someone to accompany you. Steward Su said that if I were driven out by you, I wouldn't be allowed to stay in the Su residence tomorrow. En's heart was in turmoil. She was terrified of the inherently aloof young master of the house, and dared not approach him, yet she also feared being cast out by the Su family tomorrow. Caught in a dilemma, she shuffled forward a few steps, and choked out, Young master, I beg you, please don't send me away. My grandmother is ill. I cannot afford to lose this job. She pointed to the low chair by the window. Young master, I could sit there all night. I promise not to make a single sound. Young master, may I please stay? Su Qing looked at the weeping, graceful woman before him, deeply moved. With such filial piety, how could I bear to let you lose your job? A flash of surprise lit up En's eyes. She bowed deeply to Su Qing as if paying respects at his grave. Young master, I swear I won't make any noise. I won't disturb your sleep. It's fine, you can make some noise. He patted the pillow beside him. Come over. They surely didn't send you in just to admire the moon from the window, did they? Her still reddened eyes widened in shock. Young master, you. Su Qing's seductive eyelashes lifted slightly. He casually ran his hand through his tousled hair, pushing it back. His supremely handsome face threw En's heart into disarray. A hint of shyness flickered across En's face. She hadn't expected their icy young master to be such a lecher. But this was a huge win. The young master was incredibly handsome. Seeing En approaching him in the moonlight with an increasingly greedy gaze, Su Qing raised his hand in a defensive block. Turning his head, he faced a reflective ornament, which mirrored his own peerlessly handsome features. He knew he was too handsome. Being this handsome, how could he let himself be easily obtained? A young man needs to protect himself too. His previous words had clearly been misinterpreted by En. He had let her stay? Because he suddenly realized why Su Jinghua had instructed Steward Su to send someone in. A minor plot point in the book was, after Steward Su was thunderstruck by the news that Su Qing didn't like Lin Sierra, he immediately turned around and told Su Jinghua and in Xingyun that Su Qing's orientation might not be towards women. Thus his parents, who had always suspected Su Qing's orientation was abnormal, hastily ordered steward Su to arrange for someone to attend to their perfectly normal son. Su Qing felt utterly helpless. He really hadn't realized steward Su's mind was so prone to wild leaps. A miscalculation, a miscalculation. Young master. Yin called out to him, seeing him staring at the mirror, as if his soul had left his body. Su Qing pointed towards the door. At the gap beneath the door panel, hallway light was visible, now partially blocked by a vague dark shadow. Probably someone sent to keep watch. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out? Make some noise yourself, Su Qing said, burrowing into the quilt and closing his eyes. He pointed to the other side. There are blankets in the cabinet. Go out tomorrow and ask steward Su for a check. Seeing Su Qing about to fall asleep, Yin was stunned. Young master, you. Su Qing nodded. No need to thank me. Just put in a good word for me when you leave. Yin nodded. The young master is a gentleman. Su Qing lifted his eyelids and said flatly, say I am. A beast worse than a beast. I understand, young master. Yin was sharp. Grasping Su Qing's intention, she stood at the foot of the bed and began to shake it vigorously, trying her best to create the sounds of debauchery. Fearing it might disturb Su Qing's rest, she only kept it up for 2 minutes. Truth be told, the creaking of the bed did disturb Su Qing's rest. But 2 minutes, it was detrimental to his reputation. Su Qing exclaimed in exasperation, Miss, don't repay kindness with enmity. 3 days later, outside the Su family mansion, several cars pulled up one after another, and people gradually alighted. A refined woman in a professional outfit, her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, stood before a camera, holding a microphone bearing the label of Luochuan Television. She flashed a standard smile revealing 8 teeth. Gesturing toward the courtyard gate of the Su residence, she spoke enthusiastically into the lens. Greetings, dear viewers. I'm your reporter Xianwan. Today we've arrived at the main estate of Su Jingque, the head of Luochuan's 5 great families and founder of Dingfeng Entertainment. As many of you may have heard, the Su family's young master, Su Qing, was recently kidnapped and returned home just a few days ago. Due to the immense public outcry stirred by the kidnapping case, Luochuan Television will conduct an in-depth interview with Su Qing himself today. We'll be broadcasting the interview live for everyone. This also marks the first public appearance of the Su family's young master. Xianwan winked playfully at the camera, then added words designed to heighten the audience's anticipation. Rumor has it that Su Qing is exceptionally handsome, with a charm that rivals ancient beauties. He's currently studying acting at Luochuan University, and there's a strong chance he'll follow in his father's footsteps and enter the film industry. Come on, let's follow Nuan into the Su residence and find out for ourselves. As the security guard at the gate opened the door, multiple television crews, over a dozen people in all, slowly made their way into the Su family compound. Yet at that very moment, Su Qing was still sleeping soundly in his warm, comfortable bed. He was awakened by a gentle female voice, young master. Su Qing groggily glanced at the woman on the other side of the bed. His bed was enormous, like a giant communal sleeping platform. If Su Qing were nearsighted, he wouldn't even be able to make out who was beside him. Jingjing, it's you. The girl blinked, her eyes hesitating. Young master, Shanshan. Su Qing fell silent. He retracted his earlier thought. He truly hadn't seen who was beside him. Got it. Shanshan. What do you need? Butler Su is knocking. Before Shanshan could finish, Su Qing understood completely. The knocking from outside the door had already reached his ears. Su Qing called out, come in. Outside the door, Butler Sang's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at the wooden panel before him. Would it really be appropriate for him to enter directly? He cleared his throat and announced loudly, young master, Madam is waiting for you at the entrance. Su Qing snapped awake. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Exactly the time for the television interview in the original storyline. At this moment, the ground floor hall must already be filled with reporters and cameramen from various TV stations. Su Qing reached for a silk robe draped nearby and slipped it on. If you're sleepy, go ahead and keep sleeping. Just leave when you're ready. Young Master Shanshan's family. Shanshan clutched the corner of the blanket as if struggling to voice her thoughts. I know. Go find Butler Su after you get up and ask for a check. Remember what to say. Shanshan nodded. Young master is worse than a beast. Su Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's change that. Say, strong and robust instead. Understood, young master. Watching the young master's noble and handsome retreating figure, Shanshan pursed her lips and sighed. Truly, the more one lacks something, the more one seeks to prove it. When she first heard Yin say that her young master was worse than a beast, she had imagined him as an insatiable, overbearing man, never expecting that. He had made her read 2 hours of villain novels as a bedtime story. To be honest, looking at it from another angle, it really was worse than a beast. She had nearly dozed off from exhaustion. This money is well earned. As Su Qing stepped out of the bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of Su Qingyun elegantly seated on the living room sofa in a dark green cheongsam radiating grace and nobility. Mom, Su Qing nodded to her, and Qingyun nodded in return. She disliked giving interviews, especially today, with so many people turning the house into a chaotic mess. But seeing her son in good spirits lifted her mood somewhat. There's a TV interview today. Go wash up quickly and change into some proper clothes. Got it, Mom. Just as Su Qing turned to head to the bathroom and Qing Yun called him back. Qing, Su Qing turned to her with a puzzled look. What's wrong? And Qing Yun gestured to the servants behind the sofa. They promptly pushed a whole rack of clothes in front of Su Qing. The rolling rack displayed rows of high-end custom suits. Before Su Qing could ask, Su Qing Yun spoke up. The brand just sent over next season's new arrivals. Our long-term partner. Qing, pick a set to wear for the program. All right. When Su Qing emerged from the dressing room, he was wearing a simple black suit. But the details were exquisite. All the seams were embroidered with gold thread. The sharply tailored cut accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, highlighting his handsome physique to perfection. Not bad. And Qing Yun nodded approvingly. She pushed a jewelry box on the coffee table toward him. Pick a pair of cufflinks. The suit you chose is a bit too plain. She took out a pair of defied agate cufflinks and held them up against Su Qing's outfit. Mom thinks the color and material of these are lovely. What do you think, Qing? He took the cufflinks from Qing Yun's hand, fastened them onto his sleeves, adjusted the cuffs, and smiled faintly. They look nice. And Qing Yun looked at the smile on his face and felt that her son had changed a great deal. He used to be very cold, even when being respectful to her. It was a kind of distant politeness. But now he smiled more often and had become much more open. She didn't keep her doubts to herself. With a relieved expression, she said, Qing, you seem much happier than before. Su Qing looked at Qing Yun with a glint of amusement in his eyes. He didn't want to deliberately follow the character's personality from the book. It was too troublesome, and he couldn't be bothered to pretend. So what if others realized his character had changed? He could fulfill the original Su Qing's wishes and help him achieve things he never did, simply because it was interesting and because he could gain wealth and abilities from the system. But he would never live in someone else's shadow. He was himself. People change in the blink of an eye, and he was absolutely certain that his family liked the changes in him. Yeah, Mom. I feel like I've been in a much better mood lately too. Maybe it's because I got kidnapped again, and two negatives make a positive. I've let go of the past. And Qing Yun listened to his words, a glimmer of relieved tears in her eyes, and she quickly said, That's right, Qing. You can't always live in the shadow of the past. Should we help you contact the match for a transplant? Is that okay? Su Qing pondered for a moment. Previously, it was because the original Su Qing was eccentric and stubborn that he refused the kidney transplant. Now, although he craves a complete body with the system's physical enhancement aside from missing one kidney, it had no impact on his life. Lin Sierra believed his family couldn't find a match, so she returned home to beg Lin out, Yin, even suffering a slap for it. She deeply cherished him, and her hazy affection for him was nearly surfacing. If he found a kidney through his family, what would he have left to play the victim and gain Lin Sierra's sympathy? So, this kidney was unnecessary. Moreover, he intended to play the victim again today, not only for Lin Sierra to see, but also for Li Tian, and it would be broadcast nationwide. For today was the day in the book when Li Tian would expose Su Qing's false facade to Lin Sierra. Mom, let's leave the kidney matter for later. I'm not ready yet. After all, I've gotten used to it over the years. Can I take it step by step? And Qing Yun looked at Su Qing's troubled expression and understood. It was already remarkable that he had transformed from his former eccentricity into this approachable demeanor, given the pathological mindset caused by repeated perilous situations. Yet Qing Yun remained worried. Previously, she feared that Su Qing's long-standing distance from women meant he preferred men, especially after Butler Su's remarks. That was why she arranged attendance for him. Frowning, she cast a glance towards Su Qing's bedroom door. Over the past few days, Su Qing had accepted all the attendance. From his former aversion to women to now indulging daily, she wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. And Qing Yun feared his health might not withstand it, that he might collapse in bed. She looked at him with concern. I understand, Mom. But Qing, please visit the family doctor regularly for checkups. Don't delay anything. And be moderate in your daily life. Though he was her son, as a mother she found it awkward to speak plainly about such matters. She glanced at Butler Su, sat upright, and said solemnly, The young master needs rest. Don't let them disturb him for the next few days. Butler Su nodded. Yes, madam. Su Qing slowly walked over to Qing Yun and whispered a fabricated secret into her ear. Mom, I actually have a secret I've never told you. Actually, until a few days ago, I used to like men. Cough. Cough. Though she hadn't been drinking, Qing Yun was so startled by Su Qing's whispered revelation that she choked as if she had swallowed something. She was stunned for a long moment before suddenly realizing Su Qing had been rescued by the Lin family, with Li Tian merely present, yet Su Qing had still found a pretext to get his father to transfer the land to Li Tian. So that was his true intention. Her elegant face showed a hint of panic as she looked at Su Qing. Qing, you. Su Qing sat up straight and spoke frankly and openly. Since she thought he was gay, he had to give her a good scare. Mom, don't worry. I've never had any experience. I didn't understand emotions before. Now I'm certain my orientation is normal. And Qing Yun looked at him worried. Really? Su Qing nodded. And Xing Yun took his hand and gently stroked it. That's good, that's good. She turned to Butler Su and whispered, forget what I said earlier. Continue with the previous arrangements. Turning back to Su Qing, she thought for a moment and said, you're almost 20. You should find a proper girlfriend. There's a rising young star in our company about your age. She's Uncle Lu's daughter with good family background, looks, and character. Would you like to meet her? I could invite Uncle Lu's family over sometime and you can get to know each other. Su Qing smiled. Mom, I'm only 20. There's no rush. We'll talk about it another time. He glanced toward the elevator. Mom, the reporters for the interview have arrived, right? It's not good to keep them waiting too long. They might say our family is acting arrogant. Before the luxurious European-style entrance of the Su family stood over a dozen people. They exchanged glances, then looked around, casting quick looks toward the stairs and elevator. A TV station staff member in a black jacket asked the person beside him, how long have we been waiting here? The person asked glanced at his watch. TCH, it's 3:50. We've been waiting for almost 50 minutes. Our station chief has some ties with Su Qing, yet they still make us wait this long. The Su family really knows how to throw their weight around. Xiaonuan overheard their conversation, frowned, and quickly turned to gesture them to be quiet. Brother Wang, brotherly walls have ears. The Su family is a big name. It wasn't easy getting permission for this interview, so don't say anything careless. Be careful not to let anyone with ill intentions hear. After speaking, she glanced at the Su family's servants and bodyguards standing nearby, relieved to see they weren't looking her way. The Su family was not to be trifled with. She had worked hard to keep her position at the TV station and had no desire to offend them. But as she turned her head back, surprise filled her eyes. She thought she had seen something. She quickly turned to look toward the Su family's bodyguards, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Where her gaze landed was an elevator door with a few small steps beneath it. On those steps, a pair of straight, slender legs slowly descended, clad in meticulously pressed suit trousers, the hems perfectly outlined with a ring of gold thread, exuding an air of restrained allure. Xiaonuan looked up and saw a very tall young man, his lips carrying a distant yet polite smile. Above his straight nose were a pair of peach blossom eyes, both languid and passionate. His features were smooth and sculpted. His hair was pulled back entirely, with a few strands falling loose at his temples, casual yet stylish. His handsome appearance made it seem as though everyone else in the world existed only to highlight him. Xiaonuan's throat tightened. As a TV host, she had interviewed countless top male celebrities. But she had never seen a man as noble, enchanting, and beautiful as the one before her. Before she could recover from her shock, the young man had already walked up to them. He smiled brightly and nodded to everyone. I am Su Qing. My sincerest apologies for keeping you all waiting due to some personal matters. I am deeply honored by the favor and attention from all the TV stations, and am truly grateful for this interview. Su Qing's words stunned the crowd standing in the Su family's foyer. After all, Su Qing's gloomy and aloof personality was well known. How could these frontline news workers not know? Though they had complained about the Su family's arrogance, they had come prepared for cold treatment from the young master of the Su family. This politeness was a pleasant surprise. While everyone stood frozen in place, a cameraman, equally bewildered, looked at his unstarted camera and awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth. Coming to his senses, he saw Su Qing's sunny demeanor and immediately understood his intention. Of course, to make a good impression on the public. He spoke hesitantly to Su Qing. Young Master Su, sorry, my camera wasn't rolling. Could you say that again? The cameraman regretted it as soon as he said it, realizing it sounded like he was asking Su Qing to put on an act again. Su Qing, was I that obvious? And why did you have to say it out loud? The corners of Su Qing's lips instinctively drooped, but he quickly raised them again, squinting with an even brighter smile. He gestured toward the sofa in the hall. No need, no need. You've all been standing so long. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Tea, juice, or soda? The TV station staff dared not choose. They quickly waved their hands. No, we're not thirsty. That won't do. Su Qing smiled. He turned to the servants and said gently, prepare some of each and bring them over. Yes, young master. Two middle-aged women nodded. Su Qing walked directly to the main seat on the sofa, crossing his legs and resting his hands casually on either side. His custom-tailored suit was paired with a black silk shirt worn without a tie and with two buttons casually undone. Everyone knew this was the young master of the Su family's first interview. Not only was he not nervous, but he was also generous and considerate. Clearly rumors were unreliable. His noble and elegant demeanor left everyone present astonished, especially Xiaonuan, who was captivated by Su Qing's handsome looks. She stood rooted to the spot, her beautiful almond eyes fixed on Su Qing, her legs unmoving. A colleague nudged her and whispered, Xiaonuan, the interview. No. The Su family's living room was large enough to hold dozens of people, but Su Qing faced only one direction. The reporters crouched in front of the coffee table before him, careful not to block the cameras behind them. More than one TV station was present. Reporters vied to ask questions, all eager to get the first scoop. Still somewhat afraid of the Su family, they avoided directly mentioning the kidnapping. They planned to start with lighter topics before easing into the main subject. Young Master Su, will you enter the film industry? Young Master Su, do you think you take after your father or your mother? Young Master Su, do you find your current studies heavy? Su Qing gave a helpless smile. These people. Why was no one getting to the point? He didn't want to answer any of these questions. Suddenly, a delicate oval face broke through the crowd and appeared in Su Qing's line of sight. She wore a high sharp ponytail, her almond eyes wide and bright unblinking. She asked quickly, Young Master Su, were you scared when you were kidnapped? Her voice was cool with a standard broadcasting accent carrying a hint of magnetism that was quite pleasant. But her question plunged the living room into dead silence. Though everyone wanted to know how the handsome young man on the sofa had handled himself in such a predicament, the question had great appeal. Who dared to ask? Even Su Qing hadn't expected someone to be the first to stick their neck out, and a pretty one at that. If Su Qing hadn't seen the dazed expression on her face after asking, he might have thought she was deliberately trying to provoke him. But with his intermediate insight skill, he could see that the girl was simply thoughtless. After all, a woman with 80 points of goodwill toward him probably wouldn't intentionally seek to upset him. At most, she wanted to catch his attention. Su Qing gazed at her, as if responding only to her. Of course I was scared. Then he swept his gaze across the cameras and bit his lips, speaking with slight difficulty. Actually, you all probably know. I was kidnapped when I was a child, and it left me with quite a few after effects. For example, fear of the dark, fear of silence, fear of enclosed spaces. But I'm much better now. People have to face their fears and heal themselves properly. 30 minutes earlier, at the Lin family's gymnasium. Huff. Gasp. Lin Sierra, clad in a pair of light pink yoga pants, was running on the treadmill. A few days ago, she had revealed to Lin Outyin her feelings for Su Qing, uncertain if her words had deceived her father. What she did know was that for days Su Qing's figure had been lingering in her mind, impossible to forget. She ran briskly on the treadmill, hoping to alleviate the springtime longing in her heart through exercise. Huff. Huff. She could not deceive herself, as she had truly developed feelings for Su Qing. Yet she also knew that the one she loved more was Li Tian. She wished to erase Su Qing from her mind quickly, for she could not betray Li Tian. Especially in the dead of night, when she often felt a chill all around, she craved the warmth of Su Qing's body. It was an intimacy she had never shared with Li Tian. Lin Sienna's brow was glistening with sweat. She stopped the treadmill and leaned over the display panel, supporting herself with her elbows. Biting her lip, her ears reddened from her own thoughts. With a loud bang, the gym door was pushed open from outside, drawing Lin Sierra's attention. She was stunned to see Li Tian standing at the doorway, drenched in sweat. She called out weakly, Li Tian, big brother. Li Tian was panting heavily, his hands on his knees, utterly exhausted. He had obtained the information that Lung Yinfeng had investigated and had even bribed the Su family's family doctor. But on the way to bring the doctor to the Lin residence, the car had broken down. Eager to tell Lin Sierra the news, he had gotten out and run for over 20 minutes to reach the Lin home. Huff. Huff. After steadying his breath, Li Tian handed a few sheets of paper to Lin Sierra. Xie, take a look and you'll understand how Su Qing has deceived you. Hearing Su Qing's name from Li Tian's lips made her heart nearly stop. Hearing her fiancé speak of the man she secretly harbored in her heart filled her with immense shame. Moreover, she did not understand what Li Tian meant now, nor what he was handing her. As Lin Sierra read the contents of the papers, she felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. The documents clearly recorded the hospital records of the Su family's several attempts to find a matching donor for Su Qing, along with treatment plans from psychologists. Every word and line proved that Su Qing's psychological issues were real, and that his refusal to undergo treatment was his own choice, not the Su family's inability to help. Lin Sierra's fingers trembled as she turned to the next page. Every word pierced her heart. If this were true, it meant Su Qing had been deceiving her all along. Li Tian pulled a recording pen from his pocket and pressed play. The voices of two men emerged. The content was: the young master of the Su family never cooperates with treatment voluntarily. His psychological issues are more severe than his physical ones. He is very gloomy and withdrawn. Li Tian grabbed Lin Sierra's trembling hand and said excitedly, Sierra, the one speaking just now was the Su family's doctor. My car broke down. They switched to another car and are on their way, but if you don't believe me, you can ask them yourself when they arrive. Lin Sierra's heart ached as if twisted by a knife, but she forced herself to stay composed and defended herself. Li Tian, big brother, his personality, and whether he wants treatment. You don't need to tell me. He and I, we're not very close. Sierra, can't you see how he treats you? And he pointed to the paper in his hand, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Treats you differently from others. When he smiled at you, I felt like peach blossoms were blooming. Can't you see? Behind her back, Lin Sierra pinched her palm hard. Li Tian, big brother, he treats you well too. Maybe his personality isn't as bad as the rumors say. After all, rumors are just rumors. Li Tian grabbed her hand urgently. Sierra, you haven't read it all carefully. Do you know why neither of us remembers seeing him at school? I checked his classmates. He always walks alone, and during class he always wears a black mask. He never speaks to anyone in class. His family doctor says he is very bold, never shows weakness to others, and prefers cold, dark environments. Sierra, in everyone's eyes he is like a cold-blooded creature. Don't you think his kindness to just the two of us must have an ulterior motive? I already told you, Li Tian, big brother, he's just grateful to us. And he and I aren't even friends. She looked up and met Li Tian's gaze, biting her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Why are you interrogating me? Li Tian held her arm. Sierra, I just want you to see what kind of person he really is. Lin Sierra forced herself to stay calm. Li Tian, big brother, what kind of person he is has nothing to do with me. Li Tian licked his lips and gave a sarcastic smile. Sierra, actually on the day my father came, I turned back to look for you. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard everything. Sierra, I wish I had misheard. Lin Sierra's eyes widened. Li Tian had heard everything. She stammered, Li Tian, big brother, I don't like him, it's just sympathy. You have to believe me. Sierra, it's not that I don't believe you. But though you're kind, you've never cared so much about anyone of the opposite sex. I am afraid, Sierra, afraid you'll leave me. Now you know his family can find a match. They sent such a generous gift. What do you think it's for? He smiled bitterly. Uncle Lin even changed the wedding date. He saw what Su Qing was up to. You really don't know. Lin Sierra explained haltingly, it's because the date was unlucky. My father. Looking at the documents and hearing her fiancé's words, she could no longer defend Su Qing or herself. She lifted her head and said solemnly, Li Tian, big brother, I'll ask father to return the gifts immediately. Li Tian, big brother, believe me, I really don't have feelings for. Before she could finish, the Luochuan TV station, which had been playing an advertisement, suddenly switched to a scene in the Su family's living room. And the camera was focused on the handsome face she had been dreaming of day and night. He was sitting leisurely and generously on a reddish-brown leather sofa, speaking confidently to the camera. Li Tian glanced at the TV on the wall with disgust. He wished he could pick up the nearby barbell and smash the TV to pieces. But, looking at Su Qing's hypocritical smile, he decided against any drastic action and didn't turn off the TV. He wanted Lin Sierra to see scene by scene how deceitful Su Qing truly was. Voices from the TV kept coming. A woman's voice asked, Young Master Su, were you afraid when you were kidnapped? Su Qing on the TV smiled politely. Actually, everyone probably knows that I was kidnapped when I was a child. It left me with quite a few after effects. For instance, I'm afraid of the dark, of silence, and of confined spaces, but it's much better now. As people, we must face our fears and heal ourselves properly. A man's voice asked, Young Master Su, I've heard you used to be very withdrawn, cold, and gloomy. Is that true? Is your current attitude just for the media? Despite the provocative words, Su Qing still appeared very friendly. The corners of his mouth slowly parted with a hint of bitterness. To be honest with you all, I didn't really like socializing before, not because I was aloof. Actually, even though I grew up in such a big family and many people might envy me, due to unfortunate experiences, I lack something inside compared to others. To be precise, it should be inferiority. I used to not like talking to people much. On the television screen, Su Qing slightly lowered his head and cast his eyes downward, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. He seemed on the verge of tears, his faintly trembling lips, as if holding back. Even the aggressive reporters almost felt reluctant to continue questioning such an ill-fated young master. Su Qing raised his head, his jet-black, glossy eyes fixed on the camera, the light within them flowing like a river of stars. He spoke slowly, but a woman told me not to speak of myself that way. She encouraged me, saying she would help me. So, I want to take a step forward to try to treat life well. Though the expressions of the reporters were invisible on the screen, the sudden silence suggested they were all utterly astonished. One woman asked curiously, May I ask, young Master Su, who is that person? Su Qing faced the camera, his gaze wavering for a moment before he paused, and said, that person is my mother and Qing Yun. The reporters present responded in agreement without a shred of doubt, naturally believing that only a mother could inspire a young man to pull himself together. But, at that moment, Lin Sierra, watching in front of the television, was stunned and confused. Those words were clearly spoken by her. She remembered that day in the villa when Su Qing had fainted weakly and lay on the bed. She had said those words. Don't speak of yourself that way. She caught sight of Li Tian's clenched fist beside her and felt momentarily torn, unsure whom to believe. She should have believed Li Tian unconditionally if she hadn't seen the scene playing on the television. Lin Sierra took a few deep breaths, struggled inwardly repeatedly, and then said to Li Tian, Brother Li Tian, I believe you. From now on, I won't have any contact with him anymore. I was just overly sympathetic before I misjudged him. Let's go, I don't want to watch TV anymore. Lin Sierra's hand, clenched behind her back, left a blood-red mark. She didn't want to watch, as she didn't dare to watch any longer. Li Tian's chest heaved violently as he watched the hypocritical man on TV deceive his fiancée like that. He wished he could tear Su Qing apart with his own hands. He wanted Lin Sierra to see Su Qing's true hypocritical face, to gradually make her hate and loathe Su Qing. Li Tian felt a great sense of vindication. Sierra, watch it through. See how many hypocritical masks he wears. Lin Sierra struggled to steady her breathing watching the scenes unfold on the screen. Hearing the new questions from the reporters on screen, her heart raced, practically leaping into her throat. Young Master Su, your family is resourceful and well-connected. Is the reason you couldn't find a kidney donor for over a decade the same as the rumors? Su Qing frowned in confusion, pointing at himself. The rumored me. Is it like what? The reporter said, rumors say you have always refused treatment and repeatedly rejected the matches your parents found for you. On the screen, Su Qing smiled in utter astonishment, a smile that perfectly conveyed shock, surprise, helplessness, and bitterness. Su Qing spread his hands helplessly, saying, how could that be? Gossip is a fearful thing. He paused, shaking his head weakly. He slowly lifted his head, as if gathering immense courage. Actually, no one wants to expose their own wounds for others to see. Let me be honest with the reporters here and the viewers at home. The reason I agreed to this interview today, besides addressing the public uproar over the kidnapping case, to reassure everyone. There is another reason. Su Qing pulled an A4 sheet from his suit pocket, unfolded it, and held it up to the camera. The cameraman opportunistically zoomed in on the paper. Behind the paper, Su Qing's expression was sincere, tinged with a hint of disappointment and helplessness as he spoke. This is a record of my failed attempts to find a matching donor in recent years, from major domestic hospitals to overseas ones. Repeated failures are indeed disheartening. So today, before the national audience, I am asking for help. If anyone has a channel to help me find a kidney donor, the Su family will offer a generous reward. The content of the paper appeared clearly on the screen. The medical records, hospital departments, treatment details, and dates were all written explicitly. Lin Sierra didn't know what she was feeling. Her mind went blank as she listened to Su Qing pleading for help from millions of viewers. Su Qing, a young master born with a silver spoon, was bearing his wounds and begging for help from countless people. Was Su Qing faking it? Even if what Li Tian said was true and the investigated information was accurate, would Su Qing go so far as to lose face before the entire nation, even the world, just to win her favor? Impossible. That was an absolutely impossible scenario. Moreover, Li Tian's secret investigation into Su Qing over the past few days couldn't have been known to Su Qing. How could Su Qing have foreseen this and produced a detailed report? But Lin Sierra also began to doubt one thing. She had clearly promised to help Su Qing find a kidney donor. Why would he stoop to such a humiliating act? Didn't he trust her? A girl's heart is always delicate, and she suddenly realized. In the past few days, Su Qing had sent her messages, but she hadn't replied because of her own turmoil. Moreover, her father had agreed to help Su Qing find a donor, but she hadn't even told Su Qing yet. So, perhaps, in an instant, Lin Sierra understood the thoughts of the desolate man on the screen. Su Qing thought she wouldn't help him, just as he had said before. He wouldn't bother her again, wouldn't put her in a difficult position, and thus he sacrificed his dignity before millions. Lin Sierra tightly gripped her thigh, trying to use the pain to mask and calm the turmoil within. She bit her lip hard, struggling to suppress the helpless cry she wanted to let out. At that moment, Lin Sierra loathed herself intensely. She had given him hope, then let that hope die, all because of the little secrets in her heart. Standing beside her, Li Tian's expression was like a roller coaster. His earlier pure anger was now tinged with surprise and confusion. Lung Yanfeng had extensive connections and a meticulous mind. How could the information he investigated be wrong? Besides, how could Su Qing have known about the secret investigation in advance? Especially when Li Tian saw the barely concealed look of sympathy on Lin Sierra's face, he panicked. Li Tian rushed to Lin Sierra, grabbed her by the shoulders, stared intently into her eyes, and said urgently, Sierra, we've been together for so long. When have I ever lied to you, Sierra? You have to believe me. Lin Sierra looked at Li Tian, biting her lip, and said with difficulty, Brother Li Tian, we've known each other for over 10 years. Of course I believe you. Li Tian saw her evasive eyes and heard her faltering response, fully understanding the doubt within her. He interrupted, this man is extremely treacherous. Even if he didn't know about the investigation in advance and wasn't trying to win your sympathy. In facing the interview and the audience, he must be doing it for popularity. For his future acting career, the documents he presented must be fake. He just wants to gain fans and play on the audience's emotions. Li Tian's heart raced with anxiety as he watched Lin Sierra's hesitant expression. His words held no persuasive power over her. Who would believe that the sole heir to half the entertainment empire needed to resort to such attention-seeking tactics to gain popularity? Li Tian's words seemed deliberately provocative, like splashing mud on someone. Yet Lin Sierra still nodded. She harbored fondness for Su Qing, but her love for Li Tian was etched into her bones. Seeing his current frantic state, she felt both guilt and pity. After a tumultuous inner struggle, she spoke. Brother Li Tian, I believe you. I trust what you gave me. Let's just treat it as a showmanship and leave. At that moment, fear began to germinate in Li Tian's heart. Su Qing was too cunning. Letting Lin Sierra watch any longer might backfire. He took Lin Sierra's hand and led her out. The distance wasn't far, but accompanied by Su Qing's poised interview on the screen, Li Tian's heart grew heavier with each step. just as they reached the gym entrance and were about to step out. Suddenly, a chaotic burst of screams erupted from the only sound source in the gym. The collective cries from over a dozen people were piercing, impossible to ignore. They were all shouting the same name in unison. Young Master Su, what's wrong? Young Master Su, wake up. Young Master Su. The penetrating cries made both Li Tian and Lin Sierra turn back instinctively. There, Su Qing, who had been sitting gracefully on the sofa with a radiant demeanor, now lay on the cold tiles beneath it, eyes tightly shut. Despite the repeated calls from the reporters and servants before him, he remained motionless. And Qing Yun, who had been absent until now, suddenly appeared on screen. She nervously supported Su Qing's arm, draped it over her shoulder, and shouted to a servant nearby. Call the doctor. Hurry, go get help. Before the person in Qing Yun summoned could fetch the doctor, another servant appeared in the frame. Trembling with panic, she stammered, Madam, the family doctor is gone. And Qin Jian's elegant and noble face twisted with terror, as if the sky were falling. The camera captured her hollow eyes. She trembled as she spoke, her voice laced with weakness and suppressed fury. Her hand reached out to block the lens. Stop filming. Stop. Quick, take Qing to the hospital. The screen went black, then immediately switched to a light-hearted snack commercial. But Li Tian and Lin Sierra, frozen in place with their own turbulent thoughts, felt nothing but crushing weight. Sierra, you don't believe him. Before Li Tian could finish, a servant from Lin's household approached and bowed to them. Young Master Li, the two guests you invited have arrived. They are in the first-floor lobby. Both Li Tian and Lin Sierra knew exactly who those guests were. They were the family doctors and Qing Yun had desperately called for. Li Tian's grip on Lin Sierra's hand tightened with overwhelming panic. Lin Sierra used her free hand to pry his fingers apart one by one. Her brow furrowed, her chest heaving with agitation. She stared at him with a look that screamed, you killed him, for a long moment before speaking. Li Tian, I'm tired. I want to go home and rest. As she turned to leave, Li Tian quickly grabbed her arm. Sierra, you? She paused, shaking off his grip. Say whatever you have to say another day. Amid Lin Sierra's turmoil, guilt, and confusion, and Li Tian's grief and frustration, the young man, being lifted off the cold tiles by several people, was in surprisingly good spirits. Su Qing, who had been expressionless, curled his lips into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. In his mind, the long-awaited voice finally rang out. Ding, female lead Lin Sierra's affection increased by 5 points. Ding, host has successfully altered the basic plot direction. Villain luck increased by 1000. Ding, host has successfully altered the basic plot direction. Villain points increased by 2000. The affection gain was modest, but Su Qing wasn't discouraged. After all, everyone knows that the levels of a game get harder as you progress. Su Qing was carried into the family RV by a crowd, chaotic noises flooding his ears. And Qing Yun boarded, as well, leaving the servants behind. As she closed the RV door, she shouted loudly to the driver Zhang Ziyuan. Quick, take the young master to the private hospital in the city center. Her voice was a trembling, urgent shriek, loud enough to seem directed not just at the driver, but also at the reporters outside. Of course, no one would suspect a mother worried for her son's life of putting on an act, even if it was true. With a loud bang, the RV door slammed shut. Inside the vehicle, shielded by privacy film, Su Qing, who had seemed too weak to open his eyes, slowly sat up. He flashed a brilliant smile at Qing Yun. Thank you, Mom, for playing along. Su Qing had devised this countermeasure days ago. Otherwise, how could Li Tian have so easily summoned their family doctors and uncovered Su Qing's information? He had already prepared a meticulous medical record and bribed all the medical staff involved in it. He was just waiting for Li Tian to expose his diagnosis and twisted psyche to Lin Sierra. And Qing Yun patted her son's shoulder, her face now free of the earlier panic and helplessness. She chuckled lightly. Not bad acting, huh? Su Qing smiled, his tone carrying a hint of Santa Mother affection. Mom, you were a best actress after all. Speaking of which, Qing, you mentioned someone was going to leak your scandals. Have you found out who it is? Which entertainment company's paparazzi? They'll send someone to shut them up now, and Qing Yun asked. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he said casually, It's fine, Mom, no need to find them. It's just a small tabloid. And besides, no one believes them anymore. The Su family estate lay in the city center, not far from their destination. He lounged lazily against the seat back, his interlaced knuckles cracking with a crisp sound. He opened a brand new customized book in his mind. According to what Su Qing knew from the book, the main plotline had not yet changed. However, in 2 hours a woman would be weeping profusely before him. His originally closed eyes traced a slight upward arc and a smile curled at the corners of his lips. Another spectacle was about to unfold. At 7:30 in the evening, ink-black dense clouds pressed down upon the sky, raindrops joining together like a vast net. Countless silver strands of rain cascaded down the window glass of a VIP ward in the city center's private hospital, casting a layer of gloom over the already dim and somber room. Especially around the hospital bed at the center of the ward, 5 doctors in white coats were nodding respectfully at the handsome man lying on it. Su Qing leaned back against the bed's bolster, peering through the gap between the two doctors on his right, casting a weary glance toward the window. He raised a hand to signal the people around him and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Lower the bed, we can begin." The 5 doctors nodded and replied, "Yes, young Master Su." The Su family had invested in this hospital, and the selected doctors were all tight-lipped. Following Su Qing's instructions, the men swiftly lowered the bed, activated the precise medical instruments in the room one by one, and then exited the ward. At that moment at the hospital's main entrance, the woman for whom Su Qing had orchestrated this spectacle had just stepped out of her car. Lin Sierra's heart was fraught with urgency, her face clouded with worry, even darker than the weather. The driver's door of the Maybach swung open quickly, and a bodyguard in a sharp suit rushed toward Lin Sierra, swiftly opening an umbrella and holding it over her head. "Miss, it's raining, please don't get wet." At the hospital entrance, a barrier of stone bollards encircled the area, leaving a distance of over 200 meters from where the car could stop. Given the intensity of the downpour, Lin Sierra truly should have taken the umbrella. The dense, relentless rain was rapidly drenching her face and clothes. But in her current state of mind, she could not spare a thought for the weather. Lin Sierra turned her head, glanced at the bodyguard, and waved off the umbrella, speaking decisively, "No need." Following the hospital signs to the VIP ward on the 5th floor, she approached the elevator and saw the display frozen on the 5th floor. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. Lin Sierra's heart seemed to pause along with the stalled elevator. She glanced at the nearby emergency exit door. With a loud bang, Lin Sierra pushed open the door and dashed up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. Though she was in good physical shape, the intense exertion without a warm-up left her once graceful figure looking somewhat disheveled. When Lin Sierra reached the 5th floor, she was panting heavily. After catching her breath, she scanned the area for Su Qing's ward. The 5th floor lobby was vast, with a thick smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. The glaring white fluorescent lights cast a chilling aura in the quiet environment. Fortunately, the entire floor had a straightforward layout with wards on either side of the lobby. In one glance, she spotted 2 bodyguards standing at the end of the corridor, stationed outside a ward. The duty nurse at the 5th floor reception desk noticed Lin Sierra drenched like a drowned rat and politely asked, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Sierra waved her hand and casually replied, "I know the room." She then hurried toward the ward guarded by the 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards hired by the Su family were all from the Lin family, and the 2 neatly dressed guards naturally recognized their own young lady. However, they did not let Lin Sierra pass. Both extended their arms, forming an X shape. Impatient as she was, Lin Sierra was blocked outside, only able to see Su Qing lying inside through the transparent glass panel on the ward door. Lin Sierra's eyesight was sharp. She clearly saw Su Qing's once handsome face, now deathly pale. Fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead, whether from a nightmare or the agony of illness. A white medical tape was affixed to the back of his hand, with a thin 4 tube extending from it up to a hook on the ceiling. Above hung 3 or 5 bottles of unknown fluid, not yet infused into his body. Lin Sierra's pupils contracted as she glared at the 2 bodyguards at the door. Biting her lip, her voice, though restrained, still betrayed her agitation. "Don't you know who I am?" Behind their black sunglasses, the bodyguards' gazes were firm and cold. The 2 showed no sign of yielding, even though the person before them was their own young lady. They nodded slightly and said, "The madam instructed that no one is to enter the ward." The Lin family security group was renowned for one reason: once hired, they would wholeheartedly obey their employer and sign a confidentiality agreement. Clearly, the 2 men before Lin Sierra were exemplary bodyguards. She sighed, knowing while the people her own family trained. Lin Sierra said softly, "All right, I understand. You've done well." She had been too impatient earlier, otherwise she would never have tried to use her status to pressure the security personnel who had been assigned out. Lin Sierra gazed at Su Qing through the door, feeling that the mere barrier of a single door separated them like an unbridgeable galaxy. In truth, even if she went and faced with an unconscious Su Qing, she wouldn't know what to say or do. Yet at that moment, a thought uncontrollably sprouted in her heart. Just being able to look at him up close, to be one step nearer to him, would be enough. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of heels hitting the floor reached Lin Sierra's ears. She turned her head and saw a woman walking from the lobby toward the depths of the corridor. The newcomer was dressed elegantly and properly in a simple, yet refined white qipao with understated patterns and a pair of reddish-brown low-heeled shoes, exuding a strong Republican-era charm. Behind her followed a middle-aged woman in plain white attire, a standard household attendant, and another in a sharp suit with a composed and steady face, a bodyguard. Though the corridor's lighting was dim, the bearing and aura of this group made Lin Sierra instantly recognize the woman as Su Qing's mother, and Xingyun. The Lin and Su families had been on good terms for years, so Lin Sierra naturally knew her. The urgency in Lin Sierra's heart now completely overshadowed her own embarrassment. She stepped forward gracefully to greet Xingyun. "Auntie, I saw on TV that Su Qing collapsed, so I thought I'd come to see him." And Xingyun was not surprised to find Lin Sierra at the hospital. Earlier on the way to the hospital with Su Qing had already mentioned that Lin Sierra would be coming. Su Qing did not elaborate on the reason, and Qing Yun did not pry. She was a mother who doted on her son excessively, especially after he had suffered repeated misfortunes to the point where she practically worshipped him. She cared little about which women Su Qing associated with, or whether his gift-giving to the Lin family was an attempt to marry Lin Sierra. As long as her son was not inclined toward same-sex relationships and his mindset grew increasingly sunny and cheerful, she was more than satisfied. And Qing Yun smiled warmly, took Lin Sierra by the arm, and led her into the ward, speaking as they walked. "It's wonderful that you came to see Qing." And Qing Yun turned to her subordinates and said, "Leave the insulated lunchbox on the table and wait outside." Yes. The ward door was closed from the outside. Inside, Lin Sierra and Qing Yun stood by the hospital bed, both gazing at the unconscious Su Qing. And Qing Yun let out a sigh, her usually ageless delicate features now showing a trace of weariness. She brushed her fingers across Su Qing's cheeks, saying with concern, "Qing hasn't woken up since this afternoon. I just went home and had the kitchen prepare some nutritious food. I thought he might wake up by the time I returned." Lin Sierra stared fixedly at Su Qing's pale face. "Su Qing is blessed by fortune. He will surely recover." Even she herself didn't know if she was comforting in Qing Yun or herself. "Ah yes, Qing will definitely get better." In the past few hours, quite a few people came to see him, but they were all acquaintances and business partners of the Su family. They came out of respect for the Su family's reputation. And Qing Yun paused, then turned to Lin Sierra with a gratified look. "Sierra, you are the only one who came to visit him for his own sake." Actually, some of the rumors are true. Qing used to be very withdrawn, always alone and lonely. You are his only friend. He also told me that the reason he managed to endure the kidnapping was because you gave him hope." And Qing Yun took Lin Sierra's hand and spoke softly. "Auntie is truly grateful to you. If you hadn't constantly encouraged and cared for Qing, he would never have found the determination to face life. The person he thanked in that interview was you, wasn't it? After all, Auntie never said those words to him, and he hasn't had any contact with other girls." Although when Qing Yun used a questioning tone, there was not a trace of doubt on her face. It was as if she were telling Lin Sierra that the person Su Qing thanked before millions of viewers was indeed her. Hearing this from Su Qing's mother, Lin Sierra couldn't help but feel a bit shy. As she racked her brain for words, she caught sight of the fruit baskets and health products neatly arranged on the table against the wall. Seeing those items, Lin Sierra felt even more ashamed. She had come under the pretense of visiting Su Qing and was treated by Anton as Su Qing's friend, yet she had arrived empty-handed. Lin Sierra lowered her head slightly. "I haven't really helped him much. We encouraged each other. He was strong, and he protected me too. We are very good friends. I'm sorry, Anya. Forgot to bring anything. I came empty-handed." Su Qing was thoughtful, and Qing Yun couldn't tell whether his intentions toward Lin Sierra were romantic or purely friendly. But at that moment, looking at the radiant girl before her with rain droplets clinging to her hair and clothes, Qing Yun felt a genuine fondness for Lin Sierra, moved by her heartfelt urgency. She took a few tissues from the nearby table and gently patted Lin Sierra's wet hair. "Those things don't matter. Qing doesn't lack them. What matters is your sincerity. Sierra, you are truly a good girl." Although Lin Sierra had met Qing Yun many times before, their relationship had always been one of polite formality. So when Qing Yun's gratitude, praise, and gentle hair-drying made Lin Sierra even more embarrassed. Moreover, a terrifying thought flashed through Lin Sierra's mind. Having a mother-in-law like Qing Yun wouldn't be so bad, beautiful, noble, and gentle. This thought caused a faint blush to spread across Lin Sierra's momentarily stunned face. She quickly said, "Auntie, I can do it myself." With that, she grabbed some tissues from the table and quickly dried herself off. There were two small chairs by the hospital bed. Lin Sierra and Qing Yun sat there chatting for a while. Sitting so close to the bed, there was nothing between them. Su Qing still hadn't woken up. Lin Sierra found the situation awkward sitting with an elder like this. Her fingers inside her pocket were almost wearing a hole through the fabric, and her beautiful face was a mix of emotions. "Sierra Qing, it seems he won't wake up today." And Qing Yun glanced out the window, and then said to Lin Sierra, "It's getting late, and it's raining heavily outside. Auntie will take you home." "Auntie." Lin Sierra bit her lip. She could tell that Qing Yun wasn't just sending her off. She was planning to leave herself. She looked at Su Qing lying motionless on the bed, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Lin Sierra's fingers tightened their grip on the lining inside her pocket as she spoke slowly. "Auntie, will Su Qing have someone to take care of him?" She glanced at the nearly empty Ford drip, her eyes growing more conflicted. "There are bodyguards at the door, and he'll leave a servant here. Don't worry, Sierra, they'll take good care of Qing." And Qing Yun, after all, had navigated the treacherous entertainment industry and mingled with wealthy social circles where everyone had countless schemes. So with a glance at Lin Sierra's expression, she instantly saw through the girl's little thoughts. And Qing Yun sighed and paused. "Annie has a weak heart and can't stay up all night, or I would have stayed to take care of Qing. Your Uncle Su is out of town. Otherwise, I wouldn't want Qing to be without someone close by." And Qing Yun shook her head sadly, placed her hand on Lin Sierra's arm, and prepared to stand up with her. Lin Sierra, her face a storm of emotions, looked up at Yun as if she had made a great decision. They'll stay and take care of Su Qing. Just as Lin Sierra was about to add some more formal justification, she saw a flash of delighted surprise in Yun's eyes, who quickly said great. And Yun took Lin Sierra's hand and helped her find a good excuse. Auntie is so happy that Qing has a friend like you. With you here I feel much more at ease. Lin Sierra was stunned for a moment. Seeing Yun's gratified expression, she felt her own defenses relax considerably. Lin Sierra was glad that Yun hadn't noticed her little feelings for Su Qing. Yes, good friends. She wasn't betraying anyone. Her worry for Su Qing, her visit, her longing for him. It must all be because she saw him as a good friend. Lin Sierra seemed to use this excuse to calm her inner turmoil. She nodded obediently at Yun and said generously, Auntie, you'll take good care of Su Qing. After Yun left, Lin Sierra sat back down on the edge of the hospital bed. She had no experience in caring for others, as servants at home always attended to her needs. At this moment, aside from quietly watching Su Qing by his side, she could not think of anything else to do. She supported herself with her hands on the side of the bed, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Su Qing's face. Apart from Su Qing, she had truly never seen anyone so beautiful. Even now, clad in a hospital gown with a pallid complexion, he still appeared dazzling and radiant. The buttons of his hospital gown were not fully fastened, the top two were casually left open, revealing the smooth, clear curve of his collarbone and fair, firm skin. Watching the faint, slow rise and fall of his chest partially hidden by the gown, Lin Sierra's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Suddenly reminded of something, she stood up and walked toward the table. Su Qing, who had been feigning sleep for a while, stole a glance in the direction of her footsteps, quickly shutting his eyes again just before she turned around. Soon as the footsteps drew nearer, he felt a moist sensation on his lips. It seemed she was using a damp cotton swab to moisten them. At that moment, Su Qing felt a hint of nervousness, his heart racing as he awaited what Lin Sierra would do next. As a precursor, Su Qing felt he shouldn't have such feelings. But how could the sensory experience of reading dense text in his mind compare to physical reality, especially now with his eyes tightly shut? With one of the five senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, missing, his perception of the other four was greatly heightened. He caught the scent of disinfectant in the ward along with the fragrance of rain mingled with perfume emanating from Lin Sierra. He heard the rain tapping against the window pane. And also, the sensation of her soft, delicate fingertips gently brushing across his cheek and down to his neck, a touch so tender, careful, as if afraid to wake him. Like the ticklish feel of a feather landing on his skin, it sent his heart racing, not just from the caress. He knew Lin Sierra wouldn't do anything inappropriate. His feeling was more like being flattered by her secret, cherished thoughts of him, treasured like a precious gem hidden in her heart. Lin Sierra's fingers traced from his cheek down to where his gown lay open at the chest. Su Qing was a secret in her heart, yet she couldn't help but draw near. Only when he was unconscious could she get closer and closer still to feel the deep longing within her. In other settings, she merely acted as his friend. Her feelings were cautious. She feared Su Qing might suddenly wake and discover her secret, yet she couldn't resist lingering on his warmth. She also felt ashamed for harboring feelings for two men in her heart. In the silent room, a tender voice floated softly. Su Qing, you need to get well soon. With that, Lin Sierra returned to the small chair and rested her head on the edge of his bed for a nap. Time ticked by. Su Qing no longer wanted to pretend. He planned to find a proper way to wake up. As a man of flesh and blood, not a cold machine, he was indeed moved by Lin Sierra's feelings. But that accounted for only 1% of his reason for getting up. The real reason was the hand through which he was receiving glucose for his act now hurt terribly, as if blood was flowing back. Su Qing was utterly speechless. Lin Sierra was so absorbed in her girlish infatuation with him. She hadn't noticed anything else. Even his foredrip had finished, and she hadn't seen it. Suddenly, a trembling, urgent voice rang out in the ward. Cough, 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 no, don't come near me. Don't kill me. I beg you, let me go. Lin Sierra was startled awake by the voice, her heart pounding. She quickly looked toward the source. Su Qing's face was twisted in pain and anguish, making her heart tighten. He must be dreaming of the kidnapping from his childhood. Su Qing, don't be afraid, it's okay, you're safe now. Lin Sierra quickly got up, took his hand, and studied his expression, trying to call him back from the nightmare. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes, blinking rapidly, as if unaccustomed to the light. His hoarse voice hesitated. Sis. Lin Sierra's brows were furrowed, her gaze both tense and tender, as she looked at Su Qing. I'm here. Sis, why are you here? Su Qing suddenly bit his lip, trying to sit up, his right hand twitching. With an his expression grew more pained. My hand hurts so much. Only then did Lin Sierra notice. The needle in Su Qing's hand hadn't been removed, and blood was seeping back into the foretube. I'll pull it out for you. As Lin Sierra removed the needle, Su Qing let out a relieved sigh. He never imagined that after transmigrating had been nearly killed not by the male lead, but by the female lead. Sorry, Su Qing, I forgot about that. Lin Sierra lowered her head in shame and guilt. She had stayed to care for Su Qing, yet ended up failing at everything. Su Qing pressed his hand and gave her a warm, forgiving smile. It's okay, sis. I'm already happy that you came to see me. I'm glad you don't blame me. We're friends after all. I saw you collapse on TV, so I came. Su Qing stared intently at Lin Sierra's half-damp hair, then down at the rain stains on her black trench coat. Sis Sierra, why are your hair and clothes wet? Outside. Before Lin Sierra could finish, Su Qing glanced toward the window and exclaimed, "Ah, it's raining outside." Yes, it's raining outside. Sis Sierra, why didn't you bring an umbrella? Didn't the family driver drop you off? Su Qing asked knowingly, his eyes fixed on Lin Sierra, filled with concern and curiosity. Lin Sierra hesitated. It wasn't raining when I left, and the family driver had clocked off. Su Qing chuckled inwardly. So their driver, supposedly on call 247, could also clock off. You've had a hard time, sis. Are you cold? Su Qing glanced at himself, then looked around the room, finally spotting a coat rack by the door and pointing to it. Sis, my coat is hanging there. Wear mine, or you'll catch a cold. No, it's okay, I'm not that cold. Su Qing tried to get out of bed, his weary body moving slowly and with difficulty. Lin Sierra quickly pressed him back down by the shoulders. I'll wear it. I'll get it myself. You stay lying down and don't move. Su Qing leaned against the pillow behind him, half sitting and half laying down. His gaze fell on Lin Sierra at the door, watching her back as she took off her coat, revealing only a thin pink silk nightgown underneath. The fabric clung tightly to her body with two straps that looked as if they might snap at the slightest touch, resting on her delicate shoulders. Before Su Qing could admire the view for long, Lin Sierra had already put on his suit jacket. The jacket was a bit large on her, hanging loosely, especially with its neck opening. But judging by how she walked back toward him openly and naturally, she clearly hadn't noticed. She pointed at the lunchboxes on the table. Su Qing, are you hungry? Auntie left you some nutritious food. Want some? Su Qing twitched the corner of his mouth, blinked at Lin Sierra awkwardly and quickly, then averted his gaze, letting his eyes fall randomly elsewhere. Sister, that jacket looks a bit big on you. You might want to pull it together. With his back to Lin Sierra, Su Qing scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said, Sister, I'm a grown man, you. This kind of thing could easily make me. Su Qing's acting was superb. From his restrained tone, the quick gesture of running his hand through his hair, to his blunt words. Lin Sierra glanced at the front of her jacket, and her face flushed instantly, as if it might drip blood. She had been in a rush today, and only wore a thin nightgown underneath. She hadn't thought much when changing her coat, but she felt that her actions at that moment were like deliberately seducing Su Qing. Lin Sierra quickly pulled the jacket together and let out an awkward nasal sound of acknowledgement. Su Qing gave a playful smile, then turned around with an innocent expression. He licked the corner of his lips and helped change the subject. Sister, I'm hungry. There was no mirror in front of Lin Sierra. The only thing reflecting her image was Su Qing's obsidian-like eyes. Her throat moved as she swallowed. The seductive voice in her ears made her instinctively feel that what Su Qing wanted to eat wasn't the food, but her. Su Qing frowned. Sister, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Sister, can you feed me? Su Qing shook his hand, which had the 4-needle dislodged, and furrowed his brow deeper. My hand hurts a bit. If it's inconvenient, forget it. It's fine, it's convenient. With that, she lifted the small table on Su Qing's hospital bed, and holding her jacket closed with one hand, arranged the food from the thermal lunchbox one by one. She listed the items for Su Qing one by one. Which one do you want first? There's red date porridge, millet porridge, eggs, and also custard buns and osmanthus cake. Red date porridge, Su Qing said. Puff, puff. Lin Sierra blew on it carefully a few times, then brought the spoon to Su Qing's lips. It's not hot anymore. Eat. Su Qing took a sip of the porridge. When Lin Sierra filled the second spoonful and brought it to his lips, they were very close. Just a second before Su Qing opened his mouth to take the porridge, he looked up to meet her eyes and said with a light smile, Sister, it's delicious. Lin Sierra paused and said, Your family's chef made it. They should know your taste. Su Qing's smile was radiant, even the corners of his eyes curving. Sister, I'm not talking about the taste. I mean, it's only good because you're feeding me. Cough, cough. Su Qing's overly direct words made Lin Sierra, who had no food in her mouth, feel as if she were choking. His intent to please was too obvious, almost intimate, like a lover. She couldn't say a word for a long time, stunned with her back to Su Qing. Lin Sierra listened as Su Qing's stammering, uneasy voice slowly rose behind her. Sister, don't misunderstand. I don't have many friends, and no one has ever been this good to me. The only woman who ever took care of me was my mom. I'm not really sure how to express gratitude to a friend. I just simply thought that since you're taking care of me, I should say something nice. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, sister. I knew it. I don't know how to get along with people at all. Su Qing's low magnetic voice made it clear to anyone that its owner was a grown man. Yet every word he spoke seemed incredibly innocent and naive. Lin Sierra suddenly recalled what Qing Yun had said in the hospital room. Su Qing is always alone, he has no friends. Her heart ached even more. She refilled the spoon with porridge and turned back to face him openly. It's fine. Between friends nothing is too much. Come on, eat up. Su Qing thought to himself, playing the victim works way too well on Lin Sierra. Seeing Lin Sierra's sincere and natural expression, Su Qing didn't let his guard down. He nervously fiddled with his hair and cast a doubtful, yet innocent look at her. Biting his lip, he slowly said, "Sister. You. Taking care of me. Brother Li Tian. Won't he be angry? You haven't replied to my messages for days. I thought. He told you not to talk to me anymore. I don't want you two to have trouble because of me. Brother Li Tian doesn't seem to like you being nice to me." The loss in Su Qing's words pierced Lin Sierra's heart like a needle. So Su Qing really thought she had ignored him, which was why he had swallowed his pride and appealed to the national audience. Lin Sierra considered making up a plausible reason for why she hadn't replied to Su Qing, but she couldn't bear to deceive him. She swallowed back the meaningless excuse and looked at Su Qing seriously. "From now on I'll reply to your messages right away. Also, my father has already agreed to help find a kidney donor for you. Everything will be fine. You don't need to ask others for help anymore. I will definitely help you." A flash of surprise appeared on Su Qing's face. He grabbed Lin Sierra's hand and held it tightly. "That's great. Thank you, sister. You're so good to me." Lin Sierra stayed with Su Qing the entire night, chatting with him, playing games, calling the doctor to change his 4 bags, and bustling about. Even after Su Qing fell asleep, she kept vigil by his side, not daring to relax for a moment. Fearing another incident with the 4-needle, she watched every drop of fluid entering Su Qing's body. Su Qing slept comfortably until the next afternoon. After stretching luxuriously, he called in the 2 bodyguards waiting outside the door. The 2 bodyguards nodded to Su Qing. "Young Master Su." Su Qing looked at them and said calmly, "What time did Lin Sierra leave?" "At 8:15 a.m., young master." Su Qing nodded. Not bad. Pretty precise timing." The 2 bodyguards replied in unison, "It's our duty." Su Qing leaned back in his chair, casually crossed his arms over his chest, and gave a chilling smile. He said slowly, "So, when are you planning to tell your young master Li that Lin Sierra was here?" "Oh, or did you already inform your employer the moment she arrived?" "We don't understand what you're talking about, young master," the 2 bodyguards said crisply without a hint of panic. Su Qing tapped his palm lightly with his finger and smiled. "Not bad. Truly professionally trained. This guy wonder how Lin Outyin would treat you if he found out you've been bought off by Li Tian." Su Qing glanced at their motionless figures, took out his phone from under the pillow, and fiddled with the screen. He tossed the adjusted phone carelessly onto the floor between them. Harsh screams and cries for help rang out from the phone in waves. Su Qing watched the 2 men's hands tremble with terror and casually brushed back the stray hair on his forehead. "Honestly, it's fine that you love money. I could also bribe you like Li Tian. But that would be boring." Su Qing stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, pointing at the phone. "So I had someone take your entire families away overnight." Su Qing stood up and slowly walked toward them, then looked down at the video playing on the screen. The video showed an extremely dim room with a dozen or so people tied up on the filthy floor. Some had rags stuffed in their mouths, only able to emit faint sobs. Others whose mouths weren't gagged were shouting loudly. "See, both families together safe and sound." Su Qing looked at the 2 men with a half-smile, his towering figure and cold expression exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "No. Zhangqi, I missed your 3 or 4-year-old daughter. Huasheng, I also forgot your 80-year-old grandmother. Look at my memory." The 2 rigorously trained security personnel, unable to bear the weight, knelt before Su Qing. Huasheng and Zhangqi were both tall men, and the sound of their knees hitting the tiles was painful to hear. They stammered, "Why, young master Su, we?" Su Qing clicked his tongue in annoyance, waved his hand impatiently, and sat back on the edge of the bed. "Spare me your excuses, I'm not interested. If you're this easily scared, it's no fun. Stand up. I don't like people kneeling before me." The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances behind their sunglasses, momentarily at a loss for what to do. With the lives of their entire families held in the man before them, they had no choice but to obey. Their legs weakened and, trembling from fright, slowly rose. Though Zhangqi and Huasheng were tall and burly, their trembling hands could only clutch at the edges of their clothes to steady the quaking. They spoke in unison, "We pledge our allegiance to young Master Su." Su Qing rubbed his temples, a cascade of question marks seemingly appearing above his head. This author in the original text. From what era is he? He was truly embarrassed by their words, so much so that he could have dug out a grand mansion with his toes. With a look of disdain, he said, "No, the way you 2 speak is just too rustic. All right, that's enough. You don't need to pledge your loyalty here. Don't say such things in the future, I don't care to hear them." Su Qing casually picked up a cigarette from the bedside table, his tone indifferent. "In a moment, they'll have them release your families. I trust you both understand I can take them away once, and I can make them, including the 2 of you, disappear from Luochuan entirely." Huasheng and Zhangqi nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, young Master Su." Su Qing waved his hand amidst the swirling smoke. "Get out. Just do your work well for me. If you have any difficulties, come to me directly. I'm far more generous than Li Tian." Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng, still shaken, could not fathom why Su Qing, after their betrayal of the Su family, would unconditionally release their families and even invite them to share their troubles. Su Qing frowned at them. Didn't you hear me? Hua Sheng asked in confusion. Young Master Su, aren't you going to ask what young Master Li Tian sent us to do? Huh, I already know. Isn't he afraid he'll steal his fiancée? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Su Qing's lips as he continued. Li Tian is right to investigate me. After all, I'm the one who kidnapped Lin Xier. At these words, Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi froze in shock. They could not believe that a mere 19-year-old Su Qing could be so ruthless. Su Qing shook his head, a sigh laced with a hint of regret escaping him. Alas, it's such a pity that Li Tian will never uncover this truth. In fact, if he remained in the dark for his whole life, it would weigh on my conscience. It would leave a bitter taste in my mouth. Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng. What exactly is young Master Su troubled by? What bitter taste? They stared blankly at Su Qing, utterly baffled by his words. It was all due to Su Qing's masterful acting and emotional control. Even these two men skilled in reading people were deceived by his sigh. Su Qing raised his eyes, the corners tilting upward. He let out a scoff and chuckled. That grown man is so busy being jealous of me that he can't handle any real business. One day when I'm in a good mood, he'll have you two deliver a message to Li Tian, letting him know who's behind it all. You two can even earn some extra cash on the side. Am I not an excellent employer? Hua Sheng replied respectfully. You are the best employer I have ever seen. Zhang Qi paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Young Master Su, you are the best employer I have ever seen. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi retreated to the corridor outside the hospital room. Zhang Qi, tall and imposing with a square, rugged face that made him appear even more fierce, leaned against the wall after stepping out. His facial features seemed to contort, and his thick, calloused hand gripped the wall as if he might collapse if he let go. He had accepted Li Tian's money because his mother suffered from uremia, and the cost of dialysis was exorbitant, far beyond what his salary could cover. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi, brothers in misfortune, faced similar circumstances, both risking everything for their families. They never imagined that their actions would drag their entire families into even greater danger. Zhang Qi asked bitterly, will young Master Su really let us go? He had only known Su Qing through rumors before, but after experiencing him firsthand today, he realized that Su Qing was even more ruthless than the rumors suggested, a cold-blooded creature born in the harshest frozen lands. Hua Sheng's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were bloodshot. He shook his head, his voice trembling. I don't know. We'll have to take it one step at a time. He's terrifying. Those eyes seem to see right through you. We've both undergone rigorous psychological training, but I can't fathom how he found the flaw. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi had been with the Lin family since their teens, undergoing rigorous selection and training at the Lin family's base, more stringent than even special forces. Li Tian's offer was merely a tempting gamble, but Su Qing posed a genuine threat to their lives. Compared to Li Tian, they could not afford to offend Su Qing. The corridor window had been opened to let in a breeze, and a chill swept over them. Yet no cold could match the chill in Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng's hearts. Zhang Qi slumped against the wall, his body sliding downward. It's all over. When Miss left, I had already sent a message to Li Tian. I didn't tell young Master Su just now. Should I go in and confess now? Hua Sheng forced a bitter smile. It's not a big deal. When Miss reached the 5th floor lobby, I had already messaged Li Tian. Young Master Su didn't specifically ask about it, so he probably doesn't care. In fact, he might even want Li Tian to know. Zhang Qi. Good grief. You sent the message as soon as she entered the lobby. We're both betrayers, but you managed to take credit faster than me. Has internal competition reached this level? However, 2 phone calls 2 hours later wiped away the gloom from Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng's faces. Zhang Qi clutched his phone, his mouth agape in shock, as if the voice on the other end still echoed in his ears. He looked at Hua Sheng in bewilderment. Young Master Su arranged the best hospital for my mother, and covered all the treatment costs. Hua Sheng's expression mirrored Zhang Qi's. My daughter was admitted to the best hospital in Dragon City. The attending physician is the pediatric chief I've been unable to book for half a year. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time, at a loss for words. Their earlier judgment of Su Qing as ruthless and heartless instantly crumbled. They had thought Su Qing's claim of being more generous than Li Tian was mere disdain. But those 2 phone calls brought Su Qing's words to life. Compared to Li Tian, who meticulously calculated returns and offered them a few $100,000 each, Su Qing, though harsh in speech, had done nothing to harm them. Instead, he had generously resolved all their troubles. They exchanged knowing smiles, both thinking the same thing: he's no villain, he's a benefactor. And as they wholeheartedly pledged allegiance to Su Qing's camp, Su Qing, lying in bed playing games, heard a voice he adored. Ding Ho successfully plunders the male lead's lackeys. Villainous aura increased by 1,000. Ding Ho successfully plunders the male lead's lackeys. Villain points increased by 2,000. Su Qing smiled. As the plot progressed, the villain points were increasing at a higher rate. His fingers swiped across the phone screen, merging 3 little rabbits into a burst of fragmentary particles that vanished. He watched the progress bar at the top of the screen move rapidly. Hearing a game over, he pursed his lips and tossed the phone aside. Damn, what kind of decent person plays this crap? At 9:30 in the evening. Pant, 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 pant. Su Qing was performing push-ups with his hands on the floor. He had good living habits and enjoyed exercising, especially since coming to this book world where he was either lying down or sitting. Every cell in his body needed rejuvenation. Pant, pant, hiss, pant. So tired. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door drew Su Qing's attention. He said, "Come in." He pushed himself up from the floor and looked toward the door. Huasheng opened the door a crack. "Young Master Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang have come to visit. Shall I let them in?" Su Qing did not speak, but waved his hand toward the door, signaling to let them in. Su Qing sat on the edge of the hospital bed and chuckled a few times as he looked at the two men. He laughed not solely because the stark contrast in their physiques was hilarious. Although a large fat man and a small skinny monkey both wearing the same black and white striped tracksuits created quite a comical difference in size. It was indeed amusing. Originally, Su Qing saw the two before him as useless, burdensome lackeys, but after glimpsing the original book's content, looking at this fat and skinny pair, now, they seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Thinking of how they endured severe torture from Lung Yanfeng without betraying him, he even felt a touch of gratitude. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Su Erzwang, who resembled a macaque, widened his eyes in surprise, swiftly waving his hand before Su Qing's face. For the young master to smile at him was just too eerie. He found it more bizarre than if the young master had walked in and slapped him 800 times. Su Dazhuang, with a bit more discernment, quickly stopped Su Erzwang's hand and said in a deep voice, "Don't act like you're sick. The young master already has a weak constitution and mental issues. What's wrong with him smiling? What the hell are you waving at?" Su Erzwang was displeased. As the old saying goes, hit people, but don't hit the face, curse people, but don't curse their mothers. He threw a punch at Su Dazhuang, but given his size compared to Su Dazhuang, it was like throwing an egg at a rock. Not only did he fail to budge Su Dazhuang, but he himself stumbled back a few steps. Yet his morale did not wane. With a hoarse voice, he pointed at him and shouted, "Who the hell are you cursing?" Su Dazhuang pushed him. "I'm cursing you, so what?" Su Qing felt as if he were in another world, watching his two loyal fools battle it out for several rounds, neither yielding to the other. To be honest, watching this war of the vassals before him, Su Qing suddenly understood why the two had been beaten half to death without betraying him. Loyalty. That was indeed a factor, but the main reason was these two were incredibly stupid. If they could have just made up a name to give Lung Yanfeng's men as a scapegoat, they wouldn't have been beaten for 2 consecutive days. Ahem. Su Qing frowned, unable to bear it any longer, and shouted at the two, "You idiots. Aren't you two born of the same mother? Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang." Su Qing looked at the two and stood up. "Did you bring everything?" "Yes, young master." Su Dazhuang took off the black cloth bag slung over his shoulder and handed it to Su Qing. With a zip, Su Qing emptied the contents onto the hospital bed. He changed into a black baseball jacket whose sleeves differed from the heavy fabric of the coat. They were leather with the hem just reaching his waistline. He wore a simple pair of black sweatpants. His original leather shoes were replaced with a pair of Gucci dad sneakers. Su Qing picked up sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a black mask from the bed, wrapping himself up tightly and accessorized appropriately with a chrome hearts necklace. After dressing up, a blend of mystery and youthful energy enveloped Su Qing. Su Qing examined himself in the bathroom mirror, tidying up any uneven spots on his outfit. As he pressed down the brim of his cap, he murmured to himself, "Finally, I don't have to dress so maturely. This style suits me better." Of course, Su Qing wasn't dressing up like this at night just to look good. According to the book, Lung Yanfeng would find Su Qing's fingerprints in the southern villa tomorrow afternoon and capture Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. So Su Qing had to thoroughly eliminate all traces of himself from the southern villa tonight. His plan to hospitalize himself wasn't solely to let Lin Sierra see his misery on TV. The reason was that Li Tian and Lung Yanfeng had not only sent people to watch him, but also installed a GPS tracker on his phone. In the coming days, he needed Li Tian to see that he had stayed in the hospital the entire time without stepping out. Su Qing walked out of the bathroom and said to Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, "Where's the new phone?" Su Qing took the phone from Su Dazhuang, entered a number, and dialed. After a few beeps, the call connected. Without any pleasantries, Su Qing said directly, "Hello, Brother Xing. Meet at the Southern Villa at 11 sharp. Contact me on this number." Compared to Lin Outyin, who came from an unshakable, powerful family in Luochuan with strong corporate strength and involvement in many fields, even gray industries, the person Su Qing called was the underground king of Luochuan City. Mysterious in identity, he thrived in various underground industries, training operatives who even surpassed top-tier assassins in skill, and even the 5 major families had to yield to him in Luochuan. Su Qing hadn't really deceived Lin Sierra about having few friends. That underground king nicknamed Wolf Walker was one of the few friends Su Qing had. Wolf Walker had also appeared in the original version of the novel Su Qing read. He had a close relationship with Su Qing. When Su Qing was imprisoned, and even the Su family couldn't rescue him due to pressure from the Lin family, Li Tian, and higher authorities, Wolf Walker led a group to try to save Su Qing. In short, it was a prison break. Under immense pressure, Wolf Walker broke through layers of tight security and finally managed to see Su Qing. But Su Qing valued his brotherly bond with Wolf Walker and didn't want to drag him down under the multiple pressures, so he declined his kindness, continuing his life as a lovesick fool working the sewing machine. Su Qing clicked his tongue at the thought of this plot. If it were him, he would have definitely followed Wolf out. Not because he didn't value brotherhood, but simply, he loved life, loved this world, loved sports, and wanted to embrace nature. The dim lighting at the hospital room door cast down from above his head. Su Qing half turned his head to glance at Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. His head was fully covered, only a pair of eyes exposed like an unfathomable ink pool, a deep murderous glint flickering in their dark depths. Facing away from the two, Su Qing slightly raised his arm, pinching the leg of his sunglasses between two fingers and flicking it lightly. He curled his fingers forward and said, "Let's go." His tone was as casual as if he were stepping out for a quick meal, and no one could have imagined that a spectacular drama was about to unfold. Huasheng and Zhang Qi stood guard at the door. Seeing Su Qing emerge, they nodded. "Young Master Su, you two keep standing guard here. I'm going out." Su Qing raised his eyelashes to glance at them, his drawn-out tone carrying an ambiguous hint of amusement, as if he were about to do something thoroughly enjoyable. He had been about to leave, but seeing the two at the door always so aloof and calm, he felt like teasing them. Su Qing stepped back, tilted his head, and placed his fingers on the middle of his sunglasses, pulling them down slightly to reveal most of his languid, roguish eyes. He said slowly, "Well, I'm going to the southern suburbs. What am I going there for? Take a guess, both of you." "Guess right, and there's a prize." Huasheng answered without hesitation. "Reporting to you, young master, I don't know. I dare not presume to guess your thoughts." Zhang Qi echoed, "I dare not." Su Qing said flatly, "Well, I'm going to the villa in the southern suburbs where Lin Sierra was kidnapped to tamper with the crime scene. Do you know how to tip off Li Tian?" Zhang Qi's mouth opened and closed, barely able to control his expression, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. He was not only stunned that Su Qing would directly tell them, but also amazed that Su Qing would so bluntly admit to tampering with the crime scene as casually as going out for a drink. Yet he was also pleased, as it meant Su Qing trusted them. But as Zhang Qi was pondering how to respond to his new employer, Huasheng had already spoken. "Understood. Young Master Su has been resting in his hospital room, weak and frail, never stepping out the door. Zhang Qi, still trying to outshine me. He spoke first earlier, and now he's doing it again." Seeing that Su Qing seemed very satisfied with Huasheng's answer, Zhang Qi hurriedly said to Su Qing, "Young Master Su has a poor appetite and is weak. He undergoes several precise examinations daily, barely able to move, relying on medication to survive. He has never left his room." Su Qing was very pleased with their fabricated story, as well as the astonished expressions on their faces. "Not bad. Spread that word about me to Li Tian." A low chuckle escaped his throat. He walked with steady steps, his posture upright. Behind him followed Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. The three bypassed the hall and headed toward the end of the corridor. Using an oval metal elevator card, they entered the VIP elevator. This private hospital had a VIP elevator accessible only to the Su family, the investors, not ordinary patients. After all, in the original story, Su Qing was someone who wouldn't even share an elevator with others at home, so why would he stoop in a hospital? The elevator doors slid shut slowly, Su Qing holding the elevator card in good spirits. This elevator led to a small door that bypassed all the hospital's surveillance equipment. It perfectly suited his intention to move unseen. The three descended the elevator and exited through the small door. Su Qing scanned the area, but saw no car. He asked, "Where did you park?" Su Dazhuang pointed ahead toward the hospital fence about 2 meters high. Su Qing licked his lips and said exasperatedly, "Are you kidding me? Parked outside." Su Erzwang hastily explained, "Young master, didn't you say not to come in through the main gate? So we parked outside the fence and climbed over." Su Qing let out a light scoff, amused. "Could it be that I said don't use the main entrance? I meant use the back entrance." Su Dazhuang followed Su Qing's pointing finger, squinting hard to see, and then realized, oh, that's a door. It was a simple sliding gate attached to the fence, just wide enough for a car. Su Qing had intended for them to enter through there, but their current position was over 500 meters from that gate. Su Dazhuang quickly said, "Young master, wait here. He'll drive the car in now." Su Qing waved his hand. "Forget it, don't waste time. I saw where you parked. The fence isn't high, but let's climb over." The three reached the fence. Su Dazhuang crouched down and said considerately, "Young master, it's too high. Step on my shoulders." Su Erzwang, who was about to crouch as well, found himself in an awkward half-crouch. He glanced at his bony arms and thought, well. Su Qing glanced at the hesitant Su Erzwang, clicked his tongue, and waved him off. "Forget it. Without standing on ceremony, he stepped onto Su Dazwang's sturdy shoulders, grabbed the top bar, and vaulted over. Su Qing casually brushed the dust off his hands and walked toward the only car on the roadside. Parked by the curb was a matte black-wrapped Porsche Panamera. Su Qing had specifically instructed Su Dazwang and Su Erzwang to bring a cheap runabout. Staring at the sporty coupe before him, Su Qing fell into thought. His two genius assistants simply couldn't follow instructions. But then he reconsidered, perhaps it wasn't their fault. After all, sigh. This was the cheapest car in his garage. Su Qing shook his head with a sigh, opened the car door, and got in. It was a trouble of being too wealthy. He lounged back in the seat, glanced at his watch. The timing was perfect, and said to the front drive. After traversing several expressways, it took a full hour and a half to reach the villa in the southern suburbs from the hospital. By the time the trio arrived at the gate of the southern suburban villa, it was already 10:50 in the evening. The sky was pitch black, and after two downpours the road had become muddy and treacherous. Su Qing and his party trudged toward the villa. He gazed at the small garden outside the villa, overgrown with weeds, and the exterior dilapidated from years of neglect. A smirk curled at his lips. Soon he would give them a renovation. This kidnapping site had not been investigated by the police because the Lin family had suppressed the matter. The reason was well known. The Lin family did not want the public to know that one of the kidnapping victims was Lin Xier. Moreover, Lin Outyin, that old fox who valued fame and fortune more than his own daughter, had yet to investigate the kidnapping case or trace the crime scene. Thus this place had become a true no man's land. Originally, Lung Yanfeng was set to be the first to investigate here tomorrow and expose Su Qing. Unfortunately, Su Qing had arrived first. The flickering light from not far away illuminated the iron bars outside the villa's windows and the stones beside the outer door. Su Qing raised his hand to shield his eyes as he heard the screech of brakes before him. The headlights dimmed through his fingers. When he lowered his hand, he saw over a dozen men in beige camouflage uniforms quickly alighting from 5 off-road vehicles. With synchronized steps, they swiftly formed a horizontal line before Su Qing. Each man bore a resolute expression, towering and robust, with hands clasped behind their backs. Their sleeves clung tightly to their muscular arms, as if perpetually ready for battle. They bowed their heads in unison and said, "Young Master Su." Su Qing nodded. "Good, did you bring everything I asked for?" One man stepped forward and addressed Su Qing. "Young Master Su, everything is here. Brother Xing is not in Luochuan City today, but he has already instructed us on what to do. Today we are entirely at your command. Shall we begin now?" Su Qing knew that Wolf Xing couldn't make it today. He looked over the man before him. Likely the leader of this group, slightly older than the others with regular features and a mature demeanor. Su Qing found this ordinary face strangely familiar. He recalled from the original plot that this man had been present when Wolf Xing attempted a jailbreak. He was Wolf Xing's right-hand man, and Wolf Xing had even called him boss. If not for the man's deferential attitude toward Wolf Xing, Su Qing might have mistaken him for someone important. In any case, Su Qing couldn't remember the man's name. He looked at him and asked directly, "All right, what should I call you?" The man pointed to a black printed emblem on his chest bearing the Arabic numeral 1. "Young Master Su, my code name is Boss 1. Su Qing nearly laughed. So Boss 1 was a code name. Then the man gestured to those behind him. "Each of us has our own code on our chests. Number 2 is Old 2. Number 3 is Old 3. Number 4 is Old 4. When Boss 1 reached Old 6 in his explanation, Su Qing interrupted him. Ahem, I get it. Corresponding numbers. You don't need to count them all." These men were rigorously trained to follow orders, so when Su Qing indicated how they should address him, Boss 1 obediently introduced each one. They showed none of the amusement Su Qing found in the situation. Obeying commands was their sacred duty. Boss 1 pivoted on his heel, facing Su Qing with arms straight at his sides, and said, "Yes, young Master Su." Su Qing nodded, turned toward the villa's entrance, and waved his hand dismissively behind him. A roguish smile flickered across his lips. "Burn every single thing in this villa to ashes. I don't want to see even a dead ant left." The group replied in unison, yes. Upon receiving Su Qing's order, they swiftly began unloading items from the trunk, various combustibles, and gasoline for kindling. The thick-soled boots squelched on the muddy path. Su Qing watched the men move swiftly into action, then turned and walked back to the car against the flow. Time ticked by. Through the door and windows he observed their rapid movements and the splashing of gasoline. Several men climbed onto the roof by the windows and the vines clinging to the decrepit villa's outer walls. Su Qing chuckled softly, leaned against the car door, and lit a cigarette. Puff! Amid the swirling smoke, the fiery red glow of the cigarette tip mirrored the flames igniting on the curtains in a second-floor room. The fire spread and plumes of smoke billowed. Su Qing crushed the cigarette, but between his fingers took a deep drag as the flames raged inside. He walked to the front of the car, hopped onto the hood, and sat with one leg draped over it, the wind rustling his sweatpants. The shimmering firelight reflected in Su Qing's abyss-dark pupils, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The spreading blaze before him was as mesmerizing as a world-renowned masterpiece. He had done this because Lung Yinfeng would have found his fingerprints on the broken wine bottles in the villa tomorrow, but merely cleaning up the shattered glass felt insufficient. After all, his fingerprints were scattered throughout the house, and Lung Yinfeng might easily retrieve them from other surfaces. Thus, preemptively destroying all evidence in this no man's land by burning the villa to the ground was the safest course. Besides, setting fire to a house was immensely entertaining, wasn't it? Su Qing surveyed the villa's surroundings, a neglected area overrun with wild grass and dense vegetation. If the fire spread to engulf the entire landscape, it would attract unwanted attention from higher authorities, which wouldn't do. At that moment, a man with the emblem 7 on his chest approached Su Qing and bowed. "Young Master Su, every corner of the house has been dealt with." Su Qing glanced at his chest and said flatly, "Well done. Old 7 called Boss 1 over for me." The man paused, then replied, "Yes, young Master Su. But my code name is Little 7. Su Qing." He waved his hand, too lazy to argue. "Fine, just go." Boss 1 had been overseeing the roof fire operations when he heard Su Qing calling for him. He quickly jogged over to Su Qing, steadied his breathing, and bowed. "Young Master Su, what are your orders?" Su Qing stepped down from the engine hood and said, "I'll head back now. You stay and handle the aftermath. Put out the fire once it's burned enough inside." "Yes, young Master Su," Boss 1 replied. With that, Su Qing got into the car, rolled down the window, and glanced at Boss 1, who was watching him leave. Su Qing parted his lips slightly and said with polite detachment, "Go ahead, and thank you." Boss 1 nodded. "It's my duty." Seeing that Boss 1 remained standing at attention by the car, unwilling to leave first, Su Qing decided not to prolong the pleasantries. He uttered 2 soft words toward the driver's seat. "Drive." Su Qing returned to the hospital from the southern suburbs at 1:30 in the morning. He changed back into his blue and white striped hospital gown, handing his discarded clothes and accessories to Su Dazhuang. "Young Master, you have a great physique." Su Erzwang chimed in with a grin. Su Qing teased them, "You two should exercise more." He turned to retrieve his wallet from the wardrobe, pulling out a check. After casually scrawling countless zeros on it, he handed it to Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. The sight of the number nearly made them collapse to the floor. This wasn't a tip of tens or hundreds of thousands. Though Su Qing was always generous, this time his largesse was so excessive that a foreboding feeling stirred in their hearts. Su Dazhuang gripped the check with trembling hands, counting each zero. There was a full 100 million. He stammered, "Young Master. This is..." Su Qing offered no pleasantries. He lay back on the hospital bed, furrowing his brow as he looked at them intently. "Severance pay." Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang stared blankly. Su Dazhuang's mind buzzed, going blank for a moment before he finally managed to ask, "Young Master, have we done something wrong?" Su Qing tightened his brow, scratching the back of his head. His 2 loyal lackeys were unquestionably devoted and obedient, having grown up by his side with unwavering loyalty. In the original story, they would rather be beaten half to death than betray him. Now that the villa issue was resolved and the van had been destroyed ahead of schedule, the scene where Lung Yinfeng would capture them in the original plot would no longer occur. But still, Lung Yinfeng might discover them from another angle. To be safe, they had to leave. Besides, they had one unforgivable flaw in Su Qing's eyes. They were too stupid. From their first meeting, he noticed their endless chatter, how they covered Lin Xier with a white cloth, and their many pointless actions. Today at the southern suburbs, they had outdone themselves in foolishness before him. Su Qing simply couldn't keep 2 such idiotic allies by his side, no matter how loyal they were. If they stayed, even if they didn't cause trouble now, they would eventually bring him problems. He disliked trouble. Su Qing spoke slowly. "Take this money and go abroad. Don't stay in Luochuan anymore. Leave tomorrow. It's not in vain that you followed me. This money will last you a lifetime. Exercise more, enjoy life." Young Master, why? We've been utterly loyal to you, and our families have served the Su family for generations. Su Qing sighed at Su Erzwang, who was on the verge of tears, and said, "If you had any disloyalty, you wouldn't be standing before me now. To be honest with you, you're not very clever. I need smart people around me to handle matters. Of course, if you encounter difficulties abroad, you can seek me out. They'll also send your parents and grandfather out. The Su family has properties and real estate overseas. They'll arrange everything for you." Su Qing wasn't lying. He had considered their situation thoughtfully. The Su steward had worked for the family for years, almost like family, but he still performed menial tasks. Now old and frail, his health was declining. The Su family owned many overseas properties. Taking this chance to let the steward enjoy his retirement abroad was a good idea. Sending their entire family abroad was a win-win. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang's eyes brimmed with tears. They could tell Su Qing was determined to send them away, but they couldn't fathom why. Just because they weren't smart. The young master had called them unintelligent before, but he had never thought of driving them away. Before his kidnapping as a child, he was very cheerful, treating them as equals, growing up like family. Even after his personality turned gloomy, he still valued their childhood bond and treated them well. Now he wasn't just sending them out of Luochuan, but their entire family. They blinked at the young master before them. Now he smiled more and spoke more. Yet he seemed like a completely different person, his heart much harder. "Young master." Their drawn-out words carried a heavy sob. they wanted to stay by his side. Su Qing waved his hand. My decision is made. Alright, I want to rest. You two leave. But before Su Qing finished speaking, a harsh noise came from outside the hospital room door, a woman's cries as if squeezed from her throat. Su Qing glanced through the transparent glass of the door. It wasn't just similar. Outside, a woman was being choked by a bodyguard, her face streaked with tears, as she called out to Su Qing. Su, young master. Su, young master. Please see me, I have something to tell you. Su Qing looked at the woman shouting outside the glass, her hair cascading like a waterfall of gold, and instantly remembered who she was. A faint smile curled on Su Qing's lips. He turned and sat up on the bed, gesturing to Su Dazhuang and the others. Go, let her in. When Su Dazhuang opened the door for Huasheng and Zhang Qi to release the woman, she could barely stand from being choked. She stumbled into the hospital room, half sitting, half kneeling, as she collapsed by Su Qing's leg, grabbing his hospital gown and sobbing. Young Master Su, please help me, I beg you. Su Qing looked down to see a seductively beautiful face. Even without his insight eye, Su Qing knew exactly who she was. Wasn't this the gossipy woman who was passed around by Lung Yanfeng's men? In the original text, he had skimmed through her experiences. He hadn't read it in detail. While a minor character as insignificant as a sesame seed wasn't worth his time, especially since the original author had described her ordeal in excruciating detail. Too cruel. Kind-hearted Su Qing couldn't bear to read it. The perversity of it disgusted Su Qing. But he didn't need to read the original. Just seeing the slap marks on her face that hadn't faded and dazed, the bruise at the corner of her mouth, and the purple marks on her exposed arm, told him how miserably she had been living. What do you want me to help you with? Su Qing tugged at his pant leg, pulling the fabric from the blonde woman's grasp. Her face was a tangle of helplessness and fear, tears streaming into the hollow of her neck. She choked out, Young Master Su, I beg you. Help me deal with Lung Yanfeng. He's not human, he's a beast. She seemed to grit her teeth as she spoke, every word laced with hatred. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Su Qing's lips. Her words pleased him well enough. Calling Lung Yanfeng a beast was accurate. But he would act only if he chose to. He did plan to deal with Lung Yanfeng, but he wouldn't help a stranger so easily. Benefits always had to be exchanged. Su Qing wasn't a bodhisattva. He glanced at her. Tell me, give me a reason why I should help you. If you speak well, I might reluctantly assist. The blonde woman looked up at him. Young Master Su, I have some savings. I'll give them all to you. If that's not enough, from now on, I'll be yours. He'll work like a beast of burden for you. To be fair, given Lung Yanfeng's wealth and taste, the women by his side were indeed beautiful, especially this one who had been with him long and was quite attractive. But her meager savings and the offer of a woman who had been passed around. Su Qing felt like he had heard a colossal joke. He awkwardly twitched his lips, but didn't mock the helpless woman. He said calmly, these two things you offer are things I don't lack. Give me something worth trading, or else leave. She was silent for a long time, as if hesitating, before finally sobbing. Lung Yanfeng is planning to target you. Young Master Li asked him to investigate you. I heard it with my own ears. Su Qing furrowed his brow, scanning the panicked woman before him. The sole reason he had allowed her entry was that she had once been Lung Yanfeng's bedmate, and he hoped to glean from her lips details not yet mentioned in the original narrative. Yet everything that spilled from this woman's mouth was information he already knew. Not only known, but matters he had already resolved. Truly a profound disappointment. Su Qing extracted a cigarette from the bedside table, lighting it as he addressed the woman. I know he's coming for me. Tell me something I don't know. At least show some sincerity, or how am I supposed to help you? Miss. Su Qing observed her somber expression, her words fragmenting into incoherent stammering. He shot Su Dazhuang a glance, signaling her dismissal. The blonde woman's terror surged as the two men lifted her arms. In terms of status and power, the only one who could rival Lung Yanfeng, and bore him enmity, was the man before her. She knew this was her sole chance for vengeance, her only lifeline. Lung Yanfeng had treated her so cruelly, as she would see him meet a wretched end. She thrashed her arms, struggling fiercely against the restraints behind her with such force that Su Qing felt she might break free like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. She spoke rapidly. Master Su, Lung Yanfeng places great importance on Li Tian. His identity is not merely that of a boxing gym owner, nor just the proprietor of a few small bars and eateries. His true identity is the youngest scion of the Lung family, a medical dynasty. Although their family runs numerous hospitals, and everyone appears to be a medical school graduate. Yet, in truth, it goes beyond that. Su Qing nodded, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Go on. What lies beyond that? The woman's eyes widened as she stared at Su Qing. Wasn't this information enough? Back when Lung Yanfeng favored her most, he wouldn't shield his phone calls from her, but he was cautious in conversation. From his words, she had gleaned only these fragments. Yes, she recalled now, there was another person. She hurried on. I don't know the actual situation in his family, but I've heard Lung Yanfeng has a sister named Lung Yanwan who is. She is. Su Qing curled his lips into a smile tinged with irony. How about I fill you in? Lung Yinwan, Lung Yanfeng's sister, a host at Luochuan TV station, the only daughter of the Lung family. He tossed his cigarette to the floor, impatiently grinding it out under his heel before running a hand through his hair. He looked down at the woman's bruised face. Miss, I've said it 3 times already. If you can't offer anything useful, get out now. Don't you know not to disturb a patient's rest? The blonde woman's gaze grew vacant and lost the man before her didn't seem to be deceiving her. His calm, detached expression suggested he truly knew everything. Her body went limp, and had it not been for Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang supporting her from behind, she would have collapsed. Master Su, this is all I know, but can you please help me? Please help me. I have no other options left. Her voice choked with sobs, her bloodshot eyes as if all hope for life had drained away. Su Qing looked at her, musing that this woman was indeed pitiful. Aside from her greed for vanity, she had committed no major wrongs. Another victim of Lung Yanfeng's cruelty. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now she was pleading so desperately. Despite his cold rationality and indifference to all, Su Qing was not a heartless beast. He couldn't help but feel a stir of compassion. Kind-hearted, Su Qing sighed. You really are quite pitiful. How about I help you out? But just as he was about to grant her this simple favor, the woman's eyes locked onto him intently. Her wide pupils glistened with tears and bloodshot streaks, as if about to burst from their sockets, twisting her once beautiful face into a grimace. She shouted with all her might, when I arrived, I saw you on the back road behind the hospital. Her choked voice turned hoarse. She believed this was her only chance. 3 of you, all in black. I'm certain it was you 3. I checked. There are no cameras on that road. You sneaked out so secretively, you must have been up to something shady. Su Qing's brow tightened, clearly displeased. This woman had abandoned all pretense and was now trying to threaten him. He gave a sardonic smile. And what do you plan to do about it? Go tell Lung Yanfeng. Why not? At least he gives me money besides bullying me. If you don't help me, he'll know about your little trip by tomorrow. Master Su sneaking out from such a secluded spot. Surely you wouldn't want that getting out. Su Qing pursed his lips, then broke into a hearty smile. He spoke earnestly and slowly. You're too impatient now. I was planning to help you all along. We share a common enemy. Why wouldn't I help you? What he did to you is enough to fuel a lifetime of hatred, and you've been. Su Qing chuckled, swallowing the rest of his sentence before continuing. That incident has already spread through high society. You have no other patron but me. I despise Lung Yanfeng. I was only trying to provoke you into revealing more about my enemy. You and I are allies. Don't say things that undermine our bond. Besides, I'm far more generous than Lung Yanfeng. Su Qing pulled a fresh check from his wallet, scrawled an amount of 30 million on it, and handed it to the woman. The frenzy on her face gradually subsided as she stared numbly at the check. Su Qing weighed the check in his hand, a sunny smile spreading across his face. Take it if you want, but there's one condition. What condition? Su Qing said seriously. I'm taking on a powerful family son for you, and giving you money. At least you should contribute something in return. Su Qing glanced at Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. My 2 men are heading abroad to handle some affairs. Why don't you go with them? ITLL, make the journey less dull. 1 month, 30 million. You won't lose out. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, simple-minded as they were, couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes fixed on the woman. She swallowed hard, uncertain whether Su Qing had intended to help her all along or if her threat had swayed him. But at that moment, the gentle light in Su Qing's eyes as he looked at her made her drop all her guard. In her earlier panic and tension, she had failed to notice how handsome the man before her truly was. And she understood his intention in giving her money to accompany his men. It was a subtle humiliation for her earlier threat. Yet she had stayed with Lung Yanfeng for money too. A few million a year, and treated so poorly. Now 30 million for a month, and she was already a fallen woman with a tarnished reputation. This slight she could fully accept. After all, no one else would offer her such a price. Even if Su Qing didn't help her against Lung Yanfeng, this money would allow her to live well for the rest of her life. She took the check and bowed sincerely to Su Qing. Thank you, Master Su. Su Qing casually grabbed a tissue from the table for her. Wipe your tears, your makeup is ruined. Go home tonight, pack your things, and leave with my men tomorrow. Rest assured I keep my word. I will help you. The woman listened to that gentle voice, a flood of emotions surging within her. She deeply regretted not having attached herself to Su Qing earlier. How much better that would have been than enduring that beast. But as she wiped her lashes in gratitude, the tissue pressed against her eyelids, she completely missed the chilling gaze Su Qing cast down upon her. She saw nothing of the sinister look he fixed on her from above. Su Qing cast a glance toward the entrance, signaling Su Dazhuang and the other man with a meaningful look to take the blonde woman away now. As the 3 stepped out, Zhang Qi inadvertently glimpsed Su Qing's face. He witnessed the originally charming and handsome features of Su Qing flicker with a cold glint deep in their eyes. Zhang Qi shuddered instantly, a chill creeping down his spine. In simple terms, the look of wanting to kill someone is impossible to conceal. Su Qing turned and sat back by the bedside. Rubbing his brow, feeling weary, he sneered. What kind of trash dares to threaten me? Su Qing casually picked up his phone and dialed a number. He said calmly, "Hey Brother Xing, do me a favor." The voice on the other end was silent. Su Qing's tongue grazed his teeth as he spoke slowly. "Two of my men will take a woman abroad tomorrow. I've installed a surveillance and tracking system on my men's phones. They'll share the device with you shortly along with their photos. I don't have a picture of that woman, but her blonde hair makes her easy to spot. She has a seductive look about her. Brother Xing, send me a couple of capable hands. After they land tomorrow, just take care of that woman." The voice on the other end remained silent. Su Qing chuckled. "Brother Xing, I won't bother with pleasantries. They'll treat you to a welcome-back meal when you return. That woman has a check for 30 million from me. Consider it a reward for the brothers." With that, Su Qing hung up. He rested his elbows on his thighs, cupped his chin in his hands, and a bitterly ironic smile curled at his lips. He felt that surviving in this book meant he couldn't afford to sympathize with others. He had given that woman a chance. If only she had waited. Just 2 more seconds, even 1 second, without screaming out those threatening words. Su Qing wouldn't have struck her down ruthlessly. Crushing her was as easy as stepping on an ant, and letting her go, or even helping her, was as simple as a flick of his hand. But unfortunately, her hope of survival was destroyed by her own loose tongue bit by bit. She had trampled on Su Qing's bottom line, so she had no one to blame but his mercilessness. Su Qing lay back on the bed checking his character panel and noticed that the reward for destroying the crime scene hadn't been given yet. He figured it would only come after Lung Yanfeng failed in his investigation. Su Qing wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of patience. The game had to be played slowly to be interesting. He opened the shop's purchase interface. The top items hadn't changed. Item 1, a kidney compatible with the host. Item 2, general physical potion, increases 100 combat power. Item 3, super duration, fully controllable. Those who know. Item 4, a copy of the original author's custom follow-up novel. Based on his villain points, he could still only buy 1 follow-up novel, but when he clicked to purchase, he noticed the price had changed. Now it only cost 100 villain points. This good fortune. Though Su Qing found it worth celebrating, he was a bit baffled. Could it be? Reply to host. The considerate villain system is a growth-type system. In short, the harder you work, the luckier you get host. Su Qing pursed his lips. Not bad. He scrolled down the shop list and discovered several very peculiar options. The oddity wasn't in what they offered being extraordinary, but in how ordinary they were. He already had them. Item 8, actor-level acting skills. Item 9, chef-grade culinary skills. Item 10, celestial-level appearance. Su Qing. The names were quite catchy. No, that wasn't the point. The point was, the price wasn't high, only requiring 100 villain points. But, wasn't this something he already possessed? Scrolling further, there was a small golden coin symbol labeled Exchange Office. 100 villain points can be exchanged for 1 billion in the current world currency. Su Qing frowned. "I don't lack money either." He said calmly, "System, come out and explain. Is your considerate villain system now stooping to such dirty tricks?" Host, let me explain slowly. As you know, when you arrived in this world, you were alone with nothing and a humble background. The abilities you possess were granted by the original male lead, not innate to you. So, when you leave this world, you can only take items you've purchased here, not the assets you own in this world. Su Qing understood. He fully grasped just how chatty this system was. Was all that preamble necessary? Done yet? Reply, done host. Then get lost. The next afternoon, a short-haired woman in a light gray pencil skirt with a seductive curvaceous figure stood at the main entrance of the city's private hospital. She swayed as she walked, her beige high heels clicking loudly on the asphalt road. In one hand, she held a large, carefully wrapped bouquet, and in the other several expensive health products. Jean Li had come to visit a patient, a distinguished one, her young master. She had first seen him 2 years ago at the company's annual gala. The entertainment company's gala brought together top executives, producers, directors, agents, and actors. They were all influential figures, and the crowd was diverse. Mostly company insiders, but also some invited entertainment moguls. Everyone tacitly understood that gala was essentially a launch event organized by Su Jinghua to usher his son into the entertainment industry. At that time, Jean Li, a newcomer at peak entertainment, couldn't spot her young master anywhere in the venue until the host invited Su Qing to the stage. Only then did Jean Li see Su Qing clad in a black suit with a straight posture and an imposing aura, slowly walking to the front. But what left a fleeting impression on her were just his eyes, deep, unfathomable, like an abyss of thick ink. His loose short hair was brushed back clean and carefree, and that was all she saw. When Su Qing took the stage, he wore a black mask that clashed with his entire outfit, obscuring his full face. Yet those eyes alone were enough to set imaginations ablaze. His cold, distant, yet bewitching voice seemed to still linger in her ears. Back then, Su Qing had only spoken one sentence on stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Qing." Then she watched him step down and leave directly through the backstage exit. His gaze held nothing, and he passed by in a flash, but that brief glimpse had stayed vivid in her memory ever since. Jean Li could say she fell in love at first sight with Su Qing from that single glance, but her young master's aloof and unapproachable nature meant she could only admire him from afar. She never expected him to call her personally and assign her tasks. Thus, visiting him now in the hospital along with the task he had given her was the perfect opportunity to approach Su. Knock 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 knock. A crisp knock on the door drew Su Qing, who was organizing the plot, over to it. He curled his lips into a smile, already knowing who was coming. "Come in," he said, lazily leaning back against his chair and calling out toward the door. The door creaked open slowly. An alluring, radiant woman stepped into the hospital room, her figure tall, mature, and seductive. Her slender waist seemed almost too delicate to grasp, and beneath her form-fitting pencil skirt her snow-white peaks rose high, a glimpse of soft, flawless purity catching the eye. Her short, delicate hair, just reaching her jawline, made her pale neck appear even more elongated. Originally, Su Qing was supposed to continue feigning illness in bed, but after repurchasing the original novel's sequel and using his intermediate insight skill to see the woman before him held an affection level of as high as 95 points toward him, he felt there was no need to pretend anymore. Jean Lee glanced into the hospital room with a hint of curiosity. The usually socially adept woman was about to meet the person she could never reach, inevitably losing some of her composure and poise. Su Qing beamed brightly, knowingly waving at Jean Lee. "Sisterly, why have you come?" Jean Lee nodded. "Young Master Su, I saw on TV that you fainted, so I thought I'd come to see you. And on behalf of the artists under me, they're also very concerned about you." As Jean Lee walked into the room, she placed the nutritional gifts she had brought onto the nearby table, stealing a glance at Su Qing. Her outward calm was a professional trait cultivated over years, but she knew her heart was racing at that moment. Compared to the fleeting glimpse from long ago and the sight of Su Qing's true appearance on TV a few days earlier, the close eye contact today struck her even more profoundly. This man, 6 or 7 years her junior, had an extraordinarily handsome face. The half-exposed arm in the hospital gown showed distinct muscle lines, and the hand resting on the bed had well-defined knuckles, slender and beautiful. Su Qing looked at her openly, smiling slightly. "Thanks, sisterly, I'm feeling much better. You don't need to address me so formally, though I'm younger than you, and it doesn't sound right." A faint smile crept onto Jean Lee's lips, her beautiful phoenix eyes tilting upward, making her look incredibly charming. "And then I want stand on ceremony with you, young master. I also came today about the script you mentioned last time. It's ready. The actors have been cast, and the third female lead has been decided according to your requirements." As she spoke, Jean Lee walked closer to Su Qing, pulling a thick stack of scripts from the handbag slung over her arm and handing it to him. "This is the initial version of the script, young master. Since you're not feeling well, you should rest first. Take a look when you have time and tell me where to make changes, and I'll have the writer revise it." Su Qing didn't heed her kind suggestion. Instead, he flipped through the script and glanced at the chair beside him. "Sisterly, have a seat. I'm in decent shape, though I can look at it now." After reading the first few summaries, Su Qing roughly understood that the writer hadn't created a modern drama. The general plot involved a marquis mansion rebelling with the dashing young marquis, dissatisfied with the current dynasty's rule, overcoming obstacles to seize the throne. The romantic thread involved marrying the prime minister's daughter. Of course, the bride chosen to gain major support was not the childhood sweetheart he was truly connected to in heart. Both the male and female leads were career-driven, focused entirely on overthrowing the imperial power. Su Qing pursed his lips, casting an unreadable glance at Jean Lee. Although he had read the latest original sequel in that original text, his luck still couldn't elevate him to the status of protagonist. So, in the book, the description of Jean Lee's visit to the hospital room only covered her arrival, their discussion of the script, and a passage about Jean Lee's tender, lingering feelings for him. Thus, when Su Qing received this script, he was utterly speechless. "No, sisterly. Your efficiency is indeed impressive. But did you misunderstand my intention? Didn't I give you a general direction before? I asked you to find that writer who writes sweet romance for our company's rising star. Writing an ancient drama is fine, or even an ancient romance. But what is this you've given me? A royal power struggle. Young master, that's the current trend in popular shows. That writer originally wrote sweet romance, but now she's switched genres too." As she spoke, she saw Su Qing's face clearly show impatience. Her chest heaved rapidly, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The first time she was alone with her young boss and secret crush, and she had already messed up. She quickly swallowed the words she was about to say, and explained succinctly, No, young master, I understand." Jean Lee stood up, leaning over Su Qing to flip through the script in his hands. "Young master, according to the general direction you gave, this drama won't take long to shoot. It's divided into 3 parts. The first part is about the male and female leads' dissatisfaction with the current dynasty's tyranny and their planning to overthrow it. The middle part is the male lead's memories, covering everything." Jean Lee's hands trembled slightly as she flipped through the script due to nervousness. Her slender fingers with their seductive Weinerd nail polish glistened under the white overhead light. Su Qing looked up, tracing her neck upward. Beneath his deep-set eyes were a pair of tender, watery phoenix eyes, and her small, palm-sized face featured rosy lips. Her delicate nose emitted short, tense breaths. Her soft voice carried a hint of allure like a willow swaying in the breeze, repeatedly reaching Su Qing's ears. This scene immediately softened the kind-hearted Su Qing's impatience. He gently lifted the hand holding the script, grasping her fingers as they rapidly turned the pages with a light touch. Su Qing's fingertips were cold, and the close skin contact sent a chill through Jean Li, making her heart race. But as a sophisticated woman who navigated the entertainment world with ease, she had a mature mind. Although she had never experienced romance, she wouldn't misinterpret a simple touch of the fingers like a young girl with budding feelings. Especially since Su Qing naturally had a charmingly handsome face, perhaps he was just comforting her out of nervousness. Jean Li steadied herself, looked at her fingers, which had somehow already been released by Su Qing, and continued flipping through the script. She began to explain it to him in detail. Su Qing watched her speak with a deceptively composed demeanor, her words slow and deliberate. Young master, the central plot generally follows your instructions. This segment is a romantic storyline between the male lead and the third female lead. She is a maidservant purchased by the Marquis household, not a childhood sweetheart. However, the maidservant fell in love with the male lead at first sight. In his youth, the young Marquis was a dashing and unrestrained gentleman. He invited the third female lead to ride horses with him, marking their first true acquaintance. The ensuing narrative unfolds as they come to know and love each other, culminating in their grand wedding. Su Qing stared at the line Jean Li pointed out, furrowing his brow. Coming to know each other, falling in love. This part is well written. But having already pledged their love, the male lead goes on to marry another woman. That's a bit despicable, isn't it? Jean Li chuckled, flipping several pages with a rustling sound. Young master, look here. Here lies the reason. After the wedding, the third female lead was abducted by the current emperor's third prince during an outing in the mountains. To preserve her chastity, she hanged herself with a white silk sash. The emperor, doting on the third prince, twisted the truth and even reprimanded the Marquis household. This is the catalyst for the young Marquis' overthrow of imperial power. A faint smile tugged at Su Qing's lips. Not bad, quite intriguing. The script is well-crafted with a plot full of twists blending sweetness and anguish. Flattered by the praise, Jean Li beamed. It all follows your instructions, young master. The third female lead's role is brief, yet concentrated. At that time, the male lead's persona was reckless and wanton. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you insist that in all scenes involving the male lead and the third female lead, the lower half of their faces be obscured, revealing only their eyes? Su Qing held her gaze for a few seconds, then smiled calmly, arching an eyebrow as he countered. Sister, can you guess? What mischief am I plotting? Su Qing's voice was low and husky, seductive as a spell coiling in her ear. His playful tease left her breathless and flustered. She averted her gaze from Su Qing, stammering, I can't guess. Su Qing offered no explanation, merely letting out a soft laugh from his nose. He extended a hand toward Jean Li. Show me the male lead's photo. All right. Jean Li quickly pulled out her phone and retrieved a photo of the actor playing the male lead. Su Qing took the phone. On the screen, the man was handsome. A popular young star with a straight nose and an elegant bearing. The photo revealed his excellent bone structure, a face perfectly suited for the camera. But that wasn't what Su Qing was focusing on. He held up the phone with one hand and covered the lower half of the face in the photo with the other. Staring at the eyes on the screen, he grew increasingly satisfied. A smirk curved his lips as he asked Jean Li's sister, look. He turned to face Jean Li, holding the photo beside his own face. Do his eyes look like mine? If I covered up with a mask, no one would notice, right? Jean Li carefully compared Su Qing's eyes with those of the man in the photo. They are quite similar, but yours are more beautiful and expressive, young master. The moment she finished speaking, Jean Li sensed something amiss. She paused, taking in the scene before her, as if grasping Su Qing's intent. She said slowly, young master, you mean to? You wanna? Su Qing casually handed the phone back to her. Yes, exactly as you think. He'll play the scenes with the third female lead. Sister, make sure everything is handled discreetly. I don't want anyone to discover I acted in this production. Though Jean Li didn't fully understand and felt a twinge of disappointment, she knew it was good enough to serve Su Qing. She dared not probe into her young master's thoughts. She had no standing to do so. Jean Li nodded. Understood, young master. Who will play the third female lead? Should I contact her agent? Oh, no need. First set up the stage and film the scenes between the male and female leads. Handle the rest, and I'll notify you when it's sorted. Then, young master. Jean Li glanced out the window. They had been absorbed in the script for so long they'd lost track of time. Dusk had already fallen. A pang of reluctance tugged at her, but years of navigating the treacherous entertainment industry had honed her professional composure. Her eyelashes lifted slightly as she clutched the script in both hands. Young master, it's getting late. You should. Before she could finish, a knock at the door drew their attention. Su Qing cleared his throat and called out, come in. The door opened to reveal a doctor in a white coat. Carrying a bottle of glucose, he approached the hospital bed and nodded to Su Qing. Young master, it's time for your 4. Su Qing glanced at the medical solution, then at Jean Li. With a faint smile, he waved the doctor off. No need. She's one of us. He deliberately emphasized the words one of us. The utterance stunned both Jean Lee and the doctor. No matter how affable and friendly Su Qing appeared on TV, or in his current demeanor, it couldn't shake the ingrained perception of him as eccentric and peculiar. Jean Lee's heart swelled with excitement and tenderness. Su Qing had called her one of us. Meanwhile, the doctor's mind churned with turmoil. He was a member of the Su household instructed by the young master to administer a daily glucose for as a cover. Yesterday, with no visitors, Su Qing hadn't let his guard down. But today, the doctor stole a glance at the stunning woman beside him and instantly understood the implication of one of us. Very well, young master. He'll hang the 4 and let it drain on its own. Otherwise, carrying an unopened bottle out might raise suspicion. Su Qing nodded. All right. The doctor, a deputy chief physician in his 40s, was mature, astute, and meticulous, qualities that pleased Su Qing. Watching him hang the 4 bottle and dispose of the needle in the trash can by the bed, Su Qing said, "We have matters to discuss. You may leave now." After placing the needle in the trash, the doctor nodded to Su Qing and made his way to the door. Whether by design or accident, as he exited, he happened to pull down the deep blue curtain meant to shield the patient from outside disturbances. With a whoosh, the curtain divided Su Qing and Jean Lee's side from the rest of the room into 2 separate zones. The fabric was highly opaque, but didn't span the entire length of the ward. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at the doctor's retreating figure, catching the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth from suppressed laughter as he turned to close the door, wrinkles deep enough to trap a fly. The white coat fluttered dramatically as he turned, concealing his deeds with silent grace. Su Qing. Could it be that I just didn't want another shot? My tender little hand. The moment the curtain fell, its intense opacity cast a shadow over Su Qing's face as Jean Lee looked down at him. The elusive, hazy beauty made her heart pound wildly, especially when he unhesitatingly told others she was his trusted confidant. The profound shift in their relationship left Jean Lee momentarily entranced. When she came to her senses, she saw a fair, slender hand waving before her eyes for quite some time. Lingering in her ears was the young man's slow, languid voice. What's wrong with you? Nothing, young master. Let me pull the curtain back up. As Jean Lee turned to draw the curtain, a hand caught her forearm. She looked at Su Qing in confusion. Young master. Su Qing released his grip, shifted forward, letting his back leave the cushion, and flashed a radiant smile. It's fine. I'd have to close it when I rest anyway. Jean Lee nodded, released her hand, and pursed her lips at Su Qing. Then I won't disturb your rest, young master. I'll take my leave now. Su Qing glanced at his watch. It's not late. I have a few small ideas about 2 scenes in that script. Sis, if you're free now, let's chat. If you're tired, I'll call you tomorrow to discuss it. Jean Lee waved her hand, her phoenix eyes slightly lifting. Charming yet refined, the corners hiding a deliberately concealed smile. She gathered the hem of her skirt and moved to sit on a nearby chair. Before she could settle, she saw Su Qing shift toward the window side of the hospital bed, clearing a large space beside him. Sis, the chair is hard and uncomfortable. The bed is big enough, let's make do. Jean Lee's originally slender, beautiful eyes widened slightly. Su Qing's warm demeanor toward her nearly shattered her years of professional composure once more. Before she could respond, she saw him pat the empty spot he had just made. Sis, don't be polite with me. I've troubled you to revise the script late at night. I can't let you sit on a cold bench. Looking at his sincere, brilliant smile, she instinctively sat down beside Su Qing without any hesitation. Compared to Jean Lee's uneasy demeanor, Su Qing was far more at ease. He focused on flipping through the script, stopping at one page, and turned to her. Sis, this scene doesn't feel right to me. Jean Lee lowered her eyes, leaning toward the script, carefully examining the line his finger pointed at. Sis, this part about the horseback riding scene. I feel it's inappropriate for the young Marquis to directly take Ingro, the third female lead, onto his horse. His fingertip gently tapped on the text-filled script, as if in thought. I think his character is carefree, unrestrained, and loves to have fun. It doesn't suit him to just pull Ingro onto the horse the moment he sees her. He pointed at the words holding a sword and holding tea, tilting his head toward Jean Lee in confusion. Here the young Marquis is on horseback with a sword, and Ingro is holding a teacup. She's delivering tea. With both of them holding things, it's not suitable for her to just get on the horse. Would Ingro simply throw the teacup away? Besides, the props should be utilized. Such good props going unused is such a waste. Su Qing gave an embarrassed smile and shrugged. I studied acting myself, so maybe I'm, well, a bit particular about these details. Jean Lee nodded. You're right. If we don't use these 2 props, it's indeed a waste. Young master, how do you think we should revise it? Su Qing handed his phone to Jean Lee. Sis, have you ever rehearsed scenes with actors? Just describing the scene might not be vivid enough to understand. If you have some experience, let's try it. Treat this phone as a teacup. Jean Lee took the phone and replied, I don't have much experience, but I've occasionally rehearsed lines with artists. I can give it a try. Don't laugh if I'm not good. No problem. Su Qing was a professional in acting, especially since he had purchased actor-level performance with his villain points. With the system's guarantee that its products are top-notch, the acting expertise infused into him now far surpassed even the original host's natural talent. Su Qing studied the script's lines, pondered the young Marquis' personality, and quickly found his stake. He turned his head, casting a teasing smile at Jean Li, his eyes slightly narrowed. A single gaze vividly embodying the character's unbridled spirit. He scanned her, finally fixing his eyes on the phone in her hand. "What's your name? Who sent you here?" Jean Li had read the script, especially the scenes between the male lead and the third female lead that Su Qing had emphasized, so she knew she was supposed to be Ying Ro. But now, Su Qing wasn't following the script at all, so she had to go along with his words. After considering the character's personality, she bowed her head. "Your Highness, this servant is Ying Ro. The matriarch sent me to offer you tea." Su Qing rolled up the script in his hand, pretending it was a sword, and moved it along the phone, resting in Jean Li's palm slowly, pushing it from her tender red hand to the floor. As the phone fell quickly with a loud bang, Jean Li was startled. But more surprising than the unexpected noise was the sensation at her waist. She glanced down. The rolled-up script in Su Qing's hand pressed against her side, the force neither light nor heavy, teasing the folds of her skirt like a flirtation, almost a seduction. But the words that followed from Su Qing made Jean Li realize her lingering passionate thoughts were merely her young boss rehearsing a scene with her. A teasing tone slowly emanated from Su Qing's lips. "Ying Ro, nice name, but the tea the matriarch favors is hard to swallow." The script pressed against her waist slowly rose until it reached her chin. Su Qing lifted his wrist, tilting her enchanting face upward, watching her pale cheeks flush with red, her tender lips parting slightly in surprise. He drawled lazily, "In comparison, Ying Ro, you seem easier to swallow." In reality, he was only lifting her chin, but at that moment she felt as if her throat were being pressed. She stared at Su Qing without blinking, stammering, Young Marquis." Seeing her unable to utter another word, Su Qing immediately removed the script from under her chin and tossed it aside casually. "Sis, what do you think of this revised scene? Is it better than the original version?" Su Qing gave Jean Li a sunny smile, his clear and cheerful tone completely devoid of the earlier flirtatiousness. Meeting Su Qing's gaze and looking at his sunny, handsome face, she knew he had finished the scene and returned to his normal state. Jean Li's mood was like a roller coaster. She couldn't adjust quickly and pretended to speak naturally and gracefully. "The changes are excellent. You've perfectly portrayed the young Marquis' unrestrained nature with just a few moves. Sister, don't praise me. I still need your guidance. After all my experiences just from school, your insights are far richer, and you've managed so many popular artists." Jean Li's cheeks were already flushed, but after being praised by her young boss, she turned crimson. She quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing, just luck, pure luck." Su Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled modestly. "Sister, don't be modest. Your achievements at Dingfeng are top-notch. When I take over Dingfeng in the future, I'll rely on your support, sisterly." Seeing Jean Li too shy to respond, Su Qing felt the moment was ripe. He planned to seize the opportunity to increase the remaining 5 points of favorability she had for him. After all, Su Qing had treated her with such distinction, guiding her step by step, asking for her help, having her stay for the scene, and teasing her, all for a reason. The reason was simple. According to the original text, Su Qing knew that Jean Li was a significant character in the initial version, sharp-witted, meticulous, and versatile. She could be ruthless. When the Su family, enraged after Su Qing's imprisonment, moved against the Lin and Li families, Jean Li took her network of contacts and resources and defected to Li Tian, opposing the Su family at every turn. Thus, if not properly utilized, she could become a powerful ally for Li Tian. Of course, times had changed. Su Qing had already altered many chapters of the original text, successfully meeting Jean Li and winning her heart at first sight. She had no chance of slipping through his fingers. To captivate someone requires 3 things: heart, material, means, and method. How to fully captivate Jean Li and achieve perfection, Su Qing knew just from the tender affection in her eyes. He smiled brightly and said to Jean Li, "Sister, you really don't need to be modest. Your abilities are widely acclaimed in the industry. I have several entertainment and media companies under my name, as well as 2 MCN agencies, all given to me by my father to practice with. They've been managed by professional managers. Since I'm still in school, I focus on my studies and haven't paid much attention, but leveraging the family name has yielded decent results." Su Qing looked into her eyes, speaking lightly, yet sincerely. "How about I give half the shares to you, sister? Since I don't manage them anyway, the resources and achievements are going to waste. You can help me run them properly. Consider it a token of thanks for your help this time. Though you've been doing your best for my family, and I shouldn't say this with your talents, Sister Li, it would be a shame not to gain some fame and fortune for yourself." Jean Li's mind went blank. The entertainment media company Su Qing casually mentioned was no small practice venture. It was anything but insignificant. It was well known that the Su family doted on and valued Su Qing the most. Even though Su Qing disliked socializing with noble families and entertainment companies, the Su family would grandly introduce the resources entrusted to him at various occasions to enhance his standing and reputation in the industry. One of Su Qing's companies specialized in producing art films. Though not commercially successful domestically, it frequently won awards abroad, earning an excellent reputation. They didn't need to actively recruit artists. Whenever the company announced a new film project, countless top stars and talented actors would offer to perform at low or even zero pay just to gain prestige by appearing in Su Qing's art film studio. Another company was even more formidable, producing only big-budget films starring A-list actors. Not only were they willing to accept low pay, but many stars were eager to invest or fully fund the projects. And the MCN agency Su Qing mentioned last boasted thousands of influencers with millions of followers. In the current era of short videos, his MCN agency was unrivaled in the industry. The reason for such traffic was simple: the controlling shareholders of the hottest short video platforms were also the Su family. Just the three major media companies that flashed through Jean Li's mind were industry leaders and wealth generators, let alone all of Su Qing's companies combined. What did it mean to give her half the shares? Jean Li's alluring phoenix eyes widened, and her heart nearly stopped. She had no background or status, and after years of struggling in the entertainment industry, she was ambitious to seize all resources. She thought she would need 5, 10, or even decades to achieve what Su Qing was directly giving her. She didn't think Su Qing was casually making empty promises to deceive her. The young master of the Su family wouldn't stoop to teasing her. Moreover, even if Su Qing offered her no benefits, she wouldn't dare defy her young boss orders. Su Qing had no need to do this. Half the shares. Co-owning with Su Qing felt like an invitation to run a couple's business together. How could this not leave her flustered? She instinctively shook her head hurriedly. She was ambitious, but she hadn't done anything significant for Su Qing to deserve accepting such a generous gift so easily. Young master, it's too much. I can't accept it. Su Qing slightly frowned, watching her hands waving in front of her chest. He barely registered the rest of what the flattered, beautiful sister was saying. The scenery behind those two constantly waving delicate hands had completely captivated Su Qing. He thought to himself, the sister indeed has something. The virtuous Su Qing was highly educated. In his original world, he had once served as the Chinese literature class representative at school. Faced with this scene, he couldn't help but recall a poem by Ming Dynasty poet Wang Cheng. Su Qing stroked his chin. Wonderful. Finally, he snapped back to reality as the jade hands waved rapidly. He blinked and said in realization, "Sister, what did you say?" Su Qing hissed, pursed his lips, and put a hand to his head. Sister, my head hurt just now. I didn't catch that. Could you say it again?" "I said, young master, the gift you're offering is too generous. I haven't earned it. I'm just helping you organize a film shoot. I can't accept so much from you." As she spoke, she reached out to him, concerned about his discomfort. He grabbed her forearm and gave a reassuring squeeze as if to say it's fine. What met Jean Li's eyes at this moment was a clean, dazzling smile, as radiant as the rising sun. She listened as Su Qing said generously, "Sis, don't stand on ceremony. You and I, we're family. Being too polite would be distant." Whether it was the first time Su Qing had uttered the word family to her, perhaps it wasn't deliberately emphasized in his tone. But this time, spoken solely to her, the three words family were still deliberately stressed. It made Jean Li inwardly believe that Su Qing. These words carried a hidden implication. Through Su Qing's obsidian-like eyes, she was momentarily dazed. In truth, her own conditions were not inferior. Her appearance and abilities were no less than anyone else's. Why couldn't her young master regard her differently? She blurted out nervously, "Young master, I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by family." Her voice faltered in her throat, and she was clearly anxious to know the answer to that question. "Young master, do you treat every subordinate this well?" Su Qing chuckled in disbelief. "How could that be? Half the controlling shares of my company amount to half of my fortune. How could I give that to just anyone?" But on second thought, Su Qing mused. He could indeed be this generous to every subordinate. After all, this was half the original villain's fortune. He couldn't take it with him anyway, so he wouldn't mind giving it all away. Moreover, he could exchange a mere 100 villain points for 1,000,000,000. Why would he begrudge such a pittance? Then why me of all people? Jean Li's eyes seemed veiled with a thin mist. The words rushed out quickly, both pitiful and endearing. Her slightly furrowed brows carried a clear intention, and the choked excitement in her throat seemed to fear receiving an answer that would disappoint her. Su Qing's gentle peach blossom eyes met hers. "No particular reason. Sis, I want to give it to you. Just accept it and don't stand on ceremony with me." He tilted his head to glance at the ticking clock on the wall, and said with a soft smile, "It's getting late, sister. Go back and rest. Tomorrow I'll have my assistant and lawyer call you to sign the share transfer contract." Jean Li's tumultuous thoughts were almost palpable. The composed nature she had cultivated over many years crumbled in an instant. She couldn't suppress the turmoil in her heart. Su Qing genuinely wanted to give this to her. She could see that. Su Qing's words telling her to rest sounded to her like a blade that would sever the precious chance she had to get close to him. She was always a decisive person, but now driven by inner struggle, doubt, and this rare opportunity to be near him. She leaned towards Su Qing recklessly. She said urgently, "I don't just want to be your family. Young master, do you feel anything for me? Even a little?" Su Qing was stunned, genuinely taken aback. He had truly only intended to send Jean Lee back to rest after all. There was a well-known fact. He was a patient. He thought to himself, no way is she not even sparing a patient. His blue and white hospital gown and the hospital bed he leaned on silently testified to his status as a sick person. Su Qing met her enchanting shimmering phoenix eyes and instinctively wanted to push her away, saying he needed rest. But just then the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, informing him that the beautiful alluring sister before him had reached 100 points of affection. It had reached a love of life and death devotion, inseparable united hearts, and undying passion. Under such profound love the kind-hearted Su Qing couldn't bear to hurt a woman so deeply devoted to him. He turned his head away and said sheepishly, all I can give you is my half of the fortune. As a child of the Su family I am powerless in many matters, so I don't want to delay. Before Su Qing could finish his words, the iron legs of the hospital bed trembled slightly, and a pair of slender fair arms suddenly wrapped around his neck. Jean Lee lifted her gaze to meet his. I don't care about anything. Young master, can you promise me one thing? Tell me, can I not call you young master? I want to call you by your name, is that all right? Just when it's the two of us. Su Qing's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. He had thought Jean Lee would take advantage of his favor to demand his other half of the fortune or ask for resources and more. He never dreamed that this astute, all-capable top agent would only ask for a small form of address. 100% affection was indeed genuine. He let out a hearty laugh, genuinely charmed by her cautious, ingratiating demeanor. He reached out and ruffled her hair. I never said you couldn't. When others are around you can call me by my name too. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with smiles, and before he could finish she called out, Su Qing. Su Qing didn't respond verbally. Instead, the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth turned into a soft hum exhaled through his nose. Honestly, he thought calling him by name was nice. Young master always felt a bit awkward. As Su Qing was pondering whether the word young master could make him cringe enough to dig out a villa or a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, a breath of air swept toward him. After a while, Su Qing lay on the pillow looking up to see Jean Lee's cheeks as rosy as sunset clouds and her eyes shimmering with moisture. Her phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, exuding charm. Her fair shoulders seemed tinged with a blush under the dim light. Her lips parted slightly, and she called out word by word, Su Qing. Su Qing smiled, breathing in the rose-scented fragrance that filled the air. His voice mingled with the ticking of the clock on the wall. The only prominent sound was the less-than-pleasant creaking of the hospital bed's iron frame against the wall and floor. The two of them squeezed uncomfortably onto the narrow hospital bed to rest. Jean Lee nestled in the crook of his neck, her delicate fingers encircling his waist. She tilted her head slightly, her seductive eyes wandering like silk threads across Su Qing's handsome face. Su Qing smiled with unparalleled tenderness, looking down at her. Sis, can I have a cigarette? After Jean Lee softly murmured, Su Qing quickly lit a cigarette. As everyone knows, men are always weary. As the smoke he exhaled clouded before his eyes, Su Qing's mood also became shrouded in mist. Su Qing frowned slightly. He was not one to be unappreciative of beauty, but the two of them squeezed onto such a small hospital bed to sleep could only be described in 2 words: cramped. At that moment, Jean Lee, ever perceptive, spoke up at just the right time. Young Su Qing will head back first. Su Qing paused in surprise, looking down at her, and barely suppressed a smile. He curled his lips into a generous grin, propping himself up on the bedboard. Indeed, it's a bit cramped. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go through all this trouble so late. His difficult movements to get up were not lost on Jean Lee. She quickly pressed down on his shoulder, rose hurriedly, and said softly, Rest well, no need to see me off. Su Qing lightly hummed in acknowledgement, beaming a bright smile. Sis, you rest well too. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qing slowly let the deliberately forced smile on his lips fade. Indeed, Jean Lee was quite a character. In the chaotic entertainment industry where major directors, investors, and celebrities gathered, to rely solely on her looks to navigate through a motley crew of characters without a single stain, keeping herself pure and untouched, was no ordinary feat. According to the book, Jean Lee climbed step by step to the position of top agent without a powerful family background, relying entirely on her own cunning. At business events and various banquets filled with tycoons, Jean Lee would always bring along aspiring young artists hoping to make a name for themselves. The dealings behind such actions were an open secret. Su Qing checked the time. There was still a full day and a half before Lung Yanfeng would investigate the villa on the southern outskirts and find nothing. During this time, Su Qing only needed to stay in the hospital room to clear his suspicion and conserve his energy, preparing for the battle ahead. Speaking of Lung Yanfeng, the woman who had foolishly threatened Su Qing had not lied about him. Su Qing had long known Lung Yanfeng's true identity from the book. His ostensible identity was merely the owner of a few insignificant boxing gyms, restaurants, and bars, but his real identity was the youngest son of the Lung family, a medical dynasty. The Lung family, outwardly composed of top medical students from the entire medical school, with a grandfather who was a top-tier RD talent in Huaxia, held a highly secret family heirloom behind the scenes. A small furnace lid 10 centimeters square could produce one pill every 5 years. Of course, it wasn't as effective as the all-cure pill produced by Su Qing's system, but this family secret pill produced once every 5 years certainly had its uses. For instance, Li Sheng, the ailing biological son of the Li family. The technique of the furnace lid was passed down only to women, so the object was currently in Leng Yanyuan's hands. The person the Li family had secretly found to save Li Sheng was her. That was also why amidst the sea of beauties at the interview, Su Qing had singled her out for special attention. Her 80 points of favorability towards Su Qing were far from enough. Because in the subsequent original text Leng Yanwan under Leng Yanfeng's matchmaking would soon meet Li Tian and fall in love at first sight. She would then help Li Tian conceal the fact that the Li family's medicine had already been refined. Su Qing flipped through his phone and found the number of the financial manager of his own company. Even though it was late at night, someone who had climbed step by step to the manager position under Su Qing naturally had to be on call 24 hours a day. Su Qing. Hello, Manager Lu, this is Su Qing. Tomorrow I need you to handle something for me. Manager Lu answered the phone groggily. Seeing that it was Su Qing calling, he was momentarily dazed. After confirming several times, he dared to accept that this call was indeed from his young boss. Su Qing watched the seconds ticking by on the phone. Hello, Manager Lu. Are you there? A muddled voice came from the other end. Young master, your orders, Su Qing said calmly. Manager Lu tomorrow used the Su family's name to make a donation to Qingxi Temple. The amount. Let's say 500 million. And tell their abbot that the young master of the Su family will come for a vegetarian meal and incense offering the day after tomorrow. He doesn't want any fuss, so please ensure the temple provides a quiet environment. Manager Lu. This must be a scam call, right? Su Qing's call had already left Manager Lu confused, and now his boss suddenly said he wanted to donate 500 million to a temple. Manager Lu stammered, Young master, the liquid assets of your company might not reach 500 million. The real estate under your company's name is registered, and converting fixed assets into cash is possible, but the amount is too large to complete within a day. I'm afraid. Su Qing. Seriously, did he have to sell houses and land just to come up with 500 million? This impoverished display made Su Qing cut him off immediately. He spoke swiftly and nonchalantly. Use the company's name, charge it to my personal account, and get it done tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Su Qing glanced at the hazy night outside the window and smirked wickedly. The show was about to begin again. 2 days later, at the Qingxi Temple in the northern part of the city, a group of monks who should have been detached from worldly affairs were trembling with unease. Today the temple welcomed a distinguished guest who had donated 500 million in incense money. The guest was currently dining in the temple's refectory, sitting alone at a wide wooden table, eating a vegetarian meal. He sat with perfect posture, his figure handsome, broad-shouldered, and narrow-waisted, dressed simply in a black hoodie. Seated beside him was a middle-aged monk wearing a traditional robe with wide sleeves and a round collar. He was plump with a large head and a round, portly figure. The young guest on the wooden bench frowned at the lavish vegetarian meal before him. How could there be yusyang roast potato stir-fried, with meat slices, and even abalone and sea cucumber? Was this a temple? In his past life, Su Qing had also eaten vegetarian meals at temples, and he remembered them being simple fare like cabbage and steamed buns, plain and clear. He had actually been looking forward to the taste of temple vegetarian food. Though puzzled, he wasn't a monk, so a more sumptuous meal wasn't unwelcome. He picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites only to find it wasn't quite right. He smiled brightly, and the simply decorated refectory seemed to take on a touch of elegance and nobility with his presence. The monk beside him observed the young man's demeanor and chuckled. Young Master Su, is it to your liking? Su Qing smiled. Your temple's vegetarian cuisine is quite good. You managed to create such a variety of dishes using soy products. We're glad you enjoy it, young Master Su. This humble monk's dharma name is Wukong. We are immensely grateful for your generous donation. Su Qing. Why not Wujing? The young man on the long wooden bench couldn't help his shoulders shaking slightly, a barely suppressed smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Su Qing struggled to contain his amusement. In truth, it wasn't really the Qingxi Temple abbot's fault. It was clearly the original author's doing, lacking in knowledge and coming up with random names. Su Qing understood why the abbot was so stout. The monks in this temple were not ascetics who had renounced all worldly desires, but rather held proper jobs with internships, promotions, and social benefits. According to reports, he had read intern monks earned around 8,000, while the abbot made about 50,000. Looking at the esteemed monk Wukong before him, his level of prosperity was roughly. Su Qing blurted out without thinking, Master, may I be so bold as to ask your monthly salary? Monk Wukong was taken aback. How rude. Knowing it was rude, he still asked. Su Qing was not an emotionally obtuse man. Seeing the monk's expression, he quickly waved his hand and laughed. Just kidding, just kidding. Monk Wukong laughed heartily and waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. It's not a secret. My monthly salary is around 40,000, and in turn monks earn several thousand. The temple's business. The temple's benefits are decent. That's really good. Su Qing nodded as he looked at him. In truth, the novel depicted monk Wukong as possessing genuine skill. He was proficient in divination, and Su Qing was quite eager to explore it. I heard your divination is exceptionally accurate. Su Qing smiled and continued, could you perform a reading for me? Monk Wukong immediately straightened up, his demeanor no longer lax. He said, benefactor, what would you like to know? Su Qing parted his lips and said calmly, I wish to see my past and future lives. Monk Wukong lightly pressed his thumb against the pads of his other fingers, and in that flow it seemed he had glimpsed Su Qing's entire life. Benefactor, in your past life your parents were loving, your family was well off, but you were fond of pleasure, and your studies were below average. According to the hexagrams, your life was smooth and prosperous with noble assistance free from hardship, and you lived to a ripe old age. Su Qing pondered deeply. If the original author had not deceived, then what Monk Wukong divined must be true. That would mean he hadn't died in his past life, but was still alive and well. Su Qing's anxious heart finally relaxed. Wait. And his parents? Monk Wukong was right. In his original world, his parents had been very good to him since childhood. When he was young, his family was average. His parents were busy making a living, and it took them most of their lives to accumulate a decent fortune. They doted on him, even spoiling him somewhat. Su Qing naturally loved them deeply. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about asking about his parents' life circumstances, as since he himself could enjoy great wealth and honor, how could his parents suffer financial or life pressures? He mainly wanted to know about his parents' health. Su Qing asked seriously, Master, I also wish to inquire about the condition of my parents in my past life. Monk Wukong calculated on his fingers and slowly said, in that past life your parents' careers had ups and downs in their youth. It wasn't until they had a child in middle age that things stabilized. Monk Wukong's originally steady voice became grave and his brow furrowed tightly. Benefactor, your mother faced a great calamity at the age of 70. That year she was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Your father, consumed by grief, also passed away at 72. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes, which had been fixed unblinkingly on Monk Wukong, without any discernible emotion, suddenly widened, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He felt as if the sky were falling. His parents, such good people, had only lived to 70. Mother died of illness. Father died of grief. Upon hearing this news, Su Qing had only one thought, only one single thought. He wanted to go back. He wanted to go back right now at this very moment. Go back to accompany his parents in their old age regardless of wealth status or ability. Su Qing's expression was panicked and solemn, and Monk Wukong's expression was no better. Monk Wukong suddenly closed his eyes tightly, his face grave. He felt that the hexagram seemed to have a variable. He spoke slowly. No. Why are there two hexagrams? One is as I described. The other. In your past life at the age of 35 you obtained 2 miraculous pills on a certain day. They cured all your parents' ailments. And they lived peacefully to the age of 120. Su Qing was stunned for a long time, a hint of joy emerging in his vacant, expressionless eyes. He leaned forward slightly, a faint, bitter, yet joyful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. 2 hexagrams. 70 years old, terminal cancer. 7 Tightwo died of grief. 35 2 miraculous pills, all ailments cured. A centenarian of 120. In truth, Su Qing had once thought that all transmigrators and reincarnators had a purpose, some to make up for a bleak life, others to escape the doom of being erased by a system. Why had he transmigrated and received a considerate villain system that allowed him to choose freely to live a dashing and carefree life in the novel, without any burden, to do as he pleased? At this moment he finally understood. It was because somewhere in the unseen there was a place that gave him the chance to repay his parents. Su Qing was usually composed, even indifferent and arrogant toward others, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. But upon hearing this news he couldn't help but grasp the master's hand. His voice choked, and even his eyes were misted over. Thank you, master. Monk Wukong quickly waved his hand and said solemnly, no thanks are needed. Your past life was indeed twisted, fantastical, and happy. However, your current life, the middle process is truly unclear. There are many intricate crossroads. The ending, however, is astonishingly coincidental with the date you obtained the miraculous pills in your past life. You only lived to be 35. An ordinary person, upon being told their lifespan, especially cut short to a few decades, would feel either dejection or anger. But the young face reflected in Monk Wukong's experienced eyes was quite different. It was a face that could be described as joyful and calm. Suddenly a phrase came to his mind, the last radiance of a setting sun. Monk Wukong quickly added, Benefactor, please don't take it to heart. My divination only reads the hexagrams. That may not be accurate. It's just a reputation. Just like your past life, didn't I also see 2 hexagrams? Benefactor, a good man is blessed by heaven. The master is right. Su Qing nodded. After a long silence the two looked at each other without speaking. Monk Wukong suddenly glanced toward the entrance of the dining hall, and and caught a glimpse of a young, beautiful female benefactor in a white dress. The female benefactor was walking from the courtyard toward the main hall holding an object wrapped in red silk. Monk Wukong slowly turned his head back to Su Qing. Young Master Su, I have finished reading your hexagram. I will also handle the matter you wish to entrust to me. Please release my family. Not returning to the original world, not returning to the original world, not returning to the original world. Su Qing's fingers holding the phone in his pocket suddenly felt a hint of unease. He furrowed his brows. Within the phone was a video of him capturing Master Wukong's family. He truly hadn't anticipated that Master Wukong would foresee this. Nor had he expected that upon hearing the master speak of his parents' plight his heart would soften, making him abandon the thought of threatening him. After all, even if one does not believe in Taoism or Buddhism, each person has their own destiny, and one should not artificially alter it or defy the heavens. Especially threatening a master with true spiritual cultivation. Su Qing was known to all as a kind-hearted man. Primarily, he also feared retribution. He licked his lips and said awkwardly, Master Wukong. Aye. Master Wukong stood up, smiled faintly, and looked down at Su Qing. In that instant, Su Qing felt that even Master Wukong's plump, big-eared image had become inscrutably profound. It was as if a halo of Buddha's light shone behind him, encircling his form. Master Wukong spoke slowly. Some things are fated in the unseen. My master once cast a divination for me. A male benefactor of noble birth who would not live past 35 would come to me seeking to alter the destiny of a female benefactor in white whose identity is concealed. My master divined twice, and both times yielded the same result. Perhaps this is my destined tribulation. An unbreakable bond exists between us. The karma of life and death, and the inescapability of retribution are all preordained. So young Master Su, I will help you. This is my karmic debt. Please release my family, and let them return home. Follow my two junior brothers to the side hall to rest. A complex expression flickered across Su Qing's face. This master knew every step he intended to take, even his desire to wait in the side hall for the woman of destiny to emerge. His profound insight into life earned Su Qing's deep admiration. Su Qing nodded slightly. Thank you, Master Wukong. As Master Wukong stepped through the doorway, he paused and turned back into the dining hall. He instructed the two young monks in their cyan robes, warning Wujing take good care of young Master Su. The two young monks bowed slightly and nodded to Wukong. Su Qing. Damn. The master who divined for Wukong must be named Sanzong. Su Qing rubbed his temples. The last time he felt this speechless was the last time. Su Qing had been moved by Master Wukong's clarity and detachment. But the names the author had given them harshly yanked him back to reality. Su Qing followed the two young monks to the side hall. Its location was separated from the main hall by just a single wall connected as one. The room's decor was extremely simple. The eaves were built from green bricks and red tiles. Against one wall stood a small tea table and two sandalwood chairs. Su Qing sat down on one chair, idly surveying the room's structure. Behind the tea table hung a black spindled white-backed scroll. It was painted with vibrant colors. He glanced at the painting's content, then quickly averted his gaze to the green bricks on the floor. He curled his lip. How ridiculous. He thought to himself, why isn't this Qinghua temple called Journey to the West Temple? Even the hanging scroll depicted the master and his three disciples on their journey to the west. Now Su Qing's mind was filled with a catchy tune. The white dragon horse heads west. Tang Sanzang leads his three disciples seeking scriptures in the west. Just as Su Qing was on the verge of losing his noble son's composure and singing this song, a young monk approached him. He carried a wooden tray holding a blue and white porcelain teacup. Young Master Su, have some tea. By now Su Qing, seated calmly on the sandalwood chair, had regained his composure. Though exasperated by the Journey to the West references, he had accepted it. For no other reason than the author was cunning, even trying to ride the coattails of a Journey to the West fan fiction. He certainly knew how to grab attention. Looking at the slightly plump young monk in the cyan robe before him, he nodded. Thank you, Master Wuning. The young monk paused, then explained calmly. Benefactor, this humble monk is Wujing. Su Qing. He tilted his head back with a wry smile, burying his speechlessness. Thank you, Master Wujing. I'll rest here on my own. Benefactor, wait. My senior brother also instructed me to tell you something. Wujing raised his hand, pointing to the scripture-seeking scroll beside Su Qing. Su Qing looked at the painting in confusion. Master Wujing, what does this mean? Wujing reached out to the scroll, removed the jeweled crown from Sanzang's head in the painting, revealing a small hole about 2 centimeters square. From this spot one could see directly into the main hall. Su Qing nodded with great satisfaction and peered through the small hole. Master Wukong is thoughtful. You may go and rest. He'll just sneak. Take a look. As the two young monks withdrew from the side hall, Su Qing quietly observed the scene in the main hall. What met his eyes was a tall, slender woman in a white dress pacing, as if waiting for someone. The white skirt fell past her knees, and a pair of low-heeled sandals with wrapped straps adorned her delicate fair ankles. Her narrow waist was cinched by a thin black belt. She had her back to Su Qing's view. Judging by the angle of her arm, she seemed to be holding something. A gentle breeze stirred the red silk cloth she carried, faintly revealing a bronze-colored object beneath. Of course, Su Qing knew why she was there. He watched as Master Wukong slowly approached the woman in white, a sly curve forming on his lips. Lung Yinwan walked forward to greet Master Wukong, nodding slightly. Master Wukong, draped in a vermilion kasaya, wearing plain gray cloth shoes and holding a string of prayer beads, Master Wukong performed a single-handed greeting and said in a low voice, "Benefactor Lung." The great aristocratic families placed great importance on fate and principles. For matters like choosing sites, naming, and so on, they would always first consult a feng shui master. The Lung family's alchemy was inherently mystical, so they placed even greater importance on such matters. Previously, the calculations for the furnace opening time were handled by Lung Yanyuan's aunt. Now that she had inherited the family's esoteric arts, she naturally took over this task. Lung Yanyuan's aunt had brought her here before, so she knew the procedure. But this was the first time she had come to calculate the date for the miraculous pill, which was made only once every 5 years, and she was still somewhat nervous. Especially since in the past, it was always Master Sanzang of Qinghua Temple who performed the calculations for their family. Lung Yinwan craned her neck to look behind Master Wukong. "Master Wukong, when will Master Sanzang arrive to calculate the furnace opening time for me?" Master Wukong nodded. "My master has journeyed west. Before he left, he instructed me to wait here today to calculate the furnace opening time for Benefactor Lung." Lung Yanyuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly as a look of embarrassment crept across her face. At that moment, she felt a profound respect for Master Sanzang. Master Sanzang was truly an enlightened being, having made arrangements for them even before his passing. Lung Yinwan inclined her body respectfully and said, "Master Wukong, please accept my condolences." Master Wukong. His expression remained calm as he raised one hand in a gesture of greeting, gently rolling the prayer beads at his wrist. "Miss Lung, you misunderstand. My master did not pass away. He went on a trip to the western city with a friend." Lung Yanyuan's awkward expression gradually relaxed, and she said with a mix of embarrassment and politeness, "My apologies, Master Wukong, I misunderstood. Then regarding the divination, I shall trouble you, Master Wukong." Several Buddha statues were enshrined on the altar in the main hall. Master Wukong pointed to the yellow kneeling cushion on the floor. "Miss Lung, please kneel on it, and focus your mind on the question you hold in your heart." Master Wukong lit 3 incense sticks and placed them into the censer. The two remained in silence, one kneeling and one standing, for a full quarter of an hour. Only when the incense in the censer had burned out and wisps of smoke lingered in the air did Master Wukong, while fingering his prayer beads, speak solemnly. "Tomorrow at the hour of Mao, 3/4 past." Lung Yinwan rose to her feet and leaned forward slightly. "Thank you, Master Wukong." With her auspicious time calculated, she was about to leave the main hall when Master Wukong called her back, pointing to a rosewood table on the western side. "Miss Lung, I see that your cheeks are flushed and your complexion is excellent. A sign that romance is near. How about I cast a fortune for you?" Lung Yinwan was taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. Master Wukong of Qinghua Temple had a sterling reputation. His divinations were extremely accurate, and they were notoriously difficult to obtain. Now that he was offering to divine for her, could it be that she was fated? And it was a romance fortune. Young women always valued matters of marriage, so she was naturally willing. Lung Yinwan did not stand on ceremony, and said with a slight smile, "Then I thank Master Wukong." Master Wukong seated himself on a chair by the wall, and Lung Yinwan sat upright across from him. Master Wukong stared fixedly at his own fingers without blinking, his thumb moving rapidly across the pads of his other fingers. This action was profoundly mysterious and arcane. Master Wukong calculated with great seriousness. Lung Yinwan waited patiently. Time flew by as the two remained silent for a long while. His hesitation at that moment was not because he feared retribution and wanted to back out of his promise to help Su Qing alter Lung Yanyuan's fate. Fate was determined by heaven. Since his master had already predicted this calamity for him, he was bound to assist the young master of the Su family. His current hesitation had nothing to do with that. Master Wukong was not only face-blind, he also lacked the vocabulary to describe men. Well, this man. Fragmented sounds escaped his lips, and he stammered for a long time, all of it mere obfuscation. After all, having claimed to see the woman's fate at a glance, it would be odd if he couldn't utter a single coherent word. His face was as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter gourd as he racked his brains for a way to vividly describe Su Qing's appearance so that anyone would recognize him at once. "Miss Lung, this man has fair skin." Lung Yinwan. "Master, are you serious?" Seeing her bewildered and helpless expression, Master Wukong, while thinking, began gesturing with both hands. "This man has a straight nose, slightly narrow cheeks, delicate features, and a smooth face shape. He is of noble status, a young man. According to the divination, he should be the son of a prominent family. He is very tall with short hair." "Bah?" Master Wukong's brows knitted tightly. Even he felt that all he had said was essentially meaningless. The sons of prominent families were often outstanding, handsome, elegant, tall, and straight men. Especially when he saw the deliberately restrained, helpless smile on Lung Yanyuan's face, he felt deeply that he had spouted a pile of nonsense. It lacked specificity. Master Wukong pondered for 2 seconds, and suddenly had a revelation. The most distinctive feature of Su Qing's face was his eyes. This man has an exceptionally beautiful pair of peach blossom eyes, with the outer corners slightly downward. He thought it over, and felt it still wasn't enough. Peach blossom eyes weren't that unusual. He scoured his meager vocabulary, and finally came up with a particularly fitting phrase. Master Wukong inadvertently blurted out, "His gaze is hazy and profound, quite bewitching. Those eyes could make even a dog feel loved." Lung Yinwan, sitting opposite, was dumbfounded. Her destined match was a young master from a prominent family who could make a dog feel loved. Not just her, but the protagonist, who was watching the scene through a small hole in the wall, stood there frozen. Was that a description any human could come up with? However, Su Qing frowned slightly, peering through the wall at Lung Yanyuan's expression, and noticed that her helpless look was gradually becoming more natural. She seemed to be visualizing the person Master Wukong had described in her mind. Lung Yinwan asked tentatively, "Master Wukong, have I met this man?" Master Wukong thought for a moment and decided there was no need to fabricate this. He closed his eyes and made some calculations with his fingers. He said firmly, "Yes, a few days ago in a lavishly decorated hall. There were many people at the time, and the two of you exchanged a glance. This man is your destined match." Master Wukong's lips curled into a smile, his expression sincere. In truth, he hadn't calculated at all. Su Qing's interview program had once gone viral, and he had seen it. Lung Yinwan couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, revealing a sweet smile. During the interview, the young master of the Su family had indeed met her gaze. Wasn't Su Qing the one with those deep peach blossom eyes that could make a dog feel loved? "Thank you, Master Wukong," said Lung Yinwan. After bowing slightly to Master Wukong, she headed for the door. Carrying a square incense burner, she had just reached the temple gate. There, a young man in a sporty hoodie with a straight posture and long legs walked past the main gate of the temple about a meter away. The young man was laughing brightly and cheerfully, chatting animatedly with a man in a black suit beside him. His jawline, chiseled as if by a master sculptor, turned casually towards her, his eyes deep and captivating, but not looking at her. Like a fleeting glimpse of a stunning sight, it instantly made her heart race. Wasn't this breathtakingly beautiful person Su Qing? The man Master had said was her destined match. She instantly understood why Master Wukong had offered to divine for her. It must be. This man who was fated to be with her had also been seen by Master Wukong, who recognized his destiny and did not want them to pass each other by at Xinhua Temple. At that moment, Lung Yinwan, her heart burning with urgency, gazed at Su Qing's retreating figure and quickly walked towards him. She called out swiftly, "Young Master Su." Huasheng opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce and gestured toward the seat, saying, "Young Master, please get in." Suddenly, a soft feminine voice reached his ears. In Luochuan, there were many families surnamed Su, but the only one who could be called Young Master Su was none other than Su Qing. He turned toward the source of the sound, catching sight of a delicate oval face and a graceful white dress. He turned back to Su Qing and said, "Young Master, it seems a young lady is calling for you from behind." Su Qing did not look back. Of course he knew someone was calling him, but at that moment he had no desire to speak. It was not yet time. Although Lung Yinwan's favorability toward him had already reached 85 points after Master Wukong finished her fortune-telling, Su Qing felt it was far from enough. As everyone knew, the art of winning hearts was a delicate skill. If a man was too easily obtained and responded too readily, women would not cherish him. With only 85 points of favorability, how could Lung Yinwan possibly confess all her family's secrets to him? How could she help him deal with the protagonist Li Tian? Su Qing stepped into the car with a casual smile. No rush. He settled firmly into his seat and closed the door with a thud. Su Qing rolled up his sleeves, staring at the hands of his Richard Mille as they ticked away second by second. The silver dial exuded a sense of mystery and cold resolve, as captivating as the composed Su Qing himself. He slowly curled the corners of his lips into a wicked smile. Lung Yinwan would soon come to tap on the window. Suddenly, without any preparation, Su Qing's body jolted forward. Frowning, he leaned toward Zhang Qi in the driver's seat and questioned in confusion, "Why are you driving? Did I tell you to drive?" Zhang Qi's broad face twisted into a bitter expression. The door was already closed. What else was there to do but drive? Was he supposed to wait for the girl who had called out? Hadn't the young master just ignored her? Zhang Qi decisively stepped on the brake and turned to Su Qing. "Young master, didn't you say you didn't know her?" Su Qing licked his lips. "I." Before he could finish, Huasheng interjected solemnly. "The young master said he was in no hurry. He didn't say he didn't know her, nor did he say he wouldn't wait for her." Su Qing smiled. Huasheng was indeed mature and meticulous. He had finally found a rare and capable assistant. Huasheng caught Su Qing's expression in the rearview mirror, and a hint of a smile tugged at his lips. He seized the moment to continue speaking to Zhang Qi. As those close to the young master, we must learn to read between the lines. The young master clearly intended to play hard to get to make that young lady yearn for him. This is the art of winning hearts. After finishing his words to Zhang Qi, he turned to Su Qing and nodded. Brilliant move, young master. Zhang Qi. I'm so done. Why do you find new ways to outshine me every single day? Su Qing. What he said wasn't wrong, but was it really something to say out loud? Su Qing closed his eyes tightly, furrowing his brows in annoyance. I'll outshine you. Just as the words kith and kin were about to leave Su Qing's lips, his brows suddenly relaxed. For no other reason. With a tap on the car window, Su Qing caught a glimpse of a delicate face peering through the privacy glass. As the window slowly lowered, Long Yinwan's anxious heart settled, and a sweet smile curled on her cherry-red lips. The pitch-black privacy film descended bit by bit with the passage of time. The first thing Lung Yinwan saw was the casually tousled hair of the handsome man inside the car. Next came his slightly arched sharp eyebrows, followed by his deep captivating pupils, which were slightly narrowed in confusion. Then beneath his straight nose bridge, there were naturally rosy lips. The lips parted and closed. He was speaking. Su Qing tilted his head, looking puzzled. You are... Lung Yinwan was momentarily stunned, then quickly snapped back to reality. Young Master Su Xiaonuan, a reporter from Luochuan TV. I interviewed you a few days ago, and then you fainted. Young Master Su, are you feeling better? Su Qing flashed a bright, cheerful smile. Oh, I see. Sorry, I don't quite remember. May I ask what... Lung Yinwan was born into a prominent family, and as the only girl of her generation was destined to inherit the family's secret enterprise. This gave her greater freedom in choosing her career path, unlike her two older brothers who had to study medicine and engage in pharmaceutical research. Thus she concealed her identity as a young lady from a prestigious family, and like an ordinary girl pursued her favorite career in media. Her personality was cheerful and gentle. Interviewing celebrities was not new to her, but hitting on her interviewee was a first, and she couldn't help but feel timid. Moreover, the man sitting across from her had completely forgotten her, which filled her with disappointment. Had Master Wukong not given Su Qing a fortune about his marriage when he came to Qingxi Temple? Marriage was a matter of destiny for both parties. How could it involve only one person? Could it be that her destined one was him, while his was not her? As Lung Yinwan stood there in a daze, Su Qing suddenly smiled in realization. Sorry, I was in a coma at the hospital for several days, so my memory is a bit fuzzy. I just remembered. You were the one who asked me the first question, right? Lung Yinwan nodded, her eyelashes forming a lovely curve as she pursed her lips, hesitantly unsure of what to say. Her heart was pounding. He remembered. It was because of the coma. He did remember her. Su Qing raised a finger to tap his temple. Let me think. I remember. Xiaonuan. He lifted his gaze, meeting Lung Yinwan's eyes without a trace of impatience, and asked openly, Sister Xiaonuan, you asked me if I was scared when I was kidnapped, right? Lung Yinwan's previously faltering lips froze instantly. It would have been better if he hadn't remembered. Seeing her stunned expression, Su Qing smiled and glanced at her, saying bluntly, It's okay, Sister Xiaonuan. You were just doing your job. No need to be embarrassed. The media industry, I understand. So, is there something you need from me? Lung Yinwan stammered. It's nothing really. I just saw you and wanted to say hello. Oh, I see. Quite a coincidence indeed. Su Qing gave her a faint smile, then averted his gaze and turned to face the front. Lung Yinwan looked at Su Qing's profile, and in an instant her mood plummeted. Inside the Rolls-Royce, besides Su Qing, there were two other men sitting upright who, judging by their attire, were likely bodyguards he had brought along. Faced with Su Qing's polite, perfunctory words and his courteous, yet distant attitude, Lung Yinwan felt so embarrassed she wished she could disappear on the spot. She lowered her head. He wasn't even paying attention to her anymore, as she couldn't just linger there and make small talk. Her voice, tinged with reluctance, was barely audible. Young Master Su, I'll be going. But before she could finish, she heard an opportunity. I know it was a sentence spoken by the man before her. Su Qing was addressing his two bodyguards with a hint of impatience. When will the person sent to repair the car arrive? How much longer do we have to wait here? Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi instantly grasped Su Qing's implication. This time Zhang Qi swiftly turned around and answered Su Qing before anyone else could. Young Master, the repairman won't be here for 2 hours. That long? Su Qing responded only after a moment, then turned to Lung Yinwan, who had been speaking midway. Sister Nguyen, what were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch it. A flicker of joy crossed Lung Yinwan's delicate face, but she quickly suppressed it, replacing it with a look of surprise. Nothing much. Young Master Su, did your car break down? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Yes, even such a fine car can stall. Looks like I'll have to wait here. For 2 hours. Lung Yinwan pursed her lips. Young Master Su, perhaps you could take. She glanced at the two conspicuous figures in the front seats and changed her words. You all can take my car? I'm heading back to the city center anyway, so I can drop you off at home. Su Qing made no attempt to refuse and beamed a radiant smile. Really? That would be wonderful, thank you, Sister Nguyen. He opened the car door and said as he got out, My men don't need a ride, they'll stay here and wait for the mechanic. A trace of delight flickered at the corners of Long Yin-Wan's lips. Her previously subdued mood lifted in an instant. Especially when Su Qing stepped out of the car and stood right beside her. Looking up, Long Yin-Wan saw that he was a full head taller than her. His broad shoulders blocked the scorching sun, casting a large shadow over her. His loose hoodie sleeve brushed against her arm with his casual movements, as if the two of them had come to Qinghua Temple together and were now returning together as well. Sister Nguyen, where is your car? Su Qing asked her. Long Yin-Wan snapped back to reality and gestured with her chin toward a nearby BMW Mini. Over there. Alright, I'll trouble you then, Sister Nguyen. Su Qing smiled, then lowered his gaze to the object covered in red cloth that Long Yin-Wan was holding in her hands. He pointed at it and said generously, Sister Nguyen, did you just consecrate this at the temple? It looks heavy. Oh, I saw you carrying it for a while. Let me help you with it. Long Yin-Wan's mind went blank, completely forgetting that what she held was her family heirloom. Her heart was filled with joy. Su Qing had actually offered to carry something for her. In his eyes, she was just a young journalist, not a delicate young lady. From this, she could see that Su Qing was completely without prejudice towards people's status. None of the aloofness or coldness that the rumors spoke of. None at all. She had even asked him those highly sensational questions, yet he could still be as gentle as a spring breeze. The incense burner in Long Yin-Wan's hands wasn't actually heavy, but the desire for protection that every girl harbors surged within her. Almost without thinking, she handed the burner to Su Qing. Her eyes shimmered with light as she looked at Su Qing. Thank you, young Master Su. Su Qing, who had his hands by his sides, was taken aback. He had merely said it casually out of politeness. He had never expected Long Yin-Wan would actually entrust him with even this family heirloom. She truly was. Su Qing smiled and took the incense burner, feeling its not-so-heavy weight. He sensed that good fortune was approaching. If this level of favorability could increase further, wouldn't Long Yin-Wan be willing to tell him everything and give him anything? The two walked to the back of the pink BMW Mini. Long Yin-Wan opened the trunk where, amidst a clutter of miscellaneous items, a medium-sized silver-white safe sat at the far side. Young Master Su, give it to me. Long Yin-Wan extended her hand. Long Yin-Wan took the red cloth-covered incense burner from Su Qing, set it aside, and began to enter the password into the safe. Su Qing quickly turned his body away. Although Long Yin-Wan didn't block his view or tell him not to look, Su Qing was a very upright person. Staring directly at someone entering a password was impolite, something he couldn't do. So he decided to sneak a peek. Su Qing, with his back to Long Yin-Wan, found a good angle and opened his phone's front camera to observe where her fingers landed. The safe had a 9-key electronic password lock, but the numbers weren't arranged in the usual order. The scrambled sequence made it difficult for Su Qing to see clearly through the mirrored lens. He narrowed his eyes intently, watching Long Yin-Wan's fingertips press down on the electronic lock one by one. 876-54321. Su Qing. Just as Long Yin-Wan was about to turn around, Su Qing quickly swiped his phone screen and closed the camera app. Young Master Su, I'm done. Let's get in the car. Su Qing responded with an okay and prepared to walk to the passenger seat. But as he turned, he caught a glimpse of the back of the car, which immediately made him furrow his brow. A cartoon sticker bore 5 large characters: new female driver. Long Yin-Wan was just opening the driver's door to get in when she saw Su Qing hesitating. Following his gaze, she quickly walked over to him. She gave an awkward smile. Young Master Su, I just got my license. Su Qing's lips twitched into a wry smile. He wasn't that scared before, but now he was even more terrified. He waved his hand. It's fine. Everything is a process of gaining experience. Just drive slowly, alright? I believe in you. Long Yin-Wan's cheeks flushed. Hearing his warm encouragement and seeing his bright smile, she nodded at Su Qing. Will be careful. Young Master Su, please sit in the back. Su Qing nodded, not refusing her suggestion. Okay. Standing at the rear door, Su Qing hesitated for a moment before ultimately getting into the passenger seat. The reason was simple: how could the kind-hearted Su Qing bear to disappoint a beautiful sister? He quickly fastened his seatbelt and said to Long Yin-Wan, whose face was a mix of surprise and delight. Sister Nguyen will keep you company. Otherwise such a long drive would be quite boring. The car started slowly. Qinghua Temple in the northern part of the city was quite far from the city center, but thankfully Long Yin-Wan's driving wasn't as bad as Su Qing had feared. She drove smoothly on the expressway. Actually, he had stopped worrying the moment he got in the car. After all, to ensure his own safety, he had bought a copy of the original author's subsequent text as soon as he got in. In truth, novice drivers weren't that terrifying. What was terrifying was that Su Qing's luck wasn't high, so he had to be cautious. After reading the subsequent text, Su Qing felt relieved. According to the original version, the changes were minimal. He was buried alive by Li Tian, so he probably wouldn't die in Long Yin-Wan's car. Long Yin-Wan gripped the steering wheel with both hands and gave a sweet smile. Young Master Su, what a coincidence to run into you here at such a remote temple today. Su Qing nodded. Yes, indeed. Long Yin-Wan thought for a moment and asked, Young Master Su, did you come for a fortune-telling? Su Qing shook his head. No. Then, to offer incense and accumulate some blessings. Su Qing gave a wry laugh. I guess. I'm just unlucky. As soon as I left, my car broke down. She tried to comfort and reassure him, speaking slowly. That has nothing to do with your fate. It's a problem with the car. You can't blame yourself, can you? Su Qing smiled bitterly. Actually, I was lying to you. Master Wukong did a reading for me. A mix of doubt, curiosity, and a hint of joy flickered in Long Yinwan's eyes. Could it be? Was it? Perhaps. She knew Master Wukong wouldn't only predict her own marriage. She said, Master Wukong's readings are very accurate. A good man like you surely has heaven's protection. Before Long Yinwan could finish her sentence, she heard a deliberately suppressed bitter sound from Su Qing's throat. In the quiet car, it sounded hollow and desolate. Master Wukong said that I come from a wealthy family and won't suffer from poverty. But I am fated to have no good fortune, plagued by disasters, with a weak constitution, and won't live past 35. The BMW, which had been speeding on the highway, suddenly came to a halt. Su Qing's body lurched forward sharply. If not for the seatbelt, he would have flown right through the windshield. His prepared tragic act died on his lips, replaced by a single exclamation, holy shit. With a look of utter exasperation, Su Qing averted his gaze from Long Yinwan, turned toward the door handle, and furrowed his brow tightly. Tisk, what a jumpy driver. He was supposed to live to 35, but if there had been a car in front of them, he wouldn't have even made it to his 20th birthday. Su Qing's mind was conjuring a scene of himself hurtling through the windshield when a choked sob sounded beside him. Woo, young Master Su. You. The voice, delicate as pear blossoms in rain, drifted to his ears, sweet and moving, yet laced with a complex tapestry of loss and melancholy. Su Qing turned to look at Long Yinwan. Though her expression resembled that of a mourner, her genuine outpouring of emotion for him lifted his spirits considerably. He watched as her jade-like hand gently wiped beneath her eyes, her thick fan-like lashes fluttering, adorned with glistening teardrops that shimmered in harmony with the sunlight streaming through the car window. Su, young Master Su, you. A flicker of emotion stirred within Su Qing. He raised a hand tentatively to stroke her temple. The warmth of his broad palm brushed against the fine hairs at her ear, and the touch sent a tingling sensation across her earlobe, making her heart race like a startled deer, her sobs softening into a whisper. Su. Before Long Yinwan could utter a complete sentence, she saw Su Qing smile gently and speak in a low, husky voice, a tone that held comfort, bitterness, and self-mockery all at once. There, don't cry. Don't be sad for me. Even if you must grieve, now is not the time, little sister Yuan. I'm not dead yet, am I? Hearing his words, the emotions she had barely calmed surged forth again beyond control. Tears welled in her eyes, her long lashes quivered, and droplets fell silently, shattering upon her white dress. Her sobs rose and fell in waves. She covered her delicate, beautiful face and wept bitterly. Su Qing, ever adaptable, twisted his lips in a bitter smile, his hands suspended midair, uncertain where to go. The words he had just spoken were a strategy, a tactic to win her heart. Keep crying, keep crying. Couldn't you just raise the affinity level? He mused that he had only 15 years left to live. Wasn't that even worth a single point of affection? Ding, the heartfelt villain system has heard the host's plea. Now adding 1 point of affection. Current affection of Long Yinwan, 86 points. Tisk, how considerate. Su Qing spoke softly in his mind. System, max it out directly. Heh, we're considerate, not suckers. Su Qing. Damn, the quiet car was a confined space with only a small gap between them across the gear lever. After a long moment, Long Yinwan's voice turned hoarse. She slowly lifted her pretty face, staring straight at Su Qing as if to see through him. Her once meticulous makeup was now a mess, but she seemed beyond caring. Su Qing froze for a second, about to comfort her further, when he suddenly felt a swift gust of air rushing toward him. In an instant, a warm, damp cheek pressed tightly against his ear, teardrops clinging to his neck, lashes brushing against his earlobe. A pair of trembling arms encircled him, not too firmly. Feeling the tight embrace, Su Qing patted her back. Sister Yuan, don't cry. Su. Young Master Su. Su Qing blinked, suddenly recalling something that seemed crucial to a girl. He gently stroked Long Yinwan's back, speaking before her choked voice could form words. Sister Yuan, just call me by my name. Hearing young master all the time feels strange. I don't really care about status. Long Yinwan was taken aback, as if encouraged, and held him tighter. Su Qing. Woo. Su Qing rested his head on her fragrant shoulder, his voice thick with sobs. Sister Yuan, don't cry. I don't want this either, but it's my fate. Hiss. Cough. Cough. I was already missing a kidney. And frail since childhood. Hiss. Lifespan varies you. I've enjoyed enough, gotten my fill. It's my parents who've toiled to raise me that I pity. I'm an only child. When they grow old, no one will be there to share their burdens. No one to see them off in their old age. That's my greatest regret. In the cramped space, their shoulders pressed tightly together, heaving in unison. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Sister Yuan. Hiss. Woo-woo. Su Qing. Ding Lung Yinhuan is deeply moved and sympathizes greatly with the host's plight. Affection increased to 90 points. Su Qing smirked to himself, deciding to test the waters. He pressed against Lung Yanyuan's neck and whispered, "Sister Nuan, don't worry so much. Actually, the great sage Wukong said I might meet a destined one. She will give me a miraculous medicine that could extend my life. I think I can find that person." Before he could finish, Lung Yinhuan pushed him away by the shoulders. Su Qing stared at her stunned. He sighed inwardly. Oh, he was inherently honest, though skilled in acting. He couldn't fake sincerity. His words were too blunt. Had she seen through him? The next second his doubts vanished and joy welled up within him. Lung Yinhuan wiped her tears with the back of her hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Su Qing, the person the great sage Wukong spoke of, is me." Huh? What? Sister Nuan? You? Before Su Qing could fully feign his confusion, Lung Yinhuan swiftly opened the car door. When she returned, she was holding in her hands the alchemy cauldron. Su Qing pointed at it. This is actually in the youngest daughter of the Lung family from Luochuan. This must be the miraculous medicine the great sage mentioned. It's our family's secret art, produced only once every 5 years. Tomorrow at dawn the cauldron will open and the medicine will be ready. Lung Yinhuan handed the cauldron to Su Qing, her voice firm. Though it can't cure all ills for someone frail, it's a powerful tonic. It can extend life by at least 2 or 3 years. Her chest heaved with urgency. She had known since childhood that she would inherit the family legacy. But she had always viewed alchemy and healing as mere duty devoid of deeper emotion, more like an unavoidable task. Yet at this moment the man fated to be hers could have his life prolonged by the very medicine she created. She straightened up, holding the cauldron high, feeling proud of her inherited art for the first time. Even if her parents had promised this pill to the eldest son of the Li family, so what? She didn't know him. A life and death were his own affair. What was it to her? Right now she only wanted to save Su Qing. Su Qing smacked his lips, staring at the cauldron in her hands with a bewildered expression. To be honest, Lung Yanyuan's move caught him off guard. He was a bit stunned. He had only played a pair of threes, and she had thrown out a royal flush. Su Qing waved his hand, furrowing his brows in surprise. Sister Nuan, I never imagined the person the great sage spoke of would be you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much. He slowly lowered his head, speaking bitterly. It's like I was deliberately seeking your sympathy. He pushed away the object she thrust toward him. Sister Nuan, I can't accept this. How could I take something so precious from you? Lung Yinhuan gazed at him, wondering why after only 2 meetings she trusted him so much, especially the way he handled the little details. He shielded her from the sun, carried her things, encouraged her, and didn't look down on her humble status as a reporter. All proof that he was a bright and cheerful boy. And the tear stain still on his face. What noble scion. He was just a sunny young man fated to hardship, yet facing life with positivity, never blaming destiny. She was sincere about Su Qing's life. She could have waited until tomorrow to refine the medicine and then give it to him. But a girl's heart is tender. She feared he might think she was just making empty promises. So she decided to hand over the cauldron itself. Just take it. I truly want to help you, expecting nothing in return. As long as you live well, you can return the cauldron to the Lung family tomorrow after you retrieve the medicine. Su Qing chuckled inwardly. He wanted to take it directly, but after some thought, even Kong Rong gave up the pair after 3 rounds of refusal. It had only been 1 round. Accepting now would be undignified. He planned to refuse twice more before finally accepting it. Su Qing waved his hand. No, Sister Nuan. I can't. Before the word accept left his mouth, he suddenly noticed that in the storage compartment beneath the cauldron, Lung Yanyuan's phone had lit up. On the screen were 2 words: third brother. Lung Yinhuan had 3 older brothers. The third was Lung Yinfeng. According to what Su Qing had just purchased, the next segment of the plot would have Lung Yinfeng summon his sister to meet Li Tian. Because the opportunities he had already altered, Lung Yinhuan would no longer fall in love at first sight with Li Tian. However, the bond between Lung Yinfeng and Lung Yinhuan as siblings was exceptionally strong, so she would still give that pill to Li Tian. But now this pill had already been handed over to him by Lung Yinhuan, and the plot where Li Tian could obtain it had also been changed by him. From this, it was evident that Su Qing did not care about Lung Yinfeng summoning her away at this moment. Yet he did not want Lung Yinhuan to answer this phone call either. A wise man has his own subtle schemes. He had a way to make Li Tian and Lung Yinfeng even more infuriated. When Lung Yinhuan saw Su Qing's refusal, she pushed the cauldron toward him again. You just... Su Qing took it gently, speaking softly. Thank you, Sister Xianwan. This is my last chance after all, and it aligns with Master Wukong's divination. So I won't stand on ceremony with you, Sister Xianwan, but I will give you compensation. Don't refuse. If I have it, you can have anything you want. Lung Yinhuan was startled, as the object in her hand was suddenly taken away. Inertia caused her body to lurch forward, nearly stumbling over the cauldron. Lung Yinhuan paused for a moment, but showed no sign of impatience. Anything she wanted. What about him? Was that possible? She shook her head, inwardly wondering how she could stoop so low as to take advantage of someone in their time of need. She smiled sweetly at Su Qing and said, "As for the reward, let's talk about it when we have time. The usage of this pill, ill first." Su Qing glanced at the phone knowing that Lung Yinwan was about to explain how to take the pill, but he planned to hear it another time. He pursed his lips and looked out the window on Lung Yanyuan's side, his gaze probing. Following Su Qing's action, Lung Yanyuan's words trailed off, and she followed his line of sight outside. Catching sight of the empty highway, Lung Yinwan asked in confusion, "Su Qing, what are you looking at?" Su Qing reached out and gently turned her phone over, then, as she turned back, said softly, "Sister Xiaonuan, it's not good for us to keep lingering on the highway. It's too dangerous. Do you have time later? They'll treat you to a meal, and we can chat while we eat." Lung Yinwan nodded. I forgot we were on the highway." As she started the car, she asked, "Which restaurant do you want to go to?" "Sister Xiaonuan, can you handle spicy food?" Su Qing asked while fiddling with his phone. "Yes, I can." Su Qing didn't leave the choice to Lung Yinwan. He said directly, "Then let's go to a crawfish restaurant on Jinhua Road. I saw it in a food guide, but my family doesn't let me eat those things and my subordinates keep an eye on me. So, today, since it's just the two of us." Su Qing looked at her with bright eyes. "Will you come with me, eh?" Lung Yinwan quickly responded, "Sure." A brightly lit sign hung high above. 2 strings of big red lanterns hung on either side. Several large characters came into Su Qing's view. "La, Shi Xiao Long Xia." Su Qing pointed at the sign and said to Lung Yinwan beside him, "Sister Xiaonuan, is this restaurant okay?" Lung Yinwan smiled. "So this is where you wanted to come. Their food is delicious. I've been here a few times." Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm glad you like it too. I was worried you might not be used to it." The hostess timely pulled the door open from inside, and the two entered the restaurant. The decor of La Shi Xiao Long Xia was very suited to young people, with graffiti murals covering the walls in a riot of vibrant colors. The most eye-catching spot at the entrance consisted of 4 large transparent tanks, all filled with live crawfish. "2 guests," the waiter said to them. Su Qing nodded. "2. Please sit over here," the waiter said, pointing to a table near the restroom. Su Qing didn't respond to him, but scanned the dozen or so tables in the hall. Half were occupied. He stopped his gaze at the staircase on the far right. "Is there a seat on the second floor?" he asked. The waiter replied, "There's one private room left on the second floor with a minimum charge of 1,000. It might not be suitable for just the two of you." Su Qing lowered his head slightly and asked Lung Yinwan, "Sister Xiaonuan, is a private room okay? There are too many people on the first floor. It's noisy and I'm not used to it." "Either is fine for me," Lung Yinwan said with a sweet smile, and the two followed the waiter upstairs to the private room. Inside the private room on the second floor, Su Qing handed the menu to Lung Yinwan, his smile sunny and handsome. "Sister Xiaonuan, see what flavors are good. I've never eaten here, so I'm not good at choosing." Lung Yinwan took the menu and said generously, "The garlic and spicy ones are good. The broth is fragrant too. Finally, we can order a serving of noodles as the main dish, and maybe add a tripe hot pot and some watermelon juice." After hearing her, Su Qing took the menu, stood up, and walked toward the private room door. As he walked, he said, "I've got it." He'll go find the waiter to place the order. "Wait for me a moment, Sister Xiaonuan." Lung Yinwan watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at the call button on the corner of the table. Su Qing, just press. "That's enough." Su Qing quickly walked to the staircase, handed the menu to the waiter, and repeated the dishes Lung Yinwan had mentioned. He glanced at the private room, but didn't go back. Su Qing curled his lips into a smile, his originally affectionate eyes now revealing a hint of wickedness. He went down the stairs to the entrance on the first floor. The host at the door saw Su Qing approaching him and nodded. "Sir, is there anything you need?" Su Qing pulled out over a dozen 100 yuan bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the male host's pocket. The host was startled, his eyes nearly bulging. "Sir, we can't." Su Qing made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, I've blocked the camera. If you don't tell, and I don't, no one will know. It's a small favor. What I've given you is about a week's worth of your salary." Although the host was baffled by Su Qing's action, he had just seen the thickness of the money. It was about half a month's salary for him. Even if he got caught and fired, it would be worth it. "Sir, what favor?" the host asked in confusion, while stealthily stuffing the money deeper into his pocket. Su Qing pointed to a table near the window directly opposite the staircase. "Around 9 o'clock, 2 men will come into the restaurant. One of them has a scar on his brow bone. Just guide them to that table. Not difficult, right?" The host didn't ask for the reason and nodded. "Not difficult. Thank you, sir." Su Qing hummed in acknowledgement, then opened the restaurant door and walked outside. Stepping out of the shop, Su Qing walked toward a cosmetics store at the intersection. The interior, decorated in a refreshingly chic style, had walls painted entirely in Tiffany green. The glossy surfaces shimmered under the crystal chandelier above, casting a verdant glow that unsettled the heart. The store was small, with a glass shelf framed in gold on each side. A beautiful female owner in a black pencil skirt approached Su Qing. "Hello, welcome. What would you like to buy?" "Let me help you," she said, maintaining a composed and polite demeanor, though tears of delight nearly escaped the corners of her mouth. He was incredibly handsome. Su Qing thought for a moment and replied decisively, I want YSL's Feather Foundation Shu Uemura's eyebrow pencil TF lipstick and Chanel's eyeshadow palette, one of each. And a pack of makeup remover wipes. Before his transmigration, Su Qing knew nothing about cosmetics. But the original antagonist was a top student in the performance department. How many men in acting weren't more skilled with makeup than the average girl? With the original villain's abilities, Su Qing was now quite knowledgeable about cosmetics. Hearing his words, the owner's heart sank instantly. In her mind, a man understanding makeup could only mean two things: either he had a girlfriend and doted on her, or he had a boyfriend. Yet she didn't hesitate, quickly responding. Such a handsome leak who bought without asking the price wasn't a common sight. She had just picked out a few items when she heard a pleasant voice, and her initial impression of the young man, as a mere leak, shifted. He wasn't just an ordinary one. He was the kind injected with growth hormones. Boss, forget those. Give me the most expensive, least practical cosmetics, the ones rarely bought. The owner gave him a puzzled look as if asking, are you sure? Su Qing smiled and said, it's fine, just get them. When the owner packed the store's treasures for Su Qing and handed them over, he walked to the door, but lingered. Large drops of water streamed down the glass door, blurring the outside world. It was clearly raining. Luochuan's climate was mild, but rainy. Su Qing had only been here a few days, yet had already experienced it several times. However, he curled his lips in a smile. This rain was perfect, a timely downpour. The owner, standing by the cashier counter, noticed the rain and said with concern, how about I lend you an umbrella? You can return it when you have time. Su Qing turned and said, all right, give me one, but I won't return it. The owner bent down to grab an umbrella from the storage compartment below, pausing at his words. What? Isn't this outright robbery? Su Qing walked toward the counter with his purchases and pulled 200 yuan bills from his pocket, placing them on the table. Just sell it to me. The owner, overjoyed inside, took out the umbrella and set it on the counter, pretending to decline. No need to pay. Just take it. The umbrella costs only a little over 20 and you've bought thousands of yuan worth of items. How could I charge you for an umbrella? In an instant, the owner's face visibly darkened. For no other reason than she watched as the handsome man directly picked up the money from the table and put it back in his pocket. Her heart bled as she saw him tucking the bills away. Why didn't he play by the rules? Yet she wasn't entirely without gain, for she heard an extremely pleasant request. Thank you. Could you also give me a paper bag? Confused, she asked. Huh? Su Qing pointed at the transparent plastic bag in his hand. Swap it for a handled paper bag, the white one behind you. The owner pointed outside. Brother, it's raining. A paper bag will get wet easily. Su Qing pursed his lips, thinking she talked too much. Smiling at the well-preserved owner, who looked over 30, he said, sister, just give it to me. Su Qing left swiftly, holding the paper bag in one hand and an umbrella in the other. He left behind a flustered owner staring wide-eyed at his retreating figure, hands on her hips, chest heaving rapidly. I'm your sister, you bleep bleep bleep. Bleep bleep bleep, you really don't know how to talk. The rain falling from the eaves onto the glass formed a sheet, making it seem heavier than it was. Actually, it was just a drizzle. The distance from the cosmetic store to the crayfish restaurant wasn't far. But it was 8 in the evening, and walking in the chilly breeze with the rain, Su Qing couldn't help sneezing a few times. Achoo! Achoo! He sniffled and looked at the big red lanterns ahead, curling his lips into a mischievous smile. Long Yinwan must be thinking of him. He moved the umbrella away, letting himself get drenched while shielding the paper bag alone. After a while, he opened the shop door and stepped inside, tossing the umbrella into a trash can by the entrance. In the private room on the far left of the second floor, at Spicy Happy Crayfish, Long Yinwan was listlessly tapping her feet on the floor, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound on the tiles. She rested her elbow on the table and turned to look at the door of the private room, pouting. Why was Su Qing taking so long? He hadn't come back yet. Had he stood her up for something urgent? It had been nearly 20 minutes. A knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Long Yinwan's eyes widened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. If it were Su Qing, why would he knock? She said calmly, come in. As expected, it was the server delivering crayfish, slightly hunched, pushing a large serving cart into the room. Long Yinwan's gaze fell on the server's dark red uniform, the walkie-talkie on his waist, and his movements as he placed dishes one by one on the table. She listened listlessly as he announced the dishes. Hello, 1 serving of garlic crayfish, 1 serving of spicy crayfish, 1 glass of watermelon juice, 1 serving of beef tripe in hot pot. Your meal is complete. Please enjoy. Long Yinwan politely replied, thank you. Ma'am, the minimum charge for the private room is 1,000. The server picked up the receipt from the table and said apologetically, your current total is 550. Would you like to add something? Unable to think of anything, she said casually, then add 2 more servings of spicy crayfish. Before she could finish, a deep, captivating male voice came from the doorway. No need to add anything. We probably can't even finish these 2 servings. It's wasteful. Let the remaining amount be the service fee. I've already paid at the counter. Long Yinwan's eyes sparkled with delight, but when she turned to look, she froze. She saw the man who should have been neatly dressed and impeccably clean now running his fingers through the droplets of water on his hair. Taking a closer look, Long Yinyan noticed that the shoulders, sleeves, and front of Su Qing's black hoodie, as well as the front of his gray sweatpants were soaked through. As the waiter finished thanking them and closed the private room door, Long Yanyan spoke to Su Qing with concern as he sat down opposite her. Su Qing, what happened? Your clothes and hair are all wet. Su Qing gave an awkward smile, not directly answering her question. He handed her a paper bag that was completely dry, speaking softly. It's nothing, it started raining outside. Sister One, you might not have noticed, but your makeup is smudged from crying. Don't girls always care about details in their makeup? I just went out and bought you some makeup remover wipes. I don't really know much about it, but the clerk recommended this kind as convenient to use. I also bought a small mirror and some cosmetics. Just use them for now. A warmth rose in Long Yanyan's heart. She had 3 older brothers who always protected and cared for her, but never had a man paid such attention to these small details. She took the bag and looked at the various brands and types of cosmetics inside. The expense went without saying, but it was comprehensive. Yet every brand was expensive and impractical. Long Yanyan immediately realized that Su Qing, being a man, didn't understand these things, and had clearly been fooled by the cosmetics store. She flashed a sweet smile. She truly felt sorry that Su Qing had been cheated, but she didn't tell him what she had discovered. Long Yanyan understood that Su Qing wasn't short on money, and if he knew had been tricked, he would surely be disappointed. She rummaged through the plastic bag, her joy evident, and spoke in a gentle voice. Su Qing, the things you bought are all the best. Why did you go out in the rain to buy these for me? Go dry off first. A smudged face isn't a big deal. Su Qing, you are wonderful. Long Yanyan held up the mirror, her smile instantly freezing, and the unspoken wonderful was swallowed back. The face reflected in the mirror nearly frightened her. There were dark patches under her eyes as if she'd been punched twice, and her foundation was a mess. Long Yanyan was mortified. Had Su Qing been seeing her like this ever since she finished crying? No wonder Su Qing braved the rain to buy her cosmetics. He probably couldn't even eat looking at her face. She quickly tore open a makeup remover wipe, and avoiding Su Qing's gaze, used the small mirror to clean off the remaining makeup. After wiping her face clean, she turned back and glanced at the new cosmetics. She wanted to reapply her makeup, feeling her current appearance was lacking. But putting on makeup in front of Su Qing felt awkward. She hesitated for a long time and decided not to bother. Since she already looked this way, putting on more would only make her seem pretentious to Su Qing. She had given up on her appearance. Long Yanyan lowered her head, opened a new set of utensils, pulled out the disposable gloves, and pouted. Su Qing, let's eat. Sister Nguyen, if I may say something unpleasant. Su Qing peeled the shell of a crawfish in his hand, speaking slowly. Long Yanyan frowned, looking up at Su Qing a bit scared. Was Su Qing going to say the difference between her with and without makeup was too great? She pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. They say 9 out of 10 men are straight. If it's unpleasant, just don't say it. Why say it to her face? Long Yanyan muttered softly. Or if it's unpleasant, better not say it. Su Qing avoided her words, stammering with some difficulty. Sister Nguyen, I feel you don't really know how to put on makeup. You just rely on your good skin and natural beauty, slapping things on your face randomly. You look much better now than when I first saw you. Long Yanyan blinked, hardly believing it. She was naturally pretty, but makeup usually added a few points to her looks. Su Qing was saying she looked better without makeup. She looked at his troubled expression and had thought he was about to criticize her. She never expected that even such a compliment could make him hesitate. Long Yanyan was stunned for a moment. She had never met anyone as reluctant to hurt others as Su Qing. He probably would apologize even for stepping on an ant. Long Yanyan lifted her eyes, a hint of surprise shining in them. Really, Su Qing? Su Qing, seeing his approach had worked, stared at her unblinkingly and said sincerely, really, I really think you look better without makeup. I couldn't help but say it. But girls all care about their makeup skills. So, if it makes you uncomfortable, I apologize. I haven't had many friends. And am not good with words. Long Yanyan let out a laugh, her cheeks flushing. She teased, Su Qing, why are you apologizing? What you said was praise. Compared to looking good with makeup, girls naturally prefer being told they're naturally beautiful. When you have a girlfriend later, you can confidently take away her cosmetics and tell her she looks better without them. Girls love that these days. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, beaming. He had learned another trick. He looked at Long Yanyan and joked, then Sister Nguyen, let's eat first. They'll take away the cosmetics later. Long Yanyan was stunned for a few seconds. She had just told Su Qing he could take his girlfriend's cosmetics, and now he was saying he'd take hers. Could he have feelings for her? No, this was only their second meeting. Her throat tightened, and she felt a warmth behind her ears. Long Yanyan glanced at his amused face. His words were probably a joke, since if he meant it, it would be like confessing to her. She put on disposable gloves, planning to eat something to calm down. Long Yanyan looked at the food on the table. She was usually quite gluttonous, especially for spicy food. But eating with Su Qing today, she couldn't show her foodie side. Such spicy dishes easily got all over her mouth. It would ruin her image in Su Qing's eyes. She picked up a crawfish, peeling it slowly and elegantly to maintain her ladylike demeanor, when suddenly a shadow fell over her head, accompanied by the scent of men's cologne. She looked dazedly at the crawfish meat placed on her plate, immediately glancing at Su Qing, stammering, Su Qing, did you Peel that for me. Su Qing smiled. Isn't it obvious? It's messy work, so we'll peel and you eat. Faced with Su Qing's meticulous care, Yin felt flattered and momentarily lost for words. She put the peeled shrimp meat into her mouth and murmured, "Thank you." Su Qing. Su Qing replied generously, "You're welcome, eat up." A cunning smile curled at the corner of his lips, and he thought to himself, I should be thanking you instead. Once your brother arrives, the game will be even more fun. At 7 o'clock that same evening, the Chia Bar, a tranquil lounge nestled on a street of nightlife establishments, stood adorned with opulent decor and exorbitant prices. There were no standing tables or promotional drink packages. The cheapest booth on the first floor demanded a minimum consumption of 3,000 yuan. Thus those who frequented this place were either wealthy or noble. In a second-floor booth, a glossy lacquered table mirrored a cold, handsome face. The man seated on the sofa wore a washed black denim jacket and black track pants, his somber countenance appearing sinister even under the dim purple spotlights lining the walls. He held a chilled glass of foreign liquor, the amber liquid swirling in a vortex. His jaw clenched tightly, and his robust fingers grew increasingly tense. With a crisp sound, the thick glass shattered in his grip, crushed solely by the force of his hand. Shards of glass glinted brightly, scattering across the floor amid the spilled liquor. He was the sole guest on the second floor, having reserved the entire space, so the sound of breaking glass echoed starkly through the empty expanse. A lone waitress, startled by the noise, nearly froze in fear. She glanced at the man and noticed the glass fragments mingled with fresh blood. She knew who he was, a friend of the owner. Rushing over, she knelt beside him and quickly cupped his hands. "Young Master Li, is your hand all right? He'll fetch the first aid kit right now." Li Tian swiftly withdrew his hand, examining the glass shards embedded in his palm, before casually picking them out. He said coldly, "Just charge the damages to my tab." The waitress hadn't approached for the glass sake. Li Tian, a renowned scion of Luochuan, would never be short of such money. She was merely worried about him. He was a regular, always radiating a robust and sunny demeanor, and she harbored a deep admiration for young Master Li. She had switched shifts with a colleague just to be here. At that moment her heart was filled only with concern. "Young Master Li, your hand," she said with concern. Li Tian snapped impatiently. "I'm fine. Leave. Young Master Li, let me help you get." Before she could finish, his furious roar echoed through the second floor. "Are you deaf? How many times must I say it? Get lost. Don't touch me." With a crash, a bottle of Martell Blue Swift smashed straight onto the floor, exploding into fragments upon impact. A shard ricocheted, slashing across the waitress' fair arm, leaving a long gash. She collapsed to the ground in shock. The wound didn't hurt much, but her heart ached far more. The graceful gentleman she knew had become. Li Tian took a moment to calm himself, glancing at the girl on the floor and the red cut on her arm. "Sorry. I'm really not in a good mood today. Let me take you to the hospital." The clouds in the girl's heart instantly lifted. He hadn't aimed at her, the bottle had landed far away, and the shard had merely grazed her. Besides, the wound wasn't deep. Gaining attention from young Master Li was a pleasant turn. "Thank you, young Master Li." Before she could rise, a chilling voice from the staircase reached her ears. "Xiaoqing, will transfer you 10,000 yuan. Go to the hospital yourself. Young Master Li isn't someone you can trouble." Xiaoqing turned to see Lung Yanfeng approaching. Her feigned fragility vanished as she stood up and murmured, "Boss, no need. It's just a minor injury. I'll handle it myself." Lung Yanfeng ignored her, quickly transferring the money via his phone. "This is from young Master Li. Leave." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, young Master Li." Lung Yanfeng sat down beside Li Tian and patted his shoulder. "What's wrong with you today? I heard at the gym that you paid out 800,000 in medical fees." Li Tian rubbed his temples, sighing deeply through clenched teeth. "What else could it be? That cripple from the Su family disgusted me." Lung Yanfeng frowned. "That was my oversight. Those two family doctors must have colluded with Su Qing. But don't worry, I had them dealt with on their way back. I used unfamiliar faces to bribe them. Su Qing won't trace it back to us." Li Tian slumped his head against the sofa, nearly forgetting that matter. His anger wasn't about the investigation into Su Qing. He covered his eyes as scenes of piercing pain flickered before him like a lantern show. Li Tian would never forget the day before when he went to the Lin residence. The steward at the gate greeted him respectfully. "Young Master Li, you're here. Is Sierra home?" Li Tian asked. The steward replied, "Yes, the young lady just returned and should be in her room." Li Tian ascended the stairs, glancing at his watch. It was 10 in the morning. He had already bribed Su Qing's bodyguards, so he knew Lin Sierra had just come back from the city center hospital. Furious, he reached her door and twisted the handle without knocking. 2 thuds were followed by a knocking sound. It turned out Lin Sierra's door was locked. Bang, bang, bang. "Sierra, open up, it's me." He suppressed his rage, his voice still gentle. With a creak, the door opened from inside, revealing Lin Sierra fully dressed. "Brother Li Tian, why are you?" A smile curled on Li Tian's lips, but his eyes were tinged with bloodshot. "Siet, didn't we agree to visit the new amusement park after the new year?" He peered into the room as he asked, "Sierra, where are you off to?" "Ah, I was thinking. Lin Sierra had just returned from the hospital knowing Su Qing had no one to keep him company in the cold, sterile ward. She had come back to pack some things and change clothes before heading back to the city center hospital. Li Tian's gaze froze on the wardrobe, fury igniting in his eyes. A gold thread suit sleeve peeked out from the gap in the wardrobe door. Following Li Tian's gaze, Lin Sierra also noticed the suit jacket sleeve that had been carelessly tucked into the gap of the wardrobe, not properly put away. The dazzling gold thread seemed to be waving at Li Tian as if taunting him. She caught a glimpse of Li Tian's back as he walked toward the wardrobe carrying a hint of gloom and chill. Her heart pounded wildly, as if the secret could no longer be concealed. Stuttering, she began to explain, "Brother Li Tian, actually I." With a sudden rustle, the wardrobe door swung open, and the black suit jacket with gold thread sleeves tumbled straight down, identical to the one Su Qing had worn during the interview. Before Li Tian could even register his shock, a large black travel bag also fell to the floor. His eyes fixed unblinkingly on the bag as his mind buzzed with confusion. If he had a heart condition, he would have needed to rush to his good father-in-law Lin Outyin for 2 quick-acting heart pills. He and Lin Sierra had no travel plans, nor had she mentioned any trip to him. So what was this travel bag for? Staring at the suit at his feet, he didn't even need to think to know exactly what purpose the bag served. Throughout their relationship, Li Tian had always respected Lin Sierra's privacy and never rummaged through her belongings. But at this moment, he only wanted to tear the travel bag apart, shred it, rip it to pieces, to see what was inside. With a swift schwa, he unzipped the bag. Inside were clothes and toiletries. Li Tian took a few rapid breaths, squeezed his eyes shut, then turned to Lin Sierra with a smile that twisted at the corners of his mouth as if in a spasm. The fact that Lin Sierra had packed the travel bag right after returning from the hospital where Su Qing was staying left only one destination in his mind, the private hospital in the city center. Li Tian couldn't think of any other place. He couldn't even fool himself. After much deliberation, he found no excuse for Lin Sierra, not even claiming she was going on a trip. But steadying his temper, he pretended not to notice and asked in a calm tone, wanting to hear her explanation. "Sierra, do you have travel plans? Did you make plans with a friend? Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Lin Sierra knew Li Tian's personality well. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, now fury was barely concealed in his eyes, especially with the suit as glaring evidence. Li Tian avoided asking directly, clearly wanting her to confess. Lin Sierra wore no makeup, and dark circles shadowed her eyes from caring for Su Qing all night. Her voice came out faintly. "Brother Li Tian, actually, I went to see Su Qing. At least we've been through hardships together as friends, and he sent generous gifts to our home. As a courtesy, I should return the favor by visiting him and checking on his condition." Her explanation was cut short by a sneer of disdain. Li Tian's mocking laughter, though not loud, lingered incessantly. "Yeah, I always thought our bond was strong, but I never imagined it could be so strong that..." His roar erupted suddenly, piercing the air. "I never thought you'd share with me the fact that you're going to take care of another man." Human nature is inherently greedy and selfish and adept at making excuses. When caught in a mistake or discovered, people often don't think of sincerely admitting fault. Instead, they get angry at their own misfortune of being found out. Lin Sierra was no exception. She felt genuine shame for harboring those little secret feelings for Su Qing, but also frustration and irritation at being caught red-handed. Both embarrassed and angry, her usually tender voice gradually rose. "Brother Li Tian, don't speak to me with such sarcasm. There's nothing between him and me. Does being with you mean I can't even have friends anymore? You can make friends, you can visit him. I won't say a word." Li Tian pointed at the black travel bag on the floor. "Lin Sierra, just because others don't speak up doesn't mean you can treat them like fools." "Lin Sierra, how many days were you planning to stay with him? You even brought toiletries. Were you ready to move into his hospital room?" Lin Sierra's chest heaved rapidly. Though Li Tian's words contained no profanity, the heavily emphasized word "stay" suffocated her, leaving her breathless. Lin Sierra murmured, "He has no family to accompany him and no friends, so I thought I'd take care of him. Just one day, then I'd come back." Li Tian laughed in sheer rage. A man and woman alone in a room. Was he about to be cuckolded? He licked his dry lips and shouted, "Lin Sierra, is his entire family dead? That you need to keep him company. He has no friends. Why don't you think about why he has no friends? My earlier investigation might have been incomplete or mistaken. But where there's smoke, there's fire. With all those rumors spreading like wildfire, could he be completely innocent? He doesn't befriend anyone, yet he chooses to befriend you." Li Tian felt he might faint from anger. He had never hit a woman, but his half-raised hand ached to strangle Lin Sierra right then and there. He stared at Lin Sierra's terrified, panicked eyes, then swung his fist at the pillar beside her bed that held the canopy curtains. With his natural brute strength, one punch shattered the pillar instantly. The pink canopy curtains fluttered as they fell, and the plaster around the pillar's edge at the ceiling cracked, sending debris raining down onto the floor. Lin Sierra, initially fearing the blow was aimed at her, flinched and stepped back several paces. Seeing that his fist hadn't struck her, she relaxed slightly. She noticed the wounds on his knuckles, blood staining several fingers. and the plaster dust scattered through Li Tian's hair made him look utterly disheveled. Lin Sierra's heart tightened painfully. She tugged at the sleeve of his injured right hand. "Brother Li Tian, please. I want. I truly only see him as a friend. Believe me, there's nothing else between us." Scene after scene unfolded before his eyes. Li Tian was burning with fury, recalling what he had overheard Lin Sierra and Lin Outyin saying outside the Lin family study. Her desire to visit Su Qing at the hospital, and every word she had spoken in Su Qing's defense. But what infuriated him even more was that Su Qing, that cripple, had never treated Lin Sierra well beyond a token of gratitude, and that effeminate address of big sister. And yet, after over a decade together, his girlfriend could still be so fixated on Su Qing, as if it were nothing more than unrequited devotion. Li Tian's heart churned with mixed emotions, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He felt both disgusted and utterly humiliated. Deep down, what he truly wanted was not to win Lin Sierra back, or make her change her mind. It was to simply send both Lin Sierra and Su Qing away for good. Feeling the tugging force on his wrist, he turned to look at her, his angry expression softening into a gentle smile, though an almost imperceptible glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. He spoke tenderly. "Sia, I've thought it over carefully. Just now I was too impatient. Seeing his clothes here the moment I walked in did make me angry. But upon reflection, what you said makes sense. Families should indeed maintain good relations, especially with the cooperation between the Lin and Su families. It was me. I overreacted, Sia." He reached out and gently brushed the white plaster dust from her hair. "They'll find a repairman later. I was too hasty earlier and scared you. Don't be afraid. Oh, I would never lay a hand on you." Lin Sierra, hearing Li Tian's soft reassurances, grew increasingly guilt-ridden. She pursed her lips and said, "Brother Li Tian, I want to see him again." Li Tian replied magnanimously, "It's fine, Sia. You can make friends. Of course I trust you." "Li Tian, what are you thinking about? Take care of the wound on your hand." The sound of the medical kit being set down on the table by Lung Yanfeng, and his words pulled Li Tian back from his memories. Li Tian, who had been leaning back, shifted forward, propped his hands on his thighs, covered his face, and shook his head. "I can't be bothered with this minor injury right now. To be honest, brother, my fiancée was kidnapped alongside Su Qing before." Lung Yanfeng nodded. "Yeah, I know. You told me." Li Tian raised his hand and slapped his forehead, letting out a mocking laugh. "I really don't understand. Two people who had no connection at all, and after one kidnapping they've forged some kind of bond." He turned, his face still resting in his hands, toward Lung Yanfeng, his brows tightly knit. "Brother, do you know? My fiancée went behind my back to visit him at the hospital, and that's the least of it. She even packed a travel bag ready to stay there long term. I'm utterly pissed." Lung Yanfeng's usually fierce eyes widened with astonishment. He exclaimed dramatically, "Damn. That Su kid is cuckolding you, isn't he?" Li Tian curled his lip, his brows knitting together. Damn it, did he have to spell it out so bluntly? Li Tian took a breath, glanced sideways at Lung Yanfeng, his eyes shifting slightly. He picked up a glass of whiskey, took a slow sip, and said bitterly, "Well, maybe she's really just making friends." Lung Yanfeng patted his shoulder. "Brother, I don't believe you actually think that. If it were me. Humph. I really can't believe you're this patient. We've known each other for over a decade, and I've always treated her well. I never thought she'd treat me like this one day. Brother, you know me. I can't be ruthless. Honestly, even if Sierra fell for someone else, I'd probably just wish her well. After all these years, my romantic feelings for her have faded a lot. To tell the truth, sometimes I see her more as a little sister. Maybe she's just grown tired, bored, and chasing something new for a while." Lung Yanfeng frowned. He did know that Li Tian wasn't a ruthless person. After all, in his own boxing gym, there were life and death contracts, yet despite Li Tian's formidable fighting skills, he had never killed anyone outright, and he had always shown restraint even with him. But he hadn't expected Li Tian to be so lenient in love as well. Sensing Li Tian's profound disappointment, he consoled him. "Brother, you really don't need to torment yourself over matters of the heart. The Lin family has such a vast business empire, and Lin Sierra is their only daughter. If she's treating you like this now, if I were in your shoes, I'd marry her, seize control of the family's assets, and then kick them all out." Li Tian subconsciously nodded. He had indeed entertained the thought after Lin Sierra had hurt him repeatedly. But in the dim light, he quickly masked his look of agreement. Li Tian sighed with a hint of bitterness. Honestly, I'm not after the Lin family's fortune. What I want is just the bond we've shared all these years. Besides, our engagement probably won't go through anymore. My father-in-law won't agree." "Why? Isn't the date already set?" Li Tian smiled helplessly. "I never thought I was this unlucky before, but now. I'm so unlucky I could choke on water. Yet somehow it's not all bad. Things always manage to come to light clearly." A soft purple light passed over Li Tian's head, and Lung Yanfeng saw him, shaking his head in the dim glow. Puzzled, he asked, "Brother, you're confusing me. What's really going on? What else have you found out?" Li Tian ran his hand through his hair. "I'm being straight with you, brother. The truth is, I'm just an adopted son, not Li Jingshan's biological child." Lung Yanfeng paused. He already knew that. Was this supposed to be a secret in Luochuan? Even if the common folk didn't know, who in the upper circles didn't? But seeing Li Tian's troubled expression, Long Yanfeng realized that Li Tian probably thought he wasn't part of that circle and didn't know. Long Yanfeng felt a surge of joy. That Li Tian would tell him personally meant he truly considered him a brother. He feigned surprise. Ah, is that so? Li Tian lowered his gaze. Yeah, yesterday when I passed by my elder brother's room, I accidentally overheard them talking about finding a cure for his illness. My elder brother has always been good to me. I'm genuinely happy he can be cured. It's just, if he recovers in the next few days then, he'll probably lose my qualification to marry into the Lin family. Li Tian paused, looking up at Long Yanfeng. Sorry, brother. That piece of land in Longcheng I mentioned before, I won't have the authority to decide on it anymore. Long Yanfeng frowned, unable to help thinking how incredibly and intricately things were falling into place. Wasn't the medicine Li Tian mentioned exactly what his family possessed? His sister had gone to the temple today to calculate the alchemy furnace's opening time. Based on past years, the date was indeed just around this time. In truth, the Lung and Li families shared no deep bond. The matriarch of the Li family had repeatedly sought aid from Long Yanfeng's household, promising 2 plots of land in return, which finally swayed the family to assist. Yet among the Longs, all entrenched in the medical field and hardly wanting for wealth, the sole figure with a stake in real estate was Long Yanfeng himself. Long Yanfeng cast a glance toward his good brother Li Tian. The support the Li family could offer the Longs was not exclusively dependent on Li Jingfeng or Li Sheng. Li Tian, having heard of his interest in real estate, had not been stingy with his resources, proposing they venture into it together. From this perspective, aiding Li Tian, his own brother, seemed far more sensible than helping an unfamiliar eldest son of the Li family. Moreover, Li Tian's attitude toward the Lin family had soured to utter disappointment, and his gentle, moderate nature made him a suitable match for Long's naive younger sister. After a brief deliberation, Long Yanfeng spoke generously. Brother, since you've laid everything bare, I won't hide it from you. The one supplying medicine to the Li family is none other than our Long household. We possess a secret pill crafted once every 5 years, passed down through the female line, and it's now in my little sister's hands. Long Yanfeng let out a hearty laugh at Li Tian's stunned expression. He patted Li Tian's shoulder and said earnestly, his brother'll help you. My sister and I are close, we'll have her give you the pill. Pausing to weigh his words, he initially intended to cut off the Li family supply, but considering Li Tian's soft-hearted nature and affection for his elder brother, he revised his plan. Hey Race, what will do, I'll hand the pill to you. After you marry Lin Xier, if you still wish to aid your brother, you can give it to him yourself. Your adoptive father will remember your kindness. Li Tian's eyes widened in shock. Wait, let me process this. He lowered his gaze, appearing to ponder for a long moment, then suddenly pointed at Long Yanfeng. You're the son of the Lung family, and the ones saving my brother are your people. Your family has a secret ancestral pill. His throat bobbed as if he could barely believe it, then he gestured at himself. And now you're saying, you'll give the pill to me? Brother, are you joking? On ordinary days, Li Tian was steady and capable, recovering quickly even from setbacks. Long Yanfeng had never seen him so flustered. He chuckled. Is it that surprising? Let me call my sister, as she should be back soon. Long Yanfeng pulled out his phone. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Sorry. He tried twice more with no success. Unfazed, he said casually, she's probably busy. He'll call her again later. Li Tian did not refuse his kindness, nodding in gratitude. Thanks, brother. It's nothing. Li Tian expressed his thanks. Once I earn the family's recognition and can claim a share of the business, I won't forget you, brother. Of course, Long Yanfeng replied, rising and moving toward the bar. What'll you drink? Since everything's settled, how about a couple of drinks? Li Tian straightened up, eyeing the liquor shelf behind the bar without hesitation. Mix me an eggnog, it's quite good. Long Yanfeng gave him an okay sign from across the room. Alright, let me show you my skills. The moment Long Yanfeng turned away, Li Tian instantly relaxed, his bitter and helpless expression fading. Though he acted with restraint and discretion, he was never a saint. Since Lin Xier had treated him so poorly, he would rise by his own means. Li Tian studied Long Yanfeng bustling at the bar, a faint smile curling his lips, his rugged features tinged with subtle depth. Of all he had said, 8 out of 10 sentences were false, yet one thing was undeniably true, something that baffled even himself. That was his uncanny knack for stumbling upon opportunities by sheer coincidence, as though fate had opened a third eye for him. He had known about the Li family approaching the Longs half a year ago, otherwise he wouldn't have started sparring at Long Yanfeng's gym. He had long investigated the Lung family thoroughly. Why choose Long Yanfeng? He wielded considerable influence in the Lung family, and the scar over his eye was the very reason he could pursue his own path in this medical dynasty. Through his inquiries, Li Tian learned that when Long Yanfeng was 15 or 16, a household servant with sticky fingers had stolen from his aunt's room. As luck would have it, Long Yanfeng and his sister Long Yanwan were returning with their aunt when they stumbled upon the thief. Normally no danger should have arisen. Their aunt had no intention of confronting the man, but the terrified servant grabbed a fruit knife from a basket and lunged at the youngest Long Yanwan. Without a second thought, Long Yanfeng took the blade for his sister. The panicked servant then stabbed at his aunt, and Lung Yinfeng clutching his bleeding eye shielded her as well. The three of them, 2 women and a half-grown boy, were no match for a grown man. Only after a series of piercing screams did the household guards arrive to subdue the man. Lung Yanfeng's injuries were severe, his once gentle temperament hardening alongside the scars on his body. By a twist of fate, he had saved both of the family's future heirs. Though he later lived a carefree life, abandoning the traditional path of medicine to open a boxing gym and a bar, and even dabbling in real estate, his family always indulged him. Thus, after much deliberation, Li Tian set his sights on Lung Yinfeng. He knew that Lung valued formidable opponents, so he became the first to defeat him in combat. Although Lung Yinfeng always called him brother, Li Tian doubted he was truly regarded as kin. Yet Li Tian understood human nature. Lung Yinfeng befriended him because he saw strength. Apart from his family background, Lung Yinfeng fell short in every other aspect. If Li Tian showed weakness, Lung's competitive nature would compel him to help, seeking a sense of achievement. After all, if Lung Yinfeng thought it through, the support Li Tian could offer once he took over the Li family would be substantial. Helping such a brother was a win-win. A smirk played on Li Tian's lips as he caught sight of Lung Yinfeng approaching with a triumphant stride. Clearly his plan had succeeded. "Try my cocktail. I spent a lot of time learning it." Li Tian took the glass, sipped it, and murmured, "Not bad." Lung Yinfeng clinked his glass against Li Tian's, the crisp sound ringing out. "Don't dwell on the unpleasant things," he consoled. "If you're stuck between the Lin and Li families, why not? Let me introduce you to my sister. She's 4 years younger than me, 22, around your age. She's innocent, pretty, a bit of a foodie, and has no princess attitude. She works at Luochuan TV station, and aside from her colleagues, there isn't even a male fly around her. Besides, our Lung family is no worse than the Lins." Li Tian gave a soft laugh, neither agreeing nor refusing, merely shaking his head faintly. His earlier words had been a ploy to reveal his secrets and secure Lung Yanfeng's help. He hadn't expected him to offer his sister. He had investigated Lung Yinwan and found her, as described, good character, looks, and family background, and she was the latest heir of the Lung family. Yet despite his disappointment with the Lin family, he harbored genuine feelings for Lin Sierra that he couldn't easily cast aside. Moreover, even if he could let go, agreeing outright would make him seem opportunistic. Li Tian waved his hand. No, I'm not worthy of such a fine girl. It's fine, just meet her and make a friend," Lung Yinfeng insisted. He pointed toward the stairway and changed the subject. "Let's head somewhere else for a drink and some spicy crawfish. There's a great spot on Jinhua Road. They'll have my sister come over, give you the pill, and you two can get acquainted." Li Tian offered a faint smile, his tone laced with reluctance. "That works, I suppose." The bar street was not far from Jinhua Road, and the two arrived at the entrance of Spicy Crayfish in just 10 minutes by car. The host inside opened the door. "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" The host was startled by the scar running from the man's brow to his eye, his mind going blank in an instant, too frightened to speak. He had thought guiding them to a seat for 1,000 yuan would be an easy task. But when he met the man's sinister gaze, his hands trembled with fear, and he lost his grip on the door. Lung Yinfeng had already walked past him, and the glass door slammed directly into Li Tian, who was entering behind. Li Tian possessed divine strength and an excellent physique, but he was not made of bronze or iron, nor was his body impervious to blades. Li Tian's brow furrowed tightly as he rubbed his head. He glanced at the host, feeling that his luck had been taking a turn for the worse lately. Exaggerating a bit, he felt that if he were any more unlucky, he might even chip a tooth drinking cold water. But at home, Li Tian was an obedient and well-behaved adopted son, and at school, he was a friendly student council president. So in public, he maintained the image of a gentle, refined gentleman. He wanted to curse, but after a moment's thought he decided against it. After all, the waiter had nearly bent double, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it." Li Tian waved his hand and said it was fine, but Lung Yinfeng on the other hand lost his temper and directly kicked the male host, shouting, "If you haven't grown those 2 eyeballs of yours, just gouge them out." I'm sorry, both of you." The male host bowed repeatedly, quickly changing the subject. "Are you dining as a pair? Let me find you a seat." Li Tian grabbed Lung Yanfeng's hand as he was about to reach out, signaling him not to make things difficult for the man. Turning to the waiter, he said, "Yes, 2 people. Find us a quiet spot. Do you have any private rooms in this place?" The host answered honestly, "Sir, the private rooms are all full." Li Tian frowned, "Then find us a quiet." Li Tian scanned the restaurant as he spoke. At 9 o'clock, this was the busiest time for such a late-night eatery. The place was a cacophony of noise, packed with people, and even the 2 small seats by the restroom were occupied. But when his gaze fell on the 4-seater by the window opposite the stairwell, he was pleasantly surprised to find it empty. Li Tian pointed to it. "Is that spot taken?" The host thought for a moment and said, "No, guest, it was reserved, but the reservation time has passed. They probably won't show up. You two can." The host's attempt to offer a favor was cut short, as Lung Yinfeng brushed past him, swallowing his words. He only heard Lung Yinfeng utter a very ostentatious line as he walked toward the seat. "Can what? Even if they come, tell them to get lost." The young host curled his lip, muttering inwardly as he watched Lung Yanfeng's back. "Bleeping show off, bleeping bleep." He cursed Lung Yanfeng's ancestors for 18 generations under his breath. But as he slipped his hand into his pocket, he felt pleased. His task was done, and the money was earned. His mind was full of questions, wondering why that handsome man, who looked like a fox spirit, had given him so much money to arrange a seat for those two guests. If they were friends, why not just make a reservation? If not friends, any seats available. A new customer interrupted his thoughts, and he quickly got back to work, politely saying, "Sorry, we only have two-person tables now." The male host closed the door and sat down on a small chair nearby. He secretly peered through the gap in the potted plants behind him at Lung Yinfeng, who was ordering. He mused that he hoped the man who gave him the money had a grudge against this scar-faced man and would give him a thorough beating, gouging out his eyes. Lung Yinfeng put down the menu and said to the waiter, "Go place the order." He glanced at his phone, wondering why Lung Yinwan hadn't called him back after so long, and dialed again. He pursed his lips as a sweet female voice sounded on the other end of the line. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." Just then Li Tian came out of the restroom, drying his hands with a tissue, as he said to Lung Yinfeng, "Ordered already." Lung Yinfeng put down his phone and raised an eyebrow. "Ordered. The food here is good, you should eat plenty." The food arrived slower than the drinks, so the two started drinking some beer, first chatting as they drank. They began talking about business matters, but as they talked, Lung Yinfeng suddenly remembered the matter of checking on the villa in the southern suburbs that he had promised Li Tian. He had been delayed before by the things Li Tian had mentioned about the Lin and Li families, Lin Xier and Su Qing. He had originally planned to tell Li Tian as soon as he saw him. The dark brown-grained wooden tabletop thumped as a beer glass was slammed down on it. Li Tian quickly swallowed his drink and asked Lung Yinfeng, "What's wrong with you?" Lung Yinfeng looked around, licked his lips, and lowered his voice, Damn. Yesterday, I personally took people to the southern suburbs." Li Tian let out an ah of realization, pretending he had forgotten about it. Earlier at the bar, he had deliberately mentioned Lin Xier and Su Qing's kidnapping, hoping to prompt Lung Yinfeng to bring it up himself. After all, he didn't know if Lung Yinfeng had investigated it yet, and it wasn't good to keep pressing someone he had asked for a favor. Now that Lung Yinfeng brought it up on his own, he was quite satisfied. But seeing the angry expression on Lung Yanfeng's face, Li Tian could already guess the result. Lung Yinfeng had found nothing. Nevertheless, Li Tian went along and asked, "Did you find anything?" Lung Yanfeng's brow was tightly furrowed as he let out a heavy sigh. "I don't know where those kidnappers came from. By the time I got to that rundown house, it had been burned inside and out. Not even a single blade of grass on the walls was left." He looked down as if in thought, then frowned at Li Tian and asked, "Was that villa empty inside? Were there any furniture or anything?" Li Tian replied without hesitation, "Yes, it was fully furnished. There were sofas, beds, a kitchen, and even a computer room on the second floor." Lung Yinfeng clenched his fist and slammed it onto the tabletop in fury, grinding his teeth. There were no guests at their neighboring table. The closest person was the young host sitting by the door, who was startled by Lung Yanfeng's outburst. Suppressing his rage, Lung Yinfeng said hoarsely, "I went in and didn't see a single damn thing. The whole place was a burnt-out shell. Damn it, even the toilet bowl was taken. And the worst part, judging by the degree of the fire damage, it happened less than 24 hours before I got there. I was just one damn step too late." Cough. Cough. Ahem. A fit of coughing rang out. Li Tian was originally drinking wine, but upon hearing Lung Yanfeng's words, he choked violently. The liquor surged into his nasal cavity, instantly stinging his eyes red. He quickly grabbed a few napkins, blew his nose, and wiped the spilled wine off the table. In just a few days, it would be remarkable enough if the kidnappers who abducted Lin Xier and Su Qing dared to return to the crime scene. Yet they had dared to destroy the evidence to such an extent. Li Tian's expression was a tangled mess of emotions, twisted beyond recognition. It was all because Lin Outyin had insisted on sealing off the news at the time. Li Tian, afraid to provoke Lin Aoshan's displeasure, had delayed several days before starting his investigation. He never expected that such a twist of fate would leave him just one day short. He cleared his throat and stammered in astonishment. Such a big commotion, such a grand scale. Lung Yinfeng nodded, then shook his head. "When I went to investigate, my subordinates informed my aunt as well. The Lung family is currently led by my aunt. She said the people behind this were too extravagant, no ordinary folk, and they remained in the shadows. To orchestrate such a massive spectacle without alerting anyone, the mastermind behind it all wouldn't be after a few $100 million. It seems more like a targeted attack on the Lin and Su families. So, sorry brother, my aunt won't let me touch this anymore. She doesn't usually interfere with me at home, but when she speaks I have to listen." Lin Outyin had already dispatched additional guards to protect the Lin family, so that side was relatively safe for now. Li Tian only wanted to investigate, not worrying that further trouble would arise. As for the Su family, it would be best if Su Qing were dead. Li Tian said casually to Lung Yinfeng, It's fine. You've already helped me so much. Your aunt is right. This is murky waters." Li Tian raised his glass, signaling Lung Yinfeng to drink. "Come, let's not dwell on unhappy things for now." Lung Yinfeng waved his hand. "I've helped you with 2 things and neither worked out. Wait until I find my sister, I'll definitely get the medicine for you." A crisp clink of glasses echoed from another private room on the second floor. Lung Yinwan sipped her watermelon juice listening to Su Qing share some entertainment gossip. Su Qing peeled crayfish red oil staining his gloves. He smiled and asked Lung Yinwan, "Sister Yuan, whose gossip would you like to hear next?" Lung Yanyuan's sparkling eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at Su Qing. Su Qing, about that popular little star from Dingfeng Lujia. Is she really? I might have to interview her in a few days, so I'd like to know a bit. Su Qing smiled, gently placing the peeled shrimp meat onto Lung Yanyuan's plate, and said generously, "No, she did have a publicity stunt with a top celebrity. But it was a notice bought by Dingfeng for her. She doesn't have a sugar daddy behind her. She's the youngest daughter of the Liu family. You know, the one mainly in the environmental protection industry. Rumor has it she has a bad temper used to being pampered." Lung Yinwan listened to Su Qing's comprehensive account of Lu Jie's matters, furrowed her brows, and asked curiously, "Su Qing, are you very familiar with her?" "Huh." Su Qing shrugged his shoulders and laughed in surprise. "I'm usually just between school and home, barely stepping out. Where would I have met her? To be honest, Sister Yuan." Su Qing lowered his voice as if sharing a little secret with Lung Yinwan. "Actually, I was so bored in the hospital that I had someone add me to a gossip group chat from a company. Everything I just told you was from what I saw in the group. But, sister, please don't tell anyone, or I'll lose my cover." Su Qing's smile was relaxed and sincere. In truth, he hadn't lied to Lung Yinwan. In the original story, Lu Jie had no role, and he had indeed joined the group chat out of boredom. Lung Yanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight, not just because Su Qing shared trivial details of his life with her. Moreover, Su Qing was nothing like the rumored recluse. He was genuinely interesting. They clicked on hobbies, tastes, and every aspect. The man before her had a sincere, profound gaze, good looks, a pleasant voice, and an engaging personality. Apart from his frail health and seemingly short life, there was truly nothing to fault. Lung Yinwan nodded. "I definitely want to tell." Su Qing beamed brightly, raised his arm, and shook it slightly to let his sleeve slide down a bit. He looked at Lung Yinwan and said lightly, "Sister Yuan, when are you going to interview her? Should I have Lu Jie's agent give her a heads up in advance, so she won't give you a hard time?" Lung Yinwan quickly put down the two hands holding her drink cup and waved them rapidly in front of her. No. My interview with her isn't even set in stone yet. I might not even get to go. All right, feel free to call me anytime. Don't hesitate if you need my help." Lung Yinwan nodded quickly twice, her eyes widening slightly as she looked at the crayfish meat Su Qing handed over again. Her soft voice carried a hint of tenderness. "I'm full. Don't bother with it anymore. Your hands must be tired." "Really full, eh?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Lung Yinwan nodded vigorously. "Mom, I think I've almost eaten a whole plate plus a lot of noodles." "I'm stuffed." Su Qing nodded slowly, removing his gloves, inadvertently showing Lung Yinwan his reddened fingertips. Without complaining of fatigue, he picked up a wet wipe to clean his hands while saying to her, "Sister Yuan, is there anything else interesting you'd like to know?" Lung Yinwan caught sight of Su Qing's hands, and her heart tightened. She had already told him not to peel shrimp for her, but he never seemed to mind the trouble, warming her heart immensely. Her mind was now completely filled with thoughts of Su Qing, so when he asked the question, she blurted out two words instinctively. "About you." As soon as the words left her mouth, even Lung Yinwan herself was stunned. Her tongue had moved faster than she could control. She lowered her head slightly, trying to think of how to rephrase. Before she could come up with anything, a low, lazy voice tinged with a seductive allure drifted past her ear. It seemed to clench her heart tightly. "All right, Sister Yuan, come home with me. It's not easy to get to know me here." Even though Lung Yinwan was pure-minded, facing Su Qing's words full of seduction and insinuation, those shy and embarrassing little thoughts in the depths of her heart could not help but surge upward layer by layer. At this moment, her face was as rosy as a blooming red rose. To exaggerate a bit, her originally ruddy little face was now as red as the crawfish on the table. Su Qing. Her index finger trembled slightly as she pointed at her own face. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, as if testing and questioning, yet also carrying a hint of longing and tenderness. "You want me to go home with you?" "Eh?" Su Qing's tongue pressed against the corner of his lips, a wicked smile lingering there, perfectly restrained. He nodded to himself, knowing that Lung Yinwan had guessed correctly. Oh no, she had misunderstood. Su Qing was a gentleman of integrity, a fact known to all. How could his mind be filled with frivolous thoughts? He then raised his eyes and frowned, giving Lung Yinwan a look full of confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of panic. "Sister Yuan, don't misunderstand. It's really not what you think." "That meaning?" Su Qing's voice was crisp and hearty, even though he deliberately emphasized the words "what you think" and paused for 2 seconds, making one unable to resist letting their imagination run wild. Yet it revealed no trace of frivolity, merely giving the impression of stating the facts. Lung Yinwan, sitting across from him, had a face that could not grow any redder. She felt as though she was so embarrassed that her heart might stop. The key point that made her feel humiliated was that after Su Qing had seen through her thoughts about a soft bed and warm quilts, he told her not to overthink. Lung Yinwan held back for a long time, finally coming up with a way to save face. She placed both hands on the leather cushion of the chair, looked up at Su Qing, and said very seriously, "What I was thinking was that you were going to give me an exclusive interview, isn't that right?" Su Qing lightly said, "Oh," lowered his head for a moment, then suddenly looked up, his mocking gaze fixed on Lung Yanyuan's pupils. An interview." He raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, lightly raised an eyebrow, and added with both calmness and melancholy, "Then maybe it's me. Who overthought it?" Lung Yanyuan's eyes instantly widened, and her restless throat rolled up and down. What did Su Qing mean by this? A phrase suddenly came to her mind. Playing hard to get. Just as she was utterly perplexed and unable to fathom Su Qing's thoughts, Su Qing suddenly clutched his head. A lowly-like voice suddenly echoed in his mind, followed by a series of dings. Ding. Li Tian enters Laxi Crawfish and gets hit hard by the door. Villain luck points 200 each. Ding. Li Tian learns that the villa in the southern suburbs has been destroyed and is very furious. Villain luck points 1,000 each. Ding. Li Tian chokes on his drink while drinking. Villain luck points 200 each. Su Qing lowered his head to conceal his smile. This time the 1,400 points of luck combined with Lin Xier's visit that angered Li Tian. Lin Xier, packing her travel bag, and the change in Lung Yanyuan's fortune-telling plot. He glanced at his interface. All these added together, relying on the more effort, more luck, setting his villain luck, had now reached 9,500 points. Only 500 points short. He could. Su Qing curled his lips. When his luck matched Li Tian's, it would turn into a dual Malaled novel. He needed to crush all of Li Tian's luck as soon as possible. "Su Qing, what's wrong?" Lung Yanyuan asked with concern, seeing Su Qing looking unwell. Su Qing looked up and smiled, glancing at his watch. 9:20, just the right time. "Sister Nguyen, it's too late now. Conducting an interview at this hour isn't suitable either. How about this? I want to go back to the Lung family tomorrow to deliver the cauldron to you. After much thought, I think it's better if your family doesn't know I have it. Why don't you come pick it up tomorrow? It'll be convenient in my room for the interview. I have childhood family photos at home. This kind of material should be perfect. It'll allow for a deeper interview. What do you think, Sister Nguyen?" Of course, she was delighted to see photos of the man she admired as a child. Lung Yanyuan smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Sure, getting some exclusive material should make the editor very happy. Su Qing took out his phone and pulled up a QR code. "Then, Sister Nguyen, let's exchange contact info." Lung Yanyuan was overjoyed that Su Qing had taken the initiative to ask for her contact information and unhesitatingly took her phone out of her bag. But after pressing the side button a couple of times, she found it was dead. She raised her phone and shook it at Su Qing, pressing the side button repeatedly. "My phone's dead, Su Qing. How about I give you my phone number?" Lung Yanyuan looked at the QR code on Su Qing's phone screen, a bit disappointed. After all, leaving a phone number was very different from leaving a WeChat contact. A phone call could only be made when necessary while WeChat. Just as Lung Yanyuan was pondering the difference between WeChat and a phone number and wondering if it would be awkward to ask for his WeChat after giving her number, a sudden flash of inspiration hit her. She could give him a ride home and charge her phone in the car. "Let me drive you home. Oh, I can scan it once it's charged." Before Lung Yanyuan could finish her sentence, she froze. Su Qing, like a timely rain, pulled out from the chair beside him a power bank. For a moment, she suddenly felt that the fortune teller wasn't Monk Wukong, but Su Qing himself. Su Qing held the power bank in midair. "Sister Nguyen, my phone was dead earlier, so I just rented one. Perfect timing for you to use it. No need to see me off, it's late. Your home is in the north of the city, and you can take the expressway from here. Driving me to the city center and then back home would be too much trouble. I'm an adult, well, I can just hail a cab and go home." A hint of cunning gleamed in Su Qing's sincere eyes as he thought to himself, "I can only thank you for your kindness, but once we get downstairs you won't have a chance to drive me home." Lung Yanyuan nodded. "All right, then I won't see you off. Why don't you wait here while I charge it until it turns on? If I take it away I can't return it, and that's a waste of money." Su Qing chuckled lightly and stood up. His tall and handsome figure, illuminated by the warm yellow light overhead, bore the rain-soaked patches on his chest like dried totems imprinted on him, yet he didn't look the least bit disheveled. That chiseled, handsome face could cast everything around it into shadow. Lung Yanyuan bit her straw, stirring the rich red juice as she gulped down the last of her watermelon drink. Seeing Su Qing stand up, it seemed he wasn't planning to wait for her phone to charge. After all, how could Su Qing be bothered about a little deposit? She felt her question was a bit foolish. As she stood up, she said, "Then let's go." Lung Yanyuan had barely risen halfway when a force pressed her back into the seat. She looked up at Su Qing. "Weren't we leaving?" As if by instinct, he gently squeezed her shoulder, twice the dense warmth of his palm seeping from her delicate shoulder slowly into the depths of her heart. "You charge your phone first. I'm going to the restroom." With that, he left the private room, but instead of heading to the restroom, he walked toward the stairway on the second floor. Of course, he knew Lung Yanyuan's phone was dead. He had noticed the battery icon turning red when he glimpsed Lung Yanfeng's call on the highway. He hadn't planned to go out of his way to rent a power bank for her, but alas. He blamed no one but himself for being too handsome. Lung Yanyuan had been so busy staring at him that she hadn't even glanced at her phone. He never believed anything could rival a phone's charm. Modern people had their devices practically glued to their palms. But today, he believed it. It turned out that the one thing more captivating than a phone was himself. Su Qing leaned sideways against the wall by the second-floor railing, peeking down with just one eye. A tall and handsome figure came into view, raising a glass and chatting cheerfully with someone across from him. Su Qing couldn't help but curl his lips. After suppressing his luck value by nearly 10,000, even choking on cold beer couldn't dampen the guy's spirits, still grinning wide. Truly the original male lead with remarkable mental fortitude. A waitress in a Wiener cheapao clutching a menu passed by Su Qing. Spotting the suspiciously handsome man, she couldn't help but step back and ask, "Sir, may I help you?" Drawn by her voice, Su Qing gave her a quick once-over and waved dismissively. "No need." He then resumed his downward gaze. The waitress followed his line of sight to a diner below, a man facing the stairway exuding an air of dignity and strength. She averted her eyes and continued on, but a shiver ran down her spine as she thought to herself, could it be? Oh, tisk how cliché. But they're both so handsome, they'll ship them lightly. Unaware of the waitress' wild imagination, Su Qing cast a sinister gaze at Li Tian and Lung Yanfeng. Soon he would make them witness something delightfully amusing. He rolled up his sleeve and checked the time. 5 minutes had passed, enough for Lung Yanyuan's phone to boot up. A sly smile curling on his lips, Su Qing turned and headed back to the private room. His timing was impeccable. As he stepped inside, he saw Lung Yanyuan's phone screen flicker to life. "You're back. It's on now," she said, turning to him. Su Qing gazed at the sweet smile on her lips. As kind-hearted as he was, he felt a twinge of reluctance to go through with his plan. "Sigh. Sister Xianwan, let's go. We can handle it on the way." He pressed his palm to his forehead, and Lung Yanwan immediately understood that he was feeling unwell, but too shy to say it directly. She quickly rose and left the private room with Su Qing. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the restaurant, a scar-dyed man clicked his tongue and picked up his phone. Lung Yanfeng muttered to himself, "Could something have happened to my sister? I've called so many times, and it's still off. Even if she's a bad driver, she should be home by now." He tapped the screen, ready to dial again. Across from him, Li Tian frowned deeply, a storm of shock and disbelief swirling in his eyes. He clenched his fists, staring fixedly at the man who had appeared at the top of the stairs. Despite the hatred burning in his heart, he couldn't deny that the man on the stairs was striking. Tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, even in simple casual wear. His face in particular was the kind that easily charmed young girls. Who else could it be but that cripple from the Su family? Li Tian's eyes blazed as he watched Su Qing, the man entangled with his fiancée, suppressing the urge to tear him apart. But since Su Qing hadn't confronted him directly and Lin Xier had voluntarily cared for him at the hospital, he couldn't easily pick a fight with the Su family's son. Yet, Su Qing, who should have walked straight down and inevitably spotted Li Tian from that position, didn't glance downward at all. Instead, he looked sideways toward the corner of the stairs. A troubling suspicion arose in Li Tian's mind. Could it be? Could Lin Xier have come looking for Su Qing again? Just as the fury in Li Tian's chest threatened to erupt and tear Su Qing apart, Lung Yanfeng's phone call diverted his attention. "Hey Xianwan, why weren't you answering earlier? How did the furnace divination go today? Where are you now?" "On the other end, my phone died earlier. I was out eating with a friend, just finished. The divination is done. Bro will tell you when I get back." Lung Yanfeng said, "Wait, don't hang up yet. Are you far from Jinhua Road?" The voice on the other end was faint, and Li Tian couldn't make out Lung Yanyuan's reply. But his gaze fixed on the stairway, and the person following Su Qing came into view. Li Tian's heart steadied a little. At least it wasn't Lin Xier. Yet seconds later he sensed something was off. When he had investigated Lung Yanfeng, he had also looked into Lung Yanwan. As a TV station reporter, her face was easy to find. And the air holding the Lung family's secret, the good girl whom Lung Yanfeng claimed had no male friends, was the one trailing behind Su Qing. Li Tian's mind went blank. How? How could it be such a coincidence? Why was Lung Yanwan with him? Then Lung Yanfeng's voice came through again. "You're at Laxi too. Perfect. Come find me. I'm at the table by the window on the right as you enter the first floor." Lung Yanwan hung up with a smile, thinking, what a delightful coincidence. She had always been close to her third brother, and bumping into him for a ride home was a happy surprise. The stairs at Laxi Crawfish weren't enclosed between floors. The slanted wooden railing left the space above open. She didn't catch that Lung Yanfeng said on the right as you enter, and instead looked to her own right. The area was crowded, and after scanning for a while she couldn't spot her brother. It wasn't until she turned her gaze straight ahead that she saw a man with a short buzz cut and a black leather jacket, who looked very familiar. But before she could confirm if it was her brother, a server carrying a large tray, piled high, with food rushed up the narrow stairs toward her and Su Qing. The server was in a hurry, moving briskly. "Excuse me, coming through." Lung Yanyuan's strappy sandals had no grip, and as she stepped on the smooth-tiled stairs, she sidestepped the server. Her foot slipped, twisting her ankle, and she tumbled forward down the steps. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she instinctively reached for something to hold on to. but her body pitched forward, and even grabbing the railing couldn't stop her from plunging downward. Yet, the next second her tightly furrowed brow relaxed. Lung Yinwan realized she hadn't rolled down the stairs. Instead, a firm and powerful arm had wrapped around her. Her eyes wide, she stared at the dark fabric before her, her long lashes brushing against it and fluttering reflexively. Her throat tightened as she felt the hand on her back gently patting in a soothing gesture. She never imagined that a simple sidestep could bring her so close to Su Qing. Amid the restaurant's noise, she could even hear his captivating heartbeat intertwining with her own. The sound was utterly enchanting. Her ears seemed to block out all the restaurant's clamor, leaving only the melodious rhythm of their two hearts beating together. As Lung Yin found herself nestled in Su Qing's tender embrace, her heart fluttered like a startled doe. At that very moment, the third brother she coincidentally thought was nearby, and with whom she shared a close bond, was drawn over by her startled cry. The scar on Lung Yanfeng's eyelid furrowed impatiently as he rubbed his short-cropped hair and cast a disdainful glance up the stairs. The already clamorous crawfish shop was further unsettled by the piercing scream, only heightening his irritation. Yet the entwined couple on the stairs skillfully evaded his gaze. He found them vaguely familiar, but couldn't be bothered to investigate. Turning back, he grumbled to Li Tian, "Are all women these days so loud? It's damn annoying." Li Tian remained silent, thinking, what a fool. You can't even recognize your own sister. Still, his expression stayed calm, knowing that Lung Yinwan was working undercover at Luochuan TV station and he shouldn't appear to know her. So he decided to nudge Lung Yinfeng into noticing. "Yeah, but I spotted that man when he came down. If I'm not mistaken, it's Su Qing. Damn, Li Tian, how can you hold back? He's messing around with your fiancé, and you." Lung Yinfeng shook his head, suddenly losing respect for Li Tian's saintly patience. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to teach that cripple from the Su family a lesson for his buddy. But then he paused, reconsidering. Su Qing was the sole heir of the Su family. Why wade into such muddy waters? Deciding to watch from the sidelines, Lung Yinfeng glanced back and saw the pair standing at the stairway. He confirmed it was indeed Su Qing. With a curl of his lip, he noticed the girl with her back to him, holding up her phone, apparently scanning Su Qing's contact info. Disc freshly hooked up. Turning away, he said to Li Tian, "Those two are." "Li Tian, he's such a moron. Anyway, looks like he's found someone new. Don't let him get to you." After all, picking a fight with the Su family would. The curses on Lung Yanfeng's lips abruptly died as his eyes narrowed. His already fierce demeanor turned even more menacing. He had once bought his sister Lung Yinwan a pair of diamond-studded strap sandals, a pricey limited edition. And now the woman exchanging contact info with Su Qing wore the exact same pair. He replayed the scream in his mind. Its sweet, delicate timbre was unmistakably his sister's. Besides, Lung Yinwan was in this very restaurant. So, he spun around abruptly, catching a glimpse of the woman's profile. Damn, the one who had just been embracing Su Qing was none other than his own sister. Lung Yanfeng's mind exploded as if a steel rod had pierced his brain. He shot up and charged towards Su Qing, and Lung Yinwan, his rolled-up sleeves revealing bulging veins. He grabbed Su Qing by the collar of his hoodie. "Ill curse your ancestors. Couldn't you pick anyone else? You dare to mess with my sister." Lung Yanfeng's roar shattered the air, drawing every patron's gaze in the restaurant. Lung Yinwan was petrified. Her brother had a temper, but he was never this rash, attacking without cause. She tugged at his arm, trying to pry his fingers loose. Su Qing, staring at the hand gripping him, was equally stunned. He had expected Li Tian to charge at him, not this. If Li Tian had grabbed his collar, his anger might have fueled some villainous luck and points. But Lung Yanfeng's intervention was a waste of his scheme. Su Qing, about 10 centimeters taller, frowned down at the ferocious man before him. Just as he clenched his fist to strike with full force, his shrewd mind kicked in. He activated Insight Eye to assess his opponent's strength. What if he couldn't win and ended up injured? Lung Yanfeng's stats appeared before him. Character: Lung Yinfeng, age 26, height 180 centimeters, looks 98, combat power 100. Su Qing scoffed inwardly. Damn, he couldn't beat him. And with Li Tian's combat power at 150, if they teamed up and Lung Yinwan couldn't hold them back, he might end up beaten to death. Yet Su Qing remained composed, not dwelling on the power disparity. The siblings were now tugging at his collar. Suddenly the pressure eased as Lung Yinfeng let go. Su Qing smirked. He had indeed planned to meet Lung Yinwan, but her being jostled just now was pure accident. Tisk, who says virtue is its own reward. His first good deed nearly earned him a beating. And Lung Yanfeng's foul-mouthed curses. As the saying goes, hit below the belt, but don't insult someone's mother. It was as good as slapping him in the face in a public restaurant. Looking down at Lung Yinfeng, he brushed off his collar, ready to settle things like a gentleman. Through reason. Lung. But before he could finish, Lung Yinwan cut in urgently. Brother Su Qing is my interview subject. What are you doing? Lung Yinfeng blinked, confused. What? Our TV stations interviewed him before. I ran into him today. His car broke down, so I brought him back. He treated me to a meal as thanks and gave our station another chance for an interview. Su Qing nodded inwardly. No wonder she was a host. She hadn't told the whole story but covered all the essentials and hid what needed hiding. Her explanation was spot on. Brilliant. Then why was he hugging you? Am I blind, or are you too forgetting? Lung Yanyuan's voice trembled with anxiety. Brother, a waiter jostled me. If Su Qing hadn't caught me, I'd have tumbled down the stairs. You can't blame him for helping me. Lung Yinfeng pulled her closer. Why are you always defending him? Lung Yinwan pouted, looking aggrieved. Brother, he's a good person. You came charging in ready to hit him. It was your fault. Lung Yinfeng had been blinded by rage and acted on impulse. But now, calming down, he recalled that someone had indeed pushed past on the stairs when his sister screamed. And Lung Yinwan had always been clumsy, tripping even on flat ground. If Su Qing hadn't been there, she might have been seriously hurt. He released her, his gaze flickering between the two. Fine, I misunderstood. You finished your meal and chat. He waved dismissively at Su Qing, his tone indifferent and aloof. I'm taking my sister home. Since your interview's done, you can leave now. Su Qing was not one to anger easily, but the fierce and ruthless look in Lung Yanfeng's eyes and his attitude made him pause, letting him slink away just like that. Huh. Su Qing gave Lung Yanfeng a careful once-over, then smiled at him. Lung. Brother. A word in private. He casually pointed to an empty spot by the stairs. Lung Yanfeng shot him a puzzled look. Did he want to fight? He looked the man up and down. He already thought little of him, and now he wanted a private chat. Lung Yanfeng let out a disdainful chuckle. Fine, let's see what you have to say. There was a small empty area by the stairs, but it was cramped. When two men, each weighing around 70 kilograms, stood there, the space felt even more confined. Su Qing looked at him calmly. We don't know each other, do we? Lung Yinfeng glanced at Su Qing. Though he had helped Li Tian investigate Su Qing, this was his first time seeing him in person. Frowning in confusion, he asked, Never met you, so what? Su Qing lowered his eyes, smoothing out the wrinkles on his collar that Lung Yinfeng had grabbed. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Lung Yanfeng's. His usually passionate, deep eyes were now covered in a layer of bone-chilling frost. I'm not one to hold grudges. You were anxious, I get it. But cursing out my mother and my ancestors for 8 generations, then just walking off. Don't you think that's out of line? Lung Yinfeng turned to face Su Qing, his expression screaming, Are you serious? He stared at Su Qing. TCH. You. Haha, you don't expect me to apologize, do you? Are you drunk, or are you dreaming? Lung Yinfeng found it utterly ridiculous that Su Qing would even bring this up. No one had ever dared speak to him like that. They were both from the 5 great families. Even if he hadn't wanted to make an enemy of the Su family, he wasn't afraid to. In terms of connections, ability, everything, he didn't see this kid as any threat. Lung Yinfeng felt like he'd just heard a joke. Did kids these days all love to come and reason with people? But before long, the mocking smile on his lips faded and his gaze darkened. He heard Su Qing say calmly, Actually, you've never seen me, but I've seen you. At last year's charity auction, didn't you go with your aunt? Our families each have their own corner of the city. Even if we're not close, we usually keep to ourselves. The Lung family's reputation is healers with a benevolent heart, isn't it? This place is covered in surveillance cameras, and the Su family owns countless media companies. Brother Lung wouldn't want all of Luochuan. No, the whole country to see how the Lung family throws their weight around, would you? At this point, the buzzing in Lung Yanfeng's head nearly drowned out Su Qing's words. How did Su Qing know? Lung Yinfeng didn't care for himself, but Su Qing was right. The elders in his family were all doctors known for their magnanimity and virtue. Especially his grandfather, a nationally treasured pharmaceutical researcher with a lifetime of glory. Lung Yinfeng knew the power of words. If the Lung family were tarnished because of him. He gritted his teeth. You're a real snake. If you're a man, fight me fair and square. What kind of trick is this? Su Qing let out a derisive laugh. Not at all. I'm blatantly threatening you. Fighting fair is fine. I dare to put my name on every headline, every entertainment news story. Oh, and those businesses you run, they're pretty discreet. How's business? I wouldn't mind giving you some publicity. Where should I promote you? Let me think. How about the Luochuan TV station where your sister works? Xianwan is so innocent. Does she know that in your gym, you can even sign contracts that absolve you of responsibility for life and death? Lung Yinfeng clenched his fists at his sides. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for yourself and the Su family? You said it yourself, our families keep to ourselves. Doing this. Aren't you thinking about the Su family? Su Qing patted Lung Yanfeng's arm. His slightly wrinkled leather jacket gleamed under a dim yellow light. He chuckled softly. You know, Li Tian must have told you. I'm not in good health, half dead as I am. It'd be quite lively to drag the Lung family down with me. Lung Yanfeng's shoulders heaved as he laughed in fury. Damn. Not you. You're something else. I really didn't see that coming. Li Tian actually overestimated you. You're so childish. Wasting all this time dragging both families into this just to get me to apologize for a few swear words. He rolled his eyes, his stern brows raised in sarcastic mockery. Fine, you want an apology. Sorry for hurting you. Sorry to aunt and sorry to your ancestors for 8 generations. Happy now, kid? Su Qing licked his lips, a sinister smile revealing a row of clean white teeth. He pointed toward Lung Yinwan. Brother Lung, you misunderstand me. I don't really care that much if you insult me. Let me be clear, I'm just bored and wanted to humiliate you. As many people as heard you curse me, that's how many should hear you apologize. Seeing Long Yanfeng staring at him in silence, Su Qing's face suddenly darkened and the smile vanished from his lips. I can call the director of Luochuan TV station right now. And have your good sister work overtime to come home with me for an exclusive interview. My room is big enough to host her. She can broadcast your glorious deeds from my bed through her camera and ruin the Lung family's name. Brother Lung, doesn't that sound interesting? Lung Yanfeng's face twisted with rage. He was closest to his sister. Lung Yanwan was innocent and naive, and she loved her job at the TV station, refusing to follow the family's career path. He knew that if Su Qing really called the director, his sister would definitely go. The man before him, though young, gave off a feeling that he would stop at nothing, especially since his sister had just spoken up for Su Qing with the look of a love-struck girl. Lung Yanfeng felt there was a 60% chance Su Qing would succeed in hurting her. Lung Yanfeng's brows furrowed for a long time before he finally growled, "Are you a damn pervert? Going after a girl? What kind of man is that?" Su Qing scoffed. "I didn't know you. You investigated me for Li Tian. I stopped your sister from falling down the stairs, and you twisted around. Find him the pervert now." Su Qing was done wasting words. He tilted his head, dodging the obstacles between the stairs and the wall, and walked toward Lung Yanwan, saying, "Pick one. Either you or someone from the Lung family. Someone has to let me blow off some steam." Lung Yanfeng had never been threatened like this, with his weaknesses so precisely exploited. And Su Qing even named Li Tian as the one who sent him to investigate. It was terrifying. How did he know everything? As Lung Yanfeng stood stunned, Su Qing had already reached Lung Yanwan. "Xianwan." She blinked, asking eagerly, "What did you and my brother talk about? You didn't fight, did you?" Su Qing smiled gently. "No, your brother said he misunderstood me and felt bad about it." With that, Su Qing looked directly at Li Tian, who had been left out. Seeing that Li Tian's luck value was only 500 points higher than his own, he felt no need to pretend anymore. He waved his hand, greeting him warmly. "Brotherly, what a coincidence. I saw you earlier, but didn't get a chance to say hi." "Yeah, quite a coincidence," Li Tian replied, though a chill ran down his spine. Su Qing had even gotten ahead of the matchmaking Lung Yanfeng was supposed to arrange for him, appearing right under his nose. Su Qing's sudden appearance had thrown all his plans into chaos, tangling his thoughts like a mess of hemp. The restaurant was packed at this hour, and many patrons were staring at them. Some recognized the Su family's young master from a Luochuan TV interview, the one who had just been grabbed by the collar. Equally stunned was the doorman hidden behind the potted plants near the entrance. His clenched fists had left red marks on his palms. That handsome man had paid him so much to reserve a spot for the scar-faced guy. Wasn't he supposed to gouge out the scar-faced man's eyes? How did he end up getting yelled at and pushed around? Lung Yanfeng was quite notorious in this area. A whole bar street and several nearby shops were his businesses. Having multiple commercial properties in the city center marked him as undeniably wealthy and powerful in the public eye. So half the people in the restaurant recognized Lung Yanfeng. Just as the patrons were wondering if Lung Yanfeng had some major backing, allowing him to insult and humiliate the Su family's young master without a word of protest. Lung Yanfeng walked over from the side of the stairs towards Su Qing, a smile in his narrow, cold eyes. With his sharp nose and thin lips and the scar on his eye, he usually wore a fierce, heartless expression. But at this moment, he suddenly seemed warm and gentle. All the watching patrons, the peeking doorman behind the plant, Li Tian sitting nearby, and even Lung Yanwan standing beside Su Qing were dumbfounded. They heard Lung Yanfeng speak in a sincere, clear voice, nodding apologetically to Su Qing. "I'm really sorry. I was too impatient just now and said some harsh words. My apologies. I have 2 blocks of shops on the street. They'll have the finance department transfer the one on Jinha Street to you tomorrow. Consider it my apology." The entire restaurant erupted in murmurs. Everyone now clearly understood that the usually arrogant Lung Yanfeng could be so humble. He was just a small-time boss with 2 blocks of shops, nothing more. The young doorman at the entrance was beaming, finally relaxing his hands. This apology, complete with territorial concessions, was incredibly satisfying. Though he knew these rich folks might not care about money, this act was basically grinding their face into the dirt. Before the shock and astonishment could fade, everyone's expressions froze in an instant. They heard the man in casual clothes standing near the stairs, handsome and captivating, let out a faint smile. His low, husky voice uttered 2 melodious words, "All right." Su Qing observed Lung Yanfeng, whose face was etched with amiability and magnanimity, and thought his acting was truly exceptional. So this was the flawless excuse Lung Yanfeng had concocted after pondering and studying for so long on his own. Compared to losing a bit of face, Lung Yanfeng had both displayed his generosity and concealed his identity. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. If Su Qing accepted a street of his shops, it would make the Su family appear petty. Su Qing chuckled inwardly, but his face still beamed with a radiant smile. "Trying to play dirty tricks on me?" Su Qing quickly waved his hand at Lung Yanfeng. "Brother Lung, I was joking. I said it was a misunderstanding. There's no need to take it so seriously." How could I make such a mountain out of a molehill? If I really took your assets, what kind of person would that make me? Su Qing walked over to Lung Yinfeng, draped an arm over his shoulder, and gave him a warm embrace, which to any onlooker seemed like a gesture to bury the hatchet. The guests watching the scene clicked their tongues in surprise. Su Qing's reputation as eccentric and reclusive was deeply ingrained in the public eye. Although he appeared cheerful and sunny in the interview with Luochuan TV station, many believed it was merely a publicity stunt. But seeing him today, they finally realized that the young master of the Su family was indeed a gentle and magnanimous person. The previously rumored reclusive image might have been social anxiety. However, as he leaned close to Lung Yanfeng's ear, he spoke words that starkly contrasted with their current demeanor. A smile curled at the corner of Su Qing's lips as he said in a low voice, "Brother Longness, you've played the two birds with one stone game well. But my family doesn't lack a commercial street. But since you're so sincere, I'd be rude to refuse. Just convert the value of your entire street of shops into cash for me. Is it worth 500 million? Let's say 500 million then. They'll send someone to the Lung residence to find you tomorrow. You'd better be home waiting. Otherwise I'll have your nearly 80-year-old grandfather pay the debt." Lung Yinfeng felt the gentle pat on his back from Su Qing, his eyes narrowing as he dug his fingers fiercely into his palm. He feared that if he didn't control himself, he'd land 2 heavy punches on Su Qing. Lung Yinfeng gritted his teeth. He really knew how to play the good guy in public. He whispered in Su Qing's ear, "You're damn treacherous. Where do you get that? I'm not good at anything, but I'm a fast learner. All credit goes to Brother Lung's excellent teaching. There's no real grudge between us. Tomorrow when the money changes hands, this matter is settled. I suggest you stop messing with me, or you'll regret it." The sarcasm and threats in Su Qing's words disgusted Lung Yinfeng to the core, but before he could retort, Su Qing straightened up and walked back to Lung Yanyuan's side. Su Qing was too lazy to engage in a war of words with Lung Yanfeng. He still had something that would shatter Lung Yanfeng's composure, and of course his good brother Li Tian as well. "Brother Lung will be off then," Su Qing said with a smile to Lung Yanfeng, then turned and greeted Li Tian, who was sitting nearby. "See you, Brother Li." As his words faded, he leaned close to Lung Yanyuan's ear and whispered, "Sister Xianwan, I'll take my leave now. He'll be in touch." With that, Su Qing headed for the door, but his pace was unhurried. The reason was simple: the cauldron was still in Lung Yanyuan's trunk, and he didn't intend to ask her for it outright. Because he was acting like, no, because he was a shy man. Sure enough, the 90% favorability wasn't for nothing. As soon as Su Qing stepped out, Lung Yinwan followed him. Meanwhile, Lung Yinfeng had already sat down across from Li Tian. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. At that moment it felt as if several sharp swords had pierced his heart. Especially when he looked up and met Li Tian's expression, which was a mix of shock, bewilderment, anger, and contempt. Li Tian frowned and said to Lung Yinfeng, "Brother, this isn't like you. How could you let Su Qing?" Lung Yinfeng gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, don't even mention it. That bastard is like he has a third eye. He knows who I am, knows I've been checking him out for you, and even knows about the boxing gym I run. That little prick knows his days are numbered, threatening me with the Lung family's reputation and my sister. Just wait a few days. If I don't finish him off, he'll take his surname." Li Tian's fingers tapped against the chair leg, feeling that things were getting more and more off. Why did Su Qing always get the jump on them? How did he know everything? What kind of person was backing him? Especially now, a bad premonition arose in his heart, as if Su Qing was up to something again. He abruptly turned his head and saw Su Qing and Lung Yinwan bent over the trunk, seemingly doing something. Li Tian turned back, collected his thoughts, and guided Lung Yinfeng. "Brother, aren't you worried about your sister going out with him like that?" Lung Yinfeng knew Li Tian was thinking about the secret elixir. He said, "He promised not to mess with my sister. He knows his limits. I don't believe he'd dare to disregard the Su family, entirely toy with my sister, and go against the Lung family. Didn't my sister say it? Su Qing is her interview guest. I won't let them see each other again. When my sister comes back, we'll check when the elixir is ready and give it to you." Lung Yinfeng had calmed down considerably after a long while. He glanced outside, watching the two chatting, and though he found it disgusting, he also felt a sense of contempt. A brat barely 20 years old probably didn't have the guts to truly oppose the Lung family. Forcing him to apologize and pay up was childish. 500 million was a drop in the bucket for the Lung family. It was all very juvenile. Lung Yinfeng raised his glass and downed a few gulps, mentally plotting a meticulous plan to teach Su Qing a lesson. Suddenly Lung Yanfeng's eyes widened, and he choked violently on his drink. The front of Li Tian's shirt and sleeves were splattered with the wine that had sprayed from Lung Yanfeng's mouth, and his face twisted like a bitter gourd. He quickly grabbed napkins to wipe himself while asking, "Brother, what's wrong now?" A buzzing sound rang in Lung Yanfeng's mind. His eyes were vacant and dull as he stared out the window, fixed on Su Qing through the glass pane. The words Su Qing had spoken earlier pressed relentlessly on the Lung family's weak spots. But, as he calmed down and recalled, he noticed a flaw in Su Qing's words. Last year Lung Yinfeng hadn't attended the charity auction with his aunt at all. He finally understood that Su Qing had never met him by chance, and he was certain he had never seen Su Qing before. So how did Su Qing know his identity? They had no enmity. Why would Su Qing investigate him in advance and know him so thoroughly? Through the thick glass window, Lung Yinfeng couldn't hear what Su Qing and Lung Yinwan were saying. He watched as Su Qing hailed a taxi, and instead of getting in immediately, he turned and waved in Lung Yanfeng's direction as if saying goodbye. Of course, as a chill ran down Lung Yanfeng's spine, he noticed that Su Qing was holding something in his other hand, a 10-centimeter square object covered in red silk. Just as a bad premonition surged in Lung Yanfeng's heart, a breeze blowing from west to east swept away his doubts. The red silk was blown aside, revealing a golden bronze object in full view. What else could that object be but the Lung family's heirloom? Lung Yinfeng finally understood completely. That short-lived Su Qing wasn't targeting him or Lung Yinwan at all. He was after the family heirloom. Lung Yinfeng rushed out without a second thought, slamming the glass door so hard it nearly shattered before the young attendant, who had just risen from a stool to open it for him, could even react. Yet Su Qing, sitting in the taxi at the entrance, seemed to have calculated the exact moment of Lung Yanfeng's exit, lingering deliberately. As Lung Yinfeng flung open the door, Su Qing left him only a silent mouthful of drive through the taxi window. The plump driver inside naturally did not stop for the man chasing and pounding on the car, for he was a dutiful driver whose sole responsibility was to deliver his passenger safely. Especially when he glimpsed the small stack of bills on the passenger seat, not even the heavenly king himself could make him stop today. The driver floored the accelerator, leaving behind only a thick cloud of exhaust that drifted toward Lung Yinfeng, vanishing without a trace. Lung Yinfeng gasped for air as if suffering from myocardial ischemia, then strode toward Lung Yinwan. He was always gentle with his sister, but now he could no longer contain himself. He seized Lung Yanyuan's arm so fiercely that the sleeve of her white dress seemed to cut into her flesh, causing her to cry out in pain. She clawed at his hand. "Brother, it hurts so much." "Lung Yinwan, explain to me, what did you give him?" When Lung Yinwan had produced the cauldron for Su Qing, she had been terrified of her brother seeing it. Now, as the old saying goes, the very thing one fears being discovered is the first to be found. Lung Yinwan was in agony from his grip and distressed by her brother's interrogation, but she had already given the item to Su Qing, an irrefutable fact. She would have to explain sooner or later, and now was no different from later. Her eyes reddened and glistened with tears as she spoke firmly. "Brother, the Li family isn't that close to us. What difference does it make whether the medicine goes to the Su family or the Li family? Besides, Su Qing will return it tomorrow. He doesn't even know how to refine pills with that cauldron." This was the first quarrel between the siblings, and the first time Lung Yinwan had talked back. He paused, suddenly lost. Both angry and bewildered, only one thought occupied his mind. "Did he put a spell on you? Xiaowan, have you fallen for him?" Lung Yinfeng frowned, staring at his sister's cheeks, which flushed crimson as if caught in a secret. He felt the question needed no further answer. With a helpless, bitter laugh that was uglier than a cry, he slowly released his grip on her arm, his fingers pressing into her flesh with a gentler force. "Xiaowan, not to criticize, but he's as weak as a chicken, a thing that won't live many years. Do you know how shameless he is?" Lung Yinfeng almost told her about Su Qing's threats, but thought better of it. He changed the subject. "Xiaowan, with our family standing, is it that hard to find someone of equal status, healthy, and with good character? What do you see in him? Apart from that passable face, what about him is worth a glance? And you've only interviewed him once. Xiaowan, do you really know his character?" Lung Yinfeng reasoned gently, each word striking Lung Yanyuan's sore spots. Her time alone with Su Qing spanned only that day from the temple to here, a few hours at most. Yet she had so easily let him into her heart. As for his character, Lung Yinwan truly felt Su Qing had done everything well. Peeling shrimp for her, buying cosmetics, those small gestures of thoughtfulness. But convincing her brother of Su Qing's goodness was impossible. Even she found such reasons too flimsy. Lung Yinwan searched for countless excuses to defend Su Qing, but she couldn't deceive herself. Her most vivid memory of him was from that interview. The way Su Qing had looked at her deeply in the crowded room with those beautiful, profound, obsidian-like eyes focused solely on her. That elegant, deep, yet languidly passionate visage was etched into her mind, an unforgettable first encounter. Her eyelashes fluttered. "Yes, I don't know him well enough, but in all my life I've only set my heart on this one. I like how he looks, so what? I've made up my mind. Even if he lives only one more day while others live 10, I'd give it to him. And brother, what the Li family can offer, the Su family can too. Can I choose him?" Lung Yinfeng watched his sister's guileless first love confession and was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So his sister was a huge sucker for looks. And every word she spoke hit the mark. Giving the medicine to the Li family's frail eldest son or the Su family's half-cripple made little difference to the Lung family. In fact, the Su family was even more powerful. Lung Yinfeng simply despised Su Qing, and he had already promised Li Tian. He was momentarily speechless, watching his sister, whom he had once saved with his own life. Now on the verge of quarreling with him, he felt a chill. Soon she might even use her status as heir to overpower him. Long Yinfeng released her arm, rubbing it gently, and nodded. I respect your decision. I'm just worried about you. But it was Aunt who promised the Li family, not you nor your third brother. You've given our family's cauldron to Su Qing. Have you thought about how to explain this to Aunt, to Mom and Dad, and to our eldest and second brothers? Lung Yinwan shook her head frantically. I can just say what I told you. Giving it to the Su or Li family is the same. Aunt can return what she accepted. And the cauldron, he'll have to give it back. He doesn't know how to use it. True he doesn't. But changing your mind now would disgrace our family and spark a direct conflict with the Li family. Lung Yanyuan's brows knitted tightly, her throat choked, and her voice grew hoarse with anxiety. Brother then, how should I talk to Aunt? Lung Yinfeng raised his hand to tousle her hair, sighed deeply, and soothed her. Don't cry. They'll help you. Don't go home tonight. Stay at your little apartment for a couple of days. They'll go home and talk to Aunt, see how we can cover this up for you. Come back when the elders have cooled down. Thank you, brother. You're so good to me, Long Yinwan whispered. Oh, what else can I do? You're my only sister, and this is your first time having a crush. Of course I'm on your side. By the way, when is the cauldron opening? I need to figure out how to tell Aunt. Maybe we can just tell the Li family the pill failed. Long Yinwan replied. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Long Yinfeng patted her arm. I'm okay, I get it. You go back now. I haven't finished my meal, and it's not good for people to see you crying. Lung Yinwan wiped her tears with her hand. Thank you for helping me, brother. All right. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Watching Lung Yanyuan's BMW fade into the distance, he gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. Sister, you chose the wrong person. Let me help you. Lung Yinfeng made a call. The other end answered immediately. Young Master Lung. Lung Yinfeng said curtly, a taxi plate number Luo XXXX. Su Qing is in it. Find out where he's going, locate him. Take what he's carrying and take him away. Handle it cleanly. Lung Yanfeng's eyes turned cold. After a moment's thought, he added, take your time. Don't let him leave too comfortably. Lung Yanfeng's voice was filled with terror on the other end of the line, stammering back, young Master Lung. Su Qing. The Su family's men just. What if we get caught? Lung Yanfeng said in a low, calm tone. Su Qing has no bodyguards and isn't heading toward the Su family. Be swift and clean, and no one will find out. Once it's done, it'll give you a sum of money. Leave Luochuan and it'll be enough for several lifetimes. The voice on the phone replied reluctantly, all right, young Master Lung. After hanging up, Lung Yinfeng clenched his phone tightly, the force almost crushing it, his fury reaching its peak. Su Qing's humiliation of him, his approach to his sister, and the theft of their family's possessions, a chain of calculated schemes, fueled his seething hatred. He glanced through the window at Li Tian sitting there, then walked back inside. He plopped down onto a chair, its wooden legs scraping against the floor with a creak, and let out a sigh. Li Tian, there are two things I need to tell you. Li Tian looked at him with confusion and casually said, Brother Lung, go ahead. Lung Yinfeng raised his eyes and glared at Li Tian. Damn it, why are you calling me that too, like that bastard? I'm sick to death of him. Li Tian. Damn head picked it up from hearing Su Qing say it so often. Li Tian cleared his throat. Ahem, brother, go ahead. I can't give you the medicine now. My sister gave it to Su Qing. She's fallen for that bastard. Li Tian said magnanimously, it's fine. If your sister. Lung Yinfeng slammed the table, fine my ass. Li Tian, the other thing is this, I'm sending men to take back the medicine and deal with Su Qing. Lung Yinfeng made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Li Tian, I need you on board with this. Su Qing's life is mine and the medicine from my family is yours. If the Lung and Li families join forces, even if things come to light someday, it'll be easier to smooth over. Lung Yinfeng ran his tongue over his teeth, a cold expression settling on his face, the scar on his eyelid adding a touch of ferocity. He sneered, Li Tian, with him alive it's bad for both of us. You can't stand the threat he poses to you, King Yu. I've helped you many times. Today I'm asking you this. Lung Yinfeng extended his hand, holding it in midair. Join forces to take him out, or from now on we don't know each other. Li Tian had long been fed up with Su Qing. He meddled in the Lin family's affairs, and now in the Lung family's. But regarding this matter, he actually felt it was good that Su Qing had taken the medicine. After all, the secret medicine the Lung family had promised to Li Sheng was snatched away by Su Qing, so his brother Li Sheng couldn't have it. That was better than him taking it himself. Yet Su Qing's constant preemption and stealing of his opportunities still made Li Tian hate him to the bone. Now that Lung Yinfeng wanted to flay and dismember Su Qing, just as much Li Tian thought it was worth a try, and the method was letting Lung Yinfeng be the sacrificial lamb. Li Tian decisively slapped Lung Yanfeng's hand. Brother, tell me how. Lung Yinfeng nodded, pulled out his phone, and sent Li Tian the vehicle tracking location his men had just sent him. A small red dot was speeding along a road on the map. Luo asks, Su Qing got into this taxi. The real-time location is sent to your phone. Send a few trustworthy men to assist my people. Su Qing didn't go back to the Su family. He's alone. With his weakling self, let's see how he dies today. Li Tian nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Hey, get 3 or 5 men to follow the real-time location I'm sending you. Su Qing's in the car. Help Brother Lung's men. Take him out. Lung Yanfeng was very satisfied, curling his lips into a sinister smile. Had enough to eat. Let's head back to Chia for drinks. Staying here feels unlucky. All right, back for drinks. Without waiting for Li Tian to finish, Lung Yanfeng was already heading for the door, physically showing his disdain for any place Su Qing had been. But as soon as Lung Yanfeng stepped out of the laxi shop, Li Tian, following behind, quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to the person had just called. Watch from the sidelines. Don't act. Just observe. The other end quickly replied, got it, young masterly. Li Tian clutched his phone and sneered. Had sent his men and done what Lung Yanfeng asked. He wouldn't lay a hand on Su Qing, so even if the Su family investigated later, they wouldn't trace it back to him. He cast a cold glance at Lung Yanfeng's back and thought to himself, sorry, brother. As the old saying goes, a small man lacks virtue and a ruthless man is not a gentleman. You've never helped me with the big things. I don't need to risk my neck for you. Li Tian and Lung Yanfeng got into the car and returned to Chia Bar. Night streets, night scenes, night chasing lamps, drifting, forgetting, stopping with the wind. A beautiful moon hung like a jade plate in the night sky, dotted with stars, a breathtaking sight. The Chuanjiang Avenue was bustling with traffic, most of the shops on both sides still open, the brilliant streetlights harmonizing with the gentle night. At that moment, Su Qing was sitting in a taxi driving along Chuanjiang Avenue, heading toward his apartment near Luochuan Art University. He lounged lazily in his seat, eyes closed, his feet in a pair of expensive LV early spring trainer sneakers, white uppers with black patterned trim, casually tapping on the cheap dust mat beneath, making a pattering sound mixed with a hint of rain. Su Qing wasn't resting his eyes, he was sorting out the upcoming plot. A slight smile curled on his otherwise expressionless handsome face as he let out a soft, disdainful laugh. In the original text, he saw that Li Tian was about to send men to watch the spectacle, pretending to be righteous. The driver up front was drawn by Su Qing's sound and glanced in the rearview mirror, meeting the eyes of the man in the back seat, who had just opened his own. As everyone knows, most taxi drivers are enthusiastic chatterboxes, and this one was no exception as he struck up a conversation with his passenger. Young man, you're really handsome. Su Qing curled his lips into a smile and nodded, indeed. At the same time, the driver expecting a modest reply, and Su Qing spoke in unison, don't be modest. You really are the most handsome I've seen in years. The driver stopped mid-sentence, his expression freezing as he glanced at the rearview mirror. So unconventional. Su Qing smiled faintly, looking at the stunned driver, and teased, brother, do you know that saying? What's the first part of wealth? Nurtures a good heart. The driver gripped the steering wheel and chuckled. I know that. Poverty breeds treachery. Su Qing stroked his chin, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Brother, do you think I look like a good man or a bad one? The driver glanced at the bills beside him, his heart brimming with joy. He had 2 children at home, and he was the sole breadwinner. With this money, life would be a little easier for a while. He laughed warmly. Young man, you are absolutely a good man. Su Qing sighed inwardly. What a pity. In this book, he was the villain. So in this world were the truly selfless ones the only good men. No, that would make them saints. Everyone chased their own interests. Why could those hypocrites act so sanctimoniously? Su Qing picked up his phone and dialed. Brother Xing, send a few men to the back gate of Jinyu apartment. The voice on the other end replied, all right, what's wrong? Su Qing said calmly, nothing serious. Someone wants to have some fun with me, but it's no fun with too few. Tell them to stay hidden and give my friends a little surprise. Got it. Su Qing hung up and the driver laughed. You young folks sure know how to have fun. Indeed, it's quite amusing. Jinyu Mansion sat beside Luochuan University. Su Qing often stayed there when classes ran late, enjoying the privacy of the single-floor, one-elevator layout. Logically, Su Qing could have avoided Lung Yanfeng and Li Tian's men by going straight to the main gate. But his luck was still 500 points lower than Li Tian's, so the plot wouldn't let him return smoothly. Suddenly a screech rang out. The car jolted as the driver lurched forward, nearly hitting the steering wheel. The vehicle had broken down. Su Qing, however, was prepared, having braced himself against the front seat. He wasn't caught off guard like last time. Young man, look. Maybe you should get off here. He'll refund. The car couldn't deliver the passenger on time. Though the driver was fond of money, he had integrity. This wasn't the customer's fault. But Su Qing, seeing the driver's true nature, wouldn't hold it against him. After all, it was the driver's bad luck to have broken down with him. He pulled out another 2,000 yuan and handed it over. We all have it tough. Take this for repairs. The driver was stunned, both confused, and moved his hand, hesitating to reach out. Before he could decide between thank you or no need, Su Qing had already placed the money on the passenger seat and walked away. The driver gazed at Su Qing's tall and noble figure and whispered, may good people be blessed. Jinyu Mansion had only 5 buildings with north and south gates. The south gate was poorly located and the north side lacked amenities, so most residents used the north gate. Though there were few buildings, the prices were high and the facilities and greenery were excellent. Su Qing stood by the road, eyeing the iron fence and the south gate, over 1,000 meters away. Too far. Head climb over. He stepped onto a pile of stones at the southwest corner, grabbed a semi-arched iron bar, and vaulted over the fence into the compound. Before him lay a dense thicket, its colors swallowed by the night, lending an air of gloom and desolation. After the rain, droplets occasionally dripped from the leaves, carrying a chill in the breeze. Su Qing hugged his arms, pondering, where in Jinyu apartment there were no cameras. As he prepared to move, he spotted a Toyota van with a covered license plate parked by the roadside beyond the fence. The van stopped and men stepped out, each holding a gleaming steel baseball bat. They wore various clothes and black masks, their relaxed steps betraying their identity. Su Qing was certain these weren't Lung Yanfeng's men. He used his inside eye. The leader, a man with dyed yellow hair, was named Li Dego. From the book, Su Qing knew these were Li Tian's men, sent to put on a show for Lung Yanfeng and watch from afar. As for his real enemies, Su Qing scanned the area searching for Lung Yanfeng's men. A loud screech of brakes startled him. He turned to see a black Hummer with its license plate obscured. The vehicle was too close. A loud sliding door echoed and 5 or 6 men emerged. The leader wore a large hoodie pulled down to his eyebrows and a black mask concealing himself completely. Lung Yanfeng's men were far more ruthless than Li Tian's. Each carried a large cleaver glinting under the streetlight. The blades turned dazzling Su Qing. He blinked and the leader pointed at him. The man's voice was low but clear, laced with icy murderous intent. He said to his companions, "That's him. Leave him half dead and take him away." Su Qing smirked wickedly, stepping back onto the Duladen grass and beckoned them with a finger. He lifted his index finger, flicking away the red silk covering the furnace in his hand, and raised the bronze object toward them. His voice, usually alluring, now carried a hint of mockery. "Come on, kill me. Take this and report to your master." Lung Yanfeng's men were agile and Su Qing's combat prowess was only 70 points. He didn't need to check their stats. He knew he couldn't beat them. According to the original text, the men he had sent from Wolf Pack were just entering the Southgate area from a hidden spot. So this game of using others to kill and watching from afar, let him play it first. Su Qing's retreating steps quickened as he tilted his head to avoid several leaves dripping with dew. The group sent by Lung Yanfeng had followed him for years, their arrogance rivaling that of their master. They approached Su Qing with casual indifference, wielding large chopping knives. If the handles had been longer, it might have resembled a scene from a TV drama where the knives dragged along the ground, scraping slowly with each step. Su Qing glanced toward Li Daguo's direction, neither close nor far, about 100 meters away, where several men were concealed behind a few large trees. According to the original text, Su Qing knew that Lung Yanfeng had given Li Tian the contact information for his subordinates, instructing them to join forces. But Li Tian had not done so. Instead, he ordered his men to merely observe and not act, waiting until Lung Yanfeng's men had dealt with Su Qing before joining them as a mere formality. Both Li Tian's and Lung Yanfeng's men wore masks covering themselves thoroughly, making it impossible to recognize one another even if they had met before. So, Su Qing quickened his pace, dashing a few steps toward Li Daguo's direction. As Lung Yanfeng's men accelerated their pursuit, Su Qing hurled the furnace in his hand straight at the hooded man's forehead. The all-bronze furnace was actually made of pure gold inside, with an aged exterior and a semi-hollow interior. Though not heavy, its edges were sharp, and even a glancing blow from one corner would be enough to cause serious harm. Especially since Su Qing, though lacking combat prowess, had been an avid sports enthusiast before his transmigration. Having studied shooting, he believed he could hit the bullseye at close range. The hooded man and his group had been tasked with seizing Su Qing's belongings, and they never expected him to simply throw the item at them. With a distance of barely over a meter and amidst the dim light of the thicket, the hooded man failed to react in time. A piercing scream tore through the air as he staggered backward and collapsed to the ground in agony. Su Qing was momentarily stunned. He had been careless out of practice. He had missed. The street lamp's light fell upon the man's face as he lay on the ground. From his tightly shut right eye, a streak of blood, turned black by the night, flowed toward his temple. To be fair, Su Qing had always been playful, curious, and carefree by nature. But this was the first time in his life he had injured someone so severely and in such a brutal manner. The man had been struck squarely in the eye by a corner of the furnace, sending a jolt of dread through Su Qing. He hissed, sucking in a sharp breath. But there was no time to dwell on how much it must hurt to be hit in the eye. The man on the ground, consumed by rage, had completely forgotten his master's orders to bring Su Qing back alive. In a hoarse voice, he shouted to his companions, "Kill him now." As the men charged forward with murderous intent, Su Qing had already sprinted to a spot not far from Li Dagua and his crew. Su Qing understood human nature well. Bystanders often suffer from a diffusion of responsibility. Among strangers, if no one is singled out, they tend to remain uninvolved. But what if someone is specifically named? Li Dagua Wang Sifa Lu Tianju. What the hell am I paying you for? Get them. With a stamina stat of 70 points, he wasn't strong in combat, but running 100 meters was no problem. And since the system's products were always top-notch, Su Qing, with his long legs and wide strides, quickly reached Li Daguo's group. Su Qing was highly intelligent and possessed foreknowledge. Though he enjoyed playing games, he never acted without a plan. What kind of men were Li Dagua and his crew? The original text described them as obedient as dogs following orders without question. Li Tian had told them not to lay a hand on Su Qing, and unless new orders were given they would never act against him. So at this moment the dangerous place was the safe place. Especially with the information gap between the two groups. Li Tian's men knew that Su Qing's pursuers were Lung Yanfeng's men, but Lung Yanfeng's men had no idea there were other allies. Catching his breath, Su Qing stood behind the bewildered Li Dagua, and his crew casting a mocking glance at Lung Yanfeng's men charging toward them. Li Dagua and the others exchanged confused looks, their faces reflecting two conflicting thoughts. One, Su Qing had lost his mind. Two, they themselves had gone mad, and were hallucinating. They thought to themselves their young master had initially told them to deal with Su Qing, then changed his mind, and told them to stand by and do nothing. No matter what, they were never supposed to help Su Qing. The enmity between their young master and Su Qing was well known to them all. But the Lung family's men clearly had no idea that the men with iron rods before them were Li Tian's people. Eyes blazing red, they raised their chopping knives and charged. Li Dagua and his men were obedient, but not foolish enough to be used so blatantly. The leader Li Dagua was about to explain to Lung Yanfeng's men that they were there to assist them. Meanwhile, Su Qing, unwilling to let Li Dagua explain, lowered his gaze and delivered a vicious kick to the back of Li Daguo's knee. What the hell are you good for? What are you waiting for? Attack! Caught off guard, Li Daguo's knee buckled, and he half-knelt, shielding Su Qing like a reliable meat shield. A gleaming chopping knife came slashing down toward Li Daguo's body. With their lives hanging by a thread and blades aimed at them, there was no time to explain. Li Dagua, Wang Sifa, and Lu Tianju wielded steel baseball bats, no match for the large knives, and could only brace the bats against the blades. Lung Yanfeng's men, unaware that these were Li Tian's men, and seeing them fight back, would never have guessed that the bat-wielding group was supposed to be their allies. They struck with lethal intent. Blades clashed against bats, producing a series of grating sounds. Amid the painful cries that reached Su Qing's ears, he leaned against a ginkgo tree and clicked his tongue. He watched the melee before him. Lu Tianju was slashed across the waist, blood splattering onto the lush green grass under the dim yellow streetlight. The two groups fought for a while, punctuated by Li Daguo's attempts to identify himself. But amidst the clashing weapons and chaos, Lung's men, blinded by rage, failed to hear what the retreating Li family men were saying. Finally, Li Dagua was slashed vertically across the shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "We are Li Tian's men. We're here to help you take down Su Qing." Su Qing frowned, the word "take down" grating on his ears. He licked his lips and mused silently. You could say kill me, finish me off, but tisk, that word take down. Not very elegant. He crossed his arms, tapping his fingers on his biceps, watching as the dozen or so men ceased their fighting. A sudden silence fell over the thicket. The reason was simple. Li Dagua had removed his mask. They had accompanied Li Tian to Lung Yanfeng's gym before, and Lung's thugs recognized him. A wave of fury and humiliation washed over the group. Their expressions turned icy, whether they were standing, kneeling, halfling, bleeding, injured, or unscathed. All of them turned their heads towards Su Qing. Their gazes locked onto him, lounging lazily in the distance. They charged at him, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Not one of them wanted to see Su Qing alive in this world any longer. Yet among them some were shrewd. Though seething with hatred, they sensed something amiss, for Su Qing had been watching from the sidelines all along. Logically, given Su Qing's penchant for cunning schemes that pitted two factions against each other, shouldn't he have fled? But they could no longer afford to dwell on it. The Lung family's men had originally been tasked with taking Su Qing's life. Now that the Li family had been discovered, they had lost the chance to watch from a safe distance. Having already clashed with the Lung family, there was no turning back. Leaning against a tree with an unhurried air, Su Qing showed no intention of evading. He crossed his hands, and a few crisp sounds emanated from his palms. The reason for his composure was simple: his reinforcements had arrived. Amidst the silent thicket, a resonant and cheerful voice rang out. "Boss Sixth, come on out." In the lush foliage, droplets of water on leaves were scattered haphazardly. Two slender grappling hooks, their tips encased in a claw-like formation of sharp spikes, shot through the underbrush from either side of Su Qing, latching directly onto the faces of the two men charging toward him. The clawed tips of the weapons, with their razor-sharp spikes like countless blades, instantly gashed the faces of the two men. Blood streamed, flesh tore open, and white bone gleamed in the night before Su Qing's eyes, sending a chill of revulsion through his heart. Too kind-hearted to witness such a gruesome scene, he turned away, rubbing his ears to block out the piercing sounds. Lifting his gaze toward Boss and Sixth, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. From the original text, he knew that Boss and Sixth would bring people to rescue him, but there was no detailed description of their appearances. Naive Su Qing had assumed they would be a group of burly men like those who had set fire to the house that day. Yet the group before him did not match his imagination. The 6 people sent by Wolf Walker stood in a row. Boss and Sixth flanked the ends while in the center stood four stunningly attractive women in form-fitting strapless red dresses made of sleek leather paired with tight black stockings and knee-high leather boots. Two seductive female fighters raised their slender arms wrapped in steel weapons releasing the fine chains. With synchronized swift retractions, the blood-dripping claws snapped back to their sides. Boss and his team leaped forward, dashing in a few quick strides toward the area behind Su Qing. A female fighter raised her boot high, towering over her opponent, and brought the stiletto heel crashing down onto Lu Daz's head with brutal force. Boss and Sixth, however, refrained from physical violence. They calmly drew silenced pistols from their pockets and aimed at the group before them. Seeing this, the opposition dared not advance, dropping their weapons to the ground in surrender. Su Qing sighed, turned to glance at them, his handsome face displaying a complex expression. He quickly covered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Your masters haven't treated you well. They didn't even equip you with decent weapons. TSK, look at how poorly armed you are. Isn't this just sending you to your deaths?" Boss sidled up to Su Qing and nodded. "Young Master Su, how should we handle these people? Shall we take them away and dispose of them?" Leave some room for mercy. Let them live." Su Qing lowered his eyes in thought, then raised his cunning gaze and added lightly, "Cripple their limbs and dump them at the entrance of Lung Yanfeng's boxing gym." "Understood, young Master Su." Su Qing pointed toward the fence in the distance. The man in the hoodie whose eyes Su Qing had blinded had witnessed everything. Clutching a blood-stained cauldron, he was struggling painfully to climb over the fence. Perhaps in his haste his foot slipped on the rain-soaked iron railing, and he fell flat on his back. Su Qing let out a scoffing laugh. "Take back what's in that man's hands. As for him..." Suddenly he recalled a place the system had gifted him. He added flatly, "Capture him and send him to my farm. As a treat for my little darlings." Boss' expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "Yes, young Master Su." Su Qing glanced toward the hoodie-wearing man who had already scrambled to his feet, climbed into a Hummer, and started the engine. "Go ahead. I'm heading back. Bring the item to me when you have it." Building 325th floor. With that, Su Qing strode out of the thicket, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. As the glowing red ember caught his eye, a pleasant chime sounded in his mind. Ding. The host has altered the storyline. Villainous luck and villain points have each increased by 1,000. Su Qing flashed a sinister smile, took 2 deep drags, and casually tossed the cigarette aside. The glowing but was instantly extinguished by the damp soil. Jinyu Mansion consisted of only 5 buildings, with Building 3 at the very center. Su Qing quickly found his way home by following the signs. The lobby of Building 3 was brightly lit and resplendent. 2 security guards who had been sitting at the front desk stood up promptly and nodded as they saw someone enter. "Welcome home." Having worked as security for years, they knew every resident in the building and were familiar with the comings and goings of the owners. Yet now they exchanged puzzled glances at the handsome man passing before them. Neither could recall which floor he lived on, though he seemed vaguely familiar. As Su Qing turned toward the elevator, the two whispered to each other. The tall, burly guard on the left scratched his nose. "Which family does this handsome guy belong to? Seems like I've never seen him before." He flicked his finger after picking his nose. "I haven't seen him either. He looks a bit familiar. Damn, I remember now. I saw him in a short video today. An internet celebrity. Know the young master of the Su family." Shocked, the 2 guards exchanged glances, and driven by curiosity, quietly crept toward the elevator to see which floor the young master of the Su family was heading to. They stared at the display showing the 25th floor, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The elusive owner of the 25th floor, who came and went without a trace and had never even joined the owners group chat, had finally been put to a face. Su Qing stood in the vestibule on the 25th floor, decorated with gray-black graffiti, staring at a double-leaf entrance door. The dark gray door was adorned with simple, elegant patterns. Worth nearly $1 million, it exuded a strong aura of wealth. Su Qing knew the brand of the door, the country where it was made, and even the number of security locks it contained. The reason was simple: the hack author had described these ostentatious details in lavish terms, just to show off. But Su Qing wasn't standing here to admire how luxurious the door was. He rummaged through the original text in his mind, and couldn't help but complain. Damn, what was the password again? I remember it was written. When he reached a certain page, he finally found the password for the door lock in the last sentence of the original text. He raised his finger and pressed it against the 9-key electronic lock, which was arranged in a standard numeric layout. Upon entering the room, pitch-black darkness greeted him. Su Qing, relying on the faint light from outside, switched on the main chandelier in the hall. The interior revealed a minimalist, dark-themed decor not unlike his room in the main residence. To his right was a spacious living room with a black-and-white crystal chandelier hanging at its center. Su Qing wiped his shoes on the doormat at the entrance. The thick mud from the grove had splattered all over the edges of his footwear. With a pout, for who doesn't cherish their shoes, he opened the shoe cabinet by the door and nodded in satisfaction. Embedded in the wall was a transparent shoe cabinet. On the left side, 3rd row, 2nd slot, sat a pair of Takashi Murakami Porter X Hideo Kojima collaboration sneakers, limited to 100 pairs worldwide. He tapped the glass panel in front of the shoes, deciding they would be his choice for tomorrow. This was a sprawling 300-square-meter flat comprising 3 bedrooms, a study, a walk-in closet, a gaming room, and a home theater. Drawing from his memory of the original text, Su Qing located the theater, settled into the center seat of a row of custom first-class sofas, and switched on the projector before him. A playful female voice rang out. Happy goat and queen goat. Lazy goat, you big idiot. Su Qing. Bleep bleep bleep. After about 40 minutes, the boss and the 6th brother and their crew returned. The door to the theater opened from outside. Master Su Weave retrieved the item. Su Qing glanced sideways to see the boss holding the alchemy cauldron. Much obliged. He took the cauldron, scrutinized it carefully, then picked up a white napkin from the tray beside him, pinched the tips of his fingers, and meticulously wiped away the bloodstains from its corners. He said calmly, "Why have you all returned? Are they dealt with?" The boss nodded. "Fearing you might be in danger, we assigned additional personnel to handle them. The rest of us stayed to protect you, Master Su." Su Qing nodded. "Well done, but..." "How?" Su Qing glanced at the curvaceous female bodyguards behind the boss. Before he could voice his doubts, the quick-witted 6th brother interjected. "Master Su, Brother Xing wasn't entirely sure of your intentions. He didn't know if you were truly in danger and needed backup, or if you actually wanted company for a gathering. So he dispatched them as a precaution for your convenience." Su Qing chuckled. All right. You've all worked hard today. Don't just stand there." He gestured for them to come closer. "Come sit with me and watch a horror movie." He was too scared to watch alone. The boss and the 6th brother exchanged glances, then both stepped out of the theater, shutting the soundproof door tightly behind them. The naive Su Qing glanced over and clicked his tongue. He genuinely intended for everyone to watch the movie together with no ulterior motives. As he turned back to the screen, 4 figures in shimmering, wave-reflecting tight dresses blocked his view of the cartoon goat. For female bodyguards, exquisite beauty and alluring figures were prerequisites. Trained rigorously from a young age, they were highly obedient. Especially before the man lounging on the sofa with crossed legs. His demeanor was suave and elegant, his features flawless. His half-lidded eyes peering toward them were deep and unfathomable, shimmering under the dim light, like ripples on a tranquil lake. A single glance was enough to stir one's heart. They saw the man wave his hand at them, and a low, resonant voice echoed through the theater. "Ladies, please take a seat. He'll change the channel." Female bodyguards. "Yes, Master Su." With that, they sat down on the sofas beside Su Qing. Su Qing was no reckless man. To await the auspicious hour, just past 5 in the morning, he needed to conserve his energy and maintain a clear mind. A chilling, eerie foreign soundtrack blared from the speakers as Su Qing watched the gruesome, terrifying scenes on the big screen with rapt attention. As a ghostly figure suddenly leaped out, he narrowed his eyes slightly and pursed his lips. He felt 2 pairs of delicate, soothing hands gently wrap around his arms, rubbing his palms that had grown cold from the chill air. Late at night, the boxing gym was brightly lit. Lung Yanfeng and Li Tian, having dispatched their men and finished their drinks, found themselves in a leisurely mood. The two were sparring on the ring. Lung Yanfeng shuffled his feet, desperate to beat Li Tian for once, but his fierce punch was deftly dodged, whistling past Li Tian's ear. Lung Yanfeng stumbled forward, only to be struck in the ribs by Li Tian. Using just 40% of his strength, Li Tian still sent a sharp pain through Lung Yanfeng, who let out a pained yelp drenched in sweat. Li Tian chuckled, pulling Lung Yanfeng close by the shoulder and supporting him to keep him from falling. "I'm done. Too drunk, neither of us has any strength left." Lung Yanfeng, still wearing his boxing gloves, landed a heavy punch on Li Tian's back. "Are you going easy on me because you think I'm done for?" Li Tian teased. No, not at all." Chatting and laughing, the two gripped the thick ropes around the ring, ducked out, and headed to the VIP lounge, drenched in sweat, to change. As they walked, Lung Yanfeng snorted. "Li Tian, guess whether that little brat will kneel before the men we sent. Look at his scrawny frame. One touch and he'll shatter. He might even start bawling." Li Tian chuckled in agreement. "Yeah, he's capable of that." Lung Yanfeng hissed. "Damn, we should have gone ourselves. I'd love to see him groveling on the ground. Maybe get a few guys to have some fun with him. That idiot's got some nerve, scheming against the Lung family, and even daring to flirt with my sister." Lung Yanfeng, as if poking a sore spot, added to a grinning Li Tian. "Oh, and your fiancé too. We're doing the world a favor, settling old and new scores." Li Tian pressed his 2 fingers tightly together, a flicker of displeasure rising in his heart. He had approached Lung Yanfeng with ulterior motives, but Lung Yanfeng had always treated him while genuinely considering him a friend. Li Tian had originally wanted to be friends with him, but Lung Yanfeng's loose tongue made Li Tian want to tear it apart. For a man, honor is paramount. Li Tian had been adopted from an orphanage into the Li family as a child, and that family hadn't truly wanted a son. They saw his birth chart as auspicious for their fortunes. Li Tian had endured humiliation and bowed his head for over a decade, yearning most for respect and status. Yet this man who called him brother and clapped him on the shoulder had once mocked him for being cuckolded, and now brought up his fiancée again. Every word struck Li Tian's heart, deliberately reopening old wounds. Li Tian responded with a hollow smile. Yeah, he's got some nerve. He really deserves to die. Long Yinfeng casually draped an arm over Li Tian's shoulder. Guess if he'll act like that effeminate little wimp, he usually does. Long Yinfeng, caught up in his amusement, mimicked a high-pitched voice. Brother, please spare me. Ha ha ha, he's the most pathetic idiot I've ever seen, bar none. Ha yeah. He. Before Li Tian could finish, a screech of tires came from outside the gym's glass doors, followed by a chorus of agonized screams, as if their bones were being torn out. It was deep in the night, pitch black outside save for a few dim streetlights. The harrowing wails in such darkness sent chills down both men's spines. Damn, that's eerie. Long Yinfeng rubbed his arms, the sweat on his head turning cold in an instant. A sense of dread crept into Li Tian's heart as well. At that moment, Li Tian's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. He quickly pulled out his phone and saw it was a message from Su Qing. Brotherly, do you like the gifts I sent you? Below the text, as before, was an image of a kitten clutching a heart. Yet at this moment, Li Tian no longer thought the person messaging him was a frail, scheming man who only knew how to call him brother. The red heart in the animated image seemed to congeal before his eyes like droplets of blood. At the same time, both of them clearly heard the sounds from outside. Brother Long. Help. Brother Long. Help. Master. Help. The screams were as if torn from their throats, as though they were mustering their last ounce of strength to cry out. Li Tian and Long Yinfeng exchanged a glance and rushed toward the door. In an instant, both of them stared wide-eyed, staggering back in shock. The once clean asphalt road was now a scene of carnage, with nearly 10 people lying scattered at the entrance, blood congealing at their wrists and ankles. Their limbs hung limp and powerless like a group of marionettes. Half of them had fainted from the pain, while the remaining few let out faint groaning sounds. Long Yinfeng squeezed his eyes shut, the sight making his stomach churn. He opened his eyes and scanned for his most capable subordinate, then called out to one of his men who was still somewhat conscious. Lung Hu, where is he? The man lying on the ground who was being questioned replied in terror, Brother Hu. Brother Hu he. Long Yinfeng frowned and urged, speak. Is Hu dead, or was he taken hostage by Su Qing? Brother Hu isn't dead yet, but he lost an eye. In the car, they said. They said they were taking him to a farm. To feed the pigs. Long Yinfeng staggered back 2 steps, bumping into the glass door at the entrance. Gazing at the row of people with broken limbs and feet before him, he truly hadn't expected this. He had thought himself ruthless enough, but the man opposing him had proven even more so. No, impossible. Su Qing hadn't brought any bodyguards, not even a driver. He had left in a taxi, and his own men along with Li Tian's had caught up quickly. When Lung Yanfeng's subordinates reported back, they said Su Qing's car had broken down halfway, and he was alone at Jinyu Mansion. How had Su Qing escaped? How had he summoned reinforcements? And how had he inflicted such injuries on his man? Long Yinfeng fired off questions rapidly. Speak, tell me quickly what exactly happened. Didn't you say it was only Su Qing by himself? Don't tell me he took you all down single-handedly. Brother Lung, it wasn't him who hurt us. It was. Tian Guess men were hiding nearby. Su Qing somehow ran straight toward Tian Guess people. The man on the ground glanced evasively at Li Tian, as if he had something to say, but dared not. Long Yinfeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Speak, damn it, tell me now what the hell happened. Tian Guess men didn't lay a hand on Su Qing. We didn't know Tian Guess men were there. We got into a fight, and only later realized we were fighting the wrong people. Then Su Qing somehow got his own people, and they injured us like this. Brother Hu was taken away by them too. Brother Lung, you have to save us, you have to save us. Lung Yinfeng was utterly baffled. He frowned, glanced at Li Tian, then looked down at his subordinate on the ground. How did Su Qing end up going to Li Tian's men? The man on the ground spoke bluntly, Brother Lung. Su Qing didn't just run to Tian Guess men, he even knew who they were and called them by name. He must know. Tian Guess people. They didn't show any intention of fighting. The more Long Yinfeng thought about it, the more something felt off. He frowned and said to Li Tian, something's wrong. Why didn't your men get in touch with mine? Didn't I tell you to coordinate? Before Li Tian could figure out how to respond, several voices from the ground rose in succession. Tian Guess men never contacted us. Tian Guess men never had any intention of going after Su Qing. Su Qing knows them. A few of Li Tian's subordinates, too afraid to speak, could only groan on the ground. Tian Guess, save us. Even if Lung Yinfeng was foolish and trusted Li Tian implicitly, he finally understood. Su Qing was from the Su family, the most powerful clan in Luochuan. Even if the Lung and Li families joined forces to smooth things over, it would still put them at odds with the Su family. Li Tian was an adopted son already in a precarious position at home. Lung Yinfeng sneered coldly. At this point there could only be 2 possibilities. 1. Li Tian had sent his men to put on a show, trying to play both sides. 2. Li Tian had shamelessly thrown in his lot, with Su Qing using these men as a bargaining chip to curry favor. Lung Yinfeng couldn't think of a third option. Consumed by rage, he saw his men grievously injured and his pride trampled into the dirt by Su Qing. He had trusted Li Tian so much, yet Li Tian had betrayed him like this. Lung Yinfeng glared viciously at Li Tian and threw a straight punch, landing it squarely on Li Tian's face. "They'll fucking kill you, Li Tian. If you didn't want to go, you should have told me. I gave you a choice. How could you screw me over like this? Are you even human?" Li Tian was caught off guard, his head ringing from the blow. He shook his head and quickly explained, "I sent the message." Lung Yinfeng, furious beyond reason, pointed at Li Tian's nose and shouted, "You sent a fucking message. I think you've been cuckolded into stupidity. You orphan piece of shit, are you trying to become Su Qing's dog?" Did Lung Yinfeng believe he had sent it? He wasn't that dense. Just looking at the complex, pained expressions of Li Tian's men lying on the ground, he understood. Li Tian had most likely not only failed to order his men to act, but had told them to stay far away. Lung Yinfeng was so enraged he could barely breathe. He had treated Li Tian like his own brother, sharing everything with him. Even the secret medicine from his family, hoping it would elevate Li Tian's standing in the Li family. He had even intended to set his sister up with Li Tian. Lung Yinfeng didn't know how to quell the fury inside him. He knew some of his words might be unfair. If Li Tian had truly allied with Su Qing to target him, then Li Tian's men wouldn't have suffered broken limbs either. But the very fact that Li Tian had stood by and done nothing, playing both sides, was enough to disgust him. He now felt that Li Tian was even more insidious than Su Qing, the outright villain. At least Su Qing confronted him directly, threatening him openly, without such a shocking betrayal. Li Tian had stabbed him in the back in the shadows. In a towering rage, Lung Yinfeng threw another punch, accompanied by a stream of the most venomous curses, straight at Li Tian. Li Tian was a master of scheming. Of course, he had left himself an out. He had indeed sent a message, but had added a follow-up telling them not to act, then deleted that part. He had originally planned to use that message as proof to Lung Yinfeng that having more friends was better, and that it was unwise to make enemies among the major families. But Lung Yinfeng, that bastard, knew exactly which words would cut deep. "Orphan cuckold Su Qing's dog." Those words pounded against Li Tian's mind again and again until he could take no more. He grabbed Lung Yanfeng's incoming fist with a vice-like grip. A sharp crack sounded as Li Tian, with his explosive strength, shattered Lung Yanfeng's hand bones in a single motion. Time passed imperceptibly, and before he knew it, it was past 5 in the morning. A phone rang, stirring Su Qing from his slumber. He opened his eyes groggily, staring at the faint twinkle of the starry ceiling above. He had simply been unable to stay awake and had fallen asleep. He stood up, stretched widely, and was startled to see several enchanting women staring intently at him. They spoke in unison, their voices crisp and clear, showing no signs of fatigue. "Young Master Su." Su Qing furrowed his brow. Had they been standing guard over him the entire time he slept? Su Qing waved his hand. "Go rest in the guest rooms. No need to follow me." "Yes, young Master Su." Cradling the furnace in his hands, Su Qing walked into the study, sat down in a chair, and placed the furnace on the desk. He turned on the desk lamp, directing the light onto the top of the furnace, and carefully examined its surface. At the La Shi Crayfish restaurant, Lung Yinwan had meticulously explained the method for opening the furnace. It was covered in mechanisms. A one wrong move would cause countless tiny holes to open on its body, releasing silver needles coated with a potent poison that could render everything within several meters barren. Each of the 8 corners of the furnace had a sawtooth spiral lock. The central lock, inlaid with a ruby, was the final mechanism to be opened. The furnace had 9 locks in total. Su Qing carefully turned a spiral gear beneath a gilded pure gold dragon head. As he twisted it, he heard a faint clicking sound, stopping at the Roman numeral 8. He rotated the furnace. The next sequential lock was set to 0, then the Roman numeral 2, followed by another Arabic 0 on the 3rd corner. Su Qing glanced at the bottom 4 corners. Recalling Lung Yanyuan's instructions, he located the corresponding spiral gear beneath another dragon head to activate the mechanism. With another series of clicking sounds from the gears, the next 2 locks were both set to the Roman numeral 6, followed by the Roman numerals 9 and 3. After all the mechanisms on the furnace body were completed, Su Qing smirked and glanced at his watch. The hour of the Mao was 5:53 a.m. Su Qing watched the second hand tick slowly. As the minute hand reached its apex, he twisted the ruby-encrusted spiral at the top of the furnace to the Roman numeral 5. With a click, the top of the furnace opened, and the outer walls folded down as if unable to bear the strain. On a square pure gold base, a pill the size of a pinky finger appeared before Su Qing's eyes. Su Qing rolled the pill between his fingers, scrutinizing it intently. He cast a sly smirk at the furnace on the table. In truth, this object was only passed down to the women of the Lung family, never to the men. Both Lung Yinfeng and Lung Yinwan believed he wouldn't know how to use it. Yet Su Qing, as it happened, knew precisely how. But Su Qing held the Lung family's heirloom in considerable disdain. A single pill every 5 years, far from the miraculous cure-all that rumors claimed, it was merely a tonic for longevity. He had never intended to keep the furnace and had planned to return it to Lung Yinwan that very day. But then they had that meddlesome 3rd brother of theirs. Su Qing had clearly said he'd let him off, that he wouldn't hold a grudge, yet the man insisted on provoking him. Su Qing could spare an ant, but he could also choose to crush it slowly. Meanwhile, in the living room, the eldest and sixth brothers sat bolt upright on the sofa, their eyes vigilant. Seeing Su Qing approach, they quickly rose and nodded. Young Master Su. Su Qing lifted the furnace in his hands toward them and said bluntly, Brother Xing's men are skilled. Is there anyone who can fabricate things? The two men looked at the furnace, instantly catching on, and nodded. Yes. Su Qing smiled and handed the object to them. Make an exact replica. Deliver it to the Su family mansion before 5 this afternoon. He'll trouble you both. They replied respectfully, It's our duty, young Master Su. As they turned to leave, Su Qing called them back. The two bowed their heads. Young Master Su, any further instructions? Su Qing said calmly, The green belt where the fight just happened in the basement. Have someone take care of it. Set it on fire. Burn it all. Yes, young Master Su. After the eldest and sixth brothers left, Su Qing sorted through the plot. He found that although Li Tian's luck had been suppressed by 500 points compared to his own, the protagonist's halo remained, and the upcoming events would largely stay unchanged. In just over a month, Li Tian would still marry Lin Xier. Now that the eldest son of the Li family couldn't get the medicine and it had been taken by Su Qing, instead it almost seemed to help Li Tian. Fortunately, he had left Li Tian and Lung Yanfeng's men half dead and delivered them right under their noses. Lung Yanfeng's people weren't foolish enough to tell him directly that Li Tian's men hadn't made a move. Su Qing sat on the sofa, his shoulders trembling slightly, as he genuinely laughed. A pair of good brothers once united against him were now falling apart. Watching them tear each other apart was truly entertaining. But Su Qing wasn't in a rush to fully deal with that pair just yet. To be precise, he wasn't anxious. Su Qing enjoyed playing games, head toy with them a little longer. Besides, he was inside a book now. A novel isn't a diary, it progresses by chapters and timelines. Now that his villainous fortune had risen and the hack author had given him more screen time, he still had things to do. The reason Su Qing had come to Jinyu Mansion was precisely to provoke Lung Yinfeng into action. And according to the original text, Lung Yinwan was scheduled to visit the Su family mansion at 6 in the evening for an exclusive interview. He walked to the door, pushing open the double-leaf entrance from the inside, as a wave of cool air swept past. Before the exclusive interview, there was one more task to complete. The elevator led directly to the underground parking lot, where Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng were already waiting. Young Master, Su Qing responded with a nasal sound without opening his mouth. He stepped into the car, his crisp new shoes pressing onto the soft carpet. Closing his eyes, he lounged lazily against the cushion and murmured home. As the car slowly started, Su Qing rested a while. After a night of chaos without proper sleep, he planned to catch up on rest once he got home. A soft call roused Su Qing from his slumber. Young Master, we're home. Su Qing rubbed his eyes and was about to step out when he suddenly remembered the pill in his pocket. He pulled out a small square object wrapped in craft paper and handed it to Zhang Qi. Send this to the Li family. Say that the third young master of the Lung family, Lung Yanfeng, is delivering medicine to the Li family's eldest son, Li Sheng. The method is to boil the pill until it dissolves, then add 3 drops of the patient's blood as a catalyst. Go. Yes, young master. Su Qing got out of the car and headed toward the elevator, vanishing without a trace of his deeds. He pressed the button for the 5th floor and watched his handsome face reflected in the slowly closing elevator doors. According to the original text, although Li Tian and Lung Yanfeng had a fierce fight, Li Tian had only been swept up in anger. In the end, he still sent Lung Yanfeng to the hospital and showed him the messages he had sent in advance from his phone. Moreover, as Li Tian's interests were affected on all fronts, his humanity was gradually dragged into the abyss. He shifted all the blame onto his own men. Those subordinates who had received Li Tian's order to stand by and not act ultimately became, in Li Tian's words, a bunch of cowards who feared death and disobeyed orders. To prevent them from turning against him, Li Tian, on his way to send Lung Yanfeng to the hospital, also sent people to destroy the bodies of those lying haphazardly at the gym entrance. Could Lung Yanfeng fully trust Li Tian? Would Li Tian have a change of heart, find his way back, and reconcile with Lung Yanfeng? Su Qing knew these two matters far better than they did. As the saying goes, once the seed of doubt is planted, trust ceases to exist. Especially with the explosive news set to spread across the city today, the bond between these two men would vanish into thin air. With a whoosh, the elevator doors, glowing with a faint golden light, slid open. Su Qing stepped into his floor while pulling out his phone. Hello, sisterly. Good morning. Help me contact 100 news and entertainment tabloids and marketing accounts to spread a few pieces of news. The woman on the other end seemed just awake, her soft moans drifting through. 2 things. First, the Lung family's third young master, Lung Yanfeng, gifted a miraculous medicine to the Li family's eldest son, Li Sheng, who has been plagued by illness for years, at 8 this morning. Second, according to an insider, Lung Yanfeng, who owns 2 storefronts on Jinha Street, is allegedly involved in tax evasion for multiple properties. He also runs a gym under his name which on the surface offers legitimate training services, but in reality signs life and death contracts and callously disregards human life. Alright, young Master Su. In truth, the tax evasion was something he made up, and the callous disregard for human life was also fabricated. Although Lung Yinfeng operated such a gym, the reason he remained a positive character in the book was that his gym had also helped many people driven to desperation by poverty, and there had never been a loss of life. So even if this matter about the gym spread among the masses, not many would blame him. It was after all a fair trade, helping those with no way out to live a life that those shabby provided warmth and kept them from straying down a wrong path. Su Qing had always believed the world wasn't simply black and white. The existence of such a place couldn't truly be considered harming others, which was why he had delayed taking action against Lung Yinfeng. But who told Lung Yinfeng to be so eager to provoke him? So now Su Qing would use his actions to challenge an old saying. Let's see if one hand alone could clap and make this baseless charge of callous disregard for human life stick. He intended to manipulate public opinion on a large scale to draw the attention of higher authorities. Once an investigation was launched, even the smallest problem would become a fuse. Su Qing was determined to exaggerate and deepen the accusations against Lung Yanfeng's enterprises. The Lung family couldn't protect Lung Yinfeng. Su Qing would ensure that not just the gym, but all of Lung Yanfeng's businesses would crumble to dust. Su Qing chuckled softly into the phone. Just call me by my name, sister. You've had a hard enough time. I don't want to reveal my identity, so please handle it discreetly. The wording might not be precise enough, so find a professional to polish the script. I can't quite describe it. Something that sounds like it would stir up public outrage, a news story that enrages everyone. Su Qing. Rest assured, Su Qing lowered her gaze. Oh, and one more thing. The greenbelt downstairs at Jinyu Mansion caught fire due to a resident carelessly discarding a cigarette butt. Promote environmental protection among citizens, encourage them to love nature and life. This news doesn't need such a big fuss. Just have a few news stations cover it. A soft, amused voice came from the other end of the line. Su Qing, you're really civic-minded. As a public figure, it's everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Get some rest, sister. I feel bad for calling you so early and waking you up. A low, husky voice echoed through the receiver, carrying a hint of coaxing. The voice on the other end seemed encouraged, replying coquettishly, no, I was about to get up anyway. This could be considered you calling me to wake up. Su Qing chuckled softly. If I get the chance, he'll wake you up in person. The sweet, shy laughter from the other end echoed in Su Qing's ears. Oh, the filming location is already set at the launching film base. The lead actor and actress are in place. Got it. They'll be there in a few days. Arrange a separate restroom for me away from the crowds. The voice on the other end hesitated. All right then. The restroom for the third female lead. No need for special arrangements. Give her the standard treatment. Su Qing thought for a moment before continuing. Oh, sisterly, send me the assistant director's contact information. They'll have her report directly to the assistant director when she joins the crew. No need for the crew to give her special attention. The voice on the other end replied. Understood. Su Qing walked toward the room, phone in hand. The launching film base Lincia. This scene should be worth at least 10 points of affection, right? At the Su family's gate stood a beautiful girl with a low ponytail, her delicate oval face adorned with pitiful almond-shaped eyes devoid of any makeup. A simple white short-sleeve top was paired with a grained white pencil skirt, her legs sheathed in lace-patterned white stockings and low-heeled sandals on her feet. She walked slowly into Su Qing's residence. Guided by the Su family's servants, Lung Yinwan arrived at the elevator lobby leading to the 5th floor. She rubbed her arm, which still ached from the pinch her brother had given her yesterday. She knew her brother's words were just excuses. She could see at a glance the tension between Lung Yinfeng and Su Qing. Though it was their first meeting, the atmosphere was practically explosive. Lung Yinwan knew she was wrong, including the trouble it would cause the Lung family with the Li family, and that given Su Qing's health, he was hardly a suitable match. But she had no choice. Su Qing was just too good-looking. So innocent, so radiant, so dashing and elegant. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Her wandering gaze fixed on the scene before her on the 5th floor. Lung Yinwan had imagined countless scenarios for their next encounter, but never this. Su Qing stood before a door, a pure white bath towel wrapped around his waist. One hand was closing the door, while the other held a towel, carelessly drying his hair. Water droplets from his hair trickled down his face to his collarbone. His robust chest was covered in water stains. His tall figure, originally poised to move forward, was now drawn by the sound of the elevator, and their eyes met directly. All the chaotic thoughts in Lung Yanyuan's mind vanished instantly. Her mind went completely blank, and she even forgot the shy gesture of covering her eyes. She only snapped back to reality at Su Qing's call. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. She saw Su Qing raise an eyebrow slightly, and in the hall filled with soothing music his bewitching voice flowed. Sister Nguyen. Is it good-looking? Her throat tightened as she hurriedly covered her eyes. Through the gaps in her fingers, she watched Su Qing's every move, but the elevator doors had timed out and slowly closed. Lung Yinwan was both embarrassed and annoyed. She had stumbled upon him by accident, and yet he had said such a shameless thing. She didn't know whether to go in or out, and even wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground. Lung Yinhuan spent a full 2 or 3 minutes in the elevator trying to calm herself. She had never encountered such a situation and didn't know what to do. The lingering flush on her cheeks was a constant reminder. Lung Yinhuan stared at the open button on the elevator panel, her finger refusing to obey as it hovered over it. At the same time, the elevator doors opened from the outside. Before her eyes appeared a fair, handsome face towering nearly a head above her, exuding an overwhelming presence. But the smile on the man's face was too pure. Especially since Su Qing had already changed into a set of home pajamas made of navy blue silk fabric with a few water droplets still dripping from his hair onto his shoulders, which made her feel an overwhelming sense of security. It was as if the teasing words from before had never come from this man. Su Qing was leisurely drying his hair with a towel, casually uttering a reassuring sentence. Sister Nwan, sorry, I didn't know you'd come so soon. I just finished showering. Su Qing furrowed his brows slightly, adding apologetically. I saw you were shy earlier, so I made a joke. Don't mind it, Sister Nwan. She blinked, her throat feeling constricted, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Just as the elevator doors were about to close again, due to the timer, a slender, well-defined hand gripped the door, halting its movement. The doors slowly slid open once more. A sly smile curled at the corner of Su Qing's lips as he looked down at Lung Yinhuan. Sister Nwan, don't be mad at me. Come on and welcome to my home. What greeted the eyes was a simple, understated decor in dark tones. After all, in the city center where every inch of land was precious, owning such a sprawling flat, with the living room so sparsely furnished, was a statement in itself. Perhaps an ordinary person would first perceive such an environment as opulent. Yet Lung Yinhuan, following behind Su Qing and being led by the wrist as she toured every corner, did not think so. She was certain that Su Qing was far from the aloof and unfeeling person the outside world claimed him to be. Rather, his heart was likely filled with loneliness and emptiness. Now Su Qing was enthusiastically introducing her to every layout and every object he cherished, sharing them with her. Compared to the last time when she had come to the Su residence with a large group, staying only briefly in the living room as a reporter, today she felt a sudden closeness to Su Qing, gaining a deeper understanding of him. This made a smile inadvertently curl at the corner of Lung Yanyuan's lips. As they reached a certain door, Su Qing released her hand, pushed it open, revealing a large walk-in closet. Rows of small spotlights shone on the amber-tinted translucent cabinets, casting light onto several racks of exquisite clothes. Standing at the entrance, Su Qing turned to look at her. Sister Nwan, feel free to look around and rest for a while. We'll go change first. We have the interview today, right? It wouldn't be appropriate to stay in loungewear. Lung Yinhuan nodded and turned to walk toward the center of the living room, but was stopped by a voice behind her. She looked back to see Su Qing leaning against the doorframe, one eyebrow raised in a questioning manner, pointing towards the elevator as he spoke slowly. Sister Nwan, when will your colleagues arrive? It's almost evening. Let me have the kitchen prepare some food. Last time we didn't get to entertain you properly. Su Qing's question caught Lung Yinhuan off guard. She froze for a moment. She had come alone. She truly didn't know how to explain to Su Qing why she hadn't brought even a photographer, as if her coming alone harbored some ulterior motive. Fortunately, just as her cheeks began to flush, Su Qing provided a plausible excuse. All right, today isn't just an exclusive interview. I also need to return your belongings. It wouldn't be good if your colleagues saw that. Su Qing gave her a knowing, half-smiling glance, then raised a hand to brush away the water droplets falling on his shoulder. Sister Nwan will go change and dry my hair. I'm almost soaked through. Wait for me a moment. He might as well not have mentioned it, for his words drew Lung Yanyuan's gaze directly to the translucent fabric clinging to his shoulder. The wet silk stuck to the firm muscles beneath, and her throat involuntarily tightened. Especially his deep peach blossom eyes. After lingering on his shoulder for a moment, they met hers, the corners of his brows curving down with a smile utterly captivating. With a bang, the closet door closed tightly, and Lung Yinhuan felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She sat on the sofa, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts for a long time. Suddenly, she felt something tap her shoulder twice. Startled, she turned her head, but no one was there. At the same time, a warm, radiant voice came from the other side. Have you been waiting long? The man before her stood in stark contrast to the pitch-black scenery behind him. He wore a white Balenciaga t-shirt with a diagonal letter print, looking sunny and clean. Compared to the aloof, ascetic suit, Su Qing's current attire made Lung Yinhuan feel he wasn't a wealthy young master, but a junior she might meet on campus. Not long, you were quick. Su Qing ran a hand through his half-dry hair. I stopped drying halfway, afraid you'd be anxious. Let's go, Sister Nwan. I'll return your things first, back to the rightful owner. Lung Yinhuan followed Su Qing into the study where her incense burner sat on a rosewood desk. She barely glanced at the burner, only giving it a symbolic look, for a matter far more important occupied her mind. She blurted out, Su Qing, after taking the medicine, do you feel any better? Su Qing, standing behind her, gave a sheepish laugh. To be honest, Sister Nwan, that medicine. I didn't take it. Why? Lung Yinhuan whirled around in confusion. Whether because Su Qing stood too close or she turned too abruptly, she crashed straight into his embrace. What a coincidence, just like last time on the stairs at La Shi. This time she nearly tripped on flat ground, saved only by Su Qing's arm. Lung Yanyuan's collision was forceful, and both of them cried out in pain. Obviously Lung Yanyuan's cry was louder. Having twisted her ankle on the stairs the day before, she had just twisted it again. She bit her lip, a thin sheen of sweat breaking out on her forehead from the pain. Su Qing held her arms, studying her expression anxiously. Sister Nguyen, are you alright? Lung Yinwan wanted to tough it out, but the pain in her ankle was too much. I twisted my ankle. Which foot? Su Qing asked, lowering his brows. Lung Yinwan clenched her teeth, not answering. Hopping backward on one foot, she used Su Qing's support to sit on a nearby chair, her hand dropping to cover her right ankle. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a cabinet under the desk, and saw Su Qing open it to take out a Yunnan Baiyao. For a moment Lung Yinwan felt Su Qing was like Doraemon, producing whatever she needed. As she stared in a daze, about to reach for the bottle, she felt a lightness in her body. A force appeared under her knees and neck, lifting her entirely. Her eyes fixed on the English letters on the white t-shirt before her, and a faint lemon scent wafted from the man. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already seated on the rosewood desk. Lung Yinwan was stunned, her mind full of questions. What was Su Qing doing? Su Qing pulled the chair in front of Lung Yinwan and sat down. He looked up at her, then down at her ankle. He uttered two very simple syllables, his tone nonchalant. Which one? Lung Yinwan, as if possessed, pointed to her right foot. This one. Ankle. Hurts. Su Qing let out a soft, breathy Lung Yanyuan's brows furrowed, a mist of tears glazing her eyes. Her fingers gripping the desktop scraped against the writing surface, producing a faint, almost imperceptible screech. She stared blankly at Su Qing's hands, which were performing an act of impropriety. He placed her ankle on his thigh and helped her slowly peel off the white silk stocking that reached up to her knee. There was not a trace of improper emotion in Su Qing's eyes. His slender, well-defined fingers rested on her calf as he carefully located the red, swollen area of the sprain. He sprayed the Yunnan Baiyao onto it. The cool, transparent liquid struck with an intense impact. Lung Yinwan winced, letting out a sharp hiss as she drew in a cold breath. Su Qing glanced at her, furrowing his brow. Bear with it, Sister Xianwan, or you might not be able to walk tomorrow. Lung Yinwan nodded, and his powerful hands covered her ankle. The pressure was just right, neither too heavy nor too light, and she felt a stream of warm energy flowing from her ankle into every cell of her body. Su Qing caught a glimpse of her delicate toes, as pristine as a professional masseur's. He turned his head to hide a smirk, following the original plotline. According to the story, if he took 2 steps toward Lung Yinwan, they would collide, and she would sprain her ankle. So he had prepared a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao in advance. Su Qing's principle was to alter the plot when necessary and leave it unchanged when not, and this moment was one of the latter. After all, the system was infuriatingly rigid, but it didn't heap villainous luck on him at every turn. After a long silence, Lung Yinwan spoke first. Su Qing, why haven't you taken your medicine? Good medicine tastes bitter. She didn't know his reason for refusing it, so she had carefully chosen her words, ready to discuss it properly. But as expected, he interrupted her halfway. Su Qing gave a sheepish smile, still earnestly massaging her ankle. Sister Xianwan, actually I sent the medicine to the Li family. Lung Yinwan was stunned, her eyes wide as she stammered incoherently. Only her hand on the desk kept her from falling backward in shock. You? What? You gave it to Li. Su Qing looked up with a hearty laugh and said bluntly, wasn't it meant for the Li family all along? You never told me, Sister Xianwan. I was kept in the dark until Brother Lung sent someone to find me yesterday and explained everything. To be honest, you really shouldn't have given it to me. Your family already promised it to the Li family, and it could easily cause conflict between them. I think Brother Lung is right. It's not good for me to keep it. My health issues are serious anyway, so it's better to give it to Brother Li. Brother Lung and Brother Li Tian are close, and with Brother Lung wanting to venture into real estate, the Li family can help him out. Before Su Qing could finish his fabricated speech, Lung Yanyuan's brow furrowed tightly as she angrily pounded the desk beneath her hands. How could my brother do that? He promised me. Su Qing nodded, almost imperceptibly, thoroughly satisfied. Her brother really was unreliable. He stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over Lung Yinwan, and gently patted her head in a soothing gesture. Oh no, Sister Xianwan. Don't take it to heart. That was never meant to be mine. Besides, I can still live to 35, so it's fine. Her radiant face instantly lost its composure, her lips twitched slightly, and she burst into sobs. Su Qing stepped forward at the right moment, offering her a haven to lean on and cry. He supported her back and sighed, not out of deep emotion. After all, he was the one who wouldn't live long. He hadn't even had a chance to cry yet. Lung Yanyuan's tears were wasting his time in the mortal world. The desk was just the right height, and when she finally calmed down, the front of his clothes was soaked. She looked up at him, choking out, I'm sorry. Su Qing wrapped an arm around the back of her head and let out a soft laugh. Sister Xianwan, let's look on the bright side. Give me the next one in 5 years. Besides, my weak health is mainly due to a lack of a suitable kidney, a deficiency pathology. Even a miraculous pill probably wouldn't help much. If I get lucky and find a match someday. Su Qing's words were entirely true, though he did have a bit of an ulterior motive to win her sympathy. But he never expected her to interrupt him with such a statement. It was a bit reckless and thoughtless for someone from a medical family, but it laid bare her innocent budding affection. Su Qing froze hearing her say, without hesitation, "You can have mine." To be honest, Su Qing wanted to educate her on basic medical knowledge, but he was too moved to be so tactless. He tousled her hair. She had tied it in a low ponytail, and the elastic band slipped off, letting her seaweed-like hair cascade down, making her fair face even more beautiful. Su Qing's lips parted slowly, a teasing smile playing on his face. Silly. Long Yinwan awkwardly rubbed her eyes, suddenly realizing how inappropriate her words had been. She tried to hop off the desk, unsure whether to retrieve the medicine or just leave. She felt she had accomplished nothing. Staying now would only be more awkward, let alone conducting an interview. She hadn't done anything for Su Qing, yet he was still granting her an exclusive. "He'll be going now, Su Qing. He'll go find my brother first and see." Su Qing steadied her. "Sister Xiaonan, I really don't mind. Brother Lung has probably already sent the medicine to the Li family. There's no point in going now. Don't we still have the interview today?" "But..." Su Qing took her wrist. "No buts, let's go." The wine cabinet was stocked with all kinds of liquor. He pointed to the shelf behind him, where the spotlight cast a glow into the flowing liquid. "Sister Xiaonan, can you drink? Or would you prefer something else? We have both. Either is fine." Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a can of want milk from the rack. He opened it, and slid it across the gleaming marble counter, toward Lung Yinwan. "Have some milk, sister." Okay. Lung Yinwan gave a sweet smile. She really couldn't handle much alcohol. She felt that Su Qing had given her so much tenderness and surprise. But a wave of defeat washed over her, and her expression dimmed instantly. After all, she hadn't been able to help him with anything. She had only made empty promises. In the end, Su Qing was the one taking care of her. Suddenly a shadow flickered before her eyes, as Su Qing quickly placed a pink straw into the can in front of her. Su Qing sat down on the small swivel chair across from her, crossing his hands on the counter, and smiled at Lung Yinwan. "Don't be upset. Let's talk about something happy. When your station came for the interview, they must have prepared some tough questions. Go ahead, ask me. I promised you an exclusive, and that's what you'll get." Lung Yinwan paused, the straw slipping from her parted lips, a deep bite mark left upon it. "Can I really ask? How did you know about our station?" Su Qing rested her chin on her interlaced hands. "Xiaonan Jia, have you forgotten? I suspect those tricky questions from before weren't your idea." The bar counter before them was long, but not very wide. Lung Yinwan and Su Qing sat facing each other, with Su Qing leaning forward, staring intently at her. Who could withstand such a passionate gaze? Lung Yinwan was no exception. She lowered her head shyly. Yes, the station had prepared many questions. But, forget it. I was careless that day and blurted it out under pressure. Su Qing chuckled. "I don't mind, Xiaonan Jia. You can record an interview with your phone or a voice recorder. Later, if you find any parts unsuitable, you can edit them out. That wouldn't be appropriate." Lung Yinwan was startled. She knew that with unknown recordings and audio, if someone with malicious intent edited the audio or video, it could severely harm the interviewee. Lung Yinwan never expected Su Qing to trust her so much. "Xiaonan Jia, how about we just use a voice recorder? With video we'd both feel a bit uneasy." Su Qing's voice trailed off, the word uneasy evoking a hint of suggestiveness. His suggestion was indeed hard to refuse. Lung Yinwan hadn't originally planned to record Su Qing with video or audio. Yet, as if possessed, she took out the voice recorder from her pocket. It wasn't intentional, it was an essential item they carried daily. She thought that even if she didn't publish this audio, she could keep it as a memento to hear Su Qing's voice often as a memory. With a soft click, the recorder was placed on the marble countertop, producing a crisp sound. Lung Yinwan's finger lightly pressed the power button of the recorder, and a faint red light flickered on. "Su Qing, what are your hobbies?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Was this a tricky question? Or was it something she genuinely wanted to know? Su Qing teased, "I enjoy eating, drinking, and having fun. Playing games." Off. Lung Yinwan was taken aback. It seemed this recording would indeed remain her private treasure. Such a blunt statement couldn't be aired at the station. "Just kidding, sis. I usually enjoy reading literary works, watching acclaimed films and shows, playing golf, or following fashion trends, attending auctions, and doing charity work." Feigning refinement. Who couldn't do that? Lung Yinwan's sparkling eyes blinked. "Su Qing, your hobbies are quite diverse." "Yes, and raising small animals. I have a farm on the outskirts." Su Qing paused, then shook his head. "No, not a farm. It's an adoption center dedicated to rescuing animals. Piglets, chicks, ducklings, puppies, little alpacas, and such." Su Qing watched the beautiful girl across from him, her eyes bright, her lips slightly parted, as if she was restraining herself from uttering a wow. He nodded inwardly. Indeed, girls liked such things. But coincidentally, her brother's men had already become feed for his piglets and ducklings. Lung Yinwan's eyes curved with a hint of a smile. "I also." Suddenly the elevator doors opened, and rapid footsteps interrupted her words. Lung Yinhuan turned to look and was startled. A pure white, energetic Samoyed leaped into her arms, nuzzling against her affectionately. Su Qing smirked. As everyone knew at his southern suburban villa, he had once mistakenly called Lin Xier Amy. So the logical Su Qing had raised another Amy at home. Su Qing clapped his hands. Amy, come here. Don't scare the lady. Hearing Su Qing's call, Amy quickly abandoned Lung Yinhuan, who was petting her, and dashed to Su Qing's side, lying on his lap, and reaching up as if to lick his neck. It must be said Su Qing had excellent luck with dogs. He had only raised this Samoyed for a few days, yet it was already this close to him. Another possibility was, the dog was naturally friendly. Su Qing stroked the Samoyed's snowy fur while looking up at Lung Yinhuan. Did it scare you? It's very lively. Lung Yinhuan quickly shook her head. I like it too. Su Qing looked at Amy, then at Lung Yinhuan, and suddenly had a good idea. Xiaonuan Jia, if you're not in a hurry, how about we take it for a walk? It's very attached to me, young and playful. Amy, walk me, just say it. I just got back from a walk exhausted. You're so inhuman, just to flirt. Lung Yinhuan smiled sweetly. Sure. Su Qing got up and walked toward the elevator, then suddenly turned back to look at Lung Yinhuan. Xiaonuan Jia, can you walk with your foot? Sorry, I just forgot about that. Lung Yinhuan watched the elevator doors open and pushed Su Qing's shoulder inside. For a chance to walk a little dog with her beloved, she would go even on one leg. The two of them and the dog strolled in the backyard garden. Su Qing pointed to a spot. An artificial lake, its shimmering water reflecting the green grass beside it. Xiaonuan Jia, you can take a picture there. Lung Yinhuan followed Su Qing's gaze. The Su family's artificial lake was indeed beautiful, with a small rockery nearby. Just as she was about to take out her phone to snap a photo, as Su Qing suggested. Her hand holding the phone froze. She heard Su Qing speak calmly, as if stating an ordinary fact. Xiaonuan Jia, that's the kidnapping spot. I was setting off fireworks by the lake when about 4 or 5 people emerged. Su Qing turned and smiled at Lung Yinhuan, then said earnestly, Xiaonuan Jia, if your station releases this news, it'll definitely be an exclusive. Su Qing, don't say that. Su Qing asked knowingly, why Xiaonuan Jia? If you release this news, you can get a permanent position. The light in Lung Yinhuan's eyes was clearer than the lake water. But this is your scar. I can't expose it to others. Su Qing thought Lung Yinhuan was too simple, and she was particularly prone to crying. Especially now it seemed she was about to cry again over Su Qing's tragic life. Su Qing was tall, and Lung Yinhuan wore flat shoes, making him almost a head taller than her. He raised his hand and ruffled her soft fine hair as if comforting a child. If not for the sight of her alluring figure when he looked down, Su Qing would have truly thought he was comforting a child. It's okay, I'm easygoing. Let's go, sis. No more pictures. Let's go find Amy to play. Amy was led around in circles, her tongue hanging out long, panting heavily, as if she were about to curse. Unfortunately, the little dog always seemed to have a smile on its face, so no one could see the fury brewing within. Su Qing recalled the plot from the original text, glancing at the bridge over the artificial lake beneath their feet, thinking the next scene should be. Suddenly Amy, who had been running ahead, dashed toward the two of them, or more precisely toward Lung Yinhuan. Because the next part of the story was supposed to be Amy pouncing on Lung Yinhuan, knocking her into the lake. Then Su Qing would leap into the water, and since Lung Yinhuan had choked, he would give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation underwater. Su Qing couldn't help but click his tongue. Wasn't this plot from the original text getting more and more like a female-focused romance novel? And this trope was even more outdated than a hero saving a damsel in distress. Although the underwater resuscitation scene wasn't bad, if they both fell into the water, wouldn't his freshly changed clothes and just taken shower go to waste? He still smelled nice, and more importantly was the water even clean. Even if the water was changed daily. As the old saying goes, don't overthink, or you'll miss what's right in front of you. Su Qing was now experiencing this firsthand. He had intended to alter this part of the plot, but then he heard a splash, and the once calm lake surface erupted with a massive spray of water. Su Qing glanced at the Samoyed, who was proudly sticking out its tongue and grinning foolishly at him. He frowned and pursed his lips. What a damn fine job, you stupid dog. The backyard held only him and Lung Yinhuan, and she couldn't swim. Seeing this, what else could Su Qing do but jump in to save her? Watching Lung Yinhuan thrashing in the water for a while, Su Qing didn't even have time to take off his branded jacket. Holding his breath, he dove into the artificial lake. Fortunately, the Su family was wealthy, so the small lake was regularly cleaned, and Su Qing didn't sense any filth in it. He swam toward Lung Yinhuan, observing her condition. It seemed she didn't need resuscitation. While thinking that the original author's logic was muddled and the plot too absurd, he reached out his hand to her. The moment Lung Yinhuan grabbed him, a bitter smile flickered at the corner of his lips. The original author hadn't been wrong. Su Qing had overlooked one thing. People who can't swim when drowning will pull down anything they can with all their might. At that moment, Su Qing deeply understood this. Lung Yinhuan's grip was incredibly strong, and he could see the air in her lungs growing thinner. She seemed to be fading. Su Qing managed to squint his eyes open, seeing the girl's face beneath the lake water, even paler than usual, but he had no time to dwell on beauty or ugliness. He wondered if it was because he had sought out Master Wukong to alter his fate, disrupting the heavenly order, that Lung Yinhuan was essentially incompatible with his destiny. Glancing at her hand, tightly clutching his, he thought this girl seemed intent on stopping him from celebrating his 20th birthday again. Using his other free hand, Su Qing pushed through the water ahead, ripples spreading around his arm as he moved closer to Lung Yinhuan. He lifted her chin with his fingers and transferred the air from his mouth to hers. In the late winter and early spring, the lake water was bitingly cold. They were so close, as if desperately stealing each other's warmth. Terrified Lung Yanyuan's mind was blank as she clung to her lifeline, greedily grasping for every wisp of oxygen. The hope of survival before her made her increasingly addicted to this sensation. Over a dozen minutes later, the two sat on the sofa on the 5th floor, each draped in a large white bath towel. Su Qing achu, Lung Yinhuan achu, Amy woof woof. Su Qing suddenly wondered, this dog was so cute. Should he cook it with Sichuan pepper or star anise? Achu. He sneezed heavily and smiled bitterly at Lung Yinhuan. Let's go take a shower. Ow. Lung Yinhuan looked at him flustered, pausing mid-motion as she wiped herself with the towel. Su Qing waved his hand and pointed ahead. Sister Nguyen, the guest room also has a shower. The lake water wasn't clean. Lung Yanyuan's face flushed bright red. She murmured an okay and hurried off in the direction Su Qing had pointed. Su Qing remained seated on the sofa, unmoving, his handsome face suddenly contorting into an expression more bitter than Chinese gold thread. Mortifying, absolutely mortifying, utterly mortifying. Su Qing clutched the towel tightly, replaying how they had gotten out of the lake, which was only a little over a meter deep. Lung Yinhuan had clung to him, dragging him along. In the end, the guards, called over by Amy's frantic barking, had fished them out. He remembered, just as their consciousness was fading, overhearing a guard's gossipy remark, saying, "The young master sure knows how to have fun doing it in the lake." TSK. Su Qing was mortified beyond belief. He flung the towel onto the floor. "Fun your mother." Fortunately, this embarrassment wasn't for nothing. Su Qing's villainous luck and villain points increased by 500, and Lung Yanyuan's favorability toward him rose by 5 points due to the incident. As he walked toward the shower in his room, Su Qing wondered why, even after suppressing Li Tian's luck by 1,000 points, the wedding date between Li Tian and Lin Xier remained unchanged. He asked the system in his mind. "Why?" Replied a host, "Because the original author is lazy." She felt it was too troublesome to change that part, so. Su Qing curled his lip. "A lazy author is just a lazy author." A hint of smugness laced the system's tone. "It's okay, host. Our considerate villain system has already captured the original lazy author. She's locked up in the system headquarters darkroom, trapped in a water prison. If she doesn't write, we fill it with water." Humph. The water in the Su family's artificial lake was not dirty. Su Qing simply rinsed off and stepped out, then changed into his silver-gray loungewear set in the dressing room. He tapped his finger across a row of short-sleeved shirts on the rack, pulled one out, and walked toward the guest bathroom. He knocked a few times on the bathroom door, listening to the sound of rushing water inside. "Sister Xianwen, your old clothes are unwearable now. I don't have any clothes suitable for a girl here. I found a short-sleeved shirt for you, and left it by the door." On the wall beside the bathroom door hung a large full-length mirror, beneath which sat an off-white shelf. As Su Qing set the clothes down, he heard a voice mingling with the sound of the shower. Just leave it there." He settled onto the living room sofa, absently tousled his slightly damp hair, and turned on the television to watch. Amid the blare of the TV, Su Qing made a phone call. A cold voice answered on the other end. "Who are you?" Su Qing leaned back on the sofa, casually tapping the back of his phone with his fingers, and chuckled. "Take a guess." The voice on the other end replied, "You're Su Qing." Su Qing let out a laugh. "Brother Lung, you have a good memory. How's it going? Is the injury on your hand any better?" The man on the phone glanced at his own hand encased in a cast, and a chill of dread crept through him. How did he know? Could it be that Li Tian told him? "You," Su Qing said nonchalantly. "All right, I won't waste words with you. Come to the Su residence to pick up your sister. And bring her 2 sets of clean clothes. Sorry for the trouble, Brother Long." The voice on the other end grew noticeably agitated. "Su Qing, ill thing. What did you do to my sister?" Su Qing held the phone far from his ear, furrowed his brow at the red phone icon on the screen, and lightly pressed it with his finger. The living room once again filled with a harmonious television sound. After a while, footsteps sounded from the guest room door. Su Qing glanced over, and summed it up in 4 words: a picturesque scene. She was now wearing one of Su Qing's white short-sleeve shirts. Fortunately, he was much taller than her, so the shirt's length fell past her upper thighs, fitting quite nicely like a dress. She held her arms crossed over her chest, a misty vapor shimmering in her eyes, giving her a somewhat shy and bashful look. Her hair, just dried, with a hairdryer draped over her arms as her sturdy fair legs paced towards Su Qing. Lung Yinhuan, her face flushed crimson, looked at the man before the sofa. "Su Qing, could you help me find?" Su Qing tilted his head to look at her, his expression pure and innocent, as if he understood. He stood up and walked toward Lung Yinwan, interrupting her. Sister Xianwan, I know what you mean. You want me to call your family to pick you up, right? Your phone fell into the lake, and after we fished it out it wouldn't turn on. I've already instructed the butler to contact your family. Lung Yinwan furrowed her brow. I drove here. Su Qing nodded. He picked up the voice recorder from the coffee table and handed it toward Lung Yinwan. Then this is what you wanted, right? This voice recorder was lucky. It didn't fall into the lake. It was left on the bridge and just got brought up. Lung Yinwan hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take it. Before she could grasp it, however, she heard a sudden achoo as Su Qing's body lurched forward. The voice recorder in his hand, following the motion of his arm, dodged Lung Yanyuan's outstretched hand. Su Qing sniffled and lifted his eyes to glance at the machino print on the front of Lung Yanyuan's white short-sleeved shirt, which seemed somewhat distorted. He frowned, his first thought being whether it was a counterfeit. Then he suddenly remembered. Oh, this was sent by the brand, it couldn't be fake. Su Qing handed the voice recorder to Lung Yinwan. Sister Xianwan, still want to do the interview? Or should you wait for your family to come? Or should I call again and tell them not to come? Lung Yinwan listened to his triple question, and as she hesitated, the man before her proposed another new idea. I have a secret base. Do you want to see it? I haven't shown it to anyone yet. A secret base. Lung Yinwan had no resistance to Su Qing's desire to share a secret with her. Meeting his gaze, which was pure and sincere, her language system seemed to fail her. She could utter nothing but the word yes. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a small room. It was accessed by going up the stairs at the corner of the 5th floor, a standalone space. To be honest, calling it a small room might not be quite accurate, considering the visible space was to exaggerate only the size of a palm. Without exaggeration, it was merely 3 or 4 square meters. Standing at the door, Lung Yinwan looked at the room, which was barely over a meter wide. The only things that came into view were a large light blue desk against the wall by the window, a stack of acrylic boxes, and a small bicycle. She narrowed her eyes and peered inside, feeling that this hardly qualified as a secret base. More accurately, it was a storage room. She even thought it seemed rather jarring to have such a place in the Su residence. She turned her head and looked at Su Qing in confusion. This is a secret base. Su Qing glanced at the small voice recorder in her hand and said softly, Sister Xianwan, inside are things from my childhood. To be precise, from before I was 8 years old. Lung Yinwan immediately understood. She stared blankly at Su Qing. Things from before he was 8 years old. Wasn't that the time before Su Qing was kidnapped? So now Su Qing was sharing with her the years before his abduction. She blinked rapidly several times, came back to her senses, and stepped into the small room. Though the space was completely visible at a glance, she now examined it with great seriousness. This must be the deepest secret in Su Qing's heart, and he was willing to share it with her. Su Qing stood at the door, raising an eyebrow as he watched Lung Yanyuan's back. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice echoed in his mind. Because the host has shared a secret with Lung Yinwan, Lung Yanyuan's favorability toward the host has increased by 5 points. Total favorability has reached the maximum. This was good news, but Su Qing hadn't brought Lung Yinwan here for the sake of undying favorability. Rather, it was for the window he was facing. The window of this small storage room wasn't large, but its position was particularly advantageous. If someone looked up from the main entrance, they could clearly see every movement inside this small window, especially since the fluorescent light in the room was exceptionally bright. According to what Su Qing knew from the original text, Lung Yinfeng would soon look in through this spot. And what Su Qing needed to do was to let Lung Yinfeng see an even more exciting and splendid scene. Lung Yinwan paused and wandered through the tiny space. Suddenly she stopped beside a pile of Lego bricks on the floor to her right. They were all silver gray, and judging by the picture on the box beside them, they were meant to form an aircraft carrier. She crouched down beside the Legos, picked up a brick, and rubbed it between her fingers. Su Qing, there's dust on them. Su Qing crouched down beside her. I had too many toys as a kid and lacked patience. They'll find time to assemble them someday. Lung Yinwan turned to look at Su Qing. How about we assemble them now? I think it would be fun. The room was small and cluttered, and the two crouched side by side on the floor, their arms brushing against each other, making it quite cramped. Su Qing wasn't too particular about such things. He was fine with accompanying Lung Yinwan to build Legos. But he glanced at the window. Her brother was expected to arrive at the battlefield in about 10 minutes, and from the spot where they were sitting, Lung Yinfeng wouldn't be able to see them. Su Qing reached out toward the brick in Lung Yanyuan's hand, guided her hand, and placed the oddly shaped brick into a suitable position on the aircraft carrier. Lung Yinwan initially thought Su Qing had agreed to her proposal, determined to persevere together. Yet as she reached for another block, she heard Su Qing's languid voice drifting by her ear. Let's just do one piece today. Su Qing's voice was soft, the drawn-out tone carrying a seductive allure, and the words that followed only stirred her heart further. There's plenty of time. Lung Yinwan's eyes trembled with crystalline tears, the corners of her mouth barely holding back a smile that threatened to break free. Plenty of time. Su Qing meant they still had a future together. She nodded, not uttering a word, but let out a soft from her nose. Su Qing looked up, watching Long Yinwan rise gracefully, and let out a sigh of relief as she walked toward the window. Though Long Yinwan was a few years older than Su Qing, she was remarkably innocent and unsuspecting. The room was filled with old relics from a decade ago, but since they belonged to Su Qing, she treated them like treasures, examining each item with earnest curiosity, glancing around in wonder. Long Yinwan touched a giant Pikachu plush and a pile of children's books. She longed for Su Qing to share his childhood memories with her, but seeing the dust gathered atop them, she hesitated. She thought this might be a secret Su Qing had avoided for years, a wound he never spoke of, and she couldn't bear to ask. After surveying the room, Long Yinwan's gaze fell upon the desk, where on the topmost shelf, she spotted a photograph. In it, a small boy with neatly combed hair wore a miniature suit, lending his youthful face an air of aristocracy. The photo was too far away for her to see clearly. The ground in the photo was covered with a long red carpet, and beside Su Qing stood who must have been his parents. Long Yinwan tiptoed, trying to retrieve the photo for a closer look. She yearned to know every detail about Su Qing. A voice recorder still in working mode lay on the table beneath her. A faint red light glowed on the light blue partition. The recorder, which had not captured any sound for a long time, suddenly picked up a startled cry. Ah! It was Long Yinwan's voice. Under the fluorescent light, two shadows merged their proximity, making her heart nearly stop. Feeling the body leaning in from behind, she stared blankly at the hand hovering above her fingers, her heart pounding wildly, unable to draw a single deep breath. The posture between them was almost as if Su Qing were embracing her from behind. The photo was placed extremely high. Truth be told, no matter how hard Long Yinwan stretched, she couldn't even touch the frame's edge. Clearly, even Su Qing, standing at nearly 189 meters, found it a strain to reach the frame. Long Yinwan could feel Su Qing's body straining upward, the rustle of their clothes rubbing together, a soft, unending whisper. The reason they couldn't reach it wasn't because it was too high. After all, Su Qing had placed the photo there himself. Nor was it because Su Qing wanted to take advantage of Long Yinwan. The real reason was that not far from Su Qing's front door, someone was staring fixedly at them. The sky at 7 or 8 in the evening had already fallen into complete darkness. In the vast night, the light under the eaves cast a reflection of a man's twisted face. Behind him stood two maids in plain white cheongsam, carrying Long Yinwan's clothes. Long Yinfeng, one hand bound in a thick plaster cast, clenched the other tightly. Even with his neatly trimmed nails, he dug red marks into his palm. He stared at the light streaming from the top floor, watching the two figures entwined at the window, their lower halves hidden by the wall beneath. A trace of bloodshot red gleamed in Long Yinfeng's eyes. His mind buzzed, nearly driving him to death with rage. They seemed to be. He closed his eyes fiercely, recalling everything from the injuries of his dispatched men to his quarrel with Li Tian, and then the broken hand from Li Tian's punch. Overwhelmed by one incident after another, he had completely forgotten Su Qing's earlier threats. When he answered Su Qing's call just now, his hands were trembling. Su Qing's omniscient mystery filled Long Yinfeng with dread, and the most terrifying part was that Su Qing was capable of anything. His sister, the sister he had raised since childhood, the one he had protected with his life, had become a pawn in his struggle with Su Qing. In an instant, Long Yinfeng hated himself. If he hadn't opposed Su Qing, would Su Qing have spared his sister? Watching every move of the two inside the window, Long Yinfeng ignored his injured hand and the fact that this was the Su family's mansion. He strode quickly toward the brightly lit gate. Two guards in sharp suits stood at the entrance. Oh, just as Long Yinfeng was about to announce himself, they spoke first. Our young master said you would come. Young master Long, this way please. Hua Sheng led Long Yinfeng to the elevator that went straight to the 5th floor. Hua Sheng gestured toward the open elevator doors. Young master Long, my young master is on the 5th floor. As Long Yinfeng sat in the elevator with his two servants, his mind nearly ceased to function. He didn't know what he would do when he saw the scene with his own eyes. If he had known Su Qing would really target his sister, he would have knelt and begged Su Qing. But now it was too late to say anything. Su Qing was too cunning, always striking at his weakest point. He had only two thoughts now: if his sister was safe, he would swear never to oppose Su Qing again. Long Yinfeng clenched his fists desperately, his eyes shifting from vacant to cold and fierce. But if Su Qing had done anything dishonorable to his sister, he would throw all caution to the wind. Even on Su Qing's turf, he would personally end Su Qing. By any means necessary, he would kill Su Qing. With a ding, the elevator doors slid open slowly. Long Yinfeng scanned the area, finally spotting a narrow staircase at the corner. A sliver of light leaked from a half-open black door, casting a glow upon him. He could even hear the sounds of their playful banter coming from inside the room. Long Yinfeng stared intently at the door panel, his entire body tensing like a stone. In an instant, his heart sinking, as if filled with cold lead. He dared not even imagine the appalling things Su Qing might be doing to Su Qing in that small storage room. He rushed up the stairs in hurried strides, and just before pushing the door open, he turned to the two servants in the house and spoke with an air of superiority. No matter what you two see in a moment, if you dare breathe a single word of it, neither of you will live to see another day, understand? The two maids, slightly bowed, trembled at the sight of their young master's cold and ruthless face, nearly dropping the items they carried. With quivering voices they nodded and said, "Understood, third young master." Long Yinfeng turned around, kicked the door open with one swift motion, and roared angrily, "What are you doing? Su Qing, you bastard, what have you done to my sister?" His words, fueled by rage, trailed off as he froze in place. The two people before him were clearly just embracing, far from the indecency he had imagined. Even though his sister was scantily clad, she showed no signs of improper violation. He stood dumbfounded at the doorway, watching their every move. The loud crash of the door burst open, carrying a gust of wind. Lung Yanyuan's delicate frame trembled, her face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding, and her lips were pressed tightly together, stifling the scream that was about to escape. Under the immense auditory and visual impact, her instinct to flee grew even stronger. She, who had merely been standing close to Su Qing, now curled directly into the chest of the man behind her, her head pressed against his warm and broad chest, her hands gripping the silk pajamas on Su Qing so tightly that they created two large wrinkles. Her actions seemed to seek a sense of security from Su Qing, as if the person entering the door was a ferocious beast. Lung Yinfeng felt both furious and helpless. His own sister, frightened by his arrival, had thrown herself into the arms of a man she had only known for a few days. In that instant, he suddenly felt that it wasn't Su Qing about to harm his sister, but rather his sister who was offering herself willingly. "Lung Yinwan, what are you hiding from? Look at who I am." Only then did Lung Yinwan peer through her fingers at Lung Yinfeng. She knew who had come, and because she knew, she felt even more ashamed. Lung Yanyuan's lips parted slightly, but before she could speak, Su Qing spoke politely, with a warm and sincere smile on his face. "Brother Lung, you're here. Today the two of us accidentally fell into the man-made lake at home. I don't have suitable clothes for Sister Xianwan here, so I had to trouble you to come over." Lung Yinfeng frowned. Had Su Qing said that on the phone, he instantly understood that Su Qing had clearly intended to make him misunderstand and anger him. Suppressed by Su Qing time, and again Lung Yinfeng hated Su Qing with a burning passion. But Su Qing was far too mysterious. A heated confrontation would only give Su Qing the upper hand. Thus Lung Yinfeng decided not to clash openly with Su Qing anymore. Lung Yinfeng struggled to calm his emotions and said to Su Qing, "My sister has caused you trouble, young Master Su." Then he spoke gently to Lung Yinwan. "Xianwan, go change your clothes first. The servants are waiting outside." Lung Yinwan, patted on the back a few times by Su Qing, listened as he said, "Sister Xianwan, go change your clothes first." She obediently went out to change. In the small storage room, only Lung Yinfeng and Su Qing remained, a cramped space barely accommodating the two men standing face to face. It felt to both of them like returning to that stairwell corner of Laxi as they stared at each other with narrowed eyes. They simultaneously muttered a "oof," in their minds, the reasons for which were remarkably consistent. Both thought, "How could I share a common memory with him? Disgusting." Su Qing crossed his arms, looking down at Lung Yinfeng with an air of superiority. "Brother Lung, aren't you going out to wait for your sister? Sticking around here with me? Is there something you want to say?" "You and Su Qing." Lung Yinfeng sighed in defeat, his cold voice tinged with a hint of humble negotiation. "I won't oppose you anymore. Can you let my sister go?" Su Qing let out a scoffing laugh, stepped over, and sat on the nearby table, as if he had heard an enormous joke. "Brother Lung, you must be kidding me. I recall saying that we have no enmity between us. If you don't provoke me, you and I will be at peace. But you're unreasonable. You sent people to kill me. Tell me, what should I do? If it were you, what would you do?" "Su Qing, you've won. You severed the tendons of my men's hands and feet, fed Lung Hu to the pigs as minced meat, and took my family's possessions. What more do you want?" Lung Yanfeng's voice grew louder, filled with both hatred and powerlessness. The fluorescent light was too bright, making Su Qing's eyes uncomfortable. He rubbed his eyes and said slowly, "Brother Lung, you're a grown man. You should understand the ins and outs of this matter. You tried to harm me, you just failed. What I did was self-defense at worst. At its worst, it's just an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's be reasonable. Just because you lost doesn't make you the victim." Lung Yinfeng sighed, the scar on his brow twitching. "Fine, yes. Then just take revenge on me. Can you not use my sister as a bargaining chip? She does like you. You shouldn't treat her." Su Qing raised his hand and tapped the tabletop. The crisp sound echoed in the narrow space, cutting off Lung Yanfeng's words. "What did I do to your sister? Using her as a bargaining chip. She fell into the lake, I went to save her, and she almost dragged me down to drown with her. You talk about me letting her go. She should be the one to let me go." As Su Qing got up and walked toward the door, he patted Lung Yanfeng's shoulder as he passed by. "Relax, I'm not as bad as you think. I may be vengeful and not a good person, but your sister is truly a good person. I don't want to hurt her. You?" In Lung Yanfeng's eyes, Su Qing was cunning and full of tricks. Even if he truly had a conscience, he wouldn't say it outright to ease Lung Yanfeng's mind. He would always say something to disgust him. Su Qing's words now were simply too out of character. There must be a trick. Su Qing held the door handle, hearing the question Lung Yinfeng had been suppressing in his throat for a long time. He turned his head and said generously, "Don't worry, I have no reason to lie to you. To be precise, there's no need to lie to someone who's about to hit the road. Brother Lung cherished these last days of reunion with your family." Seeing Lung Yanfeng's bewildered expression, Su Qing smiled and continued, "Or maybe you'll be kind and tell you this: you'd better flee tonight. Tomorrow the higher authorities will issue a warrant for the Lung family. I think you'd be more comfortable escaping abroad. Otherwise in prison. Brother Lung, you might end up picking up the soap." Lung Yinfeng was taken aback. Hearing Su Qing's resolute tone, as if he had foreseen all these events, left him utterly bewildered. Moreover, when Su Qing mentioned picking up the soap, he even raised his finger to mimic the gesture as though he had actually experienced it. Everything Su Qing described was so vivid and detailed it seemed almost real. That evening at a meat shop on a certain street, a young proprietor in a black apron slammed a cleaver heavily onto a rack of ribs with a loud thud. So Boss Lung is actually the third young master of the Lung family. He disregards the lives of ordinary people just to entertain those wealthy scions. Across the counter, an auntie buying ribs stretched her neck to peer at the phone lying on the shopkeeper's table. The auntie asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" The young proprietor replied indignantly, "The Lung family, the one that runs the hospital. Their third son is dabbling in life and death schemes. He opened a boxing gym where fights are to the death, no questions asked, with money on the line. Isn't that just a playground for the rich? He even curries favor with the Li family by offering them medicine. Truly the elite stick together." The auntie with the curly perm took the ribs and let out a puzzled "Huh. I saw Dr. Lung just last week for a checkup. He's the second son. A very nice man. I never thought the Lung family would have someone like that. What a disgrace." That evening, several pieces of news spread rapidly through the streets and alleys of Luochuan. Lung Yinfeng, the third young master of the Lung family, gifted medicine to the eldest son of the Li family. Lung Yinfeng, the third young master of the Lung family, is suspected of tax evasion across multiple businesses and involvement in life and death dealings. Among the masses there was no shortage of cynics. No one wished for the news to be false, and few cared about the truth. After all, the world of aristocratic families was beyond the reach of most people. Those born with silver spoons who had everything they could desire were inherently resented. Thus, watching the downfall of prominent families became a source of great amusement. These two pieces of news became hot topics for the kind-hearted citizens over tea, spreading swiftly through the crowd. Of course, it also reached the ears of the Lung family. Lung Yinfeng returned to the Lung residence, with Lung Yinwan both silent throughout the journey. Earlier he had told his sister that he respected her decision, so scolding her now seemed inappropriate. Moreover, Su Qing had already returned the cauldron to their family. Lung Yinfeng stared at the gleaming golden cauldron, unsure of what to say. He was particularly troubled by Su Qing's final words, unable to decipher their meaning. When they arrived home, just as Lung Yinwan was about to retreat to her room, he couldn't help but stop her and ask Xiaonuan, "Su Qing is not a suitable match for you. Can you listen to your brother this once? Stop contacting him. It's fine that you gave him the medicine, but don't see him again." Earlier, when her brother had seen her disheveled, Lung Yinwan felt so embarrassed she couldn't muster the courage to confront him. But now her brother had brought up the matter and even twisted the truth, claiming the medicine had ended up with Su Qing. Lung Yinwan turned to face her brother, fuming. "Didn't you send someone to Su Qing yesterday to take the medicine and give it to the Li family? Su Qing didn't blame you. But brother, how could you give the medicine to the Li family without consulting me? And now, you're trying to pin the blame on Su Qing." Her tearful accusations left Lung Yinfeng completely stunned. He had intended to take the medicine yesterday, but in the end he had lost everything. Now Su Qing had even managed to frame him, aiming to seize both the reputation and the secret medicine. And what did his words truly mean? "Xiaonuan, don't believe him. I never took the medicine." But before Lung Yinfeng could finish, a maid in a white silk Cheongsam approached. She nodded respectfully at Lung Yinfeng and said, "Third young master, the Li family's thank you gift has arrived today. Aunt Hua asked you to go to her study once you return." The timing of the servant's appearance was too perfect. Lung Yinwan looked at him with an expression that said, "Brother, you still won't admit it. Why are you framing Su Qing?" Lung Yinfeng was utterly bewildered. Piecing together his sister's words and the Li family's gift, he realized. Could Su Qing have delivered the medicine himself? But his mind felt as if struck by lightning, going completely blank. Filled with immense doubt, he headed to Lung Ruhua's study. A knock echoed. "Come in," a voice said. He entered the study. The room was decorated in an antique style with two large rows of mahogany bookshelves neatly filled with yellowed ancient texts. Lung Ruohua sat upright watching him. She had narrow phoenix-like eyes and thin lips that held no smile, giving her a stern demeanor. Nearing 40, she was well-preserved, a clear beauty in her youth. She placed her phone on the table, turned it toward Lung Yinfeng, and demanded sternly, "What have you done?" What Lung Ruohua presented was far clearer than the rumors online. There were the exact location of Lung Yanfeng's boxing gym along with various scenes captured by the surveillance camera at the entrance, people coming and going, some being carried out. Lung Yanfeng stared at the images on the phone speechless. He couldn't understand how his aunt had found out. You what? I never imagined that when you chose business over medicine you would. Lung Ruohua slammed her palm heavily on the desk. You actually dabbled in life and death dealings. Lung Yanfeng's eyes were vacant as he shook his head frantically. And I didn't. There have never been any deaths in my gym. It's all fair transactions. Lung Ruohua looked at his expression side deeply and fixed her gaze on him. Xiaofeng, of course I believe what you say. But these matters have already spread far and wide especially. She swiped her phone and turned it back to him. He saw clearly in the video a person was recounting how his friend had been beaten to death in Lung Yanfeng's boxing gym. Lung Yanfeng panicked and quickly said, Aunt, this is slander. Do they have evidence? No one has ever died in my gym. I can swear it. Xiaofeng, it's not that I don't believe you. Lung Ruohua waved her hand, finding her nephew pitifully naive. She said bitterly, Xiaofeng, given the current direction of public opinion, people are more inclined to see the downfall of a major family. They don't want to believe you. Don't you understand the logic behind this? Lung Yanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. His aunt had never spoken to him with such a grave tone, and he suddenly realized the severity of the situation. And you have to help me. Lung Ruohua frowned, closed her eyes, raised a hand to her forehead, and said in a deep voice. The news online has spread too far. We must give the public an explanation. Now you're all over the trending topics. Also, the news about you sending medicine to the Li family has leaked out. The alliance and monopoly of the major families have always drawn the attention of the higher authorities. Xiaofeng, I can't protect you this time. You've always been too extreme in your actions with a fierce reputation that naturally attracts attention. And now, Lung Ruohua pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiaofeng, go abroad and lie low for a while. He'll find a way to calm those spreading your news online and take down the trending topics. Then transfer all the companies under your name to professional managers. Come back once the storm has passed. Given the Lung family's influence in Luochuan, if even Lung Ruohua said he needed to flee, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was probably just as Su Qing had said. If he didn't run today, there would be no chance tomorrow. Lung Yanfeng's eyes widened, the bloodshot orbs reflecting Su Qing's face. It was all Su Qing's doing. Only the Su family could drive such a massive wave of rumors through every street and alley. Lung Yanfeng had originally thought, where there's life, there's hope. His earlier words were just to placate Su Qing. He desperately wanted to take Su Qing's life. Unexpectedly, before he could even find an opportunity to act, Su Qing had already cut off his escape route. Su Qing had gone so far as to leave him with no way out. I understand it. Lung Yanfeng left that very night, taking the family's private jet. The Lung family owned several flight routes. He merely explained to his family that he needed to go abroad for medical treatment due to a wound on his hand. Lung Ruohua urged him to leave hastily. Lung Yanfeng had wanted to say something to his sister, but she had gone back to her room to sleep and refused to see him off, still angry with him. Lung Yanyuan's room was a simple sky blue, as clean and pure as she was. Now only a faint warm yellow light glowed from under the bedside cabinet, illuminating her temples. Lung Yanwan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her phone was broken and no one had told her about the rumors online. She believed her brother was truly going abroad to treat his arm. Although she would miss him during his absence, she was still angry at him for slandering Su Qing, so she didn't go to see him off. Thinking of Su Qing, a sweet smile graced her lips, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Lung Yanwan had wanted to spend more time with Su Qing. What a pity. She recalled the moments they had shared that day, every word Su Qing had spoken. She opened the small recording pen and a faint red light shone onto the ceiling. A low enchanting voice seeped into Lung Yanyuan's ears, one thread at a time. Listening to Su Qing's words, there's plenty of time, she soon drifted into sleep. A blurry black mist dispersed before Lung Yanyuan's eyes. She rubbed them and found herself standing before her third brother, Lung Yanfeng. Glancing around, she realized she was in the middle of a desert. Brother, brother. She called out several times, but Lung Yanfeng didn't respond. Suddenly a man appeared dressed in black, with a black baseball cap. His face wasn't covered, but Lung Yanyuan's vision was blurred, and she couldn't make out his features. She only saw the man in the cap press the muzzle of a gun against Lung Yanfeng's head. A bang startled her, but in the blink of an eye the scene before her blurred again. It felt as if a gust of yellow sand swept through. A pair of strong arms pulled her into an embrace, and in an instant she was back in her bed. Lying there, she slightly furrowed her brows. In the dim light, she locked eyes with the person before her. To her astonishment, the one who had snatched her from the sandy expanse was. She exclaimed joyfully, Su Qing. 3 days later, 2 events occurred at the Li family residence. First, the eldest son, Li Sheng, was gradually recovering. Li Jingfeng was so delighted that he lowered the prices of several new properties by 2,000, a cause for universal celebration. As the old saying goes, losing money wards off disaster, all to accumulate blessings for one's own son. The other matter that displeased them was how to handle Li Tian. With his own son recovering, if Li Tian married Lin Xier, he would inevitably overshadow his elder brother. News of the Lung family's son Lung Yinfeng evading taxes on dozens of shops and operating an underground boxing ring that had led to deaths spread like wildfire. Simultaneously, the story of Lung Yinfeng sending medicine to the Li family implicated them as well. This was not a major issue, as the Lung family was a medical lineage. Countless people sought their remedies each year. The Li family had offered generous gifts. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. No matter how far the rumors spread, they were clean and had no connection to the Lung family. But the most troubling matter now involved Li Tian's relationship with Lung Yinfeng. Surveillance footage from the boxing ring's entrance had been released, showing Li Tian, the second son of the Li family, frequently entering and exiting the establishment. Li Tian was seen with his arm around Lung Yanfeng's shoulder, calling him brother, and had been identified as a customer. As a result, even if Li Tian wasn't convicted of using the underground boxing ring for entertainment, he had become the talk of the town. Li Jingfeng paced in his study for a long time, preparing to quickly devise a solution. Li Sheng's room was simply furnished, arranged with dark ebony wood. In the center of the spacious interior lay a jade bed imbued with health-preserving properties. At that moment, Li Sheng reclined upon it, his formerly pallid face now showing a healthier complexion. His narrow, elongated eyes were slightly upturned, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his sharp jawline clearly visible. Li Sheng turned his head and saw his father enter, holding a bowl that emitted steam and the rich aroma of chicken soup. He sat up, leaning against the cushion behind him. A wide-collared nightgown revealed his slender collarbones. "Father, you're here." Li Jingfeng's eyes nearly curved into crescents at the sight of his son's improving health. He handed the chicken soup to Li Sheng. "Fresh from the kitchen. You've been eating too little lately. This will nourish you." Li Sheng smiled and accepted the bowl. As he took a sip, his brows furrowed. The soup was tasteless. Yet seeing his father's earnest concern, he finished it in a few gulps. "Delicious." Li Jingfeng sat on the jade bed, which was filled with temperature-regulated water. He placed his hand on the jade surface and addressed Li Sheng. "What are your thoughts on your younger brother?" Li Sheng was taken aback. "Father, why such a sudden question? We adopted him to change your fortune. Now that you're well, if he continues to hold his current position, it won't be easy for you to make your mark at Longting. Especially if he marries into the Lin family, it will further hinder your standing in Luochuan." Li Sheng held only a nominal position in the family's Longting real estate, as his frail health and frequent illnesses made it unwise for Li Jingfeng to entrust him with significant authority, lest it unsettle the staff. Li Sheng naturally understood his father's good intentions, but he merely curled his lips into a faint smile. "Father, wouldn't a marriage alliance between my brother and the Lin family benefit our household as well? He and I grew up together, we're the same. I consider him my own blood brother." Li Jingfeng clenched his fist and weakly tapped it against the jade bed. His son had always been so detached, and even now with his health improving, he remained equally indifferent. "Sheng, you cannot neglect your own position for the sake of fraternal affection. You." Li Sheng straightened up, cast a brief glance toward the door, and smiled. He grasped his father's hand to reassure him. "Father, my brother will always be family. How about this, let's keep my recovery a secret for now. Otherwise the Lin family might call off the engagement. I don't want to ruin my brother's marriage because of me." Well, fine. But word has spread about him carousing with that third son of the Lung family at the underground boxing ring. It's harming our family's reputation." Li Sheng lowered his gaze and thought. "I've seen those rumors too. They likely won't affect us. How about this, father, let my brother lie low for a while elsewhere. He secured that piece of land in Luoxi, didn't he? Send him to work there and build the resort hotel. By the time he returns, things will have blown over and his reputation can be restored." Li Jingfeng was taken aback. "That's a prime piece of land. Are you really letting him handle it?" Li Sheng nodded, glancing at himself. "Father, I'm better now, but I still need time to recuperate. Luoxi is a good place. We can't just leave it idle. My brother is kind, upright, and capable. Let him take charge." Hearing his son's words, Li Jingfeng found them reasonable. Li Tian had been with the family for years and had always been respectful, showing no signs of disloyalty. Moreover, even if the Li family wanted to discard Li Tian, everyone knew he was their son. Casting him aside so abruptly would damage their reputation. Luoxi was indeed a valuable asset, but to the Li family, it was a mere drop in the bucket. Sending Li Tian away for a time while he enjoyed peace with his own son seemed a sound decision. Li Jingfeng agreed to this plan and informed Li Tian the next day. He handed over the Luoxi project, assigning an entire engineering team for surveying and design, with Li Tian given full authority to coordinate with all departments. Li Jingfeng was a wily old fox adept at making appearances. He feigned deep affection for Li Tian, allowing him to showcase his talents. In his study, Li Jingfeng sat in a rosewood chair and addressed Li Tian, who stood before him. "Go ahead and make your mark. The rumors about you and that Lung kid have tarnished your reputation. Gain some experience in Luoxi. You'll have full access to Longting's personnel, and there's a branch office there." Li Tian nodded, then hesitated. "I understand, father. But school is about to start and I—" Li Jingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Practical experience is far more valuable than book learning. Besides, what's the use of that major you chose? Studying business English for no reason. We're not in the import-export trade. Oh well, study it if you like. Your school starts around March 20th and Luoshi isn't far. Attend classes when you have time. If not, I'll have the butler speak with the principal. The Li family donated those library buildings, you needn't worry. Li Tian replied respectfully, yes, father. As he left the study and gently closed the door, he wondered how much anger he had suppressed to avoid smashing it to pieces. Returning to his room, he collapsed weakly onto the bed. Had he even wanted to study business English? Never had he seen a young master from a prestigious family choose such a major, especially one so irrelevant to their business, as Li Jingfeng had pointed out. But who had chosen it for him? His adoptive parents, who had claimed the Li family was venturing into import-export. As time passed, Li Tian realized that was never the case. Feeling increasingly unfortunate, he had accidentally overheard his father and Li Sheng's conversation in the room the previous afternoon. He never intended to eavesdrop, yet he always ended up hearing the truth. He heard Li Sheng's genuine brotherly affection and deeply regretted ever considering taking the Lung family's miraculous medicine for his own selfish desires. He never imagined that after his elder brother recovered, he would speak up for him. Though they were close in age, he had always feared his brother would vie for power and status once well. Yet in the end it was his own brother who silently defended him. But his adoptive father's disappointment was profound. To speak of improving his own son's fortune was utterly dehumanizing. Had it not been for Li Sheng's intercession, he would likely have been cast out of the family. Li Tian clenched his fists tightly. He was determined to excel in the Luoshi project. Since his elder brother cared for him, he would marry Lin Xier and jointly manage the Li family with him. Given Li Sheng's carefree nature, he probably wouldn't compete. He would prove to his adoptive parents that he was the best. After packing his things, he visited the Lin family to bid farewell to Lin Xier before heading to Luoshi. He felt reassured about Lin Xier. She had feelings for him. Ever since he broke the bedpost at her home, and she made her promise, she had stopped seeing Su Qing. He knew that. What Li Tian, seated on the plane to Luoshi, did not know was that Lin Xier had already received a message from Su Qing inviting her to Longqing to film a TV series and giving her the phone number of an assistant director. The Longqing Film and Television Base is a large-scale comprehensive tourist area integrating film tourism, vacation, leisure, and sightseeing, and has been rated as a AA-level scenic spot in China. The Dingfeng Group has invested a total of 3 billion yuan to construct 13 film and television shooting bases spanning thousands of years of history, including Hong Kong Street, Ming and Qing Palace's Qing King's Palace along the river during the Qingming Festival, China Cultural Park, Ming and Qing Residential Expo City Dream Paradise, Pingyuan Cave Mansion, and Daji Zen Temple. These bases, gathering northern and southern regional characteristics, also include 2 super-large modern studios. The Longqing Film and Television Base is China's only national film industry experimental zone and has been called China's Hollywood by M Country's Hollywood magazine. In March, the weather in Longqing was just right, with an endless stream of tourists. A winding veranda with stone paths led to a resplendent and luxurious courtyard full of blooming flowers. In the backyard, roses climbed the trellis, and by a pool stood a graceful girl seemingly out of place amidst the ancient architecture. Her raven-like eyelashes squinted against the strong sunlight, and her chestnut hair fell over her shoulders. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, she gazed toward a crowd. She was not a tourist, but an actress here for filming, Lin Xier. She came alone without any assistance. A few days ago, Su Qing had given her the number of the assistant director. Initially, she hesitated, knowing Li Tian didn't want her to be involved with Su Qing. But after much thought, Su Qing wasn't coming himself. He merely introduced her to a female third lead role, not a special favor. The assistant director clearly explained the character and gave her a shooting script. This was a good opportunity for experience with only a few scenes, so she came. Lin Xier had read the script twice. The drama, titled Imperial Power, was a fictional historical drama centered on a strong female lead telling how the heroine and a young marquis overthrew corrupt imperial power, focusing entirely on career. The role she would play in Ro was arguably the only romantic thread in the drama. She was the maid of the young Marquis Shenli. After they pledged their love, she was kidnapped by the prince and hanged herself. Compared to the heroine's decisiveness, her character was pure, kind, and died for love. Though her screen time was limited, it was a likable role. Lin Xier thought this role was good for her debut, as such a character could build public goodwill. Su Qing had said the same, so she came without worries. Walking along a stone path, she soon found the crew. Seeing a passing lighting technician, she asked, "Excuse me, where can I find Director Liu?" Director Liu was the casting assistant director. The technician, carrying 2 large light reflectors, gestured with his chin toward a room. Lin Xier thanked him and looked over. Above the bright red vermilion gate hung a black Nanmu plaque with 3 bold characters, Feng Lu Jian. In her script, Feng Lu Jian was the young Marquis' bedchamber. She walked toward it, where bright lights shone and many crew members bustled about. Lin Xier peered through the crowd. A man in a green brocade robe with a face like jade and striking features was speaking angrily. She recognized him as Xiaoyu, a popular young actor hovering between second and third tier, playing the young Marquis, her scene partner. The man had strikingly beautiful peach blossom eyes. As Lin Sierra watched him act, she stared at those eyes which reminded her of another person. The one who introduced her here, Su Qing, the young master of the Su family. She was relieved that Su Qing had merely introduced her for a role, so even if Li Tian found out about her acting, he wouldn't be too angry. Yet she felt a pang of disappointment, as she hadn't seen Su Qing for about 10 days, and their phone conversations were limited to a few words in text. Her heart suddenly raced. She actually missed Su Qing. Behind the camera sat the director, and beside him on another chair was the casting assistant director, who caught sight of Lin Sierra out of the corner of his eye. Director Liu had always lived in Longqing, immersed in the film base for work. Among the 5 major families of Luochuan, he only knew the Su family of Dingfeng. So he wasn't familiar with Lin Sierra's background, he only recognized her from the profile card she had given him. This young girl wasn't a famous artist, and had few scenes, but her role was quite likable. He thought she might be a newcomer under Jean Li's agency preparing to debut and seemed promising. Although Jean Li had specifically emphasized not to favor this female third lead, director Liu sensed she meant the opposite. She wanted him to give extra care. Since Jean Li was willing to promote her, she was likely to become popular, so director Liu decided to offer Lin Sierra some guidance. Inside the room, Xiaoyu glared angrily, his hair bristling, and roared, "The 8th prince dares to kidnap my wife. I will avenging Ro." The sudden shout startled Lin Sierra, snapping her back to reality. As she prepared to find the assistant director, a middle-aged man with a square face dressed in a simple black t-shirt appeared in her sight. Director Liu said kindly, "You're the female third lead introduced here, right?" As a newcomer to the crew, Lin Sierra wanted to gain experience, so setting aside her family background, she politely said, "Hello, Director Liu. I'm Lin Sierra. Good, you have potential." Director Liu looked her over and glanced at his watch. "You have no scenes this morning. Rest in the lounge, then find the stylist for makeup and hair after lunch. This afternoon you have a scene with Xiaoyu at the horse track. Have you read the script? Can you ride?" Lin Sierra nodded. "I've read the script and I can ride." Director Liu glanced outside, signaling her to follow him. They walked to Feng Lujian. He asked, "This is your first time acting, right?" "Yes, it's my first time," Lin Sierra said. Director Liu advised, "Let me give you a heads up. Your co-star and the director have short tempers. Use your break to study your lines, and try not to mess up." "I understand," Lin Sierra nodded. Director Liu said, "Good. I see you have talent. Your agent gave you this role to promote you. Act well. Dingfeng's dramas are hits. If you become famous, don't forget me." Lin Sierra nodded in agreement, then turned away, a sweet smile unconsciously tugging at her lips. She suddenly felt she had been too naive earlier, and even harbored a slight resentment towards Su Qing for being so businesslike. She finally realized that as a complete novice, the assistant director going out of his way to advise her and giving her such a likable female third lead in a Dingfeng production must have been Su Qing's special arrangement. He just wanted to ease her mind without telling her outright. Not far away behind a willow tree stood a tall, slender man. His dark gray hoodie was pulled over his head, topped with a baseball cap, shielding him completely. His gaze fell on Lin Sierra, and Director Liu, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In the afternoon at the horse ranch, several young noblemen in elegant attire were selecting horses. Among them, one distinguished young master dressed in white silk brocade embroidered with cloud patterns sat atop a white horse. A white veil covered his face, and in his hand, he held a gleaming sword that reflected silver light. The assistant director approached Lin Sierra, who was dressed in a goose-yellow maidservant's outfit, and instructed, "You know your part, right?" He pointed to a spot. "That's the first camera position. Walk along there, stop Shun Li, and offer him tea. After he knocks the tea away, he'll point his sword hilt at you." Lin Sierra nodded in acknowledgement, and went to the first camera position to wait for the scene to begin. Her role was minor, she could recite her few lines backward. Yet being her first time truly acting on a film set, she felt a bit nervous holding the bottom of the prop teacup, her fingers gently scratching against the porcelain. Standing still, she looked around, and suddenly met the eyes of the man on the horse. For some reason, she felt those eyes seemed different from the ones she had seen on Xiaoyu earlier. Now the eyes gazing back at her were deeper, seemingly more passionate. But she had no time to dwell on it as a voice announced, "Scene 18. Take 1A," and the scene began. Ying Ro hurried towards Shun Li with quick small steps. Young Marquis. The other young noblemen had already ridden off on their horses. Shun Li, just about to spur his steed into a gallop, halted and turned his head. His long jet-black sideburns fluttered in the wind, and the white veil on his face swayed gently, yet the true visage beneath remained hidden. Shun Li raised an eyebrow at Ying Ro, revealing a hint of unruliness. A clear, resonant voice emerged, "What is it?" Ying Rao's fingers trembled slightly as she drew closer to Shun Li, lifting the teacup high. "Young Marquis, have some tea and rest." A flicker of suspicion deepened in Shun Li's eyes. "What is your name? Who sent you?" "Your maidservant, Ying Ro, young Marquis. The madam instructed me to bring you tea." Beneath the white veil, a wicked smile curled. Su Qing, based on the original text, or rather based on the Imperial Power script he had personally revised, knew that next he should press his sword against the maidservant's waist and deliver his lines. But a flash of inspiration struck him to alter the scene. He raised his sword, extended it towards Ing Ro, knocked the tea away, and then pressed the blade against her waist. Looking at her panicked expression, he said, Ing Ro, a nice name, but the madam's favorite tea is hard to swallow. Lin Sierra knew the next part should be Shun Li raising his sword to point at her chin. So despite her feigned panic, she was inwardly at ease. She knew how to act as she had found her rhythm. But the next second, Shun Li's sword didn't stop at her chin. Instead, the scabbard's tip gently twisted around the goose-yellow sash at Ing Rao's waist, causing the outer layer of her garment to loosen and fall open. He smirked lazily in comparison. Ing Ro, you should be much easier to swallow. Lin Sierra's next line should have been a panicked cry of young Marquis. But now, seeing her clothes undone, she froze. The man before her was blatantly flirting with her. This wasn't in the script. Yet, inexplicably, the man's demeanor and smile gave her a comfortable feeling, and she found herself not angry. To be honest, not only was Lin Sierra stunned, but even the director behind the monitor was bewildered. He shouted, cut. Sieyu, why are you ad-libbing again? The male lead's persona is gallant, but with this change you've made him outright lecherous. Chaos ensued. The head director was notoriously short-tempered, and Sieyu had never altered his scenes before. As the director stormed angrily towards Su Qing, and Lin Sierra, a middle-aged woman, stopped him. The woman Li Mei was plain-looking and of average build, the producer of this drama. The director halted, pulled aside by Li Mei. Why are you stopping me? Sieyu changed the script without permission, and you're going to speak for him. Li Mei frowned. That's not Sieyu. What? Sieyu got a stand-in. That third-rate little actor dares to use a stand-in without saying a word. The director grew even angrier. Li Mei pursed her lips, tugged his arm, and whispered, what stand-in? That's the young master of the Su family, Su Qing, the sole future heir of Summit Entertainment. The director was completely stunned. He was a director under Summit, but no one had told him Su Qing would be acting in this drama. Li Mei whispered, Jean Li told me to arrange a dressing room for young Master Su, and to negotiate with Sieyu. Young Master Su just wanted to have some fun acting. He's the one who funded this drama. Jean Li said not to let others know his identity. But I didn't expect him to change the script himself. If you scold him now, you can forget about working in the entertainment industry. The director utterly disapproved of Su Qing's frivolous whim, but the man before him was the powerful young master of Summit, while he was just a weak, helpless director. What could he do? A thunderbolt seemed to strike his mind. He had already walked halfway to Su Qing, and what had he just said? He had called Su Qing lecherous. He awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth, and said to Li Mei, I understand. Li Mei reminded him softly, pretend you don't know. Smooth things over. Young Master Su doesn't want his identity known. Treat him as Sieyu. The director in his 40s was lean with slightly protruding eyes. Even his normal speech seemed aggressive, and he was notoriously strict during filming. If he truly thought the person before him was Sieyu, he would have already given him a thorough scolding. But now, lecherous, lecherous, lecherous. How was he supposed to smooth that over? A sudden idea struck him. He cleared his throat and announced to everyone, Sieyu, I've thought it over carefully. The way you changed the following part actually fits the current trends pretty well. Ahem, what I said earlier, lecherous, was just an abbreviation. Alright, act it that way. The director turned and walked back to the monitoring screen, his facial expression a mess. He wondered if he had managed to salvage the situation. What nonsense had he just spoken? He didn't even believe himself. As he contemplated changing careers, a cheerful voice came from Su Qing. Thank you, director. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Scene 16, take 2, action. The ribbons on Lin Sierra's maid costume had been retied by several costume assistants, and a makeup assistant came over to touch up her delicate face. As the advancing camera aimed directly at their faces, Su Qing and Lin Sierra continued their dialogue, performing this segment anew. Regarding the man before her who had arbitrarily altered the script, Lin Sierra watched the scabbard slowly descending toward her sash, and felt a mix of nervousness and shyness. Yes, nervousness and shyness. She was also somewhat puzzled, feeling that her instinctive reaction should have been disgust. Yet for some reason it felt like an irresistible force. The man before her gave her a sense of familiarity and warmth. His figure concealed by the heavy, ancient attire, his height indistinct, while riding horseback, and those beautiful, deep peach blossom eyes. Apart from the difference in voice from Su Qing, everything else made her feel increasingly familiar. It was reasonable that Lin Sierra couldn't distinguish him. Su Qing was after all a top student in the performance department, where voice, stage presence, and acting were fundamentals enhanced by his system-boosted abilities. So if Su Qing deliberately altered his voice, how could anyone tell? With a swift motion, Shun Li's scabbard slowly turned at the sash, effortlessly loosening Ing Rao's outer robe. As the breeze blew, the two goose-yellow lapels fluttered in the wind. Ing Rao stammered, Young master. Shun Li slowly raised his sword, lifting it to the position of Ing Rao's chin. He tilted it upward, the cold touch landing on her chin, and her delicate palm-sized face flushed instantly. A teasing voice emerged, indeed easier to savor. Shun Li then sheathed his sword at his side and reached out to Ing Rao with his hand. Do you know how to ride a horse? Ing Rao's eyes darted as she stumbled. Young Marquis, this servant knows not of horsemanship. The corners of Shun Li's mouth, hidden behind the white veil, slowly curled up. Come, I'll teach you. A look of bewilderment appeared on Ying Rao's face as she was lifted by a pair of broad hands onto the horse in front of Shun Li. The horse neighed in surprise from the added weight. At the same time, there was the sound of the girl's breath on the horse. For no other reason, Lin Sierra sat before the man, unable to see his face, only a vast horse track, several other actors on horseback ahead, and feeling that devilishly charming hand encircling her waist, casually helping her tie the sash of her outer robe, his naturally fair and distinct knuckles against the goose-yellow ribbon made it even more beautiful. Lin Sierra was actually quite resistant to physical contact during filming, and the original script didn't have so many intimate scenes, but Lin Sierra stared at those long, beautiful fingers, somewhat dazed. Even the neatly trimmed nails were so captivating. Why were they so similar to Su Qing's hands? But on second thought, she hadn't really scrutinized how beautiful Su Qing's fingers were. Perhaps it was just a fleeting resemblance. With a hiya, from behind, the gallant horse sped across the track. March, even in the temperate climate of Dragon City, wasn't warm, but the chest pressed tightly against her through the fabric behind her gave her a sense of safety and warmth. Be careful, hold on to me in a moment. The man behind her whispered close to her ear, the thin veil brushing against the skin of her earlobe, causing her ear tips to redden. This wasn't a line, it was the man behind her speaking to her. Lin Sierra whispered, What's wrong? A voice devoid of any emotion sounded in her ear. There's a fall from horse scene soon. The cushion beside is too small, unsafe. Hold tight to me, or at least one of us will fall off. Lin Sierra realized that the script described someone sabotaging young Marquis Shin's horse, causing them both to fall. But listening to the man behind her speak through the thin veil distracted her. She didn't know why, but she felt the man behind her had a unique allure tempting her. After a while, the man and woman on the horse let out a startled cry and fell off together. The man behind her kept one arm tightly around her waist, which didn't hurt, but felt as if he were pressing her into his body. His other hand cradled her head. Lin Sierra wore a wig with layers of ancient hairpieces, yet she could still feel that overwhelming sense of protective security. Shun Li held the little maid's delicate face, his expression growing more affectionate with each look. He sat up first on the cushion, wiping a bead of sweat from Ying Rao's face that had appeared from the fright. Are you all right? Shun Li's deep, affectionate eyes fixed on Ying Rao as he helped her up, supporting her slender waist. Who could resist being gazed at by such eyes? Lin Sierra was no exception. As the camera zoomed in on her palm-sized face, originally fair and translucent, it now flushed, as red as a boiled crab, and the tips of her ears were tinged with a tender blush. Her lips, dry at first, had been pressed together for a long time, now glistening with a crystalline redness. The camera pushed in closer and closer. The entire crew waited for Lin Sierra to deliver her lines. Her throat tightened terribly, and after a long pause she finally gave Shun Li a slight nod. Young Marquis, this servant is fine. Thank you for your concern. Lin Sierra had expected the director's fury for failing to deliver her lines and delaying everyone, but to her surprise, the director's voice came from afar. This take is good. Well done. The previously quiet set came alive as several prop crew members approached to clear the props. The director also walked toward Lin Sierra and the masked Su Qing. The director already knew that the person under the mask wasn't a popular young actor, but the young master of Dingfeng Corporation, so he naturally wanted to get closer and curry favor. But as he approached, Su Qing tugged at his brocade robe and walked away, leaving only the director and Lin Sierra exchanging bewildered glances. The lean director twitched the corner of his mouth, sizing up Lin Sierra. He didn't know who she was. She wasn't a famous actress. But as the only female character with a romantic storyline in the Imperial Power, and with his young master acting incognito, he immediately understood. His young master was clearly trying to court this woman. The director cleared his throat and said to Lin Sierra, you acted very well. It's not easy to portray a role so vividly on your first try. The scenes of mounting the horse and falling off just now were especially well done. The blushing, stammering, and the way you gazed affectionately at the young Marquis were excellent. Go rest now. You don't have any more scenes today. Thank you, director. The director left after speaking, leaving Lin Sierra standing alone. She frowned, thinking about what the director had said, her heartbeat quickening. How could that be acting? Can a blush be faked? She felt deeply ashamed. She clearly had a fiancé, and hidden in her heart was a man named Su Qing. Yet today, just a few glances, a few movements while filming a scene with Xiaoyu could make her feel such lingering attachment. She desperately wanted this scene to stretch on to increase their interactions. She felt she had suddenly become a fickle woman. She was filled with immense shame. But when she caught sight of the graceful young man in white silk brocade walking out from not far away, her heart uncontrollably quickened again. It was like a fleeting glimpse of beauty. It was as if that often quoted line from books had come to life. A gentle youth, peerless among men. At the top floor of a five-star hotel within the launching film and television base, Su Qing was having his makeup and wig removed by two makeup artists. Ouch, that hurts. Gently, gently, he complained, wincing as he watched them tug at his hair in the mirror. After finishing the removal, Su Qing dabbed at the adhesive on his temples with a cloth. A knock came at the door. Thump thump thump. Young master, a voice called. Su Qing replied calmly, enter. Huasheng opened the door and nodded. Young master, the producer and director are here. Su Qing waved a hand. Let them in. A plump middle-aged woman and a lean middle-aged man stepped into the room. Huasheng exited and closed the door behind him. Li Mei and director Wang Hu bowed their heads. Young master Su. Su Qing stood up, having shed his brocade robes for a simple casual outfit. Though he appeared unassuming, his status made the two seasoned entertainment industry veterans tread carefully, unsure why the young master had summoned them. He turned and sat on a sofa, casually pointing to two chairs beside him. His voice was low and languid. Please have a seat. I need your help with something. Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief, having feared a reprimand for calling Su Qing vulgar earlier. Young master Su, you flatter us. Just tell us what you need, Wang Hu said with a genial smile, his eyes softening. Su Qing recalled from the plot that in 3 days there would be a dinner gathering for the lesser-known actors. Several investors would attend, not for Imperial Power, which Su Qing funded himself, but for other productions under Dingfeng. Apart from the lead actors, the more attractive supporting cast members would be present. The intent was clear: to give these actors a chance to network with influential figures and to serve as gifts for the investors, a win-win. However, Su Qing knew from the original story that the director, producer, and key crew members, suspecting Lin Sierre was his kept woman, had deliberately excluded her from that dinner. Su Qing resolved to change this narrative, not only to include her, but to thrust her into the flames. Crossing his legs, he tapped his fingers on his sweatpants and began. I heard from Jean Li that investors are coming in a few days, right? Li Mei nodded. Yes, young master Su. He'll tell Jean Li to call them off. You two will help me stage a play. Li Mei and Wang Hu exchanged puzzled glances. Young master, please go on. Find a few middle-aged extras, some who look decently wealthy, others like nouveau riche. At the dinner, make sure Lin Sierre attends. Have them ply her with drinks. Make it real. Don't tip off the other actors beforehand. Understand? Li Mei frowned, catching on. Isn't the third female lead your? She hesitated. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. It'll appear at the right moment. You get my drift, don't you? Li Mei and Wang Hu instantly understood. Wang Hu, a veteran of countless melodramas, saw it clearly. The young master was setting up a classic knight in shining armor rescue. Understood. He started, but Li Mei's eager voice cut him off. Young master, I'll pick the perfect extras and make this scene flawless. Lin Sierre will be in dire straits awaiting your rescue. Wang Hu was speechless. Was the producer now outshining the director? What was the world coming to? Wang Hu quickly added. Young master, I'll have the assistant director explain the benefits of pleasing the investors to her, making it unbearable both externally and internally. Then you step in to save the day. Su Qing glanced at them, amused by their quick wit. Clever people. Get it done, and I'll see you get good opportunities later. As they left, he picked up his phone and opened his chat with Lin Sierre. He typed, Sister Sierre, is the shoot going smoothly? She replied promptly, clearly resting too. Smoothly, thanks for arranging it. Su Qing smirked at the screen. Sister, I'll make sure this shoot gets even smoother for you. Over the next 2 days, Su Qing didn't bother playing Xiaoyu on set. There were no no significant scenes left. On the second day, Xiaoyu himself took over. The scene involved Xiaoyu pleading with his parents to marry Yingro, leading to a fiery argument. Lin Sierre sat on a stone stool, chin in hand, idly watching the crew film inside. Her role had few scenes today, as she had already done 2 that morning, and realized acting was no easy task. Her next scene was simple. She just had to walk in and take a scolding from the Marquis and his wife for seducing their son. Peeking through gaps in the crew, she saw 2 middle-aged actors on rosewood chairs with a man in dark gray brocade, arguing passionately before them. Shenli, I fell in love with Yingru at first sight. He'll marry no one else. The Marquis and his wife on the rosewood chairs roared, you unfilial son. A teacup shattered, and the actress playing the Marchioness seethed with anger. Just then a crew member signaled Lin Sierre that her cue was near. She found her mark and waited, watching the actors intently. Studying Xiaoyu, she frowned. He seemed different from yesterday somehow. Before she could dwell on it, a camera focused on her. She quickly channeled her character's emotions, her lively eyes brewing a hint of fear. Yingru called out, Madam. The elderly madam glared at her. You little wretch. Dressed in deep brown brocade, she stormed forward, raising a wiry arm to strike Lin Sierre. Yingru cowered, bracing for the slap. Meanwhile, Shun Li spread his arms to shield her. The blow landed hard on his fair cheek, leaving a red mark. Mother Ruer and I truly love each other. Another slap followed. Xiaoyu was a dedicated actor, taking the hits himself. Now with 2 stinging cheeks, he suffered in silence. Young Master Su had approached him earlier, asking to take over his scenes with the 3rd female lead. The reason was obvious. Lin Sierre was strikingly beautiful. But the entertainment world was full of pretty faces, so he felt no regret. However, Su hadn't taken all the scenes, just the key romantic ones and intimate moments, leaving him all the beatings and scoldings. Before Xiaoyu could finish his internal rant, the Marquis grabbed his cane and charged at Lin Sierre's direction. Could he refuse to block? Xiaoyu spun around, shielding Lin Sierre as the cane struck his back.